Upon traversing through time, one finds himself relegated to the status of a son-in-law. How can one endure such indignity? In ancient times, even dogs would not deign to be a son-in-law. To have a wife seeking another man while one is relegated to the role of a doorkeeper hoe could possibly tolerate that? Fortunately, it appears that my unassuming fiancé wishes to call off the engagement. What a splendid turn of events, and with monetary compensation to boot. Initially, I intended to acquiesce to her desires, yet I was taken aback when this young woman posed an utterly absurd question. What is 11 equal to? But could I possibly fulfill her wishes? Absolutely not. Yuehua remarked, "Oh, you shall not comply with my wishes? Have you not heard that as one ascends in skill, so too does the devil rise in prowess?" Chapter 1. A son-in-law not worthy of even a dog. "Miss, we have arrived at the Lee residence." With a voice as melodious as a nightingale, a delicate hand lifted the corner of the curtain. Her face, like jade, was framed by exquisite features. Her slender brows and enchanting allure complemented her delicate nose and lips reminiscent of ripe cherries. Yet, these words fall short of capturing her beauty in its entirety. If one were to seek a fitting description, it would be that of an unparalleled beauty, captivating and self-sufficient. Indeed, she is captivating and self-sufficient, rather than merely residing in the shadows of obscurity. She possesses an air of talent and a proud, formidable demeanor that draws one's gaze at first sight. Meanwhile, within the room, a young man with striking brows and starry eyes furrowed his brow in dismay. Having traversed time to find himself in the past, he lamented not only his fallen family fortune, but also his position as an unwelcome son-in-law. This predicament was exasperated by the fact that he was, indeed, a son-in-law. A son-in-law? Even those of modest means would not stoop to such a title. Why, you may ask? To illustrate, should your wife take a fancy to another man, you are left with no recourse to complain or seek a divorce. Instead, you must either feign indifference or stand guard. Can one truly believe this is the life of a son-in-law? In truth, one's existence is only marginally better than that of a house servant after all. Even a dog must heed its master. He glanced at the blank book in his hand, pondering in silence. This was the sole boon of his time, travel a mere book devoid of any system. Well, perhaps it is not entirely worthless. Whatever he has encountered can be inscribed within its pages, even capable of deducing the process of creation. For instance, if he wished to fabricate a firearm, he could do so, provided he had the necessary materials, which are yet another cost to bear. Beyond that, he felt a clarity of thought, akin to a computer's memory being cleared. Well, that seems to be all for now. At least he has discovered no further advantages. No extraordinary power, no strategic genius, alas. His dreams of transcending time were swiftly shattered, and reflecting on life as a son-in-law. Well, that dream lay in ruins. What use is this iron rod? Well, not iron, rather it is wooden. At that moment, the sound of the door opening reached his ears. Li Xiaozhu lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback. In the north, there exists a beauty unparalleled and independent. One glance can captivate a city, and another can enthrall a nation. What a splendid embodiment of literary grace. She surpasses even the most famous stars in beauty. Yuehua paused her steps, casting a puzzled glance around, yet finding no one present save for this strange man before her. Strange, perhaps not entirely. They had crossed paths once when he was but 4 years of age. Was he about to speak? Yet, she distinctly recalled not having seen him utter a word. The poetic lines were exquisite, but could they truly be his own? Was he not a wastrel lacking in education? He had squandered the entirety of the Li family's fortune. And who, pray tell, is Yangmi? Li Xiaozhu quickly regained his composure and, after considering the appropriate formalities, clasped his hands in greeting. "May I inquire who you are and why you have entered my residence unannounced? You, sir, who claims we have intruded upon your residence, should know that the door was ajar. We called out twice, yet no one responded, prompting our entrance." The speaker was not the clearly distinguished young lady, but rather a maid standing beside her. Li Xiaozhu cast a fleeting glance, and then returned his attention elsewhere. While the maid was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to the radiant beauty before him. "And you are?" "I am Yuehua. Surely you are familiar with that name?" Yuehua. Li Xiaozhu was momentarily stunned. This name rang a bell. "Goodness, my fiancé. The previous voice echoed in his ears once more, and this time Yuehua confirmed it was indeed the voice of the man before her. Yet, she found it peculiar that she had been observing him closely and had not seen him speak. What are they here for? Could it be a marriage proposal? Wait, no, that doesn't seem right. If they were here to discuss marriage, it certainly wouldn't be the young lady. As Li Xiaozhu recalled the dilapidated state of his home, a realization dawned upon him. Goodness, they intend to call off the engagement? How splendid! Is this the beginning of a cancellation? Might there be another boon arising from this? Could this lead to the pinnacle of my existence? Moreover, since the Fu family is the one initiating the cancellation, surely there will be compensation. Will it be in the form of rare elixirs or gold and silver? Regardless of the form, it would be a tremendous gain. With just 100 taels of gold, I could create something extraordinary and turn a profit of 3 to 5,000 taels. With this thought, Li Ziya's eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold as he gazed at Yuehua. What son-in-law? Not even a dog would take on that title. I shall rise. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, miss? At this moment, Yuehua was momentarily stunned by the recent barrage of thoughts not due to their volume, but because of their content. This scoundrel is actually contemplating calling off the engagement? A fiancé? He has mistaken her for a fool? He would not deign to be a son-in-law? In that instant, Yuehua's long-suppressed ire finally bubbled to the surface. Though she could not fully comprehend the cancellation, she grasped the essence of the matter. However, despite her anger, she recognized that this rogue was merely playing the fool. Not only had he instantly deduced her intention to call off the engagement, but he had also inferred the necessity for compensation. Scoundrel, you wish to call off the engagement, do you? Let us see if you find me agreeable. Wait, today's events are far too peculiar. Could it be that he is scheming against me with some unknown trick? I shall test his depths further. If this rogue possesses genuine talent, then what does it matter if I marry him? My young lady has come to the steward. Noticing Yuehua's silence, assumed she was unwilling to speak with Li Xiaozhu and thus interjected. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yuehua spoke up. Steward, allow me to address this matter. Of course, Mississippi Yuehua paused briefly before speaking in a measured tone. You are likely aware of the disparity in our current standings. Yet my father, out of gratitude for your ancestor who, once saved his life, has granted you 2 choices. Firstly, I shall present you with 3 questions. Should you answer them correctly, you may remain as my Fu family son-in-law. Secondly, should you fail to answer, the engagement shall be annulled, and I shall compensate you with 500 taels of gold. 500 taels of gold. My, would I not profit immensely? Let us hasten the cancellation. Even one question, such as 1 plus 1, I surely cannot answer. You scoundrel, do you truly despise me so? Unable to answer even 1 plus 1? Though her heart seethed with indignation, Yuehua's expression remained inscrutable. The first question, in a cage, there are a total of 30 heads and 88 legs among the young. Rabbits and chicks. How many are there of each? Is this really it? Just this. Chapter 2. This woman is tempting me. Is this really it? Just this? Are you testing officials with elementary school questions? I shall give you a stick of incense half a stick of incense to ponder. Yuehua was infuriated. What did they mean by just this? Although she did not understand what an elementary school student or an official was, it was undoubtedly an insult. Thus, what was supposed to be a full stick of incense was immediately reduced to half. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu, however, felt a sense of disdain. Fortunately, his self-restraint was strong enough to prevent his expression from revealing it. Although he had to feign ignorance, it did not hinder him from solving the problem. This was a reflection of human nature, akin to criminals hiding clues while psychologists attempt to deduce the answers. Even if one knows they will not voice their thoughts, it does not prevent them from contemplating, and psychologists can often uncover traces of their reasoning. To successfully conceal one's thoughts from others requires either self-hypnosis or utter ignorance of one's own mind. Assuming they're all chicks, there would be 60 legs. The excess of 28 legs, with 2 legs for each rabbit, means there are 14 rabbits and 16 chicks. This question is so simple, how could one require half a stick of incense to think? Has she lost her mind? Perhaps I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, with my starting point too elevated. Reflecting on the solitude of invincibility, Li Xiaozhu felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Fu Yuehua was flabbergasted had he actually calculated that in the time it took to drink a sip of water. Although she held some admiration for Li Xiuju's intellect, his comment about her losing her mind nearly sent her over the edge. "You bastard, you scoundrel, you rogue, you lecher, you filthy beggar, it is you who has lost your mind." Fu Yuehua cursed with every unrefined term she knew, though her vocabulary was limited. Fortunately, after venting her frustration, she finally felt a sense of relief. While she was aware that Li Xiuju already had the answer, she could not admit it. Watching him feign deep contemplation, Fu Yuehua's anger boiled over this scoundrel truly did not wish to marry her. As expected, when half a stick of incense had elapsed, Li Xiuju finally spoke with a look of disappointment. "Miss, your question is too difficult. I am unworthy of you. Continue acting, will you? If I could not hear your inner thoughts, I might have been deceived. It matters not. There are 3 questions, and if you answer just one correctly, that will suffice. Please listen for the second question. The current emperor wishes to construct the Grand Canal to facilitate north-south connectivity. What are your thoughts on this matter? You have that half a tea's time for this question." At that moment, even the maid and the steward felt that the young lady was being unreasonable. Such a difficult question in such a short time clearly indicated her extreme disdain for Li Xiuju. However, Fu Yuehua had no such intention. She merely wished to test Li Xiuju's limits. Li Xiuju was indifferent. He had no intention of answering. Yet he shook his head internally upon hearing the question. Finally, a question that resembles something substantial, but regrettably, I shall not answer it. This Fu Yuehua has truly lost her mind to dare comment on state affairs. Moreover, who constructs the Grand Canal? Whoever tries will perish. While constructing the Grand Canal is beneficial, it is the previous generation that plants the trees and the later generations that enjoy the shade. The harm is contemporary, while the benefit lasts for millennia. With today's manpower and resources, I shudder to think how many lives would be lost in the construction of the Grand Canal. Besides manpower, there must also be funds and grain. Unless. At this point, Li Xiuju did not wish to think further. He already knew the outcome, and it seemed pointless. However, this realization distressed Fu Yuehua, for her father was currently troubled by this very issue. If whoever attempts it shall die, she dared not imagine the consequences. Though Li Xiuju had not contemplated anything further, the issues of manpower, money, and grain pointed directly to the core. She could neither inquire nor express her thoughts, nor could she let Li Xiuju know that she was aware. As half a tea's time passed swiftly, Fu Yuehua had already prepared the third question, determined to extract information from him once they were in her residence. Regardless of the answer, she was resolute. She did not believe she could not draw out the truth from him once he was under her roof. Who was she? She was Fu Yuehua, well-versed in knowledge and overflowing with talent. "Forgive me, miss, this question is too difficult. I am ashamed to admit that I do not know where to begin." "Huh, I believe you not." Though she thought this, Fu Yuehua maintained a stoic expression. "It matters not. There is one final question. If you cannot answer this one, it can only mean that our fates are not aligned, and you need not blame the Fu family." Upon hearing Fu Yuehua's words, Li Xiuju felt a wave of relief. The money is within reach. I cannot falter. Regardless of the question, I shall feign ignorance. Just as Li Xiuju was bolstering his resolve, Fu Yuehua suddenly curved her lips into a sly smile. In that moment, seeing that smile, Li Xiuju's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous feeling washed over him. He observed her enticing red lips moving, yet what emerged were words of malice. The third question is simply, what is 11? You have the time it takes to snap your fingers to think begin. Li Xiuju never anticipated that he would indeed be faced with the question of 11. Should he claim ignorance, he would become infamous throughout the capital. How should he answer? This was an awkward situation. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, Li Xiuju suddenly recalled a line of poetry. Green bamboo's serpent mouth, yellow wasp's needle behind. Neither is poisonous, but the most toxic is a woman's heart. This scheming woman, has she truly set her sights on my charm? I shall defy her expectations. At that moment, hearing Li Xiuju even recite a poem that insulted himself, Fu Yuehua was not angered, but rather filled with joy, akin to the refreshing sensation of drinking ice. Water on a scorching summer day. She had finally turned the tide. Defy my expectations? I fear not your answer, I fear your silence. Await your demise. As for her thoughts on his beauty, Just as Yuehua was about to utter a harsh remark, she scrutinized Li Xiaozhu's appearance and found herself at a loss for words. Well, he indeed was quite handsome. However, at that moment, not only was Li Xiaozhu taken aback, but those accompanying Yuehua were also stunned. 11 was a question even a child could answer. What had happened to the disdain? What had happened to the annulment of the engagement? Was this truly it? Time's up, Master Li. Please provide your answer. Yuehua paused for a moment, fearing Li Xiaozhu might actually say he did not know, and continued. Master Li, you aren't suggesting you don't know what 11 equals, are you? If this were to reach my father's ears, he might think you are being willfully ignorant and disdainful of my Fu family's daughter. My father can be somewhat petty should you cause him to lose face. Indeed, this woman is lusting after my body. How despicable. Yuehua raised an eyebrow, her chest visibly rising and falling for a moment before settling into calmness, indicating the impact of Li Xiaozhu's words on her was considerable. 11 equals 3. Li Xiaozhu responded, but his answer astonished everyone present. Chapter 3. I am simply after his beauty. 11 equals 3. In that instant, apart from Li Xiaozhu, everyone else was momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of righteous indignation. They all realized that this scoundrel did not wish to marry their divine maiden. Li Xiaozhu, you audacious fool! How dare you? Silence. In the Fu family, we speak with integrity. What is said is final. Do you intend to bring shame and dishonor upon my family? Upon hearing this, the steward felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly knelt. Miss, I beg for your forgiveness. I would never dare. Very well, you may rise. After saying this, Yuehua turned to Li Xiaozhu and remarked, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Since you have chosen your path, I shall not protest. However, I am curious, why did you answer 3? Li Xiaozhu's heart leaped at her words, and he immediately began to argue his case. Miss, was your question truly as simple as 1 plus 1? I assumed you would not pose such a straightforward problem. There must be a deeper meaning. I pondered that, ordinarily, 1 plus 1 equals 2. However, if we consider a man and a woman together, then it could equal 3 or even 4, 5, 6, 7. Any number could be correct. Thus, I dismissed 2 as an option. Alas, was I mistaken? It seems that Xiaozhu and the miss are fated to be apart, for Xiaozhu was presumptuous. Upon hearing Li Xiaozhu's explanation, Yuehua couldn't help but think that this rogue had indeed concocted a reasonable excuse to evade punishment. Yet, she wondered why such a notion had not crossed her mind, as it would have spared her from feeling so cornered. Little did she know that Li Xiaozhu was merely employing a trick he had used in the past, without much thought required. Fortunately, it was not too late. Yuehua smiled, and in response to Li Xiaozhu's mournful expression, she said, There is no need for your lamentation, Mr. Li. You're correct. How could I possibly present a question like 1 plus 1 equals 2? My intended question was similar to yours. 1 male cat plus 1 female cat, with the answer being any number except 1 or 2. It appears this is fate, a connection that is ineffable. Your fanciful musings happen to align perfectly with my answer. Li Xiaozhu's expression of regret froze on his face, and a few words echoed repeatedly in his mind. What the heck, you sly one. However, before Li Xiaozhu could voice his regrets or complaints, Yuehua turned to the steward and declared, Steward, the marriage is settled. You shall begin the preparations immediately, with the wedding scheduled for 3 days, hence it must be grand. Understood. Yuehua held a unique position in her household, second only to her father, wielding authority even over her own mother. The matter of her marriage had been explicitly stated by the minister Fu, granting her the autonomy to decide. Thus the steward dared not utter a word of dissent. Nevertheless, he would certainly inform the master of this development. At that moment, Yuehua caught a glimpse of Li Xiaozhu's thoughts. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must flee. If I truly become a son-in-law, my life will be utterly bleak. I will sell my belongings at a loss and buy a horse to escape under the cover of night. Yuehua was taken aback. Did this rogue truly hold her in such disdain? Was she not the most beautiful maiden in the capital? When had she become so detestable? Suppressing her anger, Yuehua turned to Li Xiaozhu as if to remind him, from the capital to the border, it takes 15 days by horseback and 23 days by carriage. However, a swift journey of 800 miles can be accomplished in just 3 days. If you attempt to flee from the wedding, you will be wanted, and if caught, You will be sent to the quarries to labor for 3 to 10 years. Given my father's status, 10 years is simply unavoidable. In that moment, Li Xiuju's desire to escape evaporated. The thought of toiling in the quarries for a decade was unbearable. Let alone 10 years. He wouldn't want to lift a stone for a single day. Xiuju does not comprehend what the miss is saying. To marry someone as exquisite as the miss is a dream for any man. To have the opportunity to wed you is a blessing beyond measure. Why would I run away? Looking at Li Xiuju's earnest expression, Fu Yuehua thought, I almost believed him. Return to the estate. Yes, miss. On the carriage, a maid, puzzled, spoke up. Miss, why this sudden change of heart? Weren't you going to cancel the engagement? At that moment, Fu Yuehua was lost in thought and furrowed her brows at the question. Must I inform you of every decision I make? I did not mean to overstep. I apologize for my words. Fu Yuehua had no time for petty grievances. Such matters were trivial to her. Once the carriage arrived home, Fu Yuehua rushed to her father's study. Upon entering, she immediately addressed her father, saying, Father, could we disregard or postpone the canal construction? Minister Fu paused, momentarily taken aback, then resumed writing with his brush, maintaining a composed demeanor as he focused on the paper. What is the matter today? You typically do not engage in discussions about state affairs with me. I recall you were to cancel the engagement today. Did Youngli agree? Alas, it is unfortunate that he is the only grandson. I feel I have wronged him. Hearing Li Xiuju's name once more ignited Fu Yuehua's ire, and she retorted, There is no need for your regret. I have agreed to marry him. Agreed? Oh, you have agreed? Minister Fu, also known as Fu Wenhan, finally set down his brush. What's going on? The thought of her speaking her mind seemed utterly inconceivable. If she revealed her reasoning, she would undoubtedly be deemed hysterical. Yet, if she remained silent, it was difficult to believe that Li Xiuju's words could sway her decision. Could it be that she'd have to claim it was his beauty that captivated her? Fu Yuehua felt her mind racing, but in her haste, that was the only justification she could muster. I was taken by his appearance, and I posed 3 questions to him, stating that if he answered one correctly, I would marry him. Oh, how many did he answer correctly? What were the questions? As he spoke, Fu Wenhan resumed writing. He was nearly finished with the final character. Although he could not connect it perfectly, he was confident it would still be a fine piece of writing. He answered 1 correctly. This was within his expectations, but what followed was not. 1 plus 1 equals what? Suddenly, Fu Wenhan's brush slipped, ruining the characters he had written. Yet at that moment, he paid no mind to the ink, but instead turned to Fu Yuehua, his expression a blend of disbelief and incredulity as he asked, 1 plus 1? Fu Yuehua, blushing, nodded her head. Even this answer had been forced upon her, for how could one even get that wrong? This was disastrous. If word of this spread, she would become infamous. For the sake of Li Xiuju's looks, she had inverted right and wrong and would be publicly ridiculed. Lost in thought, Fu Yuehua instinctively covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Minister Fu, observing this, could not help but scold. Now you realize the shame? Why did you not consider this when you posed the question? Is he truly that handsome? Worthy of sacrificing your reputation to assist him with answers? Why go to such lengths to devise a question? Wasn't a test for him. Yet now, I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 4. A mischievous little sprite, wasn't I merely testing him? Yet now I find myself a loss for words. Fu Yuehua felt a surge of frustration. What could she say? She could not speak out, so she would have to swallow her grievances. That dog of a man, mark my words. One day I shall make him repay every slight I have endured. Although she initially restrained herself from using the term I and refer to herself as this young lady, the more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she could not hold back her true feelings. After all, who would ever know her inner thoughts? Could it be that someone could actually hear her heart's voice? She would have never believed such nonsense in the past, but now, the evidence was laid bare before her. Well, he truly is quite handsome, and as for my father, he need not concern himself. For now, that is all I can say. Any further discussion can wait until Li Xiuju arrives. You can decide this matter for yourself, she said. Did old Ma come back with you? Yes. I entered first. He should still be waiting outside. Fu Wenhan nodded slightly and called out, Summon Butler Ma. As soon as Fu Wenhan's words fell, the door swung open. Prime Minister, did you call for me? Yes, Today you accompany the young lady to the Li family. You know what should be said and what should not be said, correct? Apart from those present, I do not wish for another soul to learn of this. Butler Ma immediately smiled upon hearing this. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything and given the necessary instructions. Well done. You may leave now. Understood. A daughter may cast aside her shame, but as her father, he must uphold his dignity. In that moment, even Fu Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she would not have to worry about losing face before her friends. Father, you have yet to address whether we can halt the excavation of the Grand Canal. Why is that? The construction of the Grand Canal is imperative. It is beneficial for the nation and its people. Fu Yuehua grew anxious at his words. That scoundrel had declared, whoever digs shall die. But have you considered, father, the implications of the Grand Canal's excavation? It may bring future benefits, but what about now? The manpower, resources, and finances involved are immense. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Who will bear that responsibility? Wait, why do I place such trust in that fellow's judgment? Is it merely because he is talented? Fu Wenhan turned his gaze towards Fu Yuehua, his expression one of earnest inquiry. Who told you all this? Fu Yuehua faltered. I thought of it myself. No, you could not have come to such conclusions on your own. Are you truly my daughter? Do you not have faith in your own capabilities? Yet even though she knew her father indulged her, she dared not speak so boldly. Father, trust me. This is indeed my own reasoning. You should know your daughter well enough. I am well versed in knowledge. However, in the lull of her self-promotion, Fu Wenhan's calm words shattered her pretense. It is precisely because I know you that I recognize you would not even have an interest in such matters. Very well, he is indeed my father, and he understands me. But how can I express this? If I mention that scoundrel, what if he becomes wary? What if he deliberately misinterprets my intentions later? Furthermore, even if he learns of it, how can I persuade my father to relent? This matter was already challenging to broach, yet she understood her father was a stubborn man. Since it was for the benefit of the nation and its people, he would undoubtedly press on, no matter the difficulties. In a fit of frustration, Fu Yuehua declared, I shall ignore you. Do as you wish. With that, she hastily lifted her skirts and stormed off, her anger palpable. She had never imagined that she, a well-educated individual, would be rendered speechless. It was enough to drive her mad. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu appeared utterly disillusioned. How was it that despite all his precautions, he fell in the trap set by a little girl? Was it possible that he possessed some aura that made women weak at the knees? Did he charm them into submission with just a few words? Could this truly be what they call an irresistible allure? Frustrated, Li Xiuzhu approached a water basin, intending to quench his thirst, but suddenly froze in place. Heavens, I miscalculated. Was he truly this handsome? Had he known, he would have smeared himself with some ash to temper his looks. With such a visage, he would attract a throng of young ladies clamoring for his WeChat in the modern world. It was no longer a mystery. Indeed, it was not that his acting skills had waned, but rather his appearance, comparable to that of Song Yu, had betrayed him. Although this round was a defeat, Li Xiuzhu had gained clarity and let go of his grievances. What being a son-in-law, he would eventually seek a divorce. This was no error, but rather a certainty. How it had been phrased in his previous life. A mischievous little sprite. He could not believe that he would become such a figure and that she would not cast him aside. Being a son-in-law was simply out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. With such looks, should he not aim for the stars? Perhaps a visit to a brothel was in order. If word got out before marriage, would he not be cast off? No, it would be a broken engagement. He was not yet wed. Alas! If this were the reason for a broken engagement, then 500 taels of gold, 500 taels of gold, just like that, would vanish into thin air. Merely thinking of it caused him pain. Yet, while money is valuable, freedom is worth even more, and dignity holds high value as well. He resolutely refused to become a mere plaything. With his pockets empty, Li Xiuzhu set off for the largest brothel in the capital, Shanglin Garden. One could only wonder where he found such audacity to stroll into a brothel with not a single coin to his name. Should word of this reach the modern world, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Never have I encountered such brazen shamelessness." The brothel was easy to locate. Shanglin Garden lay at the heart of Zhuke Street, the wealthiest thoroughfare. Before he even approached, a strong scent of cosmetics wafted toward him. rouge, and face powder. An ordinary family would need a month's worth of living expenses to afford a single set of these luxuries. How could the daughters of commoners possibly indulge in such extravagance? These items were reserved for the ladies of the Qin and Chu houses, as well as the daughters of affluent families. The only difference was that the fragrances used by the girls of the Qin and Chu houses were more alluring, while those of the wealthy families were subtler and more refined. "Young master, welcome. You seem new here. Is this your first visit?" "Indeed, it is my first time." "Are you the madam?" Li Xiaozhu recalled that in ancient times, the proprietors of brothels were often referred to as madams. "Ah, though this is your first time, it seems you have done your homework." The madam grasped Li Xiaozhu's hand and ushered him inside. Having arrived at Shangling Garden, she would not let him escape. "Chuanxiang, Qiuxiang, attend to our guest." "Come in, madam." Truly, the madam had a voice like thunder. However, hearing her call for the girls, Li Xiaozhu seized the moment to speak. For if he delayed, he might find himself dining for free. He was here to enjoy a meal, not to partake in a free feast. Wait. Chapter 5. Can handsomeness justify one's excesses? What brings you here, young sir? Are you dissatisfied? No need to worry. I have a selection of Meilonju and Ju, as well as Xia and Dongxiang. She paused, glancing at Li Xiaozhu's attire, then furrowed her brow slightly, if you still find it lacking. "We also have the 4 great beauties and the 8 charming ladies, not to mention the illustrious Kuei Yuehua. However, aside from the 4 great beauties, the others generally do not stay overnight with guests. Whether you can earn the favor of these ladies depends on your own abilities. And as for the price, it is rather steep. What kind of company do you desire?" Li Xiaozhu smiled brightly upon hearing this. "Ahem, dear madam, you've misunderstood. I merely wish to inquire if there are any who would accompany someone without charge." "How absurd. You wish to visit a brothel without any money." Despite his lack of funds, the madam refrained from uttering any harsh words, instead contemplating whether she could persuade him to part with some coins to keep a lady for the night. Before she could voice her thoughts, the reactions of the other patrons had already been set in motion. "Puffed. Ha. You got me kidding. Someone dares to visit a brothel without money? You must be dreaming. I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness." Li Xiaozhu glanced upward, pondering whether this raucous gentleman was perhaps a time traveler from a later era, for he seemed so familiar with their unwritten code. Yet, upon raising his gaze, the laughter in the room diminished by half. The women, eager to catch a clearer glimpse, inched closer. "Madam, Chuanxiang is willing to sponsor a night with a young master." "Madam, Qiuxiang will also contribute." "Madam, Dongxiang shall do the same." "Madam, Yuehua wishes to play a tune for the young master and share a meal, discussing life." "Madam, Shangqin desires to dance for the young master." The patrons, both mocking and silent, were taken aback. These women, whom they could only dream of touching, were suddenly eager to offer themselves to this young man. Was this just? At that moment, another voice chimed in. How rare to encounter such an intriguing individual. I had intended to self-fund a pleasant conversation, but it seems the opportunity is lost to me with so many sisters stepping forward. The voice, though unseen, resonated like a gentle hand, capturing the hearts of the men present. Suddenly, a woman appeared, eclipsing all others in the room, as if she were the sole radiant peony amidst numerous blooms. Her exquisite beauty, smooth skin, and striking features radiated allure. Her starry eyes exuded an enticing charm, while the slight curve of her lips hinted at a playful understanding of life's complexities. This was Yuehua, the most renowned courtesan in the entire capital. As Li Xiaozhu assessed Yuehua, she too scrutinized him. It was no wonder that he could entice so many women to sponsor him. Perhaps it was not merely his looks, but the unspoken allure he possessed. Li Xiaozhu, with his sharp brows and deep-set eyes, bore a striking resemblance to the famed Song Yu. His demeanor exuded a dignified calm, complemented by his lustrous black hair and a serene smile that hinted at an enigmatic charm. Though his pallor suggested frailty, it was this delicate beauty that stirred a protective instinct in women. Coupled with his slender yet strong fingers, he embodied an irresistible allure. Yuehua was captivated not solely by his appearance, but by the engaging nature he exuded. However, having encountered countless attractive individuals, She found herself merely entertained by his charm, without any desire to offer herself fully. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu blinked. How do you know I would decline an invitation before you even ask? Oh, how intriguing. Well, I now extend the invitation to you. Would you care to join me? Certainly. Ha ha, how delightful. It has been ages since I've encountered someone so amusing. Come, join me. Though Yuehua was not overly concerned with formalities, she maintained an air of grace, her laughter radiating genuine joy. Yet, despite her carefree demeanor, her charm remained intact, leaving an impression of carefree elegance. The men present were still reeling from the audacity of this young man who entered the renowned courtesan's chamber without a single coin. Could it be that mere handsomeness afforded such liberties? Where was the justice in this? Nonetheless, Li Xiaozhu paid little heed to their thoughts and followed Yuehua into her chamber. As expected of a courtesan of her stature, her room was not only the finest in the establishment, but also extraordinarily spacious, easily 100 square feet. Upon entering, Yuehua feigned an insincere apology. I must express my regrets for depriving you of the company of a beautiful companion. I hope you will not hold it against me. Li Xiaozhu surveyed the room casually and replied, Sister, why not prepare a sumptuous feast? I find myself quite hungry. Yuehua chuckled. Are you truly here solely for a meal? How did you come to think of dining in a brothel? Li Xiaozhu, unreserved, responded candidly. I find myself out of funds, and I thought, being as handsome as I am, surely someone would be attracted to me. However, it follows that those willing to spend on me must possess some wealth and not be overly reserved. It seems only the courtesans remain. Yuehua laughed lightly. You are indeed a unique character. I have encountered those who dined and dashed, but never once so honest as to admit his lack of funds before even partaking. As she spoke, she opened the door and instructed a maid outside to prepare a lavish banquet and 2 fine wines. Suiyin glanced at Li Xiaozhu before responding, Yes, sister, I shall arrange it at once. Li Xiaozhu settled onto the soft couch, typically reserved for Yuehua, and introduced himself. You must be Yuehua. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Li Xiaozhu. Upon hearing this, Yuehua smiled coyly and inquired, I find myself quite curious about you. Would you indulge my curiosity? Is there an advantage to doing so? Yuehua raised an eyebrow. Isn't a meal an advantage? Li Xiaozhu stretched lazily. That hardly counts. Dining is merely a benefit of conversation, akin to friends treating one another. However, when you ask me to satisfy your curiosity, you are probing for information, seeking to uncover my privacy. If I were not concerned about sustenance, I would be willing to chat. Yet, given my current situation, understanding Yuehua's needs could be quite valuable. It seems only fair there be some benefit involved. Yuehua laughed. Are you seeking money? I thought you might be hoping to entice me into your bed. So it seems I am not as alluring as those of the flesh and blood. Chapter 6. Have you ever heard such cheesy love words? Compared to the mundane, I naturally prefer to play with the moon. Sister, with your ethereal beauty, who wouldn't be enchanted? Yet, one must possess self-awareness. The way you look at me is unlike any other woman. If your eyes held affection and desire, I would not overlook it. However, all I see in your gaze is amusement and sincerity. Yes, sincerity. It is rather peculiar, as it is often said that courtesans are devoid of emotion and integrity. Yet I perceive genuine sincerity in your eyes. Li Xiaozhu chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, Do you think I am blind? How would you ask me such a question? If I were to say you were blind, wouldn't that make me the one devoid of emotion and integrity? Whether you are blind or not, I cannot say. However, if you do not voice your desires, how can you be certain that I would not be willing to accompany you? To sleep? What if I were willing? Li Xiaozhu was taken aback, looking at her half-smiling expression, momentarily at a loss for words. How audacious of you to turn my words against me. You are fully aware she is teasing you. Yet it creates a delusion that you are merely a word away from sharing her bed. However, this scenario typically presents 2 possibilities. One is a close acquaintance who is willing to share a bed and uses humor to break the ice. The other is someone who is merely toying with you, and even if you utter the words, she would not acquiesce. But asking costs nothing, and what if? Such a beautiful woman. I have never encountered anyone like her in my previous life. If I were to satisfy the moon's curiosity, would she be willing to share a bed with me? Upon hearing this, The moon smiled, her laughter radiant, yet her eyes revealed a lack of interest, as if the answer held no surprise for her. I thought you wouldn't dare to speak up. You claim to see things in my eyes. Surely. You cannot be blind to the jest in mine, Li Xiuzhu shrugged. I see it. It is quite evident. Yet, everything has its possibilities. We cannot let opportunities slip away for the sake of pride. After all, the moon embodies my aesthetic ideals. However, I am curious about the nature of your apparent indifference. This assertion is indeed intriguing, and it rekindled the moon's interest considerably. You are remarkably sincere. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely attempt to defend themselves when exposed. As for my indifference, after encountering so many people, witnessing their insincerity, and hearing countless sweet nothings, I have grown apathetic to such things. It is akin to a certain young master, surnamed Li, professing his admiration for me, claiming he wishes for me to wait 2 years until he achieves success, at which point he would come to marry me. Yet the very next day, another young master's son made the same declaration, as did young Master Wang. Similarly, I have been told by others that their family has fallen on hard times and they lack funds, hoping I would wait 2 years while they venture into business, promising to earn enough to redeem me. Yet, soon after, young Master's son, young Master Li, and young Master Zhao all echoed similar sentiments. At first, it may seem touching, but after hearing it repeatedly, one becomes numb. Gradually, I understood their intentions. They merely wish for me to accompany them in their struggles, first sharing a bed, then providing support for their endeavors, and finally repaying me. Quite amusing, isn't it? Alas, I am no fool, and perhaps if I were a little more naive, I might have fallen for it. The clearer I see, the colder my heart becomes. Perhaps I have become one of those heartless individuals in your eyes. Having said that, the moon suddenly appeared to shake off her sentiments, a smile returning to her face as she teasingly remarked, I have not heard any novel love words in quite a long time. How about this? If you can utter a few lines of love words that no one else has spoken, I shall share a bed with you. However, I grant you but one chance. Should you fail to seize it, do not blame me. Just then, Xiyu knocked on the door. Sister, the food is ready. As the moon rose to open the door, she turned to Li Xiuzhu and smiled. Let us eat first. Just let me know when you are done. Shanling Garden, being the largest brothel, offers food that, while not quite on par with imperial cuisine, is still delightful. Thus, Li Xiuzhu indulged in a meal, the matter of love words seemingly forgotten. Meanwhile, the moon rested her chin on her hand, observing Li Xiuzhu, who was eating without decorum but appeared quite dashing nonetheless, and a warm smile blossomed on her face. This smile was no longer merely enchanting but radiated warmth. Oh, you finished eating? Why aren't you eating? I hardly touched these vegetables. Upon hearing this, the moon's smile faltered. Thank you, but I do not eat vegetables. I prefer meat. Not to worry, I'm not that hungry. So, have you thought of any love words? If you haven't tea, you want tea be able to stay here tonight. Li Xiuzhu chuckled at this. Coming from a world of information overload, how could he be stumped by this? While he could not guarantee whether his other thoughts would be original, he was confident that there was one type of love words that could never be repeated. A scholar couldn't afford to lose face, and a scion of wealth could hardly conceive such lines. Li Xiuzhu approached the window and gazed at the grand moon in the sky. Do you know what distinguishes you from the moon? The moon paused, walking to the window, perplexed by his words. Shouldn't he be praising me? Why is he not following the expected course? However, my name contains moon. Could it be related? What difference is there? They both contain moon. No, the difference lies in the fact that the moon resides in the heavens, while you dwell within my heart. Stunned, the moon had never heard such love words before and was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu continued, the choice now lies with you. You may claim you have heard it before, or you may say you have not. Regardless of your answer, I shall believe you. The moon faltered upon hearing this. Now it was more difficult for her to lie. If the moon were from the future, she might have retorted, you cunning one. Indeed, Li Gongzi's words were unlike anything the moon had heard before. However, regrettably, I was merely teasing you. My celestial descent has arrived. If the young master does not mind, I shall honor my word. The celestial descent is the most tainted blood of a woman, often associated with misfortune and malevolence. In certain ghost stories, It can even be used to defile celestial artifacts and flesh. The moon did not believe Li Xiuzhu would harm her. Only a lecherous fiend would dare to touch her. However, what Li Xiuzhu said next left the moon momentarily speechless. It seems the moon has conceded. That's splendid. Please prepare a bucket of hot water for me. I must bathe and cannot afford to be disrespectful to you. Is this to prepare for a bloody battle? The moon's expression shifted, and her interest in Li Xiuzhu diminished. Yet, to say she felt disgusted would not be entirely accurate. After all, Li Xiuzhu's handsome visage and the favorable impression he left lingered. How unexpected to discover he is a lecherous fiend. The moon sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, she did not retract her offer. After all, it was rare to encounter someone she felt an affinity toward, though how much of that affinity remained now was uncertain. Chapter 7. Is this really how you treat Li Lang? After finishing their evening rituals, Li Xiuzhu led Yuehua to bed. At that moment, Yuehua's body felt slightly stiff. Although she had anticipated this day, it was her first time. No matter how much she had heard, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Li Xiuzhu paid no mind to Yuehua's tension and silence. He lay down and comfortably wrapped his arms around her. "All right, let's sleep," he said. The fragrance wafting from her was somewhat alluring, and as a young man filled with vigor, he found it a bit overwhelming. Yet if he closed his eyes, imagining that there was only air beside him and the scent merely incense, he could manage to distract himself. Suddenly, Li Xiuzhu chuckled at himself. It was indeed reminiscent of the ancient tale of Lu Xiaohui, who remained unperturbed in the presence of beauty, while here he was, embracing a lovely woman and struggling to sleep. Was it possible that Lu Xiaohui faced a woman of celestial allure as well? Hearing the steady breathing behind her, Yuehua was taken aback. Wasn't the gentleman supposed to sleep with her? Li Xiuzhu's steady breathing faltered for a moment, thrown into disarray. "Little enchantress, please do not tempt me. Do you not realize how challenging it is for me to suppress my desires?" He thought. "We're just going to sleep peacefully." Peacefully? Yuehua was puzzled by this new term. It meant simply sleeping without any other activities. Compared to returning home to a cold bed, she preferred to sleep with a warm beauty beside her. "Haha, you see through me, but I thought you were going to." Neither of them spoke of the fierce battles fought, but they both understood. "Stop with the wild thoughts. Although I am unconcerned, this is not good for you as a woman. Remember, during Tian Kuei, you must not entertain guests. Take time to converse with your sisters." "Ah, un concern? You're just afraid of bad luck." Yuehua thought she knew how things would unfold. Despite sharing a bed, she felt completely relaxed, without a trace of fear. In that moment, she turned around and gazed at Li Xiuzhu, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. Suddenly, Li Xiuzhu opened his eyes, staring at the stunning beauty before him. Unable to resist, leaning in, and then, there was nothing more. He released Yuehua and earnestly said, "Little enchantress, do not play with fire. I have little resistance." At that moment, Yuehua's face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Li Xiuzhu's gaze. The playful glint in her eyes vanished. "What have I done to lose my first kiss?" She pondered. Li Xiuzhu continued, "As for whether I dare or not, let me enlighten you about female physiology." Physiology? What is that? The so-called Tian Kuei for women is not as unsavory as you might think. It is merely the process of expelling old waste. Speaking in technical terms that you may not comprehend, it is simply the byproduct of a decayed placenta. In simpler terms, it is akin to fruit juice. If left unattended, it remains fresh for only a few hours. If not consumed, it will spoil, and the resulting mold is harmful. Thus, once it has passed its freshness, it must be discarded, and fresh juice should be poured in to maintain its quality. Your Tian Kuei is like juice nearing its expiration, temporarily harmless, thus presenting no detriment to me. Although it may seem a bit unsettling, the actual difference is minimal. Moreover, I still enjoyed it. A simple wash afterward suffices. However, due to my actions, that which should have been expelled returned to your body, forming harmful substances that could make you ill. Do you understand? I'm looking out for your well-being, so I implore you, do not tempt fate again, or I may not be able to hold back." At this moment, Yuehua fell silent. Li Xiuju's explanation was too detailed and thorough, leading her to genuinely believe him, and now she was left with only feelings of gratitude. Li Xiuju closed his eyes again, thinking that with this little lady before him, it was best not to dwell on anything. If it were Xiuju, Yuehua thought, once or twice would be acceptable. In an instant, Li Xiuju opened his eyes once more. So after all I said, did you just disregard it? He thought. What a pity. I am not a heartless man who plays with women. Li Xiuju looked earnestly at Yuehua and said, promise me one thing. Love yourself a little more. The most important person you should devote yourself to is yourself. Do not change for anyone. For others to love and care for you, there is a limit. Exceed that limit, and they will develop other emotions. For example, with the same situation, the first time you tell him, he will feel sympathy and want to protect you. But if you repeat it dozens of times, he will grow weary. Therefore, do not compromise or mistreat yourself for anyone. Love yourself more. Live in a way that others will envy, and they will love you all the more. Silence. Prolonged silence was filled with unspoken emotions and reflections. Suddenly, Yuehua reached out and embraced Li Xiuju. Li Lang, if you ever find yourself short of money or missing me, come here. As long as I am here, the doors of Shangling Garden will always be open to you. If you grow weary of me, you can seek solace with the sisters downstairs. Li Lang is already outrageous enough. What does this notion of wanting to keep me come from? And I just advise you to love yourself well and not to sacrifice yourself. Is this how you love? Exhausted, he thought, just let it all end. Li Xiuju rolled his eyes, feeling a sense of defeat. His first attempt at being a life mentor had ended in a debacle. Is this it? Just this? Li Xiuju weakly remarked. So everything I just said was in vain, and now you wish to keep me? I know you have money, but do you realize where we are? Shangling Garden, the largest den of indulgence in the entire capital. How long can your money sustain me here? And what if you run out? Will you then endlessly entertain guests and wear a forced smile? Although you're the belle of Shangling Garden now, what about the future? Beauty fades. And can you remain the belle for a lifetime? When you begin to age and your looks fade, what will you do when there is no money? In less than 3 years, you might find yourself entertaining guests just like the rising stars. In 5 years, you could be reduced to a mere companion like Chuanxiang or Qiuxiang. And in 10 years, perhaps they will no longer require your services, leaving you to seek redemption. But by then, you may only be left with a humble existence, enduring a miserable life. Upon hearing this, Yuehua suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. She could not help but laugh, filled with joy. Li Xiuju's words halted as he gazed at Yuehua, who resembled a rain-soaked pear blossom. He suddenly felt a pang of tenderness, a desire to protect her, and most crucially, he found it hard to contain himself. Damn it, I am on the verge of breaking, he thought. No more. No, I must endure. Today, I shall be the steadfast tortoise. How absurd. After saying this, Li Xiuju turned away, facing the empty room, leaving only his back to Yuehua. Yet, Yuehua suddenly stopped shedding tears and felt her cheeks flush. Chapter 8. Brave Moon. Fearless, it appeared that the two had sensed certain changes while playfully interacting with Li Xiuju. Suddenly, Yuehua leaned closer to Li Xiuju's ear. If you cannot resist, you need not hold back. I confess I am rather impulsive at the moment, but I do not regret it, even if it leads to illness. Li Xiuju, feeling helpless, remarked, Sister, you've lost your senses. You were just moments ago eager to chase me away. As he prepared to turn and speak, Yuehua, gazing at the pristine and glistening curve of his earlobe, suddenly fell silent. A spark ignited within Li Xiuju, and he thought, can I truly endure this? He turned to glare at Yuehua, yet her face bore no hint of fear. Abruptly, a sense of dejection washed over Li Xiuju as he lay back on the bed, exclaiming, your behavior leaves me utterly defeated. Hee, should I play along? Shall I cry out how frightened I am? Maybe I should be more delicate, like, oh dear, I am so scared. Speak to me properly. Yuehua suddenly rested her head on Li Xiuju's chest, falling silent, instead listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. After a considerable time, she finally spoke. May I hear your story, Li Lang? Apart from knowing your name, I am utterly unaware of who you are. Li Xiuju sighed at her words. You acknowledge that you know nothing about me. What if I were a villain? Truly, keep your distance. I cannot offer you a future. It is not that I do not wish to, but I simply cannot. Do you understand? Yuehua was taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning of his words. What did he mean by not wanting to, but unable to? Coincidentally, I need your assistance. Once you've heard me out, you will understand. In truth, I am an unwelcome son-in-law of the Prime Minister's household, as you may know what that entails. Thus, I cannot provide you with a future. The story began with my ancestor rescuing the Prime Minister, Fu, which led to an engagement. Yet, as you can imagine, the disparity in our statuses rendered me merely a son-in-law. My father, supported by the Prime Minister, amassed wealth through business, but then he was robbed and vanished. By the time it reached me, though the family fortune was considerable, in my youth I was deceived and lost it all to gambling. Therefore, I possess neither the means to redeem you nor the capability to marry you. Even to support you as a concubine is out of the question. Yuehua, perplexed, looked up and asked, "Then why did you come to Shangling Garden?" Li Xiuzhu, without concealing anything, confessed, "I am not certain why, but I felt the urge to confide in someone, to engage in conversation. You have shown such sincerity, so I spoke freely. Even if this were to be exposed, I would harbor no regrets. In fact, if it led to the Fu family breaking off our engagement, that would be even better. I do not wish to marry into the Prime Minister's household. Though it may seem prestigious, I remain merely a son-in-law. If possible, I would prefer to be a free man, with two exquisite beauties such as yourself by my side, enjoying tea and raising children together. Wouldn't that be a more beautiful life?" Previously, when the young lady from the Fu family came to break off the engagement, I thought it might be successful, but that girl outmaneuvered me. Thus, I intend to be a little mischievous, indeed, a little imp. Therefore, tomorrow morning, I would like you to call Fu Yuehua to catch me in the act. At this point, Li Xiuzhu paused, stroking his chin, murmuring, "It does not quite seem like catching someone in the act. We do not fit that description. Perhaps catching a client? But I'm not a client, so how should I describe it?" At that moment, Li Xiuzhu felt speechless, realizing the embarrassment of being at a loss for words. As a college graduate, he found himself unable to conjure suitable terms. "Li Lang, you truly are amusing. You wish to be what did you call it, a little imp, and intend to notify your fiancé, to catch you in a brothel. However, I am quite curious how the young lady from the Prime Minister's family outsmarted you. Should I even say? It feels somewhat embarrassing." But just as Li Xiuzhu hesitated, he suddenly inhaled sharply. Stop. I will tell you." Li Xiuzhu hastily recounted the series of events. Unable to help it, he was caught in a vulnerable moment. Who could withstand such a predicament? "So, you deliberately answered 1 + 1 incorrectly, and you were still outwitted?" Li Xiuzhu felt utterly humiliated. As a time traveler, he had been outmaneuvered by a local. "Haha, I find that young lady quite interesting. I would truly like to meet her if given the chance." Li Xiuzhu responded, "You should have the opportunity to meet her tomorrow. All right, get some rest." But Yuehua suddenly flushed, not wishing to sleep. "Li Lang, I actually do not feel like sleeping." Li Xiuzhu wore a puzzled expression. "If you do not wish to sleep, why torment me? I'm tired." "You are not tired, are you?" Seeing Yuehua move closer, Li Xiuzhu felt overwhelmed. Stop. Even if you do this, I'm still tired." "No, you are not tired." Indeed, I am not tired." Suddenly, the sound of gongs echoed outside, marking the 4th watch of the night. "Oh dear, it is already 1 o'clock. Tell me, how can you let me rest peacefully?" Yuehua gazed at Li Xiuzhu with deep affection. "After today, I fear you may vanish, and I do not wish to harbor regrets. Perhaps I may fall ill, or perhaps this may be our last encounter, but even once I would find contentment." Li Xiuzhu stared at Yuehua in astonishment. "You like me so much? What about before? You're the only one who is not drawn solely to my body and genuinely cares for me. I do not know if there is another, but I hope my life will be free of regrets. Who gave you the impression that I am not interested in you for your beauty? With so many in this building, I came here precisely because you are the most stunning. Why would you refuse what I offer? Or are your words mere fabrications? Do you fear misfortune?" Li Xiuzhu helplessly replied, "Can we not wait a few days? Until your Tian Kuei passes?" "No, you have already revealed that you are a son-in-law. What if they do not annul the engagement and confine you post-marriage? Must it be portrayed so tragically? I am genuinely afraid. Do not frighten me further." That is too much. Silence enveloped them. Let us approach this differently, though it may cause you some discomfort. If you can accept that I may command you as I please, it shall yield a result that satisfies us both. Yuehua's eyes brightened at his words. What discomfort? What humiliation? I am fearless in this moment. I am at your command, Li Lang. Chapter 9. Ultimately, responsibility awaits. Under the moonlight's dance, with the fragrance of chrysanthemums, I return to my hometown, treading upon the blossoms. The sound of the phoenix flute stirs, and the jade pot glimmers. As the night is filled with the dance of fish and dragons, as dawn breaks, Yuehua, still drowsy, gently rouses Tsuyun. Go to the Prime Minister's residence and find Yuehua. Inform her that Li Xiuzhu has come to the brothel, without money for food and drink, and ask her to come pick him up. Yuehua initially intended to utter a particular word, but upon reflection, she thought better of it, realizing it would alter her nature. At this moment, Li Xiuzhu had also risen. When Yuehua turned, she was momentarily taken aback. Li Lang, why are you up so early? Li Xiuzhu, Raplia. If I wait any longer, Yuehua will arrive. Before that, I wish to present you with 2 pieces of calligraphy. Calligraphy? Without further words, Li Xiuzhu proceeded directly to the writing desk. As the leader of the academy, the room was naturally equipped with the 4 treasures of the study. Yuehua did not inquire further, but approached the desk, diligently grinding the ink. With his eyes closed, Li Xiuzhu silently recalled the poem, absorbing the literary prowess of his previous incarnation. After a long while, he opened his eyes and took the brush that Yuehua offered. Water melody, when will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I know not the celestial palaces above, what year it is tonight. I wish to ride the wind back, yet fear the jade towers are too high and cold. Dancing, casting clear shadows, how unlike the mortal realm. Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the intricately carved window, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why does the moon always wax and wane at parting? Humanity experiences joy and sorrow, reunion and parting. The moon has its phases, a tale as old as time. May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even if we are 1,000 miles apart. As Li Xiuzhu laid down the final strokes, Yuehua's eyes sparkled brighter, and upon completion, her gaze was filled with astonishment. As the leader of Shanglin Academy, Yuehua possessed her own unique poetic talent. It was precisely this understanding that allowed her to grasp the significance of this poem. With its emergence, the Mid-Autumn Festival would no longer require words. Before Yuehua could speak, Li Xiuzhu took another sheet of paper and began to write anew. May you be warm in the 3 winters. May your spring be free from cold. May you have light in darkness and an umbrella in the rain. May you care for yourself. May you meet a good person. A warm hue graces your life, with a good companion by your side. Putting down the brush, Li Xiuzhu finally spoke. This poem is for you. I hope it aids you in escaping the whims of fate. This final stanza is my blessing for you. May you find peace in this life. Should I be confined, I wish for you to encounter a good companion, not to waste your remaining years. As Yuehua gazed at the multitude of wishes, she suddenly shook her head. Seizing the brush, she drew a line through may you meet a good person and the subsequent good person. This is incorrect. Did you write it wrong? You can still discern what I intended. After speaking, Yuehua, in a delicate script, rewrote some lines. May you care for yourself and continue the bond with Li Lang. A warm hue graces your life, as spring nights caress the jade zither. To be honest, it was not as fluent, yet it genuinely moved Li Xiuzhu. Very well. Isn't it just about taking responsibility? If not now, when will a man act responsibly? Though I may not provide the identity of a wife, I shall certainly secure this position as a concubine. With this thought, Li Xiuzhu inscribed another line above. In a world where perfection is unattainable, only the Buddha should be burdened, not you. In that instant, Yuehua smiled, radiating immense joy. This was indeed a promise. If one day I am cast out from the Prime Minister's residence, may I see you waiting outside. If I am not cast out, I shall surely bring you into the residence. But will this poem truly help you escape your fate? Yuehua nestled into Li Xiuzhu's embrace and softly murmured, Li Lang, you underestimate this poem. Once it is revealed, The Mid-Autumn Festival shall have no equal. Even in this capital, where new talents emerge, it shall allow me to serve as the leader for 3 more years. The income from 3 years as leader will be sufficient for you to redeem another leader. However, once this poem is released, my value will undoubtedly rise. By the way, Li Lang, could you provide a signature for this poem? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuzhu shook his head. I'm not particularly interested in that. How about you do it? No, I want you to do it. With watery, peach-like eyes and a soft, coaxing tone, Li Xiuzhu found himself ensnared. All right, I shall do it. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to use his real name, instead signing as Bu Jieju Shi. Wu Ji Husi? What does that signify? Li Xiuzhu explained. It carries a Buddhist connotation. Among the 5 precepts, love and desire are deemed sinful. If being with you is a transgression, then so be it. Only the Buddha should bear the burden, not you. Nong Yue's eyes brightened, finding the name delightful. Just then, a commotion was heard from downstairs. Is that Yuehua arriving so swiftly? Upon stepping into Shanglin Academy, Yuehua squinted, for the scoundrel was indeed present. How dare he come to beg without money? And to have her, his fiancée, come to deliver money. What a disgrace. Were it not for the implications on my family's fortune and lives, I would have relished the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Yuehua, accompanied by a group of attendants, stormed in, prompting the madam to appear immediately. Miss, it is rather inappropriate to cause a scene with your attendants. The background of Shanglin Academy is not something you can disturb at will. Yuehua cast a cold glance at the madam. What? Is your status greater than my father, the current prime minister? The madam's expression shifted instantly, transforming from reproach to ingratiation. Miss, how could you say such a thing? Are you the prime minister's daughter? How about this? Just inform me who you seek, and I will bring them to you. How does that sound? The prime minister is occupied with state affairs. You wouldn't want to trouble him, would you? At this moment, the madam internally cursed, unsure which calamity had brought this little tyrant upon them. Although her own master was not intimidated by the prime minister, a trivial matter that troubled the master could lead to her own misfortune. Li Xiuzhu, bring him out to see me. The madam was taken aback. Who was Li Xiuzhu? She had never heard of him. Miss, are you sure you've got the right information? There was no guest by that name who stayed last night. No, he must be here. As Yuehua spoke, she turned to Siyun, startling her. Following Yuehua's gaze, the madam realized Siyun's identity. She was all too aware of whose maid Siyun was, and immediately recalled the handsome young man who had indulged without restraint. Is it him? The madam's heart sank. Relying on the prime minister's residence, yet claiming to be penniless, wasn't this an act of deceit? To indulge without payment was one thing. Now he was bringing trouble. Dear lady, you seek that young man? I was unaware of his name. It was my first time meeting him yesterday. Yuehua had no desire for idle chatter. She wished to leave this place at once. All right, just bring him down. At that moment, Nong Yue and Li Xiuzhu emerged. As their gazes met, it felt as if sparks ignited. Wow, is this what they call electric eyes? It's as if fire is visible. Could they possibly come to blows? 2 women? Surely it can't escalate to that. Look at my dear wife. She must have been thoroughly humiliated. How can the prime minister's son-in-law indulge in pleasure right before the wedding? That's intolerable. I couldn't bear it myself. Yuehua. Chapter 10. The first encounter between the concubine and the legitimate wife. What an audacious fellow. Did he come here with the intention of indulging in debauchery? And did he deliberately come without money? No, that cannot be the case. This scoundrel has squandered all his wealth save for his residence. Wait a moment. Was his previous extravagant persona merely a ruse to provoke a broken engagement? But why? This thought flickered in Yuehua's mind, and suddenly she grasped the answer. He does not wish to become a son-in-law. She is well aware of the expectations placed upon such individuals, so the answer came to her swiftly. This rogue is quite the actor, willing to go to such lengths to avoid being a son-in-law. What a pity, for I, Yuehua, have seen through your intentions. Whether you like it or not, you should be a son-in-law. Just wait and see how I shall make you pay for the humiliation you have caused me. By the way, how much silver does Li Xiuzhu owe? Nong Yue was momentarily taken aback. having forgotten to ponder this question. At that moment, however, where Yuehua could not see, Li Xiaozhu suddenly gestured 5 with his hand. I wonder if Yuehua can comprehend my gesture, Li Xiaozhu thought. Feeling a twinge of regret over the 500 taels of gold he had previously lost in the engagement. Is there a chance to recover it? Yuehua did catch sight of Li Xiaozhu's gesture, yet she could not decipher the meaning of the 5. 50? 500? 5,000? 50 taels seemed far too meager. Given Li Xiaozhu's expenditures from the previous night, even after accounting for her share, it would amount to dozens of taels. It must be 500 taels. As for 5,000 taels, that would likely be the price of her maidenhood. Wait a moment, Li Xiaozhu spent the night here with me. 5,000 taels. Yuehua was momentarily stunned. What has Li Xiaozhu done? No, that previous thought of his does not sit well. This scoundrel is colluding with others to swindle me out of money? 5,000 taels is precisely the amount of the 500 taels of gold from my broken engagement. This rogue is still yearning for that sum. Yuehua turned to the madam, her voice icy as she inquired, "What on earth is happening here? I advise you to speak truthfully. There is surely more than one person here who knows. Should I discover you have deceived me, no one will be able to protect you." Upon hearing this, the madam felt a chill run down her spine. What does it matter to me? She thought. Yet she dared not take the risk. If the madam were to perish, a new one could easily be found, but the daughter of the prime minister is irreplaceable. Calm down, my lady. Here is the situation. Last night, young Masterly visited us, claiming he had no money and wished for the girls to cover his expenses. Our star, Yuehua, happened to be present and volunteered to treat him. Yuehua was momentarily at a loss for words. She did not anticipate Li Xiaozhu concocting such a bizarre tale. After today, he might very well become famous in the capital. However, she became curious about one point. How willing was Yuehua to treat him? Most likely quite willing. The madam hesitated but ultimately spoke. She could not afford to offend Yuehua. Upon hearing this, Yuehua turned her gaze toward Li Xiaozhu. Well, it seems this pretty boy truly knows how to charm young women. Yet, having learned the details of the situation, Yuehua suddenly smiled. You scoundrel, you think to swindle my 500 taels of gold? I shall not part with it. Although she was unsure why Li Xiaozhu seemed to have grown close to Yuehua and conspired with her, she would not fall into their trap. Now that she understood the rogue's intentions, Yuehua felt she was in a position of invincibility. What nonsense is this madam spouting? Is it so easy for me to deceive someone? At that moment, Yuehua was also feeling somewhat dazed. As soon as her mother began speaking, she knew trouble was brewing. Upon seeing Yuehua's smile, she quickly realized Yuehua's intent was to withhold payment. However, Yuehua was not an easy target. Otherwise, she would have long been taken advantage of by sweet-talking men. I did say I would treat the young master to food and drink, but that certainly did not include sharing a bed with him. Last night, the young master had a couple of drinks and this amounted to a substantial sum of silver. Surely, the young lady would not expect me to cover the cost alone. Yuehua regarded Nonjuikuli, completely unfazed by her performance. Had she been unaware, she might have indeed fallen for it. But now, regardless of the truth, she would certainly not part with her money. One cannot stand without integrity. Since the young lady has stated she would treat my husband, so be it. Very well, Xiaozhu, let us depart. After uttering these words, Yuehua turned to the madam and spoke calmly. I trust one am correct in saying that I can take him with me? The madam was taken aback, but she could not obstruct this. After all, Yuehua had indeed made the offer. Though she had suspected it, the madam had not anticipated that Yuehua would truly offer herself up. That's several thousand taels. No, this money must come from Yuehua. By the way, since Yuehua has already entertained guests, shouldn't she be able to earn even more? At once, the madam's eyes lit up with excitement. Li Xiaozhu, however, was also feeling overwhelmed. Is this woman not a good person? Is she really this stingy? And her face is as thick as they come. Upon hearing Li Xiaozhu's praise, Yuehua's lips curled into a slight smile, unable to suppress her amusement. Finally, you recognize my prowess. Yet, as she thought of her father, Yuehua felt a headache coming on. She was uncertain how to explain the situation to him. That scoundrel is truly a troublemaker. Li Xiaozhu departed without casting another glance at Yuehua. not out of disappointment, but rather to avoid bringing her trouble. After all, he was a son-in-law, with no authority whatsoever. As for Yuehua, though she felt somewhat helpless for not being able to assist Li Xiuzhu, she watched him leave Shangle Garden with grace. Once he was gone, Yuehua turned and returned to her room. Just as she settled down in her vanity, as expected, the madam soon came to her. Yuehua, how could you be so foolish? You are practically giving it away in the accounts. That is a considerable sum of silver. Yuehua understood that the madam was indirectly asking for money, as they shared the same roof, and it would be impolite to be too direct. Though 5,000 taels was a significant amount, Yuehua did not take it to heart. Her main concern was why she should bear this expense. She picked up an eyebrow pencil and began to shape her brows. The silk sleeves of her gown sliding down to her elbows, revealing a striking vermilion mark not far from there. The madam's words fell silent. This cannot be. It cannot be. The madam rushed forward, grabbing Yuehua's arm and began to rub it. But this was indeed a genuine token of purity. How could it be removed? Mother, you are hurting me. Yuehua's displeased voice caused the madam to pause, her smile returning. I was merely curious as to how you remain unblemished, yet dare to demand 5,000 taels from the daughter of the Prime Minister. Did you not say that young Masterly drank too much and what? I said nothing more. The rest is your own imagination. After a moment's pause, Yuehua explained, as for requesting 5,000 taels from the young master, it was simply because I felt a connection with him. Seeing that he was without a single coin, I wished to help him procure some change. I simply did not expect that the daughter of the Prime Minister would be so astute as to see through our scheme. Otherwise, do you think she would have refrained from giving us the money? Does the Prime Minister's family truly lack 5,000 taels? The madam felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Are you saying that the young lady has figured it out? She wouldn't come after us, would she? Fear not, she will not. After all, she is the daughter of the Prime Minister. She still cares about her reputation. Suddenly, Yuehua shifted the conversation. Mother, I wonder how much silver is required to redeem oneself from the clutches of the moon. Chapter 11. Little girl, you've hit the jackpot. Mother, do you know how much silver is required to redeem myself? Redeem yourself? The brothel keeper was momentarily taken aback, her expression wavering. Yes, I merely wish to inquire and save some money. In a couple of years, when I grow old and lose my charm, I too should redeem myself. Isn't there a customary practice for self-redemption? Am I not allowed to redeem myself? Realizing it was just an inquiry, the brothel keeper sighed in relief. Of course, you can redeem yourself. Generally, a popular courtesan requires 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels? A popular courtesan possesses the autonomy to decide whether to entertain clients or not. Given her current patronage, she could earn approximately 3,000 taels a month, and after deducting her share, the brothel would profit around 2,000 taels monthly. 50,000 taels equates to 2.5 years' worth of earnings. However, this shortens the earning period, thus the brothel does not suffer. Yuehua nodded gently and replied, I'm not feeling well these days, so I will refrain from entertaining clients. Once I recover, Mother, you may come and collect the money. Stunned. Wait, you were just asking, weren't you? Why the sudden decision? Yuehua smiled at the remark. Though I'm still a bit short, I possess quite a few valuable jewels. Since I have them, I might as well redeem myself, nothing more. At this, the brothel keeper objected vehemently. No, Yuehua, you cannot leave. You are well aware of the current state of Shanglin Courtyard. At present, we are in a transitional phase, and aside from you, we have yet to cultivate anyone else. The entire establishment relies on your support. If you were to leave suddenly, the losses would be substantial. Mother, it seems this matter does not concern me, Yuehua replied. Surely, you cannot be so heartless. Who nurtured you after you were sold to Shanglin Courtyard? As your mother, have I not been lenient with you? Yuehua calmly inquired. How much have I helped Shanglin Courtyard earn? And how much has Shanglin Courtyard invested in me, including my self-redemption funds? The benefits Shanglin Courtyard has reaped for me amount to at least 100,000 taels. Is that not sufficient? Nonetheless, you are correct. I have indeed not caused you much hardship. Even knowing that you might lose your virtue, asking for money is merely part of the arrangement, and I have never felt any sorrow over it. Therefore, I can remain here for 1 year as a gesture of gratitude to you, Mother. However, regarding the self-redemption funds, I require a concrete figure. After all, if I am to stay, I must also pay the hanging fee. At that moment, the brothel keeper finally understood. This was about to become a solo endeavor. You wish to hang your sign? Having reached this stage, Yuehua was not surprised that her intentions had been discerned. She graciously confirmed, "Yes, but if you believe I still need to rely on you and thus inflate the price, I can redeem myself in full. After all, I am a courtesan. Even if I hang my sign at another establishment, many would vie for my company. I can confidently assert that the hanging fees during my tenure will certainly be waived." Instantly, the brothel keeper's calculations were put on hold. However, 50,000 taels was non-negotiable. Yet, she devised a compromise. The redemption fee can be reduced to 30,000 taels. But we must sign a contract stipulating that you remain on the hanging list for a minimum of 2 years. The monthly hanging fee is 900 taels, translating to 30 taels per day, which totals to 12,000 taels for 1 year and 21,600 taels for 2 years. This arrangement would benefit the brothel keeper substantially, yielding an extra 1,600 taels. Upon hearing this, Yuehua paused for a moment, realizing that she would be at a slight loss, but not offending the establishment was worth the sacrifice of 1,600 taels. Most importantly, she would gain her freedom 2 years earlier, knowing her worth would undoubtedly soar thereafter. However, she would not merely acquiesce to the brothel keeper's terms. While Mother is not inclined to suffer losses, the 1,600 taels is not a trivial amount. I propose 3 points for your consideration. Firstly, Yuehua has been with me for 4 years and is quite accustomed to my ways, so I require her selling contract. Secondly, the hanging fees should be settled annually. Lastly, although I intend to remain on the hanging list for 2 years, circumstances may change. Let us revise the mandatory hanging period to 1 year, allowing me to pay the remaining fees should I choose to leave in the 2nd year. The brothel keeper hesitated for a moment before agreeing. There was already a prospective courtesan in training, albeit still needing refinement. With half a year of client interactions, she would be ready to take on clients, providing at least one respectable figure for the establishment. Some may wonder why not train several courtesans, but do you think it is easy to cultivate a courtesan? Beautiful girls are already scarce, and those who can enter a brothel are even fewer. Moreover, as girls mature, training 10 of them may result in only 3 or 4 remaining without flaws. Additionally, each individual's aptitude is limited. Few can master all arts, and typically, they are merely proficient in generalities but excel in one. Yuehua is exceptional. Her talent is remarkable, mastering all arts, which is precisely why she has maintained her position as the top courtesan for 2 years. The brothel keeper, being straightforward, responded very well. Bring both your and Yuehua's selling contracts, along with the new hanging contract this afternoon. Now I feel a bit weary. Take care, Mother. Once the brothel keeper departed, Yuehua approached softly and asked, "Sister, are you preparing to marry?" "Sister, Haven T, you always said you don't wish to marry, that men are unworthy. Moreover, I heard from the servants at the Fu residence that he is merely a son-in-law and cannot provide you with a proper title. Why then?" Yuehua smiled at the question. "I was mistaken. When you meet the right person, you will desire to marry. However, you are correct. For now, I fear I cannot marry him, nor can he marry me. It matters not. I shall wait for him, even if there is no outcome." Immediately, Yuehua grew anxious. "Sister, why? I do not understand. Why?" Yuehua thought of Li Xiuzhu, a slight smile gracing her lips. Perhaps I inadvertently ingested the poison he had hidden away. "Poison? Sister, are you poisoned?" "I shall find a physician," Yuehua exclaimed. "I knew it. Sister would never easily choose to marry. He must have threatened you." Yuehua laughed helplessly at her friend's concern and grasped Yuehua hand. "It is not the poison you imagine. Love is the affliction of the world, the frailty of human nature, a poison unto itself. I have unwittingly consumed the poison he concealed, unable to escape, and likely unable to forget. I willingly surrender my life for it. Do you understand? It has nothing to do with him." Thinking for a moment, Yuehua continued, "Yuehua, what are your future plans? If you stay with me, you may become a companion maid. If you prefer not to, I can send you to other sisters, and with your own selling contract, you will have the freedom to come and go without concern for when you may be assigned to entertain clients." Upon hearing this, Sun hurriedly replied, "Sister, please do not send me away. I wish to accompany you forever and serve you." Yuehua smiled at her earnestness. "Little girl, you have made a wise choice. You've hit the jackpot. Consider the girls who willingly share a bed with him. A single night with him could equate to hundreds of tales for you." Suiyun blushed at the remark, but soon recalled the scene from the previous night when everyone clamored for attention, realizing the truth in Yuehua's words. "Oh dear, sister, you are bullying me." "Am I? I was unaware." Chapter 12. The manipulated father-in-law and son-in-law. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu sat in the carriage, lost in thought. What on earth is wrong with this girl? Why is she silent as soon as she gets in the car? If she is going to divorce me, she could at least give me a clear answer. Or is she capable of enduring this? If she can tolerate this, it's just too complicated. Fu Yuehua's lips twitched, and she suddenly asked, "You didn't sleep with her, did you?" Though it was a question, her tone held an air of certainty, as if she had already concluded the answer. What the hell? How can she be so sure? Is someone watching me? Although he felt bewildered internally, his face remained calm. "Yes, I did. I had a couple too many drinks last night and couldn't resist the temptation. You have no idea how alluring she is, and oh, so tempting." While it felt somewhat strange to share this with his fiancée, he was willing to risk it all for the sake of being divorced. After speaking, Li Xiuzhu casually lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance outside, but found nothing amiss. This little gesture did not escape Fu Yuehua's observant eyes, who felt a slight urge to laugh. However, Li Xiuzhu's words still managed to irritate her. "Tempting? What do you mean by tempting? Did you sleep with her or not? Starting today, you will stay at my house. If nothing is urgent, do not wander around. The housekeeper will keep an eye on you to prevent any trouble. Additionally, if my father inquires about this matter, just say you drank too much and fell asleep at the table. Nothing happened. Remember, you are son-in-law. And what's wrong with being a son-in-law? Am I living off your family's rice? Well, fine, I suppose I will be soon." However, he was somewhat astonished by how this woman seemed to genuinely care about him. But then he realized, women just crave my body. Fu Yuehua. If she could, she would love to knock some sense into him to uncover what twisted thinking resided in his mind. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly asked, "If you were to dig the Grand Canal, how would you go about it?" Why this question about the Grand Canal again? Wait, isn't his father the Prime Minister? Good heavens, is this old man really losing his mind? In an instant, Li Xiuzhu turned pale. "Why do you keep asking about the Grand Canal? Is it really the Prime Minister's order to dig the Grand Canal?" At that moment, seeing the expression on Li Xiuzhu's face, Fu Yuehua became serious. "Call my father. We're to dig it. Do you have any opinions?" "Opinions? What do you mean by opinions? No way, this must be stopped. I cannot allow this family to enter the Prime Minister's residence. It would be a disaster for 3 generations. Yet Li Xiuzhu still asked, "Is it the Prime Minister's suggestion? Or is it just a simple excavation? Is there a difference?" "Of course there is. You first tell me who proposed it. That distinction is significant. If your father proposed it and is responsible for the digging, then if anything goes wrong, 3 generations are implicated. If someone else proposed it, such a massive undertaking is usually proposed by the one who is responsible. Minor officials have their factions. It is impossible for them to propose this. Moreover, such matters are thankless and perilous. Only loyal ministers serving the country or the emperor himself would dare suggest it. If it were the emperor's suggestion, that would be somewhat acceptable. The old father-in-law would take the blame, and since the emperor would feel guilty, he would likely provide some support to the Fu family afterward. However, I cannot disclose this to her first. What if she lies and tricks me into entering the Fu family? If it is indeed the old father-in-law's proposal, even if I get beaten and have my legs broken, I must withdraw from this marriage." Fu Yuehua's expression darkened as she absorbed Li Xiuzhu's thoughts. This cunning man had thought through everything. "This matter was commanded by the emperor to my father, but it is still undecided. My father is just conducting an investigation." "The emperor proposed it? Not yet settled? Thank goodness. In that case, regardless of the outcome, it won't harm me. Convince your father to tell the emperor that this project is a drain on resources and labor. It cannot be executed. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. This scoundrel, though somewhat cowardly, was not inherently bad. Unfortunately, for the sake of our family's safety, I can only involve you. I will make it up to you later. I apologize." Upon arriving at the Fu household, Li Xiuzhu found himself confined. A prediction that indeed turned out to be correct. It was not a mere storage room, but a courtyard, restricting him from wandering about. The courtyard was quite spacious, around 300 to 400 square meters, but who wishes to be confined? Strangely enough, a day had passed without any sight of the elder of the Fu family. Could he endure the thought of his son-in-law engaging in illicit activities? Such a significant matter should not have gone unnoticed. Li Xiuzhu's suspicions were accurate. Fu Wenhan was indeed aware, and at that moment, Fu Yuehua was arguing with her father. Father, he truly did not go to brothels. Even if he did, what is so unusual about a man visiting a brothel? Among the rich and powerful, who hasn't he done it? Why are you fixated on him? Fu Wenhan retorted. Others are others. He is he. He is my son-in-law, a son-in-law who must abide by the rules of the Fu family. Such a son-in-law dares to indulge before even entering the family? How outrageous! Do you know how the ministers view you today? Though they may not voice it, I can see their mocking gazes towards you. Someone, bring that scoundrel to me. I must teach him what it means to be a son-in-law of the Fu family. However, before the person could respond, Fu Yuehua's anger flared. Do not go. Father, if you plan on punishing him, you might as well punish me too. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. After enduring so much for whom? Was it not for this family? Yet no one understood her, and they continued to add to her burdens. Seeing Fu Yuehua in tears, Fu Wenhan panicked. Oh dear daughter, do not cry. It's all my fault. I will not punish him. All right? Please stop crying. Your tears are making me anxious. Fu Wenhan had only 4 daughters, and he was incredibly fond of them. Especially Fu Yuehua, who had always been sensible and had never shed a tear. Before she came of age, she managed the family business with great dedication. Indeed, Fu Yuehua was a remarkable woman, akin to the legendary heroine Su Miaoyun of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, this world was not one of the Tang, Song, Yuan, or Ming dynasties. After crying for a while and releasing the pressure in her heart, Fu Yuehua finally ceased her sobs. Do not involve yourself in Li Xiuzhu's matters. I have made up my mind. Tomorrow is the wedding day. Either let me die or let everything else wait for this matter. Having said this, Fu Yuehua did not wait for her father to respond and turned to leave. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Fu Wenhan sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to keep a daughter safe, and could not help but exclaim in frustration, "What a calamity!" Li Xiuzhu was perplexed. Another day had passed, and there was still no news. With just 2 more hours left, the wedding would begin. Observing the enthusiastic servants around him, Li Xiuzhu was puzzled. Has my cunning truly diminished? It shouldn't be possible, right? Have I regressed in intelligence? Chapter 13. The wedding ceremony and the rejection of official duties. It had been a long time since Miss Fu had smiled, and indeed, one feels invigorated when joy arrives. Fu Yuehua, upon hearing the praise from her maidservant, offered a rare explanation. Yes, I have thought of something delightful. At that moment, she was merely a wall away from Li Xiuzhu. Through repeated experimentation, she had determined the precise distance at which she could hear his innermost thoughts. 10 zhang. Each dynasty's measurement varies, and in this case, 1 zhang equates to 3 meters. Thus, she could only hear Li Xiuzhu's thoughts within a radius of 30 meters. To ensure she did not miss his musings, she had chosen to reside in the courtyard closest to him. Strangely enough, eavesdropping on another's thoughts proved to be quite entertaining. As the wedding drew near, Li Xiuzhu had not received any news of his father-in-law's withdrawal from the engagement, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. However, there was little he could do now. If they were to wed, they could always part ways later. What harm could come of it? Yet, having spent 2 days here, he found himself yearning for that little enchantress, wondering if her monthly cycle had ended. He pondered how much of their affection had withstood the test of time apart. Would they still share the same intimacy? This was a critical concern, as human emotions are ever-changing. Nevertheless, he had done all he could. Now, only time would tell. My lord, it is time to change into your wedding attire. He was informed. With little enthusiasm, Li Xiuzhu allowed the servants to assist him, soon finding himself ushered into the main hall, seated beside Fu Yuehua. The hall was already filled with guests, most of whom were not clad in official robes, yet their demeanor and posture suggested their status. one could easily surmise that 60% were wealthy merchants or officials. However, this was the wedding of a noble's daughter, and it was unlikely that mere merchants would gain entry into the inner sanctum. Just as the ceremony was about to commence, a sudden voice rang out, announcing the arrival of His Majesty. The emperor had come? This was unexpected. Why would the emperor attend the wedding of a mere subject's daughter? Li Xiuzhu stood in a daze until Yuehua discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Noticing that all the ministers had bowed in respect, he hurriedly followed suit. Fortunately, it is not a kneeling ceremony. That would be utterly dreadful. Yuehua's mind raced with concern. Could it be that Li Xiuzhu was unaware of even the basic etiquette required before the emperor? Please rise. This is not a formal occasion. My esteemed ministers need not stand on ceremony, the emperor declared. At that moment, Fu Wanhan, Yuehua's father, rushed to the emperor's side, expressing his regret for not welcoming him properly. Your Majesty, I am overwhelmed by your presence at my daughter's wedding. Do not mention it, Fu Aiqing. You have served our great Qian dynasty diligently, and with so few daughters, it is only right that I make an effort to attend, the emperor responded, casting a glance at Li Xiuzhu. Indeed, Fu Xianghua has acquired a fine son-in-law. Such handsome features. One might even envy you, my good man. Without needing Fu Yuehua's cue, Li Xiuzhu knew how to respond. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your Majesty's words instill fear in me, yet I must respectfully disagree. How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner? Apologize at once. Fu Wanhan feigned reprimand, yet his intention was to protect the young man. The emperor's wrath was not to be trifled with. Intrigued, the emperor inquired, Oh, pray tell, how have I erred? Speak well and be rewarded, but a misstep will bring punishment. Li Xiuzhu, unfazed, seized the opportunity, having long prepared his reasoning. Your Majesty, every individual possesses their own aesthetic appreciation. While beauty and ugliness can be discerned, who among us can definitively declare one more beautiful than another among three equally attractive individuals? Perhaps the men favor the one on the left, while the women prefer the one on the right. The emperor, intrigued, posed a question, and what of the one in the middle? Does no one have affection for them? Neither male nor female stands in the center. Perhaps the esteemed individual beside you would appreciate them, he thought, yet refrained from voicing this audacious statement, recognizing the potential consequences of such words. Fu Yuehua felt a chill run down her spine, fearing that Li Xiuzhu would inadvertently reveal his thoughts. This could spell disaster, for that individual was a favored attendant of the emperor. Relieved, Fu Yuehua exhaled. The ability to hear thoughts was not without its drawbacks, as it could lead to undue anxiety. Well said. Your talents are indeed remarkable. The emperor complimented Li Xiuzhu before bestowing rewards. Bring forth a pair of gold lions and a bag of 1,000 taels. Li Xiuzhu, understanding the moment, bowed again. Thank you, Your Majesty. It was only then that he took a closer look at the emperor, who appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a well-groomed beard. He was relatively handsome, a product of royal lineage, though Li Xiuzhu felt he was inconsequentially superior. I must keep my distance. What if the old man becomes envious? Li Xiuzhu musha, worried that admiration might turn to jealousy and lead to his downfall. Is your son-in-law interested in a career in government? The emperor inquired. Without waiting for Fu Wanhan to respond, Li Xiuzhu promptly declined. He had prepared numerous reasons for his refusal, having read many online tales. Your Majesty, I am but a simple man with limited knowledge, unable even to write a few characters. To hold office would only bring harm to the nation and its people. Furthermore, I suffer from a stomach ailment that prevents me from standing for long periods. I must take my time to recuperate. Thus, I am unworthy of your grace. To serve in government? Serving the emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. Even a dog would be wise to avoid such a fate, Fu Yuehua thought. Astonished by her husband's refreshing perspective, a man of such talent, yet unwilling to serve the imperial family? Wasn't it the aspiration of scholars to enter the ranks of officials? His utter disregard for imperial authority left her bewildered. Alas, it was a shame. Illness should not be trifled with. Fu, I shall send an imperial physician tomorrow to attend to your son-in-law, the emperor declared. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiuzhu, Rablia. The emperor, however, could not linger long, as the wedding ceremony was about to commence. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our parents. Finally, the couple bows to each other. After completing the ceremonial bows, the emperor exchanged a few words with Fu Wenhan before taking his leave. Once Fu Yuehua had been escorted back to their chamber, Li Xiuzhu ventured out to toast the guests. Throughout this segment, Steward Ma accompanied him, guiding him on the ranks of the officials present. It seemed serving at the Prime Minister's residence was no simple task. Merely remembering names was a skill in itself. When Li Xiuzhu finally returned to the bridal chamber, fatigue washed over him as he leaned against the wall. Gazing blearily at the figure adorned in red before him, he broke into a foolish grin. "I'm not drunk." Fu Yuehua hesitated, unfazed, and approached to lift the red veil. The next moment, her stunning visage was unveiled before Li Xiuzhu's eyes. Chapter 14. My flamboyant performance, profoundly knowledgeable in the art of manipulation. Regrettably, at this moment, Li Xiuzhu was already inebriated. His vision blurred and distorted, rendering him incapable of distinguishing beauty from ugliness. In this state, Fu Yuehua seized the cup of marriage wine from the table, grasped Li Xiuzhu's hand, and took another sip of the ceremonial drink. The necessary rituals had been fulfilled, and aside from the completion of the bridal chamber, everything appeared satisfactory. Jin Ping and Yin Ping, the two maidservants stationed at the door, looked momentarily stunned before they pushed the door open and entered. "Miss, please assist him to the next room to rest." Yin Ping, ensure he is cleaned up and well attended to. Jin Ping, after helping Yin Ping with the master, "Come back to prepare for my washing." "Yes, miss." Once the three departed, Fu Yuehua gazed at the lavish decorations in the room and sighed. It wasn't he that she was unwilling to consummate the marriage with Li Xiuzhu. She simply had an aversion to the smell of alcohol. Moreover, to be candid, there was a slight knot in her heart, as if something was amiss. "Forget it. I shall grant him his due tomorrow." The following morning, Li Xiuzhu awoke inadaze. "Wait a moment. Where is my wife? No, where are my clothes? Could it be that I lost my virtue? Did I sleep with Fu Yuehua? How could I have no recollection of it? What a loss. This doesn't seem to be my bridal chamber, does it?" Surveying his surroundings and piecing together the situation, Li Xiuzhu felt a mix of relief and disappointment. On one hand, it was fortunate not to have lost his virtue while unconscious. On the other, to not have consummated on his wedding night felt somewhat disheartening, stirring his inner literary sensibilities. You had your chance, and you squandered it. Even in a drunken stupor, I was not taken, and yet I am still desired? What can be done? It amounts to nothing. Listening intently to Li Xiuzhu's thoughts, Fu Yuehua went from a beaming smile to a face full of questions. If this were an anime, the black line above her forehead would surely be evident. "You scoundrel." With gritted teeth and clenched fists, her expression darkened, conveying that he was in peril. Stay calm, stay calm. I haven't yet had my say. Once I do, I shall deal with him. After all, he is but a son-in-law. Can he truly escape my grasp?" Reassuring herself, Fu Yuehua's mood improved considerably. However, upon regaining her composure, she sensed a change within herself, one that had grown increasingly volatile. If one day she transformed from a virtuous wife into a fierce lioness, Li Xiuzhu would bear full responsibility. Unaware that he had narrowly evaded disaster, Li Xiuzhu, freshly washed, stepped outside and encountered Yin Ping. "Who are you?" "Master, I am Yin Ping." "Ah, Yin Ping. It appears I have not yet had breakfast. Is there anything for me to eat?" Yin Ping, taken aback, had not anticipated that Li Xiuzhu's first request upon waking would be for food. "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall fetch something to eat." As Yin Ping departed, Li Xiuzhu, feeling bored, settled down in a nearby pavilion. However, as soon as he sat, he was rendered speechless. "Look, I said the miss uses him as a shield. On the very first night of marriage, he couldn't even enter the bridal chamber. Surely, he was chased out. Initially, I envied him, but this is hardly worth a dog's attention. Nonetheless, if a celestial being like her would allow me to be near her, even if I were but a dog, I would gladly comply. Enough. Let's not let him hear us. Why fear him? He is merely a son-in-law. Does he dare to control us? Such lackeys dare to discuss the master's affairs? A son-in-law is still a son-in-law. What kind of family ethos is this? Moreover, With their demeanor, do they truly believe they can approach Fu Yuehua? At that moment, Fu Yuehua, who had been writing, suddenly turned pale, her expression cold as ice. With a loud slam, her brush fell onto the paper, leaving a long streak across half-finished characters, dotted with ink splatters. "Miss, what troubles you?" Fu Yuehua remained silent, striding purposefully towards the door. Just then, Li Xiuzhu suddenly pondered a question. "Wait, do son-in-laws lack the authority to punish these servants? What if I were to punish or strike them? Would that not bring me closer to being dismissed? A small act of defiance, accumulating over time, would surely provoke her to cast me aside." With a spark of inspiration, Li Xiuzhu promptly rose and approached the group. When they noticed his approach, the servants straightened up, as if they held no fear. "Were you speaking to me just now?" Immediately, the one who had expressed a desire to be close to Fu Yuehua spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Ah, the master has good hearing. Even our hushed discussions were caught. His hearing rivals that of a hound." Li Xiuzhu, incensed, delivered a resounding slap to the servant's face. "You dare strike me?" The servant exclaimed in disbelief. "Brothers, beat him. Rest assured, he won't dare to speak of this. Who instilled such a delusion in you? I am quite skilled at reporting offenses." Li Xiuzhu, fully aware of the principle of striking first, launched a kick. However, these servants were no fools. They were robust and capable, each possessing a modicum of skill. While it was not a matter of 1 against 100, taking on one was certainly not an issue. Additionally, given the lowly status of a son-in-law, they had not anticipated Li Xiuzhu's sudden aggression. As he kicked, Li Xiuzhu realized too late and swiftly retreated. Yet, his lack of physical prowess could not keep pace with the servant's swiftness, and as a fist neared his face, he could merely close his eyes in resignation. At that moment, a furious shout rang out. "Stop!" The incoming punch came to an abrupt halt, and the anticipated pain never arrived. Fu Yuehua had arrived. Li Xiuzhu recognized her voice instantly. Opening his eyes and glancing at the halted fist before him, he leisurely approached, and upon drawing near, he cried out, "Ouch!" Before the sound had fully escaped his lips, he collapsed to the ground, clutching half his face and wailing in agony. "Help! Murder!" The exaggerated performance was evident to all. Yet Li Xiuzhu shamelessly continued his charade. Every onlooker's lips twitched, and Fu Yuehua's simmering anger was nearly extinguished by his antics. "Stop embarrassing yourself on ground. Do you think no one can see through your act?" Seeing Li Xiuzhu being chastised, the anxious servants exchanged glances, finding solace in the fact that the eldest miss was indeed on their side. "Was it that obvious? I thought I was performing splendidly." Despite being unmasked, Li Xiuzhu remained unfazed, showcasing his profound understanding of manipulation. Casting a glance at Fu Yuehua's darkened countenance, he nonchalantly remarked, "Is it truly so dreadful to have struck one of your servants? Must you wear such a grim expression? Are you going to say that one must mind the master when punishing a dog? I am unworthy to manage the servants of your esteemed household. I understand. It is I who am unworthy. So, how shall you punish me? As long as it is not corporal punishment or a divorce decree, you may issue whatever you please." Chapter 15. My frugal wife stands up for me. Divorce? Dream on. After enduring so many grievances to bring you into my life, you dare to ask for a divorce? Not a chance. Bring them in. Bring them in. Aren't you ashamed to have such a useless husband? Are you really going to punish me? I admit my mistake, but I can't handle the beating. Fu Yuehua's lips quivered as she struggled to suppress a smile. How could this cheap husband be so delusional? "Miss!" The synchronized voices of the servants reached her ears as she observed her 4 familiar attendants. "Seize them!" The cold command, imbued with an undeniable authority, instantly chilled the atmosphere around them. The subsequent attendants, indifferent to the plight of the original 4, rushed forward and pinned them to the ground. "Miss, please forgive us. We were wrong." Fu Yuehua remained unmoved, merely instructing Jean Ping beside her, "Summon all the servants, including those from the master and madam." "Yes, miss." Jean Ping hurried away, fearful of falling behind and facing punishment. It had been years since she had witnessed Miss so enraged. "Miss, we truly regret our actions. We shouldn't have laid hands on the young master. Please grant us mercy." "Silence. Speak again." and I shall ensure you lose all your teeth." In that moment, the four attendants ceased their pleas, realizing that begging for mercy might only lead to a beating, but further entreaties could result in permanent injury. They waited for nearly half an hour, during which chairs were brought for Li Xiuzhu and Fu Yuehua. Yet, Li Xiuzhu appeared perplexed. What does this girl mean? This doesn't seem like a punishment. Is she defending me? Why can't I believe it? Fu Yuehua thought, is my impression in your mind so poor? I shall settle accounts with you later. After 2 more minutes, unable to endure the wait any longer, he exclaimed, I haven't had breakfast yet. Can I eat first? The breakfast from a silver tray had already been sitting in the pavilion for a while. It would be a shame to let it go cold. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua opened her eyes and shot him a glare, but then waved him away, permitting him to leave. 3 minutes later, Jean Ping suddenly announced, Miss, everyone is here. Fu Yuehua, having been resting her eyes, opened them again to survey the gathering of servants before her. These past 2 years, I have focused on external affairs and neglected matters at home. Have you all forgotten who is the master and who are the servants? Servants dare not. I dare not. Not dare. Fu Yuehua glanced at the 4 attendants. Speak. What were you discussing? Speak one by one. Do not think of hiding anything. The young master is listening. The 4 attendants exchanged nervous glances, feeling the weight of fear. Before they could communicate with their eyes, Fu Yuehua coldly interjected. Do you wish to conspire? Break their legs. In that instant, 3 of them hastily began to plead for mercy. Miss, please don't. I will tell you everything. Miss, I will too. Please spare me. I will speak. Only one remained silent, drenched in cold sweat, for while others had merely spoken ill of the young master, he had been coveting the Mississippi. The first to plead began, Miss, it was like this. We were chatting when we saw the young master emerge from next door, and I remarked that the miss was using him as a shield. On the first night of the wedding, he couldn't even enter the bridal chamber, clearly cast aside. Then Wang Wu added, At first I was envious, but this? Not even worth a dog. Following this, Hao Si began to speak, but Fu Yuehua already sensed the conversation turning to herself, and she let out a cold hum. Then say what Hao Si said. Wang Wu hurriedly interjected. Hao Si said that if he could get close to such a celestial being as the miss, he would gladly endure anything, even if it meant being treated like a dog. Li Tinia chimed in, All right, don't let the young master hear this. Fu Yuehua's expression grew icy. These wretched souls dared to covet her. She turned to Li Xiuzhu and asked sternly, Did they omit anything? Li Xiuzhu, while eating, replied, Not much, it seems. Fu Yuehua then addressed the 4 with a chilling tone. Very well, not only do you dare to slander the young master, but you also covet your own mistress. Hao Si, break all 4 their limbs and throw them to the magistrate for proper handling. The rest of you, break 1 hand and 1 leg each, and cast them out. In that moment, the 4 were utterly terrified, struggling and shouting in protest. Miss, please don't. Miss, seemingly annoyed by the commotion, Fu Yuehua suddenly commanded, Shut your mouths. The sound of slaps and muffled cries resonated through the air, drowning out all other noise. Fu Yuehua then turned to the assembled servants, who dared not breathe, and spoke coldly, The master is the master, and the servants are the servants. Know your place. Should I learn that any of you dare to discuss the master, you will become examples for others. Moreover, my relationship with the young master is not for you to comment on. No matter how the young master acts, he remains your master. Even if he were to unjustly harm you, I would still stand by his side. Is Fu Yuehua standing up for me? Does she really like me? Here comes that narcissistic thought again. Fu Yuehua's brow twitched, and she felt no desire to reprimand anyone further. All right, you may disperse. At that moment, several individuals emerged. Yuehua, what has happened? It was Fu Yuehua's mother, whom she had met the day before. Madam, yes, you may leave. With her mother's words, the servants finally departed. Fu Yuehua then remarked, In recent years, I have been remiss in my duties at home, and these servants have dared to covet their mistress and even laid hands on Xiuzhu. They must be out of their minds. What? Such a thing happened? Xiuzhu, come here. Let me see if you are injured. Ah, cough. Is this mother-in-law overly concerned for me? And is it appropriate for you, being so young, to be so close to me? Fu Yuehua's brow twitched. What outrageous thoughts was this scoundrel entertaining? That was my mother. And besides, young? Fu Yuehua's mother, Chun, married into the Fu family at 14, gave birth to Fu Yuehua at 15, and is now 30. In Fu Yuehua's eyes, this was a perfectly normal maternal age. But in the modern world, there were many unmarried women at 30. Li Xiuzhu, while pondering, smiled and replied, "It's fine, mother-in-law. I'm unhurt. I'm in good health." As he spoke, Li Xiuzhu turned around and even jumped a bit, determined to avoid any inappropriate contact with his mother-in-law. Chapter 16. My cousins, unbelievable. Sinister actions, everything is fine, everything is fine. Yuehua, you have done well. These servants at home certainly need to be disciplined. Gome, Xiutsu. Let's go to my room and converse with mother. Taking advantage of Li Xiuzhu's distraction, Chun had already seized his hand. Let go, mother-in-law. I am your son-in-law. I implore you, don't do this. Don't come any closer. Don't pull me. I'm about to cry. What if my father-in-law finds out that his wife is holding my hand? Would he kill me? Oh no, I feel tainted now. How innocent. Fu Yuehua's expression darkened as she was perplexed by how this rascal could think so frivolously. The moment the word innocent slipped out, she could no longer contain her anger and stepped forward to separate their hands. Simultaneously, her delicate hand moved towards Li Xiuzhu's waist. Sensing the impending danger, Li Xiuzhu discreetly stepped aside and cast a glance at that fair hand. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I might have lost my vitality today, even without my father-in-law's intervention. Yuehua, what is happening? In response to her mother's puzzled expression, Fu Yuehua instantly donned a beaming smile. Mother, it has been ages since I last chatted with you. I missed you so much. Ah, my dear, it has indeed been a while since you have expressed such affection. Your mother hardly recognizes you anymore. Shin hesitated and glanced at her son-in-law. Well then, mother, please go ahead. I would like to wander around a bit. He is a son-in-law, so the parents of the daughter must refer to him as father and mother. Formally, he cannot call them father-in-law and mother-in-law. Very well, Yuehua, please take the son-in-law for a stroll in the garden. Yes, madam. This way, please, son-in-law. All right. Finally, I can escape. As Fu Yuehua watched Li Xiuzhu and Yuehua leave, she finally withdrew her gaze. Chen smiled at her daughter. It seems you and the son-in-law have a good relationship. That reassures me. I'm sorry to have worried you. After they had taken only a few steps, Chen suddenly halted, her expression shifting from one of joy to one of uncertainty. You may go down now. Yes, madam. Fu Yuehua was taken aback, not understanding her mother's sudden request. Why did she want the servants to leave? Was there something she wished to discuss privately? Yet what could it be that the servants should not hear? Before Fu Yuehua could ponder this, Chun spoke in a hushed tone. Did you not sleep with Xiuzhu last night? Huh? How does mother know? Did you arrive earlier? No, that cannot be. If she had known beforehand, she would not have spoken as she did earlier. However, Fu Yuehua did not deny it, and simply nodded. Why? Do you not like Xiuzhu? Then why must you marry him? Indeed, it is a marriage. A son-in-law is the one who marries into the family. Well, mother, it is not as you think. You know I despise the smell of alcohol. He drank too much last night, and the scent was unbearable. I was worried he might vomit in my room. So I had Impang take care of him. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression brightened considerably. Oh, I see. Then let us complete the wedding ceremony today. Your mother is eagerly awaiting a grandchild. Fu Yuehua had already made up her mind regarding this matter, and offered no resistance. Meanwhile, as Li Xiuzhu meandered through the garden, he stumbled upon a lively area filled with laughter. Curiosity piqued. He glanced over to see a group of children, the oldest of whom appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Are these my cousins? Yes, son-in-law. The second young lady is Fu Yunshuang. The third young lady is Fu Yinyu, and the fourth young lady is Fu Baozhu. Why does the fourth young lady have such a different name? Her name was given by Madame. She claimed to have dreamt of an immortal bestowing a precious pearl upon her before giving birth. Don't regale me with tales of immortals. Have you ever heard of a set of celestial beings descending from the heavens? A set of immortals? Yuehua blinked. She had never seen an immortal, but since Madame had dreamt of one, it could be considered a sighting, right? Exactly. That is why this is not a realm of spirits. As Li Xiuzhu conversed with Yuehua, he caught the attention of the children in the garden. In an instant, two little girls, around 7 or 8 years old, came rushing over. Brother, we have never seen you before. Where do you come from? How did you become so handsome? Before Li Xiuzhu could respond, the elder Fu Yunshuang approached, curtsied, and cheerfully said, Yunshuang greets my brother-in-law and my younger sisters. This is the husband of our elder sister. Oh, you've seen me before? At the wedding, ladies were not permitted in the main hall, so Li Xiuzhu had only met Shun. He had not encountered the younger sisters, and logically, they should not have seen him either. Fu Yunshuang smiled again, exuding a natural charm that was neither forced nor pretentious. Her exquisite little face radiating vivacity and cheer. Just the other day, I heard that my brother-in-law had arrived, and I secretly watched you from outside. Secretly watching a man? This little girl is amusing. And how do you find me, brother-in-law? Am I not handsome enough? Upon hearing such an unabashed question, the little girl nodded enthusiastically. Not just handsome, brother-in-law. You are the most handsome man I have ever seen. If I were not too young to marry, I might even compete with my sister. Is this girl so bold? Am I outdated, or are children maturing too quickly? Wait, it must be that I am exceedingly handsome, captivating both young and old. But men can be excluded from this. Yet, observing the second cousin's 12 or 13-year-old demeanor, Li Xiuzhu couldn't help but exclaim internally, what a travesty. Indeed, being too handsome is also a sin. Ahem, let's not dwell on that. What are you all doing? Brother-in-law, we're playing tag. I am quite skilled. Even third sister cannot catch me. Seeing that the second sister was engrossed in conversation with her brother-in-law, the two little ones eagerly sought to assert their presence. However, their words caused Fu Yunshuang's expression to darken. Our father and sister do not allow us to go outside, so we can only find fun at home. Is that all? Fun? You must have some misunderstanding about fun. In modern times, children might even become ill from boredom. Would you like me to help you think of some games? This seems a tad dull. The three of them brightened at his suggestion. Third and fourth sisters clapped their hands in glee. That would be wonderful, brother-in-law. I can never catch fourth sister. She runs too fast, and I have long wanted to stop playing with her. Baozhu, being a spirited little girl, immediately turned and huffed. Humph. If you don't want to play with me, then I don't want to play with you. You. Second sister, look. Baozhu is bullying me again. Suddenly, Baozhu stood beside Li Xiuzhu, grabbed his hand, and declared to the others, I am not afraid of you. I have a brother-in-law. Chapter 17. The man aspiring to be the king of children, I fear you not, for I have my brother-in-law. Li Xiuzhu chuckled at the playful antics of Baozhu. He picked her up and earnestly instructed, Baozhu, while play is delightful, do not jest with your sisters. They are your closest companions, and we must not allow misunderstandings to arise among you. Baozhu offered an apology, and her brother-in-law promised to teach them a new game. Turning to him, Baozhu protested, No, it's third sister who said she didn't want to play with me. Li Xiuzhu reassured her, No. Your third sister meant she didn't wish to play that particular game. Not that she doesn't want to play with you at all. Otherwise, why would she chase after you every day? Is that true? She asked, not of Li Xiuzhu, but seeking confirmation from her third sister, Yuehua, who nodded vigorously. Baozhu then turned to Yuehua and apologized. I'm sorry, third sister. I shouldn't have said that. All is forgiven. Now, let's find a place to play, Li Xiuzhu suggested. He reminisced about his own childhood, a time devoid of iPads, gaming consoles, or PS2s, where only a group of exuberant children existed. Marbles won't do, as we have no glass beads. Bricks are also unsuitable due to their danger. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Xiuzhu. Yuehua, could you fetch me a pair of chopsticks and a small knife? Yuehua nodded eagerly. I'll get them right away. Li Xiuzhu surveyed the surroundings, realizing that only the grassy area would suffice for their game. He selected a patch near the pavilion, ensuring it remained shaded, and began to clear the grass. Leveling the ground, this spot was perpetually shielded from the sun, with the soil being soft and malleable. The three girls watched Li Xiuzhu with curiosity and excitement, eager to uncover his intentions. As he finished preparing the area, Yuehua returned with the requested items. The youngest, Baozhu, could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother-in-law, what game is this? Why are we pulling up the grass and leaving it bare? Li Xiuzhu, having sharpened the chopsticks, explained, this game is called cutting squares. That's quite simple. Observe as I draw a square here and make a guess. If you land within this square, I can draw a line, nullifying one side and only using the other. When it's your sister's turn, she must aim for that side. If she succeeds, she can further divide it. If she fails, she loses. However, to make the game more engaging, we should introduce stakes. Money would be rather crass, and gambling is not advisable. Instead, I propose using slips of paper. Just plain paper, a bit narrower, to stick on each other's faces. It's easy to clean up, adds a bit of excitement, and isn't wasteful. Moreover, although the chopsticks are wooden, they are sharpened and can be hazardous. So, no flicking or throwing them about, and no pointing them at your sisters, understood? If you all behave and listen, I shall devise other fun games for you in the future. But if you misbehave, I shall no longer play with you, understood? This last admonition was primarily directed at the younger children. Yuehua, being older, though still playful, was more discerning. Understood, brother-in-law. We will definitely listen. Both the third and fourth sisters promised, while Yuehua, feeling somewhat infantilized, nodded in agreement. Li Xiaozhu, still not entirely reassured, instructed the maids nearby. Please keep a close watch on the young ladies and remember what I just said. If they overstep, be sure to intervene. Yes, sir. The maids had previously witnessed Fu Yuehua supporting Li Xiaozhu, and concerning the young ladies, they were certainly cautious. The three girls began to play, and Li Xiaozhu joined them for a couple of rounds. However, his superior skill quickly led him to be ousted from their little group. Fu Yuehua was the next to be dismissed, but her interest in the game did not match that of the younger children. Seated in the pavilion, they sipped tea as Fu Yuehua observed her two younger sisters with a smile, remarking, "It has been quite some time since I've seen the third and fourth sisters so joyous. What else with that maternal gaze? Please, you are still a child yourself." Li Xiaozhu was about to respond when he noticed Fu Yuehua staring off into the distance. Following her gaze, he caught a glimpse of a kite soaring high in the sky, several hundred meters away from the Fu residence. Although faint, it was visible enough. Observing the wonder and longing in Fu Yuehua eyes, Li Xiaozhu asked incredulously, "Have you never flown a kite before?" She snapped back to reality, her expression slightly melancholic. "No. My father used to say he would take us to fly kites when he had the time, but he was always overwhelmed with official duties. Later, my eldest sister took charge and forbade us from going outside. And, being busy, she never took us kite flying." Li Xiaozhu surveyed the spacious courtyard, suddenly feeling as if they were imprisoned. "But why not buy a kite and fly in the garden? I believe this space is ample enough." Fu Yuehua paused. "Can one fly a kite in the garden? Isn't it meant for the countryside?" She recalled instances when accompanying her mother to pay respects, where they had seen people flying kites along the way. However, those instances were always outside the city. She had never seen it done within the city limits. Li Xiaozhu chuckled. "Who says kites must be flown outside the city? Families in less fortunate circumstances might find their homes too small, but your family. Our garden is ample. Look at that kite. How far do you think it is from us?" Fu Yuehua squinted at the kite and hesitantly replied, "I can't see it clearly, but it must be over a kilometer away. Close, but not quite so far. I estimate it to be about 500 to 800 meters at most." The Fu family resided almost at the heart of the imperial city, making it impossible to venture beyond the city limits within 2 kilometers in any direction. Suddenly, Li Xiaozhu's gaze lingered on the kite's location, realizing it was near the royal palace, which dwarfed even the prime minister's residence. Just a simple kite, and yet, as Li Xiaozhu lost himself in thought, Fu Yuehua broke the silence. "Brother-in-law, could you buy me a kite?" Li Xiaozhu paused, offering a resigned smile. "I'm afraid I'm confined by your sister's restrictions and am not permitted to leave the estate without cause. It seems I won't be able to procure one in the near future." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua expression dimmed. Yet, Li Xiaozhu continued, "However, although I cannot buy one, it is not a problem. I can make one." Fu Yuehua eyes lit up with excitement. "Really, brother-in-law?" Chapter 18. A title eludes us. How could my brother-in-law possibly deceive you? Not only can he craft kites, but he can also create ones you have never seen before. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Cough, cough. He is aware of his own prowess, yet your praise. Just look at my younger cousins. Huang Mao, you mustn't let your imagination run wild. At this moment, Fu Yuehua entirely overlooked a crucial point. Her sister merely forbade them from going out. had she instructed the servants to fetch a kite, who could have opposed it? A simple command to the housekeeper would suffice. Moreover, Li Xiuzhu indeed possessed the skill to make kites. After all, isn't it a task that merely requires hands? Yuehua, do we have any bamboo at home? Just one piece will do. Bamboo. Yuehua was momentarily bewildered. You cannot expect me to find bamboo simply because my name is Yuehua, can you? After pondering, she shook her head and replied, while we do have bamboo tubes, we lack fresh bamboo. Bamboo tubes will suffice, as long as it's over half a meter long. It will do. Kite-eye, do we have any mounting paper? A piece over a meter long will be adequate. Yes, we do. I will fetch it right away. Watching the two depart, Li Xiuzhu couldn't help but smile at the two younger cousins still playing. Who would have thought that traversing time would allow him to experience the joys of raising children? Is this what one might call a leisurely existence? It seems rather enjoyable. Perhaps I should ask Yuehua to bear me. 2 children? No more than that. After all, the child was an unexpected surprise. The bamboo tube was quickly brought over, and Li Xiuzhu set it aside. After scraping 2 slender bamboo strips, he discarded the remnants. Yuehua, I worked so hard, and you only used 2 thin strips of bamboo. It would have been far better to cut 2 longer ones from the broom. They would be easier to handle. Unfortunately, Li Xiuzhu could not hear Yuehju's thoughts, and even if he could, he would not have heeded them. The bamboo branches were thick at one end and thin at the other, creating uneven pressure. If the kite were to fly, it would indeed be a miracle. Once the bamboo strips were ready, Li Xiuzhu took the mounting paper that Yuehua had brought. This was the only paper thick enough among what they had. Aside from this paper, the only other material capable of withstanding the wind's force and lifting the kite skyward would be specialized kite-making paper. This type of paper resembled that used in funerary rites, yet it possessed superior resilience and was less permeable to air, requiring special processing. Li Xiuzhu, unable to procure such paper for the time being, made do with the mounting paper. Before cutting, Li Xiuzhu measured with the bamboo strip and was relieved to find no need for splicing. One strip merely needed to be slightly shortened to align with the paper's edges. He cut the mounting paper into a square piece and then fashioned a long, slender strip, completing most of the preparatory work. Yuehua, go fetch a roll of sewing thread. Something sturdy will suffice. Understood, my lord. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiuzhu went to the kitchen to procure some glue. With no adhesive or tape available, this would have to suffice for the time being. A few more stitches would secure the curved bamboo strips. That should pose no significant challenge. By the time Yuehua returned with the sewing thread, Li Xiuzhu had already adhered one spine of the square paper diagonally. However, the other spine proved troublesome due to its curvature, making it difficult to adhere under pressure. Even though Li Xiuzhu had shaved this piece of bamboo thin enough, its elasticity was manageable, allowing him to devise a solution. He placed 2 square bricks on top to weigh it down while it dried, then used a needle and thread to weave back and forth, securing it to the paper at regular intervals. Finally, he created 2 symmetrical, small holes at the intersection of the spines and the lower spine to tie them together, then affixed a long tail. Thus, a simple kite was completed. It could fly, but it wouldn't soar hundreds of meters. At most, it might reach a height of 70 or 80 meters before falling apart. Brother-in-law, is this really a kite? Can the one we made truly fly? It can, but only in a rudimentary fashion, perhaps 30 or 40 zhang high at best. After all, the materials here are not specifically meant for kite making. We must make do for now. Even so, Fu Yuehua felt immensely satisfied. She merely wished for a kite of her own, to experience the joy that others had felt. Thank you, brother-in-law. Can we fly the kite now? We can, but wouldn't a plain white paper be a bit dull? And it lacks auspiciousness. Why don't we draw something with ink and create a kite uniquely for Yuehua? Yuehua's exclusive kite. At that moment, the eyes of her younger cousins lit up, captivated by the phrase. Simultaneously, Xiao San and Xiao Si, already drawn to the kite-making, grew impatient and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I want a kite just for Baozhu. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Yin, you want a special kite too? Li Xiuzhu chuckled. Is this the joy of raising children? Being surrounded by little ones making requests. He squatted down, ruffled the hair of the 2 girls, and said with a smile, If you both give your brother-in-law a kiss, I shall craft kites that are exclusively for Yin and Baozhu. In that instant, Yuzhu and the maids were taken aback. This is not deceiving innocent children, is it? Yet, as they deliberated whether to intervene, the two little girls were unconcerned and had already planted kisses on Li Xiuzhu's cheek. Li Xiuzhu himself had not thought much of it. What ill intentions could he harbor towards two 7- or 8-year-old girls? It was simply a fondness for children. Wasn't this how everyone felt in the past? Encouraged by the two little treasures, Li Xiuzhu proceeded to craft 2 more kites, this time with templates, allowing him to work with greater proficiency. Before Li Xiuzhu could finish, Yunshuang had already returned with an inkstone and brush. Yunshuang, you start grinding the ink, and I will come over once I have the kite roughly done. Okay, brother-in-law. I'm on a hurry. You can help Xiao San and Xiao Si first. As Yunshuang ground the ink, she watched the 3 busy figures, 1 adult and 2 children, and suddenly felt a wave of contentment and joy. Abruptly, her cheeks flushed. She had just envisioned that if she were a bit older and her sister married her brother-in-law, would she too find herself in such a scene after having children? It is often said that youthful hearts are filled with poetry. In an era where girls could be betrothed as early as 12 or 13, Yunshuang's understanding was not much different from that of later generations. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of her daydreams. Otherwise, he might have exclaimed, "Don't come any closer." Li Xiuzhu, having helped the 2 little girls secure the spines, returned to Yunshuang's side and said, "You may now add some drawings to this kite or even inscribe a line of poetry. Add your name or characters, and it will be exclusively yours." Upon hearing this, Yunshuang softly acknowledged and shyly gazed at the paper. Li Xiuzhu, oblivious to her blushing face, continued his work, unaware of the emotions stirring within her. After giving some guidance, he returned to crafting the kite, but before long, Yunshuang's voice called out, "Brother-in-law, come here for a moment." Chapter 19. It seems my cousin is not very bright brother-in-law. Come here for a moment. Li Xiuzhu was taken aback. Was he not engaged in his own creative endeavors? Had he encountered a problem? Nevertheless, he set aside his work and strode over. "What is the matter?" Yunshuang spoke up, "Brother-in-law, I have not yet reached adulthood and have no name. I do not wish to leave a mark. So could you perhaps help me by leaving one? Just your name will suffice." Li Xiuzhu was momentarily stunned, yet upon seeing his cousin's hopeful gaze, he eventually nodded and, after some contemplation, wrote down a name. Wuji Hushi. "Yes, that is your name, brother-in-law. Please do not tell anyone. It must remain a secret." "A secret? Have we already forged our own little secret, brother-in-law?" Yunshuang's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Nearby, Yunshuang's maid observed her young mistress and then glanced at the brother-in-law, daring not to utter a word. "Second miss, this seems somewhat inappropriate." Before long, everyone had completed their kites, and Li Xiuzhu, along with Yunshuang, decided to test theirs first. Having flown kites before, Li Xiuzhu understood the nuances, and with the gentle breeze today, the kite soared into the sky within minutes. Initially low, it soon reached a height of 20 to 30 meters. Li Xiuzhu handed the kite string to Yunshuang, who nervously accepted it and attempted to pull it up like her brother-in-law. However, as she did so, the kite, like a bird struck, began to descend awkwardly. "Ah, brother-in-law, it's falling." Li Xiuzhu quickly grasped Yunshuang's hand from behind and pulled it to the right, lifting the kite back into the air. At that moment, Yunshuang's cheeks turned crimson, her heart racing as she stood still in Li Xiuzhu's embrace. Li Xiuzhu's slightly magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "Do not be anxious. It is normal for the kite to dip. When it begins to fall, simply follow the direction it drifts and pull accordingly. Remember to go with the flow. If it falls, we can always try again. There is no need to panic. For I am here." Yunshuang blushed and nodded, unsure of how much she truly absorbed. Meanwhile, the 2 young children, inspired by Li Xiuzhu's demonstration, began to excitedly tug at their kites. Their whimsical drawings were amusing, each one more indistinguishable than the last. However, for children, enjoyment was paramount. The kite's appearance was of little consequence. As Li Xiuzhu prepared to release Yunshuang after a brief lesson, Baozhu called out, "Brother-in-law, come help me. Mine 1T fly." Upon hearing her, Li Xiuzhu released Yunshuang's hand. I'm coming. In that instant, Yun Shuang felt a pang of disappointment, casting a fleeting glance of mild resentment toward her younger sister for interrupting. Was it too much to ask for just a little more time? Meanwhile, several maids exchanged glances. Yet, recalling the events of the morning, none dared to gossip. What were they to make of this situation? Could it be that the second miss had developed feelings for the brother-in-law? And was it truly acceptable for her to hold hands while flying a kite? What about the propriety between men and women? Li Xiaozhu, oblivious to the implications, had only just arrived in this world and still thought with a modern mindset. Without preparation, his actions seemed somewhat unrestrained. He proved to be an excellent teacher, and soon both kites were soaring high, while he began instructing the two children on how to manage their strings. Remarkably, the little ones, though young, displayed an impressive aptitude and quickly grasped the technique. Observing this, one might conclude that Yin Shuang appeared somewhat dim-witted in comparison. As Li Xiaozhu finally concluded his assistance, Fu Yun Shuang seemed to ponder something, her face reddening once more. In the next moment, seemingly absent-mindedly, her kite once again began to fall, but this time she did not rush to pull it up. Instead, she called out, "Brother-in-law, hurry. My kite is about to drop." The kite was not falling completely. Having mastered the art of kite flying, she knew how to manage it even as it hovered precariously. Li Xiaozhu glanced over, noticing Yin Shuang's determined efforts, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps his cousin truly lacked the cleverness of her younger siblings. Realizing that the kite could still be salvaged, he dashed to Yin Shuang's side, grasping her hand firmly as he adjusted the kite string, pulling it in without tugging. In an instant, the string tightened once more, and the kite ascended beautifully into the sky. Yin Shuang felt her heart race, her body gently leaning back as her flushed face radiated excitement. "Ha ha, second sister is quite foolish. She is not as clever as me and third sister. Indeed, even Yin has learned to fly a kite. How foolish our elder sister is." In this moment, Yin Shuang, who had felt shy about her brother-in-law's proximity, seized the opportunity to deflect attention. "Thank you, sisters." Yet, still maintaining a playful demeanor, she admonished, "How dare you speak of your elder sister so? Have you both become too bold? Ha ha, with brother-in-law and mother by my side, I have nothing to fear from second sister." Yin Yu chimed in eagerly. Yin Shuang rolled her eyes. "So, it turns out I am the only one without allies?" At that moment, Chun Shi and Fu Yuehua emerged, having engaged in conversation for a while before Fu Yuehua prepared to return her tasks. The household was burdened with many responsibilities, and she found it challenging to manage everything. Moreover, the situation regarding the Grand Canal weighed heavily on her mind, and she intended to have a serious discussion with Li Xiaozhu that evening. Suddenly, Chun Shi paused, her gaze drawn to the kites in their courtyard, momentarily lost in thought. Following Chun Shi's line of sight, Fu Yuehua also noticed the kites. However, she was quicker to connect the dots. Seeing 3 kites, she immediately thought of her younger sister. The servants would never dare to fly kites in their yard, so it must be her sister, and the numbers matched perfectly. Yet, where had they acquired these kites? Li Qiuzhu? Though she could not discern the full story, she felt certain these kites were somehow linked to him. Had he ventured out, or had he crafted them himself? However, she leaned toward the notion that Li Xiaozhu had made the kites himself, without her consent. No one would dare to let him leave the estate. Recalling that her younger sister had expressed a desire to fly kites multiple times, yet she had never found the time to take her and her siblings out, a wave of guilt washed over her. It seemed he had indeed accomplished something worthwhile. At that moment, Chun Shi came back to reality. Is this Yin Shuang and the others? She mused. Their kites are flying splendidly. It has been ages since I have seen a kite. She recalled a time when Yin Shuang had accompanied her to Lingyin Temple to burn incense, and on their return, they had watched others fly kites, which had sparked her daughter's excitement. Yet, back then, her husband had advised against venturing out due to safety concerns, and she had forgotten. "Let us go take a look. It's not far, and I wish to see how happy Yin Shuang is to achieve her wish." Fu Yuehua hesitated slightly, as there were still numerous matters requiring her attention within the house. For instance, the silk shop in the East Market was out of stock, and prices had surged by 20% this year. She needed to decide whether to place another order, and if so, how much. If she chose not to order, She would need to find a new supplier and determine the quantities needed. Chapter 20. This cousin. A bit of love, but not much, though few dare to take advantage of the minister's residence. There are certainly those bold enough to try. Even the emperor is often deceived and exploited in various ways. This is merely one matter among many, for as her family's affairs grow more extensive, she finds herself burdened with an overwhelming number of responsibilities. Otherwise, she would not be unable to indulge her sister's simple desire for a day of leisure. Perhaps it would be better for their mother to go herself, as I have many pressing matters to attend to, sighed Chun. My dear child, you're holding on too tightly. You ought to relax a bit and allow yourself some respite. It is also my fault as your mother for being unworthy. Had I not suffered from this ailment in recent years, you wouldn't have to shoulder such responsibilities at such a young age. Fu Yuehua's expression shifted slightly. Mother, please do not speak of it. Your health is of utmost importance. I am not weary. Very well. You may return to your tasks. I shan't delay you. Mother, I shall take my leave now. As Fu Yuehua departed, Chun remained silent, gazing at the spot where her daughter had vanished for quite some time. Madam, shall we still proceed to watch the kites? Although Chun felt somewhat disheartened at that moment, she nonetheless replied, Yes, we must always look forward. Of course, madam. Li Xiaozhu was presently flying kites with his second cousin when a sudden gust of wind caused Yun Shuang's kite string to snap. Oh no, my kite! Yun Shuang exclaimed in distress. This was her very first kite, crafted by her brother-in-law, who had even personally designated its name. Instinctively, she dashed away from Li Xiaozhu, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, upon regaining his senses, he quickly pursued her, ultimately managing to catch up just as she dashed into the thicket. This second cousin of his did indeed seem rather unwise. Ahead lay the thicket, surrounded by trees, and further on was a wall. Could she possibly scale it to escape? By rushing in so recklessly, her garments and person would surely be torn. Dear, if it has flown away, let it go. Do you not find it beautiful to be free? It can soar to places it loves. But that kite. Li Xiaozhu was taken aback by her tears. Was it truly worth crying over such a trivial matter? Do not cry, do not cry. When the old departs, the new shall come. Once I am able to venture out, I will undoubtedly procure for you a larger, finer kite that can fly even higher. Our kite string was rather flimsy. It would not have lasted long anyway. When one is in tears, comforting them often proves futile. The more one reassures them, the more aggrieved they become, especially since her sorrow was not solely for the kite. That kite represented the joy and secrets she shared with her brother-in-law. Yun Shuang wailed even louder, wrapping her arms around Li Xiaozhu's waist, burying her face in his chest, and weeping even more fiercely. Her tears flowed freely, burning Li Xiaozhu's heart with their intensity. Yet, Li Xiaozhu lacked experience in soothing children. If it were the younger siblings, it would be easier, but he could not comprehend the situation. Helpless, he simply held Fu Yunshuang, gently patting her back as she cried. At that moment, Chun, just outside the garden, heard the weeping. Her heart tightened, and she hurried a few steps, catching sight of the scene within before even entering. What is going on? Why is Yunshuang crying so sorrowfully? And why are she and Xiaozhu embracing? As Chun was filled with uncertainty, Baozhu and Yinyu rushed over, each holding a kite. Earlier, when the two were at a loss, the kite had descended, as they had not released it very high and the string had restrained it, allowing it to land safely in the garden. Upon seeing their second sister being restrained, they had finally recovered their wits and rushed over to retrieve the kite. Nearby, several maidservants stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Should they intervene and separate the two? Yet, they lacked the courage to do so, especially under the current circumstances. Second sister, do not cry. I shall give you my exclusive Baozhu kite. Second sister, I will give you my exclusive Yinyu kite as well. Please stop crying. Though Yun Shuang felt a glimmer of comfort from their words, she pondered. Was it truly about the kite? Just then, Chin spoke up. What is happening here? Instantly, the maidservants panicked. Oh no. The madam has seen the son-in-law embracing the second lady. Will we be punished? Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam. Mother. Mother. These are the third and fourth younger sisters, Li Xiaozhu said, feeling somewhat awkward and unaccustomed. Yet he mustered the courage to address her. Mother, the kite string I made for my second cousin broke, and the kite flew away. Yuehua could not bear it and began to cry, and no amount of persuasion could calm her. At that moment, little Baozhu chimed in with a report. Mother, second sister is so foolish. She cannot even fly a kite and cries over losing it. How embarrassing. Yuehua blinked her large eyes, wondering if she should join in. If she did, would second sister scold her later? Well, I shall not join in. Let Baozhu face the consequences. I am clever. Let's see who dares call me foolish. Is this truly worth crying over? Simply go retrieve it. At this, Yuehua felt even more distressed, choking back her sobs as she said, my elder sister does not allow us to go out, nor does she let brother-in-law go out. Thinking of what brother-in-law just said about freedom, and recalling these years of confinement, Yuehua resolved to assist him. No, absolutely not. I cannot allow brother-in-law to be trapped in this minister's residence any longer. Mother, I can understand why elder sister does not let us out. But brother-in-law has come of age. As a man, he can protect himself. Why does elder sister not allow him to leave the house? Mother, please help brother-in-law. He's a good person. Why am I being dragged into this? Yet, Li Xiuzhu felt a strange delight. Was this the affection of a cousin? Indeed, mother. Brother-in-law is wonderful. He teaches us to play games and even made kites for Baozhu. If brother-in-law could go out, he would surely bring back many delightful things and delicious treats. At that moment, Yuehua's eyes brightened. This was something she could align with. Mother, I also think brother-in-law is wonderful, not merely for the treats and games. Li Xiuzhu's lips twitched. This third cousin did not seem particularly bright, yet she was undeniably charming. Chun fell silent for a moment, not responding to the three girls, but instead turning to Yuehua. Yuehua, summon a few servants to search in the direction the kite flew. Without the string, it should not have gone very far. As for Li Xiuzhu, while Chun was mostly satisfied with other matters, she had heard of the issues related to the brothel. Given the absurdity of such actions, she could not allow him to go out freely, should trouble arise. She would bear responsibility as well. However, she could certainly allow her husband and daughter to enjoy a breath of fresh air. That was within her power. Yuehua attention was captured by Chen's words, and she anxiously inquired, Mother, can we truly find it? Do not worry. With so many people helping to search, how could we possibly fail? Have you forgotten about me? This cousin has a bit of affection, but not much. Chapter 21. Call her little darling, call me little lady? How long are you two going to embrace? Yuehua face flushed, resembling a startled little rabbit as she instantly released Li Xiuzhu and leaped to the side. On the contrary, Li Xiuzhu remained unfazed, internally grumbling, I did not embrace her. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Since your mother arrived, I have not even patted her back. I have behaved quite appropriately. It was Yuehua who embraced me, after all. Do not presume that just because you are her mother and my mother-in-law, you can unjustly accuse me. Chun sure glanced at the two, and in an instant, she felt assured, not that she had confirmed their secret affair, but rather that she believed in their innocence. Although the girl's cheeks were flushed, she exhibited no shyness or restraint towards her beloved. In contrast, Li Xiuzhu wore a calm expression, showing no signs of anxiety or fear at being discovered. Chen Shi, who fancied herself quite astute, completely missed the truth, albeit one-sided. Yuehua, who went out to find kites, was accompanied by many people and made quite a commotion, yet she ultimately found nothing. She returned before lunch, bringing only bad news for Yuehua. At this moment, Yuehua had regained her composure and was able to face the situation. Although she felt regretful, what could be done? Chinshir also felt a bit awkward after making grand promises. Mother has sent someone to buy you another kite, the best one available. Yuehua managed a forced smile. It is all right, Mother. Even if you buy it, it will no longer be mine. The significance has changed. Mother, I am tired. I shall return to rest. Chinshir observed her daughter closely and, finding no major issues, nodded slightly. Well then, Yuehua, do not overthink it. Li Xiuzhu had lunch with Yuehua. After all, they were married, so dining together was quite normal. Yuehua remained silent during the meal, contemplating how to broach the subject with Li Xiuzhu. Why does this little lady keep glancing at me? Has she discovered something? But wait, I did not do anything today, did I? Is it because I was playing with her sisters? As Li Xiuzhu pondered these thoughts, Yuehua swallowed her food and casually inquired, Were you the one who took Yuehua and the others to fly kites this morning? Did you do it yourself? Ah, so that is what it is. You startled me. I thought this little lady was plotting against me again. Yuehua raised an eyebrow. Who was this scoundrel calling little lady? How could he think that I would plot against him? Even if I did, it would be because he plotted against me first. What frustrated Yuehua the most was that she could not voice her feelings, swallowing her indignation until Xiaozhu spoke again. About that, I just happened to learn how to do it. Coincidentally, Yuehua saw someone flying kites, so I made one for the three of them. By the way, now that we are married, can you let me go out? I feel like I am suffocating at home. Since Chunshi was not forthcoming, Xiaozhu sought a way out through Yuehua. Yuehua shot him a sidelong glance. Can you guarantee you won't visit a brothel again? If so, I might consider letting you go out in a few days when the fuss dies down. Not visit a brothel? How is that possible? My little darling in the brothel is still waiting for me. Xiaozhu thought this, but he said, oh, do you really think that even if I wanted to, I could get in? With the uproar you caused, I might already be on the brothel's blacklist. Besides, I have no money. Do you expect them to let me in for free? Little darling in the brothel? Am I just a little lady? Yuehua felt her anger boiling over. This scoundrel seemed to challenge her limits with every breath he took. If he wanted to go, then he clearly had not changed. Let him stay at home. We can discuss it when he improves. Is this little lady playing me? Just now, she said I could go out if I didn't visit a brothel. Wasn't I expressing that I couldn't go? Deliberate? No, I must find another way. Yuehua's lips suddenly curved into a cold smile, thinking to herself, you may ponder all you wish, but you cannot escape my grasp. At that moment, Xiaozhu noticed the courtyard wall, glanced at it, and smiled. The wall of the Fu family does not seem too high. As long as I can climb it, escaping will be a breeze. Just this? You think you can keep me in? Today, she helped me, giving me a certain degree of authority to dismiss those bothersome servants. Yuehua laughed. This morning's incident was my oversight. After all, you are my husband, and I must take responsibility for you. As she spoke, Yuehua turned to Yinping and commanded, Yinping, from now on, you will take care of my husband closely. Remember to always stay by his side. He must never leave your sight. If you lose him and he suffers any distress, you may as well pack your bags and leave. Yinping was flustered, feeling overwhelmed. But miss, what if my husband needs to use the restroom or has other requests? For other matters, you can call upon others. I will provide you with 2 maids. As for the restroom, you can wait outside. If you need to go, ensure someone accompanies you. I do not care how you arrange it, but someone must always be present beside my husband, except when he is asleep. Understood, miss. Xiaozhu was taken aback by this series of actions. Is this your idea of caring for me? Are you sure it isn't surveillance? Observing a flicker of triumph in Yuehua's eyes, Xiaozhu felt increasingly uneasy. It seemed she can always target me precisely. He dared not dwell on it further. Having read numerous novels, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Although thoughts and inner voices differ, one being the contemplation in his mind and the other the ideas that arise from his heart, the boundary between them is not easily controlled. Perhaps what one thinks in their mind could inadvertently transform into an inner voice. Why did it suddenly go quiet? What does he mean by that? Has he sensed something? Impossible. A normal person would never perceive such a thing as someone overhearing their thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled something. It seemed this husband of hers was not quite ordinary. Yuehua, you're a little schemer. L'ixutsues se gaze fixated intently on Yuehua, attempting to uncover any hints of evidence. It was a test. But if he confirmed it, how would he resolve it? Confront her? He had yet to decide. This scoundrel indeed harbored suspicions. However, Yuehua was not easily intimidated. Years of managing affairs had honed her ability to remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Similarly, her position of authority rendered her unfazed by anyone's probing gaze. Yuehua regarded Xiaozhu with a slight frown. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? If so, bear with it. Yuehua, you are insufferable. Chapter 22. This is a trap to lure the dog to its death. Yuehua, you are truly a fool. Xiaozhu was incredulous. He could hardly believe that Yuehua could tolerate such an insult. As he suspected, her eyes glinted with displeasure. Just when he thought he had her figured out, Yuehua inquired, haven't you had enough? Do Do you wish to sleep in the woodshed tonight? Well, perhaps I was overthinking things. No, I suddenly realized that Yuehua, you are indeed beautiful and genuinely care for me. He chuckled to himself. If I hadn't heard your true feelings, I might have actually believed your nonsense. How dare you call me a fool and a petty rogue? Fu Yuehua's eyes narrowed. Gulme, taste this dish. You saw me enjoying it, so you should try some too. Eat more. Seeing Fu Yuehua serving him food, Li Xiaozhu was taken aback. Is this true love? Otherwise, why would she serve me food? Wait, could there be poison in the dish? No, that seems unlikely. Is it perhaps unpalatable? Did she eat it herself? How didn't he catch that? Observing the uncertainty on Li Xiaozhu's face, Fu Yuehua discreetly took another piece, but this time she ate it herself. At this moment, Li Xiaozhu felt relieved. Since this little lady has eaten it, there shouldn't be any issues. As for taking the antidote in advance, that seems rather far-fetched. This is quite delicious. It appears to be a specialty dish. I knew it. How could a lovely lady not be enamored by my handsome visage? If that is the case, perhaps tonight I may find myself in her chamber. But what about Yuehua? And what if she were to betray me in the future? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Li Xiaozhu resolved to keep a safe distance from Fu Yuehua. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua suddenly laughed, thinking that she was mistaken about her allure. It turned out she feared the idea of him being unfaithful. You drank too much last night. I'm not fond of the smell of alcohol, which led to some misunderstandings. You may sleep in my room tonight. Li Xiaozhu was taken aback, not expecting that to be the reason. Was it merely to share a bed with Fu Yuehua? After a brief pause, Fu Yuehua shifted the conversation. Regarding the Grand Canal, my father cannot evade responsibility. I wish to assist him, but I lack experience in this matter. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions? Another discussion about the Grand Canal? Well, I can't die from it. The worst that could happen is my father-in-law facing the consequences. No big deal. Fu Yuehua. Coughing slightly, he continued. I don't have any particularly good suggestions. You know, I've always been at home, without any involvement in the canal, so I'm not sure how to proceed. Fu Yuehua stared intently at Li Xiaozhu, her heart filled with a sense of national pride. This scoundrel, if he were to reveal his true nature, it would undoubtedly be dark. In light of this, you cannot blame me for what follows. There is something I deceived you about. Actually, the idea of the Grand Canal was proposed by my father, Li Xiaozhu. In an instant, Li Xiaozhu was taken aback. His previously wavering thoughts became resolute. Damn, this is disastrous. My father-in-law is courting death. Is it feasible to dig the Grand Canal now? No, I must think of a way to escape. And Fu Yuehua, she truly treats me as less than human. Is this not a trap to lure the dog to its death? Once I enter the minister's residence, escaping will not be so easy. I had hoped to cultivate a relationship with this lady and see where it might lead, but with such a huge pitfall, do you expect me to return to sleep? In your dreams. Tonight, I shall go find your father for a drink. I won't return unless I am thoroughly intoxicated. Ah, so this is a game, is it? You resist fate, do you? Fu Yuehua suddenly smiled. She relished his desperate attempts to resist her grasp. Come, eat more. This is the chef's specialty, specially prepared for you. And look at you, so thin. You must eat more meat. Jin Ping and Yin Ping exchanged glances, their lips twitching as they stifled laughter. Miss, it seems that your heart is fluttering. With 2 plates of meat, what will tonight bring? They dared not imagine. At this moment, Li Xiaozhu, oblivious to the exchange behind him, was astonished by Fu Yuehua's concern. Does she truly care for me? Alas, it is a pity. I am a prize she cannot possess, and even with her kindness, I must flee. Li Xiaozhu thought shamelessly. Why aren't you eating? He asked, glancing at Fu Yuehua with curiosity. Does she not enjoy meat? Just like Yuehua? Women are truly peculiar. Is the food not delectable? Yuehua, thank you. Fu Yuehua smiled slightly, her expression neutral. I often eat this dish, and it no longer astonishes me as it did the first time. Moreover, I am not particularly fond of meat, and I have a limited appetite, so I can only share a piece with you. The rest you must finish. Although we come from a wealthy family, we should not waste food. My father often reminds us that many outside struggle to find enough to eat, so we should try not to leave any leftovers. Miss, when did we adopt such a rule in our household? As Jin Ping and Yin Ping wore puzzled expressions, Li Xiaozhu nodded in agreement. Your father's words ring true. Rest assured, it is merely 2 plates of meat. I can finish them. However, the remaining will be consumed by Jin Ping and Yin Ping. Nonetheless, these 2 plates are my heartfelt offering. At this moment, Jin Ping and Yin Ping hurriedly spoke up. Young master, do not worry. We can finish the leftovers. And if there is too much, we can feed the dogs. Yes, young master, eat your fill. Jin Ping and I are not particularly fond of meat, and there seems to be quite a bit left. Please indulge yourself. Hearing this, Li Xiuzhu finally relaxed and began to eat heartily. The braised pork was exceptionally delicious. Devoid of any fat, yet the meat was tender, juicy, and rich in flavor, every bite bursting with sauce. He also recognized the dish of braised turtle. The tender meat paired with fragrant scallion sauce was irresistible. Li Xiuzhu barely touched his rice, and he polished off both plates of meat. Once Li Xiuzhu finished, Fu Yuehua roze. Think carefully about the Grand Canal matter. If your proposal is sound, I may lift your house arrest. Goodness, such a labor-intensive matter could lead to the lifting of my confinement? Fu Yuehua, you truly know how to conduct business. Even old Wang next door can hear your calculations. Fu Yuehua felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, realizing the implications of her words. Of course, that was merely one benefit. If there were other desires, they could be discussed. Discuss? I wish to take Nong Yue as a concubine. Would you be amenable? This scoundrel has gone too far. Demanding more than is reasonable. A courtesan seeking entry into my family? Not only is that impossible, but even considering her as a secondary partner is out of the question. And look at me, a stunning beauty. Is your vision so poor? You are merely worried I won't let you escape after a night together, aren't you? Oomph. We shall see if you can flee tonight. Chapter 23. Fu Yuehua. Scoundrel, how dare you attempt to abduct my sister? Akarak, Li Xiuzhu. Let's see if you can escape tonight. As Fu Yuehua pondered, a cold disdain filled her heart. Just as she was about to leave, she unexpectedly found that Li Xiuzhu had more to say. If the entire family were to be executed, what would happen to my second cousins? Those 3 girls are so delightful. They shouldn't just vanish like that. Should I take them with me? Fu Yuehua almost lost her composure, her heart now thoroughly unsettled. This rascal not only intended to flee himself, but also wanted to abduct her 3 sisters. Even worse, he had not considered bringing her along. Oomph. So you're thinking of my sisters and disregarding me? Fine, you want to have a chance to come over tonight. You're off to drink with my father, are you? Very well, I'll make sure you drink to excess. Perhaps I should lend him a hand. After all, this convenient wife has not treated me poorly. Now you remember me? It's too late. I hope you can endure the night. Fu Yuehua turned and walked away, as she had many tasks awaiting her and no time to indulge in anger at Li Xiuzhu. Moreover, there were numerous arrangements to be made. Li Xiuzhu returned to take a nap, during which he was naturally being watched. The maidservants also had a hierarchy. Those who were close attendants to the master were referred to as first-class maidservants, holding a slightly higher status. At that moment, Jin Ping and Yin Ping were conversing while eating. Yin Ping, do you think our master will be all right after consuming so many nourishing foods? Yin Ping hesitated before responding. I don't believe it will be a problem. While venison and turtle are indeed nourishing and bolster kidney function, they are fundamentally warming tonics. The young lady should have a sense of moderation. Jin Ping laughed. That's impressive. Our master has consumed so much. I wonder if the young lady's constitution can withstand it. If not, you'll have to bear the brunt of it. You must endure a little longer. Yin Ping's face flushed, and she shot Jin Ping an irritated glance. Why don't you go? I'm the personal maidservant. You're not. You share the responsibility of this chamber. Jin Ping, feeling pleased, replied, but I don't need to attend to the master so closely. You and I both understand that this closeness entails more than merely following behind. Yin Ping fell silent, her face growing redder. Jin Ping was not entirely wrong. In the afternoon, Li Xiuzhu suddenly felt something was amiss. The heat was unbearable, almost suffocating. Yin Ping, coming master, what is it? Upon entering the room, Yin Ping was startled by Li Xiuzhu's complexion. It was flushed, akin to that of someone intoxicated, and his formerly fair face was now glistening with sweat. Moreover, it was not just his face. His inner shirt was drenched, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. This is bad. Could it be that our master has truly encountered problem? Yin Ping grew anxious, but before she could seek out Fu Yuehua, Li Xiuzhu spoke. Yin Ping, fetch me a tub of bath water, cold water, not hot. It doesn't seem too serious? Should I inform a young lady? If it's nothing, telling her might just delay her matters, right? Wait a moment. Is it to be ice-cold water from the well? Is that not too frigid? Half from the tub and half from the well, perhaps. The water from the well is exceptionally cold. Even in midsummer, it only reaches around 10 degrees. He certainly did not wish to seek out discomfort. Soon enough, the water arrived, and without further ado, Li Xiuzhu jumped in. Instantly, the oppressive heat dissipated, akin to quenching one's thirst on a sweltering day with a refreshing glass of soda, invigorating and delightful. This is bliss. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu noticed Yin Ping still standing by the side, and he was momentarily taken aback. Yin Ping, why are you still here? Aren't you coming in? Yin Ping's face also turned crimson. This was her first encounter with a man in such a state. The young lady instructed me to attend to the master closely. I must help him with his back. Li Xiuzhu's lips twitched involuntarily. Was there any difference from swimming without clothes? It was too embarrassing. Ahem, there's no need. I'm accustomed to being alone. You should hurry and step outside. Master, please do not make things difficult for Yin Ping. The young lady has commanded that I remain by your side, not a moment away. Li Xiuzhu felt overwhelmed. Could it truly be like this? How exceedingly awkward. This scoundrel. Taking advantage of the situation, I will surely have my revenge one day. Thankfully, Fu Yuehua was out. Otherwise, upon hearing this inner thought, she might have rushed over at once. At that moment, Fu Yuehua, en route to the silk workshop on the outskirts of the city, suddenly recalled something and instructed Yin Ping, once we return tonight, serve my father that bottle of Yuehua wine. Privately inform him that the master is not quite well, and ask him to drink a few cups with him. Remember to tell my father not to mention this to the master. Let it be as if he knows nothing, preserving the master's dignity. Yin Ping was taken aback. Hesitating slightly, young lady, our master just consumed a considerable amount of nourishment at noon. Won't he drinking Yuehua wine cause a problem? You need not concern yourself with that. I shall manage. Yin Ping dared not speak further and quickly nodded. Yes, young lady, I will attend to it right away. Have you arrived at the silk workshop? Hearing this, Yin Ping glanced through the curtain and nodded. We are approximately 300 meters away and can already see the workshop. Fu Yuehua inhaled deeply. Silan li contemplating Li Xiuzhu. That fellow truly suspected I could hear his thoughts. Although this time I have dispelled his doubts, he may not refrain from suspicion in the future. It appears I must be selective in my approach henceforth. Continuing to address everything uniformly may lead him to a conclusion. Minor matters and trivial issues can be disregarded. Miss, we have arrived. Fu Yuehua jolted, promptly setting aside her thoughts. She could contemplate Li Xiuzhu later. Upon hearing the driver's voice, Yin Ping hurriedly disembarked from the carriage to assist Fu Yuehua. At this moment, the owner of the silk workshop, who had been waiting, swiftly approached. Miss Fu. Before the workshop owner could finish, Fu Yuehua frowned and interjected, Zhao, do not mention my father in public. You may address me as Miss Fu. Zhao, the workshop owner, promptly clasped his hands in apology and continued, I apologize, Miss Fu. It is this way. Due to continuous rainfall this year, the mulberry leaves have not fared well, adversely affecting the silk harvest. Therefore, I dare to raise the price by 20%, and additionally, I can only supply 50% of the original amount. Fu Yuehua frowned upon hearing this. Only 50% supply? Take me to see. Please, Miss Fu. Fu Yuehua quickly examined the silk reserves, but upon completion, her brow furrowed. She had anticipated the impact of this year as heavy rains on the silk, but she had not expected it to be so severe. How could it only be 50%? According to her calculations, there should have been at least 80% yield. Zhao, I will take all of this silk at the price you mentioned, with a 20% increase. I must take my leave now, as I still need to source the missing quantities from elsewhere. Zhao bowed deeply. Miss Fu, safe travels. Once the carriage had departed, Zhao suddenly chuckled. Just a little girl. Hee hee. Chapter 24. The comedic third sister-in-law before nightfall. During the dinner hour, The rare occasion arose for Li Xiaozhu to encounter his thrifty father-in-law. In the days since his arrival at the mansion, this marked only the second meeting with his father-in-law, the first being the previous night's wedding. With so few family members present, it seemed they would likely share many meals together in the future. At that moment, the entire family had settled at the table, with the two younger sisters already casting eager glances at Fu and Han, eagerly awaiting the meal to commence. "Father, I apologize for being late today and not serving you tea. Allow me to toast both of you with this cup." It was rather unusual for a son-in-law to offer a toast instead of the daughter-in-law. A custom Li Xiaozhu learned from Yinping. However, Yinping had refrained from divulging the events of the afternoon to Fu Yuehua. 1, because she was absent, and 2, because Li Xiaozhu had already recovered. Drink up. This wine is beneficial for your health, crafted by the imperial physician into a medicinal brew. Li Xiaozhu took it lightly, considering it merely a tonic. I must be fortunate to benefit from my father's generosity. This is not something just anyone can enjoy. I shall drink it all, he proclaimed, raising the cup and downing its contents in one go. Upsharbing Li Xiaozhu isa bol damiano. Fu and Han glanced at the meager cup that could barely hold a fraction of the wine, lost in contemplation. "Very well, as the father-in-law. I suppose I shall join you as well. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to merely lick this tiny cup." Yet, he mused, even licking it would yield little satisfaction. Imagine pouring a small bottle cap's worth of wine and having to lick it. That would be quite the spectacle. "Father has a good tolerance for liquor. Here, let me refill your cup." How did this air of exuberance arise? Was it merely an illusion of the old man? At that moment, Baozhu and Yinyu gazed at Li Xiaozhu with eyes sparkling like stars. Baozhu suddenly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. When I grow up, I wish to drink like that too." "Me too. Me too." Instantly, Yun Shuang's expression darkened as she gave each of them a gentle reprimand. "At such a tender age, you should not be thinking about drinking. Young girls ought to drink less. Do you understand?" "Oh dear, brother-in-law, look at second sister, bullying Baozhu. Brother-in-law, what about me?" Li Xiaozhu couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Third sister-in-law, are you the designated jester? How can you be so naive?" Hearing this, Chen Shi suddenly burst into laughter. "My lord, look at the third and fourth. With a brother-in-law, they no longer seek me out." Fu and Han, intrigued, inquired, "What transpired today? How is it that this lad has become so close with my two daughters in just one day?" Chen Shi chuckled and replied, "Today, Xiaozhu took Yun Shuang and the others to play kites in the garden for the entire morning. However, since it was inconvenient for him to go out, he could only make 3 kites himself. As a result, Yun Shuang's kite flew away due to poor materials, and she cried for quite a while. My lord, perhaps we should lift Xiaozhu's house arrest? Upon hearing his mother advocate for this scoundrel, Fu Yuehua felt a surge of anxiety. She had nearly been discovered by this rascal while trying to keep an eye on him. Father, I believe we should wait a little longer regarding this matter. Instantly, Li Xiaozhu shot a glance at Fu Yuehua. This woman is not well-intentioned. At that moment, the 3 younger sisters rallied together. Father, I agree with mother. Father, I concur with second sister. Please release brother-in-law soon. I'm looking forward to him buying me many delicious treats and fun toys. Father, I agree with Baozhu. I also want plenty of delicious food and exciting games. It was confirmed. The third sister was indeed the comedic relief. Just then, Fu Yuehua interjected with a decisive remark. He has no money, not a single coin. Don't even think about him buying you things, even for certain matters he can only buy on credit. The words visiting brothels remained unspoken, as her sisters were present. However, her silence provided Li Xiaozhu with an ally. Yun Shuang boldly spoke up, then sister, surely you can spare some for brother-in-law? We are all family. Would you really begrudge him even a little silver? As she spoke, Yun Shuang produced her own purse. Brother-in-law, this is Yun Shuang's allowance, 20 taels of silver. Please take it and use it. Good sisters, brother-in-law has not treated you in vain. Did you see that? Father is not fighting this battle alone. Fu Yuehua raised an eyebrow at the audacity of this scoundrel, daring to refer to her as father. While the two exchanged thoughts, little Baozhu hurriedly hopped off her stool and rushed over. Brother-in-law, this is Baozhu's allowance, though it's not as much as second sister S. Only 12 taels. Please use it to buy me delicious food and fun toys. The third sister, Yuehua, unwilling to be overshadowed, squeezed in with her own purse. Brother-in-law, I also want delicious food and exciting games. Very well, it was hasty of me to expect anything from these little ones. Li Xiaozhu, have you lost your mind? Though Li Xiaozhu felt speechless internally, he placated them. All right, if I'm allowed to go out, I shall definitely buy you all plenty of delicious food and fun toys. Upon hearing this, Fu Wenhan furrowed his brow and spoke up. I trust you understand your mistake, Xiaozhu, so let us lift the house arrest. Furthermore, how can we allow you to rely on the pocket money of children? Yuehua, please prepare 100 taels of silver for Xiaozhu. It will be disbursed later. Additionally, Xiaozhu, while I have no objection to you buying toys for Yunshuang and the others, I must advise against food. As the Prime Minister, I have many enemies. Be wary of those who might approach you with ill intentions. Thus, when you dine out, remember to choose reputable establishments and avoid casual street food. Understood? Fu Yuehua felt dejected. Father, Fu Wenhan interrupted her. Very well, let it be as I have said. Though the household was under Fu Yuehua's management, Fu Wenhan, as the head of the family, held greater authority. Li Xiaozhu complied. Yes, father, your son-in-law shall remember this. Father, let us toast once more. Upon hearing this, Fu Wenhan glanced at his cup, then at Li Xiaozhu, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. I have grown old. After finishing this cup, I shall not accompany you any longer. The remaining jug of wine is yours to enjoy. At that moment, he truly believed that Li Xiaozhu and that performer named Yuehua were of no concern to him. They could not possibly consummate their marriage, so what else could arise? However, as he looked at his eldest daughter, there was a tinge of regret in his gaze. How could this Li Xiaozhu be lacking? This surely means my daughter will suffer in the future. With a quiet sigh, Fu Wenhan added, make sure to finish it all. Once the wine is opened, it cannot be saved. Do not waste good wine. Let us hope this beverage proves beneficial for my son-in-law. Otherwise, I may have to find another suitor for my daughter. Do not worry, father. Your son-in-law will ensure not a single drop goes to waste. Though puzzled by the peculiar look in Fu Wenhan's eyes, this did not deter Li Xiaozhu's resolve. Today, he must consume this wine. No one could prevent him. Consummation? Dream on. I have my ways to delay. As Fu Yuehua listened to Li Xiaozhu's audacious thoughts and glanced at the wine jug beside him, she unexpectedly revealed a rare, sweet smile. Very well. May you not beg me tonight. Chapter 25. The silver bottle shatters, water splashes, iron cavalry emerges, blades clash. It is quite good. I hope you do not seek me tonight. However, even if you do, it would be in vain, for I shall not open the door. At this moment, Li Xiaozhu remained blissfully unaware of how deeply he was descending into the abyss, reveling instead in his own cunning. Dinner had scarcely concluded when his father-in-law hurriedly whisked his mother-in-law away, leaving Li Xiaozhu momentarily speechless. Do affluent families truly rush their meals in such a manner? He did not ponder it much. The night had just fallen, and with his modern mindset, he could hardly fathom that the couple might have ventured into the midst of conflict. The three younger sisters also ate hastily. Their portions were modest, and being young and playful, they quickly departed after the meal. Watching Li Xiaozhu, who was beginning to exhibit signs of inebriation, Fu Yuehua smiled faintly and rose to leave. She intended to wait for Li Xiaozhu to seek her out, to witness his embarrassment. As for fearing that he might lose his composure and create a scene, that was not a concern. Although the wine was potent, it did not induce madness. This was precisely why Fu Yuehua felt secure observing him drink. It was not that she was unwilling to assist, but rather that she was not worried about being forced to perform publicly. Li Xiaozhu was genuinely intoxicated. There was no pretense involved. The moment one began to feel the effects of alcohol, self-control dissipated. Either one finished drinking or succumbed to nausea. Silver Bottle hesitated at first when supporting Li Xiaozhu back to his room. After all, she had heard the young lady's response and was aware that the young lady held no aversion to sharing a room. However, seeing her husband in such a state, reeking of alcohol, she ultimately decided to have him assisted to the adjacent room instead. Set the hot water and towels down below. I will tend to my husband. At this moment, Silver Bottle was blissfully ignorant of the danger that was drawing ever closer. She had not been involved in the afternoon's events and was completely unaware of the young lady's intentions to deceive her husband. Little did she know that Li Xiuzhu was akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The midday nourishment, coupled with the evening's medicinal concoctions, along with the haze of intoxication. Silver Bottle's mind went blank. She was uncertain whether to push Li Xiuzhu away. By the time she regained her senses, it was rather too late. Silver Bottle now resembled a critical patient in an operating room. Rescue was possible, yet not entirely necessary. Suddenly, she recalled Jean Ping's words. Realizing this too fell within her responsibilities. Contemplating her husband's visage, akin to the beauty of Song Yu, comparable to the charm of Pan Yin, Silver Bottle silently closed her eyes. Finally, as Yuehua was nearing the completion of her tasks, she was suddenly struck by a wave of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to send Jean Ping for a doctor when she sensed something amiss. A jolt of realization struck her as she remembered Li Xiuzhu. He hasn't come? She asked. Jean Ping, how long has it been? Jean Ping understood the inquiry was regarding the duration since they had left the dining hall. Replying to the young lady, it has been over half an hour. Could it be he hasn't finished drinking? Yuehua's brow furrowed as she pondered. It was peculiar. Even if he hadn't finished, after nearly an hour, the effects of the medicine should have manifested. Shouldn't they? Little did Yuehua realize that the effects had only just begun to unfold at that very moment of her distress. While Li Xiuzhu had previously appeared to be merely drowsy from drink, now, even as the medicine took effect, he remained largely unaware, perhaps merely muttering incoherently, unable to act. However, should he be compelled, he might still respond somewhat, swaying Li Xiuzhu's dulled consciousness. But when Silver Bottle began to tend to him, it sparked a flicker of awareness within him. Though he was not fully awake, a sense of self began to emerge. Suddenly, Yuehua's expression shifted as she recalled Silver Bottle. She had overlooked a crucial detail. Her countenance darkened as she silently made her way towards the nearby room. Jean Ping, startled, hurried to follow her. Before they reached the door, they heard Silver Bottle's muffled sobs, causing their steps to falter. Woe is me, gentle sir, be gentle. Silver Bottle is in pain. Jean Ping, trailing behind Yuehua, was taken aback. She had just been playfully teasing Silver Bottle during the day, and now they found themselves entangled together, with the instigator being none other than their own young lady. Yuehua's expression changed dramatically, her fury simmering beneath the surface. The intricacies of her schemes had backfired, and now her maid was entangled in a compromising situation. Young lady, what shall we do now? After a prolonged silence, Yuehua finally turned. Let's go. The scoundrel. They have taken advantage of the situation. Her own husband had been unwittingly given to another. Initially, she had intended to manipulate him into begging for mercy, to exert control, but instead, she had inadvertently benefited him. Yuehua realized she had woven a garment for another's benefit. However, standing at the doorway at that moment, clarity dawned upon her. Though it appeared as a loss, it was not entirely so. She had already devised a means to gain leverage over Li Xiuzhu. Of course, if he were unwilling to assist, even in this state, then they might as well perish together. A cold smile graced Yuehua's lips. She would only be a widow, never divorced, whether it be through separation or abandonment. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Xiuzhu awoke, feeling inexplicably refreshed, as if he had just luxuriated in a hot spring. Yet, he soon sensed something was amiss, soft, warm. Someone was beside him. A jolt of realization struck him. Had Yuehua taken advantage of his unconsciousness? Scoundrel! Didn't she claim to dislike the scent of alcohol? Was I deceived or manipulated? Silver Bottle? What is happening? How could it be Silver Bottle? The moment Li Xiuzhu turned to glance at the person beside him, a wave of shock coursed through him. How could he have never anticipated it would be Silver Bottle? Is this a scheme involving Silver Bottle? Indeed, as a son-in-law, I possess no right to share a bed with a maid, even a secondary one. Meanwhile, in another room, Yuehua's lips curled into a smirk. Scoundrel, now you realize you have no qualifications? What were you doing last night? Suddenly, As Li Xiuzhu sorted through the memories in his mind, his expression shifted slightly. Since the wine he had consumed was not particularly potent, he retained some recollection of the events. It seemed he had been the one to bring Silver Bottle up last night. His face underwent several transformations. Could have been merely an accident? Damn, I should never have overindulged. Now, I find myself in quite a predicament. He regarded Silver Bottle once more, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. The young girl, around 16 or 17, possessed skin as pure as snow, lips as red as vermilion, eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, and a delicate nose. Even in modern beauty standards, she would be deemed exquisite. Though the tear stains at the corners of her eyes seemed somewhat jarring, they also possessed a certain tragic allure that evoked sympathy. Gentle sir. Be gentle. Listening to Silver Bottle's murmurs, Li Xiuzhu paused, then gently embraced the young girl. It seems I behaved rather inappropriately last night. However, does this not signify the shattering of the silver bottle, the splashing of water, the emergence of iron cavalry, and the clashing of blades? Chapter 26. Since I can no longer endure, I shall not endure any longer. Jinping, go fetch my son-in-law and Yinping. At this hour? Is my son-in-law still asleep? Yuehua felt a sudden jolt of alarm. She had been careless. Wouldn't her visit at this hour only heighten his suspicions? Never mind. She would wait a little longer. About half an hour should suffice. Half an hour could feel fleeting or prolonged. For the soft and fragrant Li Xiuzhu, it was indeed swift. But for Yuehua, who was counting the moments with anxious fingers, each passing second felt like an eternity. Go call them, but ensure that no one realizes this is the second time you've been sent for them. I shall not make the same mistake twice, she admonished. Son-in-law, Yinping. Son-in-law, Yinping. Jinping called out twice before Li Xiuzhu finally responded. Yes, what is it? The eldest lady has summoned you to her chamber. All right. It seems I have been discovered. Li Xiuzhu was not particularly surprised. After all, the walls were not soundproof. If there was no one guarding the door, it was easy for a passerby to notice. At that moment, Yinping had just been roused, waking up at the second call from Jinping. The moment she laid eyes on Li Xiuzhu, she instinctively recoiled, her heart racing as memories of pain flooded back to her. Yet, what frightened her most was the summons from her mistress. Though she believed she was merely fulfilling her duties, an inexplicable sense of guilt gnawed at her. Observing Yinping's trembling form and fearful gaze, Li Xiuzhu reassured her, I will protect you. Do not be afraid. Get up now, or when she arrives, we will be in even more trouble. With a woeful expression, Yinping lamented, How can you be concerned for me when you are in such peril yourself? What misfortune have I encountered to end up in this situation? Woe is me. Li Xiuzhu dismissed her worries, rising while contemplating his own predicament. I wonder what that woman plans to do with me. Will she dismiss me outright or give me a beating first? If it's the latter, I suppose it's worth it. A beating in exchange for a new wife and my freedom sounds reasonable, as long as I'm not left crippled. But I must protect Yinping. She is the most innocent party here. I will take the brunt of the punishment for her. My only fear is that Yuehua will not dismiss me, but will only beat me. That will be somewhat unfair. At this moment, Yuehua's lips curved into a slight smile, feeling both gratified and somewhat exasperated. How desperate was this scoundrel to be dismissed? She was, after all, the most beautiful in the capital. Did she not attract him in the slightest? Yet, she took solace in the fact that her judgment had not erred. The strategy had been correct. Li Xiuzhu had indeed taken responsibility for Yinping, so he would surely feel accountable for her as well. Yet, it seemed he was rather aloof towards her. Never mind. Now that the Grand Canal affairs were settled, her family was at ease. If he remained unwilling after a couple of years, she could simply let him go. Did Yuehua truly lack suitors? With just a beckon, suitors would line up at her doorstep. As both were lost in their thoughts, Li Xiuzhu and Yinping arrived at Yuehua's chamber. Jinping, guard the door. No one is allowed near without my permission. Yes, miss. Yuehua then turned her attention to the two. Do you have anything to say to me? Before Li Xiuzhu could respond, Yinping suddenly knelt before Yuehua. Woe is me, miss. It was wrong for me to have relations with my son-in-law. It is all my fault. Please do not cast me away, nor punish my son-in-law. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me alone. What are you doing? I haven't even asked yet. Never mind. The truth is quite evident. Let's not dwell on it. Enough. Do not heed Yinping's foolishness. I was intoxicated yesterday and do not recall how it happened. Yinping is weak and unable to resist. This matter does not heavily involve her. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. If you wish to dismiss me, I accept that as well. If you seek further retribution, strike me and then dismiss me. That is acceptable too. My only request is that you spare Yinping. The rest is at your discretion. So accommodating? Then let us be direct. Regarding the Grand Canal, why are we discussing the Grand Canal again? Indeed, the Grand Canal now hangs over the Fu family like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at the slightest misstep. But can mere suggestions lead to action? That involves mobilizing over 60% of the nation's military forces. Military and civilian matters are inherently at odds, without sufficient incentives. I do not believe a mere scholar can mobilize the army or advance the Grand Canal project. Yuehua felt a stirring in her heart. Finally, she understood why Li Xiuzhu had always been skeptical about the Grand Canal's operations. Military affairs were indeed complex. The royal family was wary of military generals wielding too much power, especially when coordinating the forces of 60% of the nation's troops. Yet, she was still unaware of what the sword of Damocles truly entailed. After a moment of silence, Li Xiuzhu spoke. If I provide you with a plan, will you spare Yinping? Can you refrain from dismissing me? Allow me to take Yinping with me? Yuehua paused, shaking her head. No. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate? I am indeed discussing terms with you, but you lack the standing to propose conditions. What benefits do I gain? Upon hearing this, Yuehua let out a cold laugh. If you refuse, I shall strike Yinping with 20 lashes and sell her to a place where you cannot find her. Goodness, is she truly that cruel? Hasn't Yinping grown up alongside her? Precisely. I want you to feel the pain. I intend to free her from your control. Given Yinping's beauty, do you think no one would purchase her? Yinping, alarmed, took a step forward and clung to Yuehua's legs, pleading, Miss, please don't. I know my mistakes. Please don't sell me. Li Xiuzhu fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Aren't you afraid this will make me less dedicated? Yuehua smiled at this. Thus, I have prepared a reward for you. If your proposal satisfies me in every aspect, I will elevate Yinping to be your concubine. Very well. I will put great care into the Grand Canal proposal. However, if it is not utilized, do not blame me. Rest assured, as long as the proposal is sound, whether it can be executed is my father's concern. I, Yuehua, will certainly not go back on my word. Li Xiuzhu smiled at this, kneeling down to embrace Yinping. Yinping was petrified. While touched by her son-in-law's willingness to go to such lengths for her, she did not believe he, a frivolous wastrel, could meet her mistress's demands. Son-in-law, please set me down. I need to beg the mistress again. Li Xiuzhu did not release her. Instead, he kissed Yinping in front of Yuehua, causing her composure to shatter. Scoundrel, have I been too indulgent with you? Yet at that moment, a bold thought echoed in his mind. Since I can no longer endure, I shall no longer endure. Yuehua, prepare to be astonished by my father for an entire year. Chapter 27. 8 volumes written in a day. Since I can no longer endure, I shall abandon all restraint. Prepare to be astonished by your father for an entire year. Yuehua exclaimed, astonished by the audacity of Li Xiuzhu. Has this rascal ceased to feign ignorance? But soon, a smile graced her lips. A year of astonishment? I eagerly await it. However, upon noticing the silver vase in Li Xiuzhu's embrace, her brow furrowed. Quickly leave. I shall give you 3 days to draft the proposal. Otherwise, do not expect any leniency from me. Li Xiuzhu, hearing her words, responded with a confident smile. No need. I will deliver it to you by tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Yuehua to contemplate his retreating figure. Suddenly, she found herself smiling. She realized how captivating Li Xiuzhu appeared. Li Xiuzhu, I've changed my mind. I shall transform you into the person I desire and keep you by my side. After placing the silver vase on the bed, Li Xiuzhu prepared to leave, but was halted. The vase gazed at him with a pitiful expression, timidly speaking, Groom, do your best. I bear no grudge against you. If I am sold, I shall seek an opportunity to end my life. If you have the time in the future, Please offer me some incense and burn a bit of paper for me. I have heard that the ghosts who go without paper money live in great misery. I can endure, but you must remember me and spare a moment to burn some for me." As she conjured an image of her fate as a ghost, the silver vase was overcome with emotion and began to cry uncontrollably. Li Xiaozhu found her tears amusing and teasingly poked her nose. "Rest assured, such a fate will not befall you. I have arrived in this world with the intention of taking something seriously for the first time. Prepare to be astonished by your young mistress for an entire year. Now, rest well, your groom will strive for you." The little girl, unaccustomed to such sweet words, felt a warmth in her heart. Although she remained apprehensive about the road ahead, her unease dissipated. "Then, groom, could you not leave? Just stay here and write. I promise not to disturb you." Li Xiaozhu Shukulat. "Very well, I shall remain. You sleep soundly." Instantly, the little girl felt a deep satisfaction and, with a shy blush, timidly added, "Groom, you are so kind. Once you finish writing, if you still desire, I can offer myself to you." At this, Li Xiaozhu playfully tapped her on the head, causing her to yelp in surprise. "Do not entertain such thoughts. Last night, I was inebriated and failed to consider your feelings. I must have hurt you. Rest for a couple of days, and when you recover, you may not wish to refuse me." Reflecting on the painful scene from the previous night, she had initially felt fear, but now it had morphed into something sweet. Li Xiaozhu, aware of the daunting task ahead, writing thousands of characters by brush, said little more. In the room, he diligently pinned small characters on a scroll while the silver vase lay quietly on the bed, lost in thought with a smile adorning her face. Meanwhile, Yuehua observed the silence in Li Xiaozhu's room, puzzled by the absence of conversation, which left her feeling somewhat out of sorts. Eventually, the weary silver vase succumbed to sleep, unable to endure the monotony of the scene. At noon, Jin Ping brought food, and Li Xiaozhu, foregoing the meal, took only a pancake and resumed writing. "Are you saying that the groom merely took a pancake and continued writing? Did he instruct you to leave the food behind?" "Yes, Mississippi." I glanced over and saw that the scroll before him was already half filled with characters, all meticulously written in the style of account books. Did he manage to write so much in just one morning? Yuehua's astonishment turned to envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. This rascal seemed intent on keeping her at arm's length, yet he was willing to exert such effort for a maid. No, he was not doing it for a maid. Rather, it was for a concubine for his woman. It seemed the only way to ease her heart. At dinner, Fu Wenhan inquired about Li Xiaozhu's absence at the table. Before Yuehua could respond, Baozhu pouted and complained. "Father, mother, my elder sister has confined my brother-in-law. My third sister and I tried to visit him, but she wouldn't let us in." Yu glanced at the fourth sister, then at the eldest, and promptly lowered her head. "I am not here. You cannot see me." Yuehua shot a disapproving glance at the youngest before turning to Fu Wenhan. "Father, Li Xiaozhu has some thoughts and suggestions regarding the Grand Canal, so he wished to write them out for you. He is preoccupied with important matters, which is why I did not allow Baozhu to disturb him." This was her carefully prepared response, as the truth could not remain hidden. Once she presented it to her father, he would undoubtedly discern that it was not her work. Fu Wenhan nodded. "I see. It is commendable that he has such intentions. I shall assist him in reviewing it later. However, if he is eager to contribute to the nation, why did he refuse the official position granted to him?" This question caught Yuehua off guard, and she was unsure how to respond. Perhaps it was best for him to hone his skills at home, sparing himself from embarrassment in public. Embarrassment? Perhaps. It might indeed be idealism, the impracticality of mere words. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yuehua felt a persistent belief that Li Xiaozhu would indeed astonish her for an entire year, just as he claimed. The following morning, before dawn had broken, and while Yuehua was still asleep, Li Xiaozhu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, knocked on her door. Jin Ping, still bleary-eyed, rose hastily to inquire, "Who is it? So early?" "It is I, your groom." Recognizing his voice, Jin Ping opened the door, only to be taken aback. "Is this truly the groom who resembles Song Yu and Panin, with such dark circles and a disheveled appearance? One might think he had been ensnared by the courtesans for 3 days and nights." Li Xiaozhu ignored her and strode directly to Yuehua's bedside, tossing 8 scrolls onto the bed. Startled from her slumber by the sudden arrival of the dark forms, Yuehua gasped, nearly frightening Li Xiuzhu in turn. Do not scream. These are solutions for the Grand Canal. I have numbered each scroll for your convenience. If there is nothing further, I shall return to sleep. I am utterly exhausted. Yuehua glanced at the 8 scrolls on her bed, her eyes widening in disbelief. So many? Then she scrutinized Li Xiuzhu, her expression clouded with concern. Did you stay up all night writing? Li Xiuzhu yawned and replied irritably. What else would you expect? Each scroll contains over 1,000 characters, totaling nearly 10,000. If I did not stay up, how could I have completed it? Writing in brush is far more challenging than using a pen. Every dip of the brush is a significant endeavor. Well then, take your time to peruse them. I am off to sleep now. Remember to tend to my silver vase. Yuehua refrained from stopping him, yet she inexplicably felt a deeper envy towards the silver vase. Jean Ping, light the lamp. Let me see how he plans to astonish me for an entire year. Chapter 28, The Golden Bottle, the Black Bottle. In the water bottle, a solitary oil lamp flickered to life, yet its dim glow was insufficient. Soon, the golden wine illuminated 8 oil lamps, allowing Yuehua to discern the characters on the scroll. The feasibility plan for the Grand Canal's excavation is as follows. First, outline the most direct route for the Grand Canal, dividing the construction into no fewer than 10 segments, with no more than 3 segments being initiated simultaneously. Exceeding 3 segments may lead to the following consequences. 1. A delay in agricultural activities, resulting in diminished crop yields. 2. A decline in consumption, having tax revenue. 3. The depletion of substantial grain reserves, potentially triggering a food crisis. The ramifications of such a crisis would include labor unrest and revolutionary change. In years of disaster, the populace may suffer greatly, leading to countless deaths. Secondly, hire labor locally, targeting able-bodied men, with the excavation sites serving as recruitment centers extending to surrounding counties. Amass a workforce of over 20,000, organized into a rotational system to commence excavation. The advantages of this rotational system include ample rest periods that allow laborers to recuperate, thus enhancing productivity by 20 to 30% for the same financial expenditure. Ensure logistical support, medical care, and sanitation. Logistics are the foundation of all operations. Provisions and tools must be adequately stocked to avert unforeseen circumstances that could delay progress. Medical care is essential, as physicians can safeguard the lives of laborers, thereby stabilizing the emperor's rule. Excessive casualties could incite public wrath, endangering the emperor's governance. Sanitation is paramount, as epidemics pose the greatest threat to humanity, with the losses from a plague far surpassing those from natural disasters. Ensuring sanitation can effectively prevent the outbreak of diseases. Specific methods include establishing latrines that must be promptly buried once full, reassigning land for new constructions, or transporting waste to farmlands for burial to nourish the soil. Personal hygiene is vital, utilizing quicklime dissolved in water to wash hands before and after meals. Bathing should occur at least once every 3 days, and residences should be kept clean, inspected daily. For internal protection, boil a mixture of scallions, ginger, and garlic daily, with each person required to consume a bowl, serving to eliminate internal pathogens. Adequate wages are necessary, as laborers are the backbone of their households. Neglecting their compensation could lead to insurrection after a year of unpaid labor. Daily wages should be set in copper coins, with initial investments of 100,000 taels to test the waters. Adjustments to the investment should be made based on the construction progress and the canal's length. Simultaneously, measures must be taken to prevent corruption, ensuring meticulous budgeting, regular inspections, and detailed inquiries. The budgeting process should be as follows. Inspections should be standardized as follows. Inquiries should be detailed as follows. The scroll was filled with thousands of characters, yet the impact on Yuehua was profound. How could he conceive such a comprehensive plan, especially addressing issues that had troubled many dynasties for centuries? If the measures to prevent epidemics were genuine, they could save countless lives. Although this scroll did not pertain to military matters, It was enough to astound Yuehua for an entire year. Yuehua took a deep breath. Has the master departed for court? He pondered. At this hour, he must have set out. Observing the sky beginning to brighten, Yuehua understood. What a pity. I should have let my father see this first, but I can discuss it with him after court. Go and intercept at the door. Do not allow anyone to disturb the master. Remember, I said anyone he instructed. Jean Ping was taken aback and asked in surprise, has the master not finished writing? Did he not bring the scrolls? Did he not say he was going to sleep? Yuehua opened another scroll without lifting his head. The master has been up late, writing, and must be quite tired now. Lack of sleep can lead to illness, so do not allow anyone to disturb him. Jean Ping opened her mouth, feeling touched. Miss, you truly care for the master. Is that so? Yet it pales in comparison to the gratitude this scroll brings to the family. Thus I can only repay it with my own efforts. Moreover, do you know, Jean Ping? Your master is a hidden dragon in the depths. Just as heroes face trials of beauty, who can resist the allure of a hero? Yet Yuehua would never confess that her intentions for Li Xiuzhu were rooted in affection. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Nothing more, she clarified. Go now. You need not return until the master awakens. What? Jean Ping was alarmed. This is not early spring or late autumn, and the sun at noon is intense. What if I get sunburned? Yet, what could a maidservant do against the missus' orders? Master, I despise you. Woe is me. Li Xiuzhu slept until midday, not due to restful slumber, but rather because he was awakened by the incessant sounds nearby. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Yin Ping's flushed face, filled with trepidation. Forgive me, master, I have disturbed your rest. I tried to keep quiet, but it kept calling. I did not intend to wake you. Li Xiuzhu smiled gently. It's all right. You needn't feel guilty. If you're hungry, let us eat, but allow me to freshen up first. By the way, we shall venture out this afternoon. I have matters to attend to. With the ban lifted, he could finally visit his betrothed. I wonder how Yuehua has fared these past days without news from me. We shall see after our meal. Yuehua set down the scroll, her expression darkening. This scoundrel, even upon waking, thinks of Yuehua without a thought for me. However, she had no intention of obstructing Li Xiuzhu from meeting Yuehua. She sought to lower his guard and dispel any doubts he harbored about her. As Yuehua reached for the scroll once more, Li Xiuzhu opened the door and was surprised to see Jean Ping, asking curiously, What brings you here, Jean Ping? Upon seeing Li Xiuzhu, Jean Ping was nearly moved to tears from the heat. Her sweat had drenched her clothes. Yet, all she could do was turn her back to the sun to avoid further tanning. Master, you have finally emerged. If you had delayed any longer, Jean Ping would have turned into a black bottle under the scorching sun. Li Xiuzhu glanced at Jean Ping, replying, Whether you become a black bottle or not is uncertain, but you certainly resemble a water bottle now. Yuehua interjected, My lady fears that someone might disturb the master's rest. Thus, she commanded me to guard the door and prevent any interruptions. Li Xiuzhu instinctively glanced at Yin Ping upon hearing this. Jean Ping, your greatest adversary lies within, he remarked. Yuehua sighed, setting down the scroll, finding the comment distracting in her reading. Does Jean Ping have any enemies? Never mind, I shall check as well. Yin Ping, hearing Jean Ping's words, instinctively glanced at Li Xiuzhu, only to find his gaze upon her. In an instant, her eyes darted away like a startled deer, her face turning beet red. As Yin Ping fumbled, the unmistakable sound of distress echoed once more, making her wish for a hole to hide in. Chapter 29. When does one spend money at the brothel? With a chuckle, Jean Ping realized that it was indeed the sound of Yin Ping's empty stomach that had roused the young master. She felt a sense of gratitude towards Yin Ping's little belly. Otherwise, today might have ended in despair. What are you laughing at? A sudden voice startled both Jean Ping and Yin Ping. Miss. Yes, Jean Ping, what was so amusing just now? Was there something worth laughing about? Recalling the earlier incident, Jean Ping couldn't help but laugh again, though she dared not conceal it. She replied, I was laughing because, although I managed to keep the outside noise from waking the young master, I didn't anticipate that the sound of Yin Ping's hunger would do the trick. Yuehua also let out a soft laugh upon hearing this. Indeed, it was amusing. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. Let us go have a meal. Remember to help Yin Ping up. Want tea you? After saying this, Li Xiuzhu took Yin Ping by the hand and left, leaving Jin Ping momentarily stunned. The smile on Fu Yuehua's face vanished in an instant as she squinted at Li Xiuzhu, a cold smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. You scoundrel! Are you avoiding me, or just a fierce tigress? Am I truly that intimidating? She realized that she could not face Li Xiuzhu. Otherwise, her blood pressure would soar. Despite having contemplated surrendering herself to this rogue more than once, he always managed to sway her thoughts. Very well, you have successfully shattered all my plans. To meet the moon, my little darling? I shall see just how much your precious moon adores you under the pressure of my family. Jin Ping, keep an eye on the young master and Yin Ping. Once they leave, come and inform me immediately. Yes, miss. At that moment, Jin Ping was no longer in her earlier playful demeanor. She dared not even breathe too loudly, feeling like a frightened quail. The icy aura radiating from her mistress made it clear that Fu Yuehua was quite upset, and it was best to tread carefully. Fu Yuehua turned to head back to her room, determined to present the best version of herself when facing her rival. With makeup essentials in hand, rouge, powder, eyebrow pencil, Fu Yuehua felt her competitive spirit ignite. I wonder if that little woman is angry, but I don't have time to engage with her too long. Upon meeting the moon today, I must ensure she transforms into a young matron. As for Yin Ping, let her purchase some delightful trinkets for the second, third, and fourth sister-in-laws. My dear, your 3 younger sisters are in my grasp. What can you possibly do against me? Fu Yuehua narrowed her eyes, and a laugh of anger escaped her lips. This rogue has even turned her 3 sisters against her. Li Xiuzhu, do you think this is merely a game of numbers? You are utterly ignorant of power. The 3 sisters you so hope for are nothing more than 3 quails incapable of self-preservation. Although Fu Yuehua did not hear the subsequent words, she was unperturbed. In the face of absolute power, all methods are but jokes. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu's lips curled into a slight smile. Testing phase, step 2 commence. Yes, since Li Xiuzhu had grown suspicious, he would not simply relent. However, he did not wish to expose that Fu Yuehua could hear his thoughts. As an ambitious son-in-law, he preferred to play along to gain greater advantages. His objective was to first ascertain the extent to which Fu Yuehua could hear his mind, then test the distance involved. Of course, infinite distance was impossible. Otherwise, she would have prevented him from going to the brothel long ago. After finishing their meal and distancing themselves from the Xiang residence, Li Xiuzhu glanced back. They were now 300 meters away from the residence. Li Xiuzhu mused. That little woman was aware of my visit to the brothel beforehand. She might come here looking for me, and it would certainly be embarrassing if she caught me in a compromising position. I must not allow her to grasp any leverage against me regarding my time with the moon. There happens to be an inn in front of Shanglin Garden. Perhaps we should head there. With this thought, a victorious smile spread across Li Xiuzhu's face, though his mind was devoid of any intricate plotting. Where are we headed, young master? To the brothel. What? The brothel? Yin Ping was taken aback, not expecting her master to dare venture there. If discovered, it would certainly lead to confinement. Wait. Young master, can we not go? I fear I will have no way to explain to the miss. Explain what? If you don't say anything, and I don't either, who would know? Upon hearing this, Yin Ping glanced outside the carriage and then blinked at Li Xiuzhu. Li Xiu. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu regretted being so clever, having understood the blank look on Yin Ping's face. Ahem, how about we dispose of the coachman later? Then only the 2 of us would know. Coachman, how can trouble come from nowhere while I'm just sitting here? Sir, I can hear you. Ah, you can indeed hear me. I'm glad I tested you. Since you're not deaf, I have no choice but to silence you. Coachman, why am I suddenly filled with confusion? Young master, perhaps you should not silence me just yet. I swear on my mother's life, I will not disclose your whereabouts to anyone. Once I have delivered you, I will find a proper place nearby to wait. When you are ready to return, I shall fetch you. Wow, you're quite clever. Is this the great wisdom of the common folk? Ahem, since you propose that, I shall grant you this opportunity. After observing the peculiar exchange between the 2, Yin Ping finally reacted, her brow furrowed. Young master, must we go? If there is anything you need, I can fulfill your wishes. Patience, you will understand when we arrive. Upon hearing this, Ping's expression soured further. This was not good. First, I must devise a way to deceive the miss. Otherwise, without preparation, I will surely be unable to fool her. As they neared Shangling Garden, Ping's expression suddenly shifted, and a smile broke through. Young master, it seems we did not bring any money. The master instructed the miss to give you 100 taels, but she has yet to deliver them to you. Perhaps we should not go after all. Coachman. Before Ping could finish, Li Xiaozhu seized her arm, halting her from instructing the coachman to return. When does one ever need money to visit a brothel? Coachman, keep going. Are we not there yet? Ping blinked at Li Xiaozhu, puzzled. Young master, did you not mention you have only gone once? Why do you speak as if you have been many times? Could it be that you have hidden your true nature well and deceived everyone? Young master, we are almost there, just about 200 meters. After hearing this, Li Xiaozhu lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside, memorizing the surroundings while speaking. Coachman, I seem to have forgotten to ask your name. Calling you coachman all the time is rather forgettable. Is it a bad thing to forget? Do you wish to silence me and put up a sign in my memory? Although the coachman was reluctant to answer, he indeed had to respond. My surname is Ma, with a given name Yun. You may call me Old Ma from now on. Ma Yun? Do all drivers have such impressive names nowadays? Had I known, I would have chosen a name like Li Xiaozhu. I should have gone with my name, Father Ma, to take advantage of everyone. Chapter 30. The subtle maneuvers of Li Xiaozhu, my lord. We have arrived, announced Li Xiaozhu as he stepped out of the carriage with Ping. With heartfelt sincerity, he turned to Old Ma, saying, Old Ma, search for a tavern along the way. Let us indulge in a drink on my account. Old Ma, upon hearing this, felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Rest assured, I will speak no ill words. A gust of northern wind swept through, yet none of the three moved. It was Li Xiaozhu who broke the silence. Ping, where's the money? Ping suddenly snapped to attention. All right, the money. Typically, it was Ping who managed the finances when in the presence of the young lady. And since the young lady had yet to provide Li Xiaozhu with his customary allowance, she completely overlooked the matter. However, this was her own small fortune. Reluctantly, she fished out her purse and begrudgingly counted out 2 copper coins to hand to Old Ma. Old Ma glanced at the 2 coins, his expression revealing a hint of exasperation. 2 copper coins? What can that buy? It's barely enough for the cheapest measure of wine. Li Xiaozhu, speechless, snatched the purse from Ping and extracted 3 more copper coins, offering them to Old Ma with a serious tone. Just have a drink, Old Ma. Too much will raise your blood pressure and could lead to dire consequences. Thank you, my lord, Old Ma exclaimed. Your concern is truly appreciated, but I assure you, it is for my health. Huh, I find that hard to believe. With such frugality, how do you expect to indulge in the company of women? I truly wonder how those ladies can remain oblivious to your stinginess. Although Old Ma grumbled internally, he maintained a jovial demeanor. Your intentions are clear, my lord. This is plenty. I can even afford an additional copper coin for a measure of wine. Yes? After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xiaozhu unexpectedly retrieved 3 more copper coins from Old Ma's hands. What is this for? Old Ma inquired, bewildered. Half a measure of wine will suffice. Too much, and you might find yourself intoxicated. My lord awaits your services. I trust you do not wish to steer the carriage into the river, do you? I'll hold on to these 3 coins for now and return them to you next time. Old Ma was taken aback by Li Xiaozhu's cunning maneuvers, and even Ping stared in astonishment. Well, it seems today will be limited to these 2 coins. From now on, let whoever wishes to gift me this paltry sum do so. If I offer again, I shall write my name in reverse. Despite his internal complaints, Old Ma continued to smile, saying, I understand, my lord. Your care for my well-being is deeply moving. Very well, then. You may continue to be moved. Ping, let's proceed. At that moment, although the brothel was not in operation, the doors were ajar, and the ladies within had already risen. Most of last night's patrons had departed, though some remained, treating the establishment as their own. Meanwhile, Yuehua had finally set out from the Fu residence. Though Li Xiaozhu had informed Ping of his early arrival, she could not present herself without proper adornment. After completing her makeup and admiring her reflection, Yuehua emerged, satisfied. We're to my lady. The brothel, Shangling Garden. Are we truly going to the brothel, my lady? Indeed. The coachman, though speechless, recognized that it was not his place to question the whims of his masters. As Yuehua departed, the madam of the establishment spotted Li Xiuzhu and his companion. She assumed they were bringing a lady for sale, a common occurrence. However, upon closer inspection, her expression shifted to one of dread. It was Li Xiuzhu, the notorious rogue. Not only had he come once before, but he had also managed to secure the company of the most sought-after courtesan. To be frank, had it not been for the fact that Yuehua was currently redeeming herself, the madam would have profited significantly from her. Why are you here again? We cannot afford to incur the wrath of your lady. Please, leave at once. What do you fear? Will she consume you? I am here only to see Yuehua, not to engage with the ladies. You have not conducted any business with me, so what is there to worry about? Ever since you last visited Yuehua, she has been unwell and has not seen a guest for 3 days. Your timing is truly unfortunate. The madam harbored grievances against Li Xiuzhu, yet she dared not force him to leave. Rest assured, if I announce my presence, she will certainly wish to see me. At that moment, Yuehua was in her room, perusing the beautiful verses left by Li Xiuzhu, her thoughts drifting to him. Li Lang, I wonder how you are faring? Just as she finished her thought, Siyun rushed in, exclaiming, Sister, Li Gongzi has arrived. Li Gongzi. Yuehua's mind raced, trying to fathom who that could be, when Siyun swiftly provided the answer. It is your beloved Li Gongzi, the one you think of daily. Yuehua initially did not connect the name to Li Xiuzhu, as she typically referred to him as Li Lang or Xiuzhu, but upon hearing it, she immediately realized. Her joy was palpable as she sprang to her feet, rushing towards the door, only to halt suddenly. Quickly, Siyun, stop Xiuzhu. I have yet to prepare myself. Do not allow him to enter. Grant me a quarter of an hour. No, just a moment. Siyun giggled and dashed out of the room. You should have risen earlier instead of neglecting your appearance. Now look at the predicament you find yourself in. The madam was unable to deter the audacious Li Xiuzhu, who, to his surprise, was halted once more at the entrance by Siyun. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, fearing Yuehua might have changed her mind. Did Yuehua send you to stop me? He inquired with a hint of disappointment. Yes, sister instructed me to prevent you from entering. Li Xiuzhu fell silent for a moment, but then a smile broke across his face. Very well, if her affections have shifted, so be it. Hearts are fickle, and it seems Yuehua's sentiments have altered rather swiftly. As for the poetry, I shall consider it payment for my previous indulgence, for while I may not have conquered her heart, I have certainly come close. Yinping, let's take our leave. Yinping glanced at Siyun and, like Li Xiuzhu, assumed he'd been played with. While this revelation brought a sigh of relief, it also stirred a pang of sympathy within her. As she followed Li Xiuzhu, she slipped her hand into his, gazing at him with affection. Li Xiuzhu, touched by Yinping's gesture, looked into her loving eyes, his heart warming at the sight. Meanwhile, Siyun stood in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. What has transpired? Who am I? What have I done? Why has Li Gongzi left? Yet, Siyun realized that had she not intervened, she too would have been left behind. Regaining her composure, she hurried after Li Xiuzhu, wrapping her arms around his waist. Li Gongzi, you cannot leave. If you go, my lady will surely abandon me. Chapter 31. Is this a newfound skill? Is my sister not seeing me anymore? Do not speak nonsense. My sister thinks of you every day. How could she possibly not see you? Li Xiuzhu was taken aback, but his spirits lifted upon realizing the misunderstanding. So why are you blocking my way? Siyun understood now. It was merely a misunderstanding. My sister is not made up and fears you might see her, so she asked me to prevent you from entering until she is ready. So it was, and it seemed I had worried for nothing. It appears there's a bit of mischief at play. Is this a trivial matter? Then step aside. I have little time and cannot afford to wait for your young lady to prepare. This if the young lady finds out without waiting for Siyun to finish. Li Xiuzhu began to tease her like a child. If you do not let me pass, I shall leave. No. I will let you through. If my sister learns that Siyun let you go, she will surely scold me. Dear sister, do not blame me. I truly cannot stop him. Bang. Xiuzhu, how did you enter? Do not look at me. Turn around quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuzhu chuckled. To be honest, Yuehua's flustered demeanor was rather amusing. She looked like a jester, half prepared, half not. No wonder she didn't want him to see her. You still laugh. Turn around. Li Xiaozhu ceased his laughter, but did not turn away. Instead, he said, My dear, do not be mischievous. I have little time today, at most half an hour before I must leave. Yuehua, disregarding her unfinished makeup, stood up abruptly. So early? Indeed, I must buy toys for my little sisters. By the way, this is my concubine. An incident occurred last night, and I thought it best for you to meet her. Yuehua had already seen the silver bottle, but had momentarily failed to discern its identity. The silver bottle was dressed modestly, akin to a servant. Yet her demeanor exuded the freshness of a newlywed. Greetings, younger sister. I am Yuehua. The silver bottle quickly bowed, timidly responding, Greetings, elder sister. I am Silver Bottle. Do not be overly formal, and feel free to behave as if you were at home. You are welcome to visit often. Well, perhaps it is better not to come uninvited. This is not the best place. However, please forgive me for my inadequate hospitality. Time is limited, and there is much I wish to discuss with Li Lang. Ah, elder sister, you may continue your business. Suiyun, please take my sister to the study for a moment. Suiyun hurriedly acknowledged, Yes, elder sister. This way, madam. At this moment, Silver Bottle felt a heavy burden. The young lady had instructed her to keep an eye on the young master, and if she failed, the young lady would surely reprimand her. Li Xiaozhu picked up Yuehua and returned to the dressing table, kissing her cheek as he admired her profile. It is a pity I cannot apply makeup, otherwise, assisting you with your brows would surely be delightful. Yuehua beamed with happiness, evidently looking forward to such a scene. Shall I teach you how to do it, husband? It is quite simple. You would learn in no time. Very well, but for now, you must apply it yourself. Your rival shall arrive shortly. Riba? Fu Yuehua? How could she possibly know Yuehua furrowed her brow and abruptly opened a corner of the window, glancing around. Is someone following you? Are they that cautious? How could I be so oblivious? Li Xiaozhu chuckled. This girl was clever, indeed, but her conjecture was far from the truth. Enough of that. It would be best for you to finish your makeup now. Also, I wish to inquire how you have fared these past few days. As Yuehua applied her makeup, she softly replied, I am well. Since you left, I redeemed myself and have not seen any guests for 3 days. I plan to perform tonight. The 15th of August is the day of the selection for the champion. It is held annually, and I have won for the past 2 years. This year, I may not be as fortunate. To maintain my notoriety, I must either see guests or perform. Otherwise, even if I sing a stunning piece, it may not guarantee victory. Given my reluctance to see guests, performance is my best option. Of course, there's another method, creating hype for exceptional works, but that is exceedingly difficult. Even with your talent, husband, it would be challenging to produce another masterpiece in a short time. The young lady is testing my patience. Li Xiaozhu did not indulge her, pressing Yuehua down and delivering 2 playful slaps. Are you still trying to outsmart your husband? Cough, cough. Get up and let us speak properly. Is it not just about creating a masterpiece? I shall write you another. Fetch me paper and ink. Quickly get up. If you do not, Fu Yuehua will arrive. Let her come. It would be good to let her see. Have you finished your makeup? Yes. Li Xiaozhu lifted Yuehua's delicate face and was immediately captivated. Truly, she was a product of the brothel. Her makeup was a fundamental skill. With a touch, her already stunning features were enhanced, making her even more enchanting. Li Xiaozhu could not resist and leaned in. This little enchantress was simply too alluring. Yuehua paid no mind to the rouge being smudged. She had initially adorned herself to captivate Li Xiaozhu's gaze, and now was the time to reveal her true self. As for Fu Yuehua's arrival, a quick touch-up of the rouge would suffice. It would only take a moment. Meanwhile, 200 meters away at the inn, the coachman Ma was silently drinking. He looked at a plate of cold-tossed bok choy before him. He had lost 2 copper coins. Who could have imagined that this inn, close to the brothel, would charge 2 copper coins more for a jug of wine? Half a jug cost 3 copper coins, and one could not drink without some accompaniment. The cheapest cold bok choy heart was 1 copper coin per small plate. In essence, this trip had cost him 2 copper coins. Was life as a coachman truly this arduous? Suddenly, a tipsy Li Xiaozhu pushed Yuehua away and looked towards the window. What is it, husband? Fu Yuehua is coming. Yuehua peered out the window and, indeed, saw a carriage approaching along the street. Not only that, but she also noticed another identical carriage beside it. Even the lanterns were the same. However, that carriage remained stationary. Yuehua instantly deduced that it was the carriage Li Xiuzhu had arrived in. A ruse to obscure the truth? Chapter 32. Yuehua, on the verge of tears for being bullied by the children, was determined to conceal the truth. As the carriage passed by the vehicle, Li Xiuzhu instantly confirmed that Yuehua could indeed hear his innermost thoughts. Otherwise, she would not have made a beeline for the brothel. At the very least, upon spotting the carriage, she would have opted to check the tavern first. Not only did Li Xiuzhu come to this conclusion, but Yuehua also reached a similar understanding, albeit regarding different matters. It appeared that her husband was indeed being followed. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu dared not dwell too much on his thoughts, forcibly suppressing all psychological activities. It was only when he determined that Yuehua's carriage was now within a distance of 200 meters that a notion arose in his mind. That minx surely has no inkling of what I am currently engaged in, nor could she possibly fathom that Yuehua and I are indulging in our clandestine affair within her maid's room. At 150 meters. Oh no, Yuehua has discovered me. How did she learn of my presence at the brothel? Who leaked the information? Old Ma? No, that can't be right. She didn't spot Old Ma's carriage. I must hastily take the back door and circumvent this predicament. Once inside the tavern, even if she harbors doubts, she will be unable to voice them. The carriage continued onward without pausing, and Li Xiuzhu realized that the range of his thoughts must be even more confined than he had initially anticipated. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 40 meters. Li Xiuzhu felt speechless. Was it even shorter than he had imagined? Or had Yuehua retained her composure and become aware of his presence? He had already concocted 6 inner dialogues, yet there was no response whatsoever. 30 meters. What brings that tigress Yuehua here? What purpose does she have in coming straight to the brothel? Goodness, how do we arrive downstairs so quickly? Surely it was that old coot Old Ma who reported us. I must quickly hide my precious silver bottle. Yuehua's expression began to shift, attuned to Li Xiuzhu's thoughts. She realized that her arrival had been too precise. Alas, this was a culmination of her frustration and carelessness. However, beyond her vigilance, her anger intensified. This scoundrel dubs me a tigress or a minx. He refers to that little darling and my precious silver bottle. Am I to be belittled beneath both of them, despite being a lady of the Xiang family? Nevertheless, Li Xiuzhu's words sparked a revelation within her. Wang Bo, go see where the coachman Old Ma is and summon him. Wang Bo, Yuehua's coachman, hastily replied, Old Ma should be at the tavern 200 meters back. I saw our carriage there. 200 meters back. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Go fetch Old Ma. Leave that carriage where it is. I shall wait for you in Shangling Garden. Understood, Mississippi. Upon witnessing Yuehua's carriage suddenly halt, Li Xiuzhu finally exhaled in relief, realizing that she had not discovered him but was merely lingering at this distance. Estimating the linear distance, it should measure no more than 10 zhang. From this point forward, there could be no further distractions. He needed to refine his thoughts while ensuring she caught some of them. Having gleaned the information he sought, Li Xiuzhu felt significantly lighter. Now, while she has yet to ascend, allow me to compose a poem for you. Time is of the essence, and perhaps I can only manage one. Yuehua suddenly recalled this task, smacking her forehead and exclaiming, one will suffice. Li Lang, you write first. I shall distract her. Caught in a daze from their intimacy, she had momentarily forgotten the matter at hand. She had often heard the courtesans speak of the wonders of love. Little did she know that even a kiss could be so enchanting. It was all Li Lang's fault for leading her astray. If only Li Xiuzhu could hear Yuehua's thoughts. He would be perplexed, questioning if she was not the one leading him astray. There were countless poems available, each with abundant options. However, given the limited time, he would simply choose whichever came to mind. The beauty rolls the pearl curtain, seated with furrowed brows. All that remains are tear stains. Yet she knows not whom to resent. Resentment, an unabating monk, okay, perfect. Perfect? What does that mean? What are they doing? Yuehua suddenly felt her lack of education. There were numerous terms in her husband's heart that she could hardly comprehend. Li Xiuzhu, having just realized he was being eavesdropped upon, was oblivious to many details The only thing he remained cautious about was not revealing this fact. Gome, Jinping. Let's proceed inside. Yes, miss. Jinping disembarked first, assisting Fu Yuehua as she exited the carriage. As they walked, she curiously inquired, Miss, how did you deduce that the young master had come to the brothel? Fu Yuehua had no intention of sharing her secret of being able to overhear Li Xiuju's thoughts, so she merely huffed in response. He woke up, had a meal, and rushed out. He clearly wanted to meet a lover. He had never visited before, only once prior to our marriage, so it must be that known Yuehua I encountered last time. Jinping was taken aback. She had only known that the young master had gone to the brothel, but had not anticipated that his chosen companion was known Yuehua. What? The young master's beloved is actually known Yuehua? I heard it costs 2 guan just for a ticket to see her perform, and one must book a month in advance. By the way, I also heard from the doorkeeper Xiao Wu that known Yuehua is performing tonight. Surely the young master is attending the performance. Listening to Jinping's increasingly excited praises and anticipations, Fu Yuehua's expression darkened. What does your eagerness signify? She is competing with your young lady for a man. Whose side are you on? Just now, 1 silver bottle betrayed your young lady, and now you wish to defect to that little minx's side? Jinping. She responded, but abruptly turned, frozen in place. Oh no, I'm doomed. What has come over me? Have I lost my mind? Why did I praise known Yuehua? Miss, I was wrong. Enough. I do not hold it against you. It is only natural to join in the excitement. You are still young, your disposition not yet steady. Seeing her young lady's demeanor remain calm and composed, Jinping exhaled in relief. Thank you, miss. I will reflect on this and never speak out of turn again. At this moment, Jinping felt remorseful, realizing how wonderful her lady was and how she should not have praised the foe. Yet, just as Jinping was engulfed in self-reproach, Fu Yuehua's lips curled into a sly smile. There is no need for reflection later. Upon returning, transcribe the rules 3 times. It will serve to steady your temperament. Jinping looked at her young lady with a face full of questions. Didn't you say you weren't angry? Didn't you say I was young, and you wouldn't blame me? Do you take me for a fool? You will be punished with 3 copies. Do you think I'm not upset about this? Shouldn't you thank your young lady? I'm doing this for your own good. Look at you. You're so foolishly happy. I truly thank you, miss. I am grateful for your guidance. I will diligently transcribe and remember your teachings. Fu Yuehua felt satisfied and enlightened. One after another. Let us see if you dare to betray me again. Upon entering, the madam of the establishment immediately spotted Fu Yuehua, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Yet, as much as she wished to avoid confrontation, it was unavoidable. Miss Fu, you have arrived. You're growing more beautiful by the day, truly defying the passage of time. Though the flattery was pleasant to the ears, Fu Yuehua's expression bore no trace of smile. You should know why I am here, yes? Where is he? Which room is he in? As soon as Fu Yuehua spoke, the madam felt a tightening in her chest. The newcomers do not come with good intentions. I sincerely hope that the ominous comet never returns. Were it not for that formidable presence, Lu Yu, she would have genuinely considered placing a sign at the entrance declaring, Li Xiuju and dogs are not allowed within. Chapter 33. A renewed confrontation. Fu Yuehua versus. Non jue understood. Understood, but this time we're not engaging in business with your husband, one remarked. Indeed, he barged in regardless, and we could not stop him. Fu Yuehua, upon hearing this, wore an expression devoid of emotion and calmly stated, bring him down. I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be Miss Fu. The setting appeared strikingly similar to that day. Yet both known Yuehua and Fu Yuehua seemed to exude a more favorable demeanor than before. Known Yuehua had matured and become more enchanting due to Li Xiuju's influence, while Fu Yuehua appeared 3-fold more radiant in her makeup. If one were to judge who might emerge victorious, it could only be said that both women possessed their own merits, akin to the 4 gentlemen of the seasons. The 2 women exchanged a glance, and an unusual feeling stirred within them. Fu Yuehua thought to herself, this brazen hussy is growing bolder. I wonder what that scoundrelly Xiuju sees in her. Known Yuehua retorted internally. Last time she was so aloof. Why the sudden desire to adorn herself? Is she afraid I might overshadow her? Where is that lofty demeanor now? Known Yuehua spoke first. However, your timing is rather unfortunate. Before she could finish, Fu Yuehua's face bore a hint of mockery. Surely you do not mean to suggest he just departed? If so, I must say I underestimated you. Continue your performance. Let's see how this little vixen plays her part. Yuehua was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing this topic was becoming untenable. Indeed, this fierce tigress had arranged for surveillance, suggesting that there were likely observers around Shanglin Courtyard as well. With a quick turn of thought, Yuehua devised a response. Not at all. He merely suffered from an upset stomach today. Why not go check on him, dear sister? Such a sordid affair should surely deter Fu Yuehua. To her surprise, Fu Yuehua smiled nonchalantly in response. Very well. I'm quite curious to see what unsavory thing he has consumed to cause such distress. Yuehua's brow twitched at the unmistakable insinuation. Some people may prepare their meals with the utmost care, yet no one desires to partake. This time, Fu Yuehua found herself at a loss for words, her gaze fixed on Yuehua. Whom were you referring to? At that moment, the brothel madam grew anxious. Fearing a conflict over a mere pretty boy was not worth it. Have you considered my feelings? If a noble daughter like you were to suffer even a scratch, I might as well perish on the spot. If my golden goose, Yuehua, were harmed, the compensation would be astronomical. Ladies, heed my advice. Steer clear of fickle men. Let us embrace our own beauty. Cough, cough. Miss Fu, Yuehua is certainly not referring to you, right, Yuehua? The madam prompted, tugging at Yuehua's sleeve, subtly warning her against offending someone of Fu Yuehua's stature. Yuehua understood the implications well. Otherwise, why would she expose herself like this rather than retreating to a life of domesticity with Li Xiuzhu? She turned her head away and replied tersely. I merely meant that some may cook with impeccable cleanliness yet remain unappetizing. I did not point fingers at you. If you choose to think otherwise, that is beyond my control. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu found silver bottle and directly instructed, when your mistress inquires, respond truthfully without omitting anything. Do you understand? Silver bottle froze momentarily, her heart tightening. The mistress has arrived? It's over, I'm doomed. But fear not, my husband. I will help you conceal it. Just think of a reason quickly. Silver Bottle's mind became a blank slate, void of any thoughts. As her fear escalated, she broke down in tears. Li Xiuzhu was taken aback. Just do as I say. Why are you crying out of the blue? Stop. Listen to me. Whatever your mistress asks, answer honestly. Do not involve yourself in this. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. Silver Bottle became increasingly confused about whether Li Xiuzhu was speaking sincerely or not. If she revealed everything, was that something a rational person would do? Wait, is this not something a rational person would do? Woo-woo. Goodness, why is she crying even harder? Fu Yuehua exclaimed, bewildered. Before Li Xiuzhu could speak, Silver Bottle lamented, It's over. The young master is stunned. What am I to do? Why is my fate so tragic? Woo-woo. Li Xiuzhu thought, you're the one who is stunned. Your entire family must be as well. No, wait. That would include me too. How frustrating. Meanwhile, Old Ma, guided by Old Wang, entered Shanglin Courtyard. In his mind, he had constructed countless contingency plans, knowing he could not cover for the young master. Given the young master's penny-pinching nature and the 2 copper coins he had lost, there was no way he would provide assistance now. The remaining option was to exploit the situation, yet one must do so wisely to avoid incurring the young master's resentment. However, after much contemplation, he found no suitable words. In light of this, I must apologize, young master. Fu Yuehua gazed at the submissive Yuehua and suddenly smiled, though it was a smile tinged with dissatisfaction. I wonder how much it cost for Miss Yuehua to perform a song. The madam, though puzzled, responded, for private performance. Is 300 guan for half an hour. For a public performance, with 200 spots available, the earnings split between the brothel and Yuehua is approximately 300 guan as well. Very well. I wish to hear Miss Yuehua sing a song today. I have heard that your ladies are particularly fond of 18 touches. Let us have that. Yuehua had overheard servants singing a few lines of this piece and aimed to use it to humiliate her rival. Instantly, both the madam and Yuehua's expression shifted. Such a piece was only performed in the most debased brothels. Their establishment catered to nobility and scholars, rarely encountering the likes of that song. Moreover, For Yuehua to sing such a tune for Yuehua was undeniably an affront. Though the madam's face flushed with embarrassment, she maintained her composure. This, I fear, is something you cannot truly appreciate. Yuehua raised an eyebrow, her smile enigmatic. What? You refuse to serve your guests? Are you not concerned I might raise your establishment? Yuehua, upon hearing this, smiled and waved her fan. You're indeed correct, dear sister. I do possess the right to refuse service. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have redeemed myself. Whether to open the doors or meet guests is entirely at my discretion. You need not threaten to destroy the establishment. Shanlin Courtyard belongs to the 8th Prince. Should you wish to reprimand the madam, that is one thing. But if you lack a convincing reason and dare to destroy Shanlin Courtyard, what do you think the outcome will be? As she spoke, Yuehua leaned closer, whispering in Yuehua's ear, 18 touches, you say? I can learn it, but I will sing it only for your husband, not for you. How's that sound? A provocation? Very well. Chapter 34. When I am a fool. Impossible. Provocation? Very well. Yuehua squinted her eyes and suddenly let out a disdainful laugh, leaning closer to Yuehua's ear. Trust me, one day you will sing for me. Is that so? I shall await that moment. In an instant, the two locked eyes again, as if sparks were colliding within their gaze. What the hell? Why is this happening again? What is blocking the way? It's over. That tigress hasn't bullied my Yuehua, has she? Yuehua's eyes narrowed, her fury barely contained as she glanced upwards. You dare call me a tigress and her a little darling? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know what it means to be a son-in-law. Yuehua looked up to see Li Xiuzhu pulling out a silver bottle as he made his way downstairs. The moment he laid eyes on Yuehua, he froze in place. Goodness, is that the tigress? She's simply too stunning. With this makeover, she is even more beautiful than Yuehua by a hair's breadth, and her aura is truly remarkable. Perhaps I should surrender to her? The rage in Yuehua's eyes visibly extinguished, replaced by a hint of pride as she cast a glance. Did you hear that? I am more beautiful than you. Li Xiuzhu's gaze shifted from Yuehua to Yuehua, a grin forming on his lips. But just then, the shout of the coachman, Lao Ma, rang out abruptly. Miss, it's him. The son-in-law is forcing me. It has nothing to do with this old servant. Before Yuehua and Li Xiuzhu could respond, the coachman instantly knelt on the ground. Miss, it was the son-in-law who insisted on coming to the brothel. He said that if I didn't bring him, he would throw me into the river. I truly had no choice. What a performance. The act of feigned helplessness was executed to perfection. Li Xiuzhu was astonished by Lao Ma's unexpected talent. By the way, Miss Silver Bottle even tried to persuade the son-in-law, but he wouldn't listen. He even attempted to bribe me. But my heart belongs solely to the Fu family. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Silver Bottle. She will corroborate my words. I have not spoken a single falsehood. What a loyal servant, reminiscent of Lao Ma's previous self. Where's my Yun? Come out. Li Xiuzhu, watching Lao Ma's impressive performance, questioned in disbelief. Wait, didn't you swear on your mother's life? Aren't you afraid? Lao Ma looked at Li Xiuzhu with a sly smile, replying, Dear son-in-law, you needn't worry. My poor mother has been gone for 3 years. Goodness, is this how you operate? I actually fell for the schemes of a local. Overwhelmed, Li Xiuzhu lost control of his words, feeling humiliated as a time traveler. Though he initially had little expectation of Lao Ma's discretion, he never anticipated such a cunning maneuver. To swear on a deceased mother, what a devoted son. Yuehua glanced at the two before directly questioning the silent Miss Silver Bottle. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing this, Silver Bottle instinctively looked toward Li Xiuzhu, provoking Yuehua's displeasure. Li Xiuzhu slapped his forehead and despondently said, Just tell her whatever she asks. I assure you, I won't punish you. That scoundrel must have threatened Silver Bottle beforehand. Left with no choice, she could only speak the truth, though she hesitated for a moment, scratching her head. Miss, I don't know where to begin. Start from when you and the son-in-law left the house. Miss, can we pick and choose what to say? No, every word and action along the way must be recounted verbatim. To Yuehua, there was nothing to hide, but soon her expression turned blank. As Silver Bottle began recounting the tale, detailing how she had given the coachman 2 coins for drinks, A soft chuckle erupted nearby. At that moment, Yuehua was nearly in tears from laughter, while even the madam was having a hard time stifling her amusement. Yuehua shot a glare at Li Xiuzhu, thinking, what a scoundrel! Why does he love to embarrass me so? Giving 5 copper coins, and then haggling back 3, making it seem as though the Fu family hadn't given you money at all. Suddenly, Yuehua paused, realizing that perhaps they indeed hadn't given any money. Just then, Yuehua turned to Li Xiuzhu, grinning mischievously. See you, Yin, go to my money box and fetch 3,000 taels in silver notes. What is this foolish woman up to? Is she planning to give it to Li Xiuzhu? This scoundrel is slapping me in the face. Yuehua was not only thrown off by Li Xiuzhu, but also by Yuehua. Being a kept son-in-law, if this were to spread, Yuehua would be the laughingstock. Xiuzhu, let's go home. Home. My darling hasn't given me my money yet. You can't deny me while allowing others to give, can you? Goodness. This scoundrel genuinely intends to take advantage. That is indeed the money for soft rice. Wait, this rascal initially planned to swindle me out of 500 taels. How could he shamelessly ask for it? Yuehua was speechless, realizing that saving money today was impossible, so she decided to be generous. The reason I rushed to find you today, aside from Lao Ma's report, is that my father wishes to see your talents. Lao Ma thought to himself, I reported? Didn't I just do that? But upon seeing the warning look from the eldest young lady, he immediately accepted it as his burden. Lao Ma's heart was heavy. My father wants to see my abilities? Yes, he intends to provide you with 5,000 taels to do business. After a pause, Yuehua continued, this business will be independent of the Fu family. Whether you profit or lose, it will belong entirely to you. Of course, if you feel you lack the capability, you may also decline. Hee. I knew provoking Yuehua would make this little lady unable to resist. Hee, my 500 taels, it will soon return to me. Does Yuehua still want her money? Forget it. It isn't easy for Yuehua to earn money. I can't take hers. If Yuehua insists on offering it later, I must firmly refuse her. Yes, this way Yuehua will be satisfied, and I can save money for my little darling. As Yuehua listened to Li Xiuzhu's thoughts, a vein in her forehead throbbed. This scoundrel, does he think I am a fool? Not taking hers, only mine, right? I shall not let you have your way. It's merely a matter of face, and I, Yuehua, shall not concede. Seizing the moment, while Siyu Yin had yet to descend, Li Xiuzhu quickly said, my dear, I knew you loved me. Let us return. I long to savor the braised turtle prepared by our chef. Cough, cough, Miss Yuehua, may we meet again to enjoy music. Originally, I heard you were to perform today. It seems fate has not granted me this opportunity. Yuehua slightly nodded, aware that Li Xiuzhu was engaging in playful banter. Otherwise, if he truly wished to see her, she could have performed an exclusive show just for him, however he desired. Dear sir, please wait. I too consider you a kindred spirit and have a small gift I wish to present to you. Chapter 35. The old horse this family is bullying me, a mere honest man. Young master, wait a moment. You and I share a kinship. I have a small token of appreciation to present to you. Just then, Tsiyun rushed down, and before Li Xiuzhu could speak, she handed 3,000 taels of silver notes to Yuehua. Without hesitation, Yuehua passed them directly to Li Xiuzhu. Young master, there are many instances when money is needed while traveling. I know this is trivial to you, yet it remains indispensable. Please accept it. Li Xiuzhu realized it was his turn to speak. He was about to deliver a righteous speech when a delicate, pale hand suddenly reached out from the side and seized the money. Miss Yuehua's kind intentions have been graciously accepted on behalf of my husband, said Yuehua, as she handed the silver notes to Yinping. Yinping, take this money. You shall be responsible for the daily expenses and rewards for my husband. Afterward, Yuehua turned to Yuehua, her eyes sparkling with a smile. My husband is quite popular. Who would have thought that a visit to a brothel could yield such income? If you ever find yourself with excess funds, feel free to deposit them with my husband. Is this for real? Is Yuehua really so shameless? Yuehua replied, shameless. That has nothing to do with me. To be honest, Li Xiuzhu could anticipate most things, but this was beyond his expectations. He merely intended to provoke this young woman, yet she had seamlessly engaged in the art of manipulation. However, despite Yuehua's sarcasm, Yuehua was not angered. She smiled and said, "Very well. I hardly need much money, so I shall give it to the young master." Fu Yuehua paused, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "It is getting late. Xiaozhu, we must leave." "What nonsense is this? Such a sudden ending?" Fu Yuehua remained silent, her expression unreadable. She did not share a carriage with Li Xiaozhu, but chose to ride with the old Wang instead. It turned out that just moments ago, her enthusiasm had waned. Her relationship with Li Xiaozhu was fundamentally one of exploitation. Even if she planned to sleep with him and bear his child, it was merely out of a sense of obligation. Under normal circumstances, this would not be unacceptable, but she suddenly realized that Yuehua, the courtesan, truly loved Li Xiaozhu. Not only did she redeem her own freedom, but she also offered Li Xiaozhu money, selflessly and without concern for gain. This realization left her feeling frustrated. What was she doing? Was she really attempting to drive a wedge between them? On what grounds? Simply because she was his nominal wife. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Yuehua gazed at the poem on the table. Was the poem good? Yes, it was exceptional, undoubtedly a verse that could be immortalized through the ages. Yet she found a sentiment conveyed within it displeasing. The melancholic undertones seemed to envelop her, causing her heart to race. Under ordinary circumstances, she could have appreciated it. But since becoming associated with Li Xiaozhu, she could no longer bear such verses. The thought of abandonment or the possibility of never seeing him again made her heart ache, rendering her breathless. "Li Lang, please do not let Yuehua become like the woman portrayed in this poem." As she traced the words of resentment on the poem, she felt an unsettling resonance. If such a time came, would she resent Li Lang or herself for misjudging him? Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, feeling slightly more at ease. A soft creaking sound announced the entrance of Tsuyun. "Sister, would you like something to eat? You have a performance in an hour." "No, I shall pass. My appetite is not great today." Tsuyun was taken aback. It was the first time her mistress had refused food. "But sister, if you do not eat and lose weight, young Master Li will feel distressed." Yuehua paused, her eyes brightening as she turned to Tsuyun and asked, "You mean Li Lang would feel distressed?" "Indeed. Sister, look how much young Master Li cares for you. As soon as he was freed from confinement, he rushed to find you. If you were to lose weight, he would surely be saddened." Upon hearing this, Yuehua couldn't help but smile. "You are right. I cannot lose weight. I must present my best self when I see Li Lang again. Please prepare something light and sweet for me. I will eat after the performance." Tsuyun suppressed a smile, realizing that her mistress was utterly captivated by young Master Li. "Very well, sister. I shall arrange it at once." Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu was conversing with Yinping. "Young master, perhaps you should keep this money for yourself. Your young lady instructed you to take it, so do so. Otherwise, when she asks for it back, you won't be able to provide it, will you?" Li Xiaozhu paused and continued, "I appreciate your good intentions, but for now, she is the one in charge." "Wait." Li Xiaozhu abruptly halted his thoughts, almost revealing something he should not have, although Fu Yuehua might not grasp its meaning. Where she guessed. In another carriage, Fu Yuehua was momentarily taken aback by his mention of protection. She did not quite understand, yet she overlooked it, accustomed to her husband's peculiar thoughts. "Young master, if you need money, just let me know. The young lady has said you may use it freely." "All right." After responding, Li Xiaozhu turned his gaze toward the carriage window. "Old horse, how many people are still alive in your family? Tell me about them." Ma Yun felt alarmed. It seemed his master had no intention of letting him off easily. "Cough, young master, you jest. I am but a humble coachman, with nothing left but my solitary existence. Please, do not trouble yourself over me." Ma Yun initially thought Li Xiaozhu intended to use his family to threaten him, but the next words left him utterly bewildered. "I see. Next time, make a vow for yourself. For instance, if you betray me again, you will suffer unbearable consequences." "What nonsense is this? You want me to curse myself?" This vow seemed excessively cruel. Was it something one could utter? "Young master, do you really want to use me? Do you not despise or resent me?" Li Xiaozhu replied with curiosity, "Why would I use you? Why would I harbor any resentment? You are, after all, Fu's coachman. It is your duty to inform your young lady of everything." Ma Yun fell silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, "It was not me who revealed the secret." "I know." His affirmative tone left Old Horse stunned. It seemed the couple had colluded, leaving him to take the blame. How about this? Young master, why not switch to another coachman? We have 5 or 6 at home. Not a chance. From now on, you are the one. As he spoke, Li Xiaozhu turned to Yinping and added, remember, from now on, give Old Horse 2 copper coins at a time. Not a single coin more. Yinping could not hold back her laughter. It was simply too amusing. Outside the carriage, Old Horse felt a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Why did this newfound sense of importance make him feel like he wanted to murder someone? Young master, how about 4 coins? Otherwise, if you take me to the brothel, I will incur losses. Even if you did not betray me earlier, you certainly did later, so you deserve some punishment. After a pause, Li Xiaozhu still had a suggestion for Old Horse. Perhaps you could consider moderating your consumption, indulging in a drink every couple of days, while simply observing others revel in their libations and savoring the aromas. What say you? Is it not a curious notion? Chapter 36. The romance unfolds. Stop, old ma. Halt the carriage. Oh, what's wrong, son-in-law? Li Xiaozhu remained silent and directly addressed Yinping. Hand me your purse. Yinping was taken aback, retrieving her purse and inquiring, do you not want any silver notes? Not that much. Li Xiaozhu jumped down from the carriage and walked briskly toward a roadside stall. How much for the figurines? Old man? Before Li Xiaozhu stood a stall adorned with various dough figurines, most depicting martial generals and small animals, alongside 2 fairies. 1 copper coin for an animal. 2 for a figure. How many would you like, dear customer? I'd like 2 grand fairies, 1 medium fairy, and 2 small fairies. The grand fairy should be in a white dress and a green dress, the medium fairy in a bright red dress, and the small fairies in pink dresses. Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled, realizing that, although the figurines on display were not suitable, he could certainly craft them. It wouldn't take long, and with this order, he would ensure his family had a hearty meal today, perhaps even some meat. Please wait a moment. Old man will get right to it. Li Xiaozhu azitata, feeling somewhat uncomfortable watching the old man fret over him possibly leaving. He counted out 10 copper coins and placed them on the stall, saying, this is the payment. Rest assured, I won't run off. You can focus on your work. Hearing this, the old man's smile broadened, and he began working diligently. At that moment, Yinping also emerged. Her eyes lighting up at the sight of the dough figurines, her curiosity piqued. Although she had seen them before, she had never observed them so intently. Previously, she had hurriedly accompanied her lady, gaining some knowledge but little connection to these small trinkets. Li Xiaozhu glanced around and noticed a variety of small items. With the payment settled, he decided not to linger any longer and turned to purchase 2 rattles and 4 flutes. Just then, the leading old Wang turned a corner and noticed old Ma had fallen behind. He promptly remarked, Miss, the carriage has stopped. Yuehua lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside and quickly spotted Li Xiaozhu and Yinping, momentarily taken aback. A smile soon graced her lips. That rascal Li Xiaozhu truly harbored affection for her sisters. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, a twinge of guilt followed. How long had it been since she had bought gifts for her sisters? The last time seemed like 3 years ago. Shall we wait? Wait. Li Xiaozhu didn't purchase much. Once the figurines were completed, he collected his items and climbed back into the carriage. Upon entering, he noticed Yinping's envious gaze, and a slight smile emerged on his face. Her flawless beauty, complemented by a warm smile, felt like a gentle sunbeam illuminating Yinping's heart. While Yinping was still lost in her thoughts, Li Xiaozhu handed her a dough figurine. Here, this is for you. For me? Yinping stared at Li Xiaozhu and the figurine in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe it. Of course, did you not see that this one is dressed in green? It was made especially for you. The one in white is for your lady. If that young lady knew I received a figurine made for me, she would surely be delighted. Yuehua's lips curved into a smile, but she whispered 2 words only she could hear. Childish. What did you say, miss? Nothing. You misheard. Misheard? Jinping cast a curious glance at her lady, concluding she must have misunderstood. Oh no, am I imagining things at such a young age? Previously, when a master consulted a doctor, I overheard that such symptoms might indicate kidney deficiency. I need to soak some goji berries and longan for nourishment. Perhaps I should have the kitchen buy some as well. Why must I suffer from this ailment? And I wonder if my monthly allowance is sufficient for such remedies. No one realized that, from just a single phrase, Jinping concocted an elaborate narrative clearly overthinking. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu continued to tease Fu Yuehua, pausing briefly before expressing his inner thoughts. But what if she refuses my gift? Wouldn't that be quite awkward? Perhaps I should simply not give it to her. Yes, this seems prudent. As long as I don't take the initiative, she won't be able to reject me. You scoundrel! How can you be so sure I would reject you without even offering the gift? Fu Yuehua felt that as long as she was near this man, there was no moment devoid of irritation. He truly was infuriating. Before long, the carriage halted before the Xiang residence. After Li Xiuzhu disembarked, Fu Yuehua spoke coolly. Hand it over. Huh? What? The items you purchased, hand them over. What for? Li Xiuzhu eyed Fu Yuehua warily and continued. Those are gifts for my younger sisters. I know, but I must first inspect them for any issues. Only when I ascertain they are suitable can I trust you to give them to her. Li Xiuzhu hesitated, but eventually produced the 4 figurines, 4 flutes, and 2 rattles. Fu Yuehua quickly scanned the items and immediately identified which figurine was hers. She reached for it and examined it, then pulled out one of the flutes to inspect as well. Finding no apparent issues, she declared, I'll take this home to check further. You may give the rest to her. In that moment, Li Xiuzhu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. No, that flute is truly not for you. Fu Yuehua raised an eyebrow. This isn't for me? But soon a smile replaced her surprise. Since the flute is not for me, does that imply the figurine is indeed for me? No. That's. Seeing Li Xiuzhu's guilty demeanor as he avoided her gaze, Fu Yuehua felt she had unraveled the truth. However, she chose not to expose Li Xiuzhu's little scheme, merely stating, you've chosen well. But the items from outside may not be safe. In the future, regardless of what you buy, send me a copy first so I can verify it. Only then can I confidently give it to Yuehua and the others. All right. Upon hearing Li Xiuzhu's agreement, Fu Yuehua turned to enter the residence. A subtle smile, suggesting her buoyant mood. Li Xiuzhu followed closely behind, also wearing a smile, indicating his own cheerful disposition. Brother-in-law, we heard you bought us gifts. Where are they? No sooner had Li Xiuzhu entered than 3 younger sisters approached. However, the second sister, Yuehua, had not yet arrived, while the 3rd and 4th sisters dashed over excitedly. Li Xiuzhu smiled gently, handing over the figurines and rattles, instantly capturing the children's attention. Wow, this little figure is so beautiful. Is it Baozhu? Indeed, this one is Baozhu, and this one is Yuehua. After introducing the figurines, he presented the rattles. This is a rattle. I'm not sure if you have one, so I bought another for you. Upon hearing this, the 2 children joyfully exclaimed, we have one. But we prefer the one brother-in-law bought. Just then, Baozhu's eyes sparkled, and she said to Li Xiuzhu, brother-in-law, could you crouch down a bit? I have a secret to share with you. Chapter 37. Teaching my sister-in-law to play the flute brother-in-law. Could you crouch down a bit? Baozhu has a secret to share with you. Such a young girl, already harboring secrets? Li Xiuzhu mused, complying with curiosity. What could this child possibly be hiding? Could it be her sister's dark past? Surely not something as embarrassing as wetting the bed? Fu Yuehua's expression darkened visibly. Li Xiuzhu's initial thought was not intentional. The voice of his thoughts was exceedingly difficult to control, akin to a craving for spice. Though he intended to abstain, sometimes it slipped out unconsciously. However, to his surprise, the moment he crouched down, Baozhu planted a kiss on him. This child is far more endearing than her sister, he thought. Fu Yuehua, what have I done? If this gets out, will she come to confront me? The thought was too dreadful to entertain. Jinping, go check on the young ladies over with the son-in-law. Yes, Mississippi. Just as Li Xiuzhu had not yet risen, Yuehua approached and kissed him as well. But suddenly, Baozhu pushed Yuehua, causing her kiss to land awkwardly. Yuehua blinked in confusion. Momentarily forgetting to withdraw, Li Xiuzhu paused, quickly pulling the bewildered Yuehua away. Jinping, alarmed, sharply instructed the other dazed maidservants behind her, if news of today spreads. Remember the consequences faced by the previous servants, do you understand? The maidservants trembled, hastily affirming, rest assured, we saw nothing. Li Xiuzhu, exasperated by Baozhu's antics, firmly addressed her. Baozhu, you must not do this again, do you understand? Giggling, Baozhu blinked her large eyes innocently and asked, does brother-in-law not like it? You let us kiss you that day. That was a kiss on the cheek. Look at what just happened. If others find out, Yinyu won't be able to marry when she grows up. Li Xiaozhu could not condone the notion that this innocent affection was akin to a child's playful kiss. At that moment, Yun Shuang entered the room and, upon hearing the last remark, inquired curiously, what transpired? Li Xiaozhu, not wishing to hide the truth from her, replied, Yun Shuang came to kiss my cheek, but Baozhu accidentally pushed her, resulting in an awkward kiss. An awkward kiss? Unable to marry? In an instant, Yun Shuang's gaze fell upon Li Xiaozhu's lips. Then she abruptly turned, her expression turning cold. If anyone speaks of this, be wary of your lives. Even my eldest sister is not permitted to speak of it, understood? The maidservants, taken aback, wondered if they needed constant reminders. Second miss. Sister Yinping has already made it clear, we saw nothing. Yes, second miss, we witnessed nothing. Seeing the maidservant's assurances, Yun Shuang finally nodded. All right, you may leave and wait outside. Yes. Second miss. Yinping hesitated briefly before departing. Yun Shuang then fixed a serious gaze upon Baozhu, who immediately hid behind Li Xiaozhu in fright. Calm down, Yun Shuang, Li Xiaozhu urged. Speak gently with Baozhu. She is still very young. Being young is no excuse. Fortunately, this happened at home. Had it been outside, how would they ever marry? Then you should speak to her properly. By the way, here, this is a gift for you. As he spoke, Li Xiaozhu handed Yun Shuang a medium-sized red paper figure. Yun Shuang paused, glancing at the figure clad in red, rendered speechless. She then noticed that each of her younger sisters held a small pink figure. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're welcome. I also have 3 flutes. I intended to teach you how to play, but your eldest sister took mine. I will buy another to teach you later. Teach us to play the flute? Yun Shuang's eyes lit up as she spotted the 3 flutes. Her curiosity piqued, as she had never encountered such instruments before. Can you teach me now? Of course. Although we are short 1 flute, it matters not. There are still 3. To learn music, one must first understand the pentatonic scale, gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu. However, let's not delve into that just yet. It may be somewhat tedious for you. The key to playing the flute is maintaining a steady breath. Yun Shuang, you try first. Keep your breath even and blow until you can produce a sound. As Yun Shuang successfully produced a note from the flute, Li Xiaozhu nodded in approval. Excellent. Now, for the finger placements. This is more challenging than learning the scale. Those who lack interest may find it hard to continue. Thus, I will first teach you a simple melody. You only need to replicate it. Once you master it, I will teach you about notes, low and high tones, how to press, and how to release. Li Xiaozhu lifted the flute to his lips, playing a soft and brief melody, an echo of farewell. The sound, whether from a harmonica or rustling leaves, was undeniably pleasant and simple. The flute's clear tone, imbued with a hint of melancholy, resonated through the room, expanding like ripples in a pond. In the moment the sound emerged, it captivated a group of young admirers. Though they could not fully grasp the poignant essence of the melody, its beauty was undeniable. Brother-in-law, I want to learn this. Baozhu wants to learn. I want to learn too. Yinyu chimed in. Li Xiaozhu chuckled, not minding the interruption, and handed the flute to Baozhu while passing another from the table to Yinyu. You both saw how it's done. Give it a try. Baozhu, the most eager, took a deep breath and blew into the flute, oblivious to the saliva left by Li Xiaozhu. A cacophony of noise erupted, prompting Li Xiaozhu to quickly interject, cough, cough, no need to blow so hard. And remember to cover the holes. Upon hearing this, Baozhu paused, pondering for a moment before asking, brother-in-law, what is the order of the finger placements? Yinyu scratched her head and added, I didn't remember either. Li Xiaozhu turned to Yun Shuang, whose face flushed red as she averted her gaze. It was clear she too had not retained the information. All right, it seems the Fu family struggles with memory. Come, I will teach you to blow, Li Xiaozhu began, instinctively reaching for the table before suddenly realizing, oh no, I forgot. Well, it appears the Li family is not much better at remembering. Oh dear, if I were to have a child with that fierce woman, would we not end up with a fool? Fu Yuehua, what? Is this scoundrel suggesting we have children? What on earth are they doing? Why did that thought suddenly cross my mind? Contemplating this, Fu Yuehua found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Chapter 38. The Subtle Changes of Yun Shuang Brother-in-Law. Please use mine. As Li Xiuzhu accepted the flute handed to him by Fu Yunshuang, he felt no burden. However, as soon as he placed it to his lips, he was momentarily taken aback. Not cleaned. Excessive. Don't think that your beauty grants you the privilege to reward me. Fu Yuehua. Well, some sentiments are uncontrollable. It seems I can only restrain myself from uttering anything that might reveal my thoughts. Indeed, it appears I am beyond help. The enchanting sound of the flute resonated once more, capturing the attention of the two little ones, with Baozhu even attempting to mimic the melody. However, her breath control was uneven, causing her notes to scatter, which diminished the beauty of the music significantly. Those who have attended vocal classes know just how cacophonous a discordant performance can be. Fortunately, the chaos produced by the two little ones, combined with Li Xiuzhu's superior flute playing, remained tolerable. Suddenly, Li Xiuzhu paused, handing the flute back to Yunshuang as he approached Baozhu. Baozhu, your sound is uneven. Gulme, learn from me. Hoo. My goodness, producing 3 breath notes in 1 breath. I, Li Xiuzhu, bow to no one but you. Meanwhile, as Fu Yunshuang took the flute and assumed the posture of playing, she gazed blankly ahead. After a long moment, her eyes flickered with a decision. Casting a glance at her oblivious brother-in-law, she placed the flute to her lips. A flush crept onto her face, as if warmth enveloped her, making her eyes feel heavy. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from outside, the voice of Jinping. Why are you here, Jinping? Jinping? The eldest sister has arrived? Fu Yunshuang turned in a fluster, her previously rosy complexion swiftly paling. The young lady sent me to see what you are all doing. I believe I heard the sound of instruments. Is the son-in-law teaching the young ladies to play the flute? Jinping, unable to distinguish between instruments, had indeed witnessed the son-in-law purchasing a flute that day. If she failed to deduce this, she could very well be cast out of the household. Yes, but the second young lady has instructed us not to disturb, so, Jinping replied, the eldest lady sent me to check. So you all can stand here while I take a look inside. With that, she pushed the door open and entered, immediately spotting the 4 individuals present. However, she found it odd that the second young lady had her back to her. Li Xiuzhu, having overheard the exchange at the door, looked at Jinping with curiosity. What is the matter? Did I disturb your young lady, or did she have some instructions for you? Naita. The young lady merely asked me to take a look. I'm not sure what to observe. As she spoke, Jinping cautiously glanced at Fu Yunshuang and asked, Second young lady, are you all right? Having taken several deep breaths, Fu Yunshuang was feeling much better. She turned her head and asked nonchalantly, What is the matter? Have you finished looking? We need to practice the flute. Jinping immediately sensed the displeasure in the second young lady's tone, her heart tightening. I've seen enough. Then I shall take my leave, second young lady. What? I sent Jinping to check, yet you're so eager to send her away? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement as your sister? As she spoke, Fu Yuehua entered, her expression as cold as ice, her eyes filled with sternness. Since it is so, I shall personally take a look. That should be acceptable. Yunshuang had not anticipated her sister's arrival, and, upon hearing her words, replied, Sister, feel free to observe, but I believe we also need a modicum of privacy. The maid should leave if there is nothing further to see. Fu Yuehua did not respond further, but rather found a seat and sat down, observing the group. However, Fu Yuehua's presence instantly rendered the 2 little ones hesitant to play, and the second young lady, Fu Yunshuang, lost her desire to continue. Li Xiuzhu glanced over, then turned to Fu Yuehua, displaying a look of helplessness. Look at how this fierce tigress has frightened the 2 little ones. How can I teach under such circumstances? While Fu Yuehua maintained a stoic facade, internally, she began to critique the situation. Yet, what surprised her even more were Li Xiuzhu's next words. Yuehua, I know you are gentle and virtuous, and you care deeply for your sisters to ensure they do not stray. But look at you, having exhausted yourself all day. It will be wise to take a rest now that you finally have some free time. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. It pains me to see them. Hey, gentle, virtuous? Had I not overheard your thoughts, I might have almost believed you. Truly, Fu Yuehua, have never encountered someone so utterly shameless. Although Fu Yuehua internally scoffed, Her expression remained impassive as she seemed to say, "Stop with the flattery. Hurry and start your performance." Seeing Fu Yuehua moved, Lixutsu smiled. "Come now, little 3 and little 4. Let us not be afraid. Let us perform for our sister. Rest assured, she loves you both and will not punish you without cause." Upon hearing this, Baozhu looked at her elder sister with wide eyes, as if seeking confirmation. "Really, elder sister?" At last, Fu Yuehua displayed a smile, gently responding, "Yes, what your brother-in-law says is true. If you make a mistake, I will correct you. But when have I ever punished you without reason?" Baozhu pondered for a moment, glancing at her brother-in-law, before nodding in agreement. Just as Baozhu was about to play the flute, Li Xiuzhu interjected, "Baozhu, you are still young. Your sound is too soft. You must play closer to your sister for her to hear you clearly. By the way, Yin is also here. Let your sister guide you both." As Li Xiuzhu wore a mischievous smile, Fu Yuehua's heart sank. What was this rascal up to? Wait a moment. How could children who have just begun learning an instrument sound good? Seeing through Li Xiuzhu's scheme, Fu Yuehua immediately said, "Xiuzhu, why don't you listen with me?" Li Xiuzhu's expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile. "I have been listening all along. Am I not right here? Alas, has she seen through me?" Fu Yuehua blinked, her eyes sparkling with a hint of hope. "Then you shall accompany me. Our marriage was so hastily arranged that we have yet to cultivate our feelings. I'm often busy, and it is rare for me to have free time." Noticing Li Xiuzhu's conflicted expression, Fu Yuehua lightly inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to accompany me? Since it is so, I shan't pressure you. However, the 5,000 taels I promised you shall be withheld for now. Starting tomorrow, you shall assist me in managing the household until I deem you capable of handling matters on your own before allowing you to pursue your own affairs." By heavens, this is a bold maneuver. Before Li Xiuzhu could respond, the two little ones protested, unwilling to allow their brother-in-law to accompany their elder sister while neglecting them. "Brother-in-law, listen, listen. Baozhu plays beautifully." "Heh, do you think I believe you?" "Brother-in-law, Yin plays even better." "Well, you might want to reconsider. You're not even as good as Baozhu." Chapter 39. Let brother-in-law teach us to play the shao. The two little ones began to speak, leaving Li Xiuzhu with little choice. "All right, brother-in-law will accompany your sister to listen." He knew well that this fellow harbored ill intentions, harming both himself and others. Serves him right. However, Fu Yuehua soon grasped the situation. It was merely unpleasant to hear, not a significant issue. She would praise the two little ones later. Take a deep breath. Baozhu may not have remembered much, but she distinctly recalled Li Xiuzhu mentioning her voice was too soft. Thus, upon arriving, she took a deep breath, startling Li Xiuzhu in the process. Ugh! Buzz! MMM. The harsh noise surged forth like a magical assault, crashing relentlessly against Li Xiuzhu and Fu Yuehua. Baozhu's small hands remembered where to cover the holes, but her pace was too slow, resulting in a series of single notes. Fu Yuehua, still in a daze, felt her mind go blank. As she regained her senses, her brows twitched involuntarily. Just as she contemplated intervening, Li Xiuzhu's inner voice echoed in her mind. Should I interrupt? Others find the melody pleasing, yet I am on the verge of despair. But the little ones are trying so hard, although it's just noise. If I were to abruptly chastise them, it would stifle their musical journey, he reasoned. Very well, I shall endure this. Fu Yuehua opened her mouth, only to swallow her words back down. If Li Xiuzhu could tolerate it as a brother-in-law, surely she, as an elder sister, could bear it for the sake of her sister. Moreover, she wouldn't need to teach them. Li Xiuzhu would handle it. A brief initial tune, lasting no more than 6 notes and a few breaths, felt like an eternity to Fu Yuehua. Once the segment ended, she took a moment to collect herself. However, upon seeing the hopeful gazes of her third and fourth sisters, she recalled the present circumstances. Little 3, little 4, you played wonderfully and with great dedication. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become masters of music. Your elder sister supports you. Now, practice diligently with brother-in-law. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you any longer. After speaking, Fu Yuehua rose to leave, her steps appearing unsteady, even more awkward than a newlywed bride. Yunshuang, observing from a distance, couldn't he help but stifle a laugh at her sister's disarray. Fortunately, The buzzing in Fu Yuehua's ears muffled the sound, sparing her from embarrassment. Miss, what troubles you? Shoo. Jinping, Yinping, assist me back to my room. At this moment, Baozhu and Yinyu approached Li Xiuzhu, excitedly exclaiming, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, please teach us the next segment. Sister just praised our playing skills and said, we have talent. Indeed, indeed. Li Xiuzhu, having just regained his hearing, rolled his eyes at their enthusiasm. Teach you? Who encouraged you to blow so forcefully? Your noise has left my head buzzing. Brother-in-law, you're lying. Sister just praised us. Baozhu protested, her expression filled with defiance. Li Xiuzhu retorted, did she praise you while fleeing so quickly? She was likely terrified by your cacophony. Enough, let us start again. Especially you, Baozhu. If you continue to be so loud, I shall not buy you gifts in the future. Oh, Baozhu replied, her face falling, which tugged at Li Xiuzhu's heartstrings. He promptly lifted her onto his lap, then placed Yinyu on the other. Failure is the mother of success. All achievements are built upon countless failures. You've only failed once. Why be disheartened? Some performers practice for over a decade for just 10 minutes on stage. Upon hearing the mention of performers, Baozhu's eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, can you take us to see a performance? I long to witness one. Li Xiuzhu hesitated, realizing he couldn't promise such a thing, as he had only just received approval to step outside. Sensing his predicament, Yun Shuang stepped forward, gently patting the heads of her two younger sisters. This is not something brother-in-law can decide. Please don't put him in a difficult position. Now, let us continue learning the flute. Seeing the disappointment on the little ones' faces and glancing at Yun Shuang, Li Xiuzhu suddenly spoke. It's not impossible, but would a silent performance suffice? A silent performance? Even so, the idea thrilled the two little ones. Really, brother-in-law? Of course. Have I ever deceived you? However, you must practice the flute diligently. Once you master this piece, I shall arrange for you to see a performance. While there were challenges, they were not insurmountable. The Fu family was no ordinary household, possessing many advantageous connections. Hee, brother-in-law. Then let us learn the piece. I am confident I will master it quickly. Very well, you begin with breath control. I will teach your second sister first. Yun Shuang, please play the initial tune I just taught you. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunshuang raised the flute to her lips, but hesitated at the moment of playing, suddenly struck by the realization that she had been too focused on her brother-in-law to pay attention, though she retained a vague memory of the notes. The earlier commotion from the two little ones had clouded her mind. Shall I begin? Fu Yunshuang's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, bashfully admitting, I forgot because of Baozhu and Yinyu's antics. With a fierce glare directed at the two little ones, she found they were utterly unfazed, emboldened by the presence of their brother-in-law. Baozhu stuck her tongue out at Yun Shuang, making a silly face. Ha, second sister is so foolish. She can't match my and Yinyu's cleverness. Yinyu glanced at her sister and then at Baozhu, wisely choosing not to mock her. Silly Baozhu, just wait for second sister to give you a spanking when we return. I want to make fun of her. I'm the clever one. Li Xiuzhu felt a bit dazed, suddenly realizing how absurd it was to be teaching them the flute when he could be teaching them card games instead. After patting the two little girls on the head and setting them down, he extended his hand to Yun Shuang. Come, brother-in-law will teach you once more. As soon as Yun Shuang regained her composure, she eagerly handed over the flute, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Xiuzhu, undistracted, focused, and began to play. The melodious notes filled the air, seemingly cleansing away the earlier noise, invigorating all who listened. When he finally set the flute down, Fu Yunshuang suddenly remarked, brother-in-law, I've heard that the sound of the xiao is longer and softer. Why don't you teach us to play the xiao? Li Xiuzhu paused at her words. Play. The xiao? Indeed, as Fu Yunshuang stated, the xiao sound is more prolonged and gentle. However, that particular instrument had been mishandled. He would never play it, nor would he ever teach his three younger sisters. Glancing at their rosy lips, he found himself at a loss for words. Cough, cough. Chapter 40. Visitors from the North, seeking Princess Shang Yunshuang. Although my brother-in-law appreciates the beauty of playing the flute, he himself does not indulge in it. However, music is inherently reciprocal. If you wish to play in the future, you must cultivate your own understanding, which requires a certain level of musical proficiency. In any case, Self-discovery is key. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuang nodded, planting a seed of intent in her heart to learn independently once her musical skills had matured. As time passed in their musical studies, the hour for dinner approached. Suddenly, Fu Yunshuang spoke. Brother-in-law, may I request a piece played by you? Not that one. She continued, I wish to hear something more jubilant. That piece carries a hint of sorrow. Li Xiuzhu was momentarily taken aback, forgetting the impact of music on one's state of mind. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, thinking, what else more cheerful? This will be simple. A lively melody filled the air, crisp and bright, gradually evolving, the flute's notes soaring gracefully, enchanting and melodious, reminiscent of ethereal sprites whispering and lamenting. In that moment, the two little ones were utterly captivated, lost in a tranquil sea of joy. It wasn't just them. Several maidservants outside were equally entranced. No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on Li Xiuzhu's room, absorbing the delightful and uplifting music. After the performance concluded, Li Xiuzhu finally set down his flute. Brother-in-law, what is the name of that piece? It was so delightful. Li Xiuzhu smiled in response. It's called Out of the Mountains. Regardless of any accusations of plagiarism, the melody is undeniably beautiful. The flute rendition is particularly cheerful. Out of the Mountains? Why such a title? Ah, Baozhu, are you the embodiment of endless curiosity? Now, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Meanwhile, Fu Yuehua entered Fu Wenhan's study, carrying several scrolls of paintings. The reason for her visit at this hour was that Fu Wenhan had not yet returned from the palace in the afternoon, evidently engaged in discussions with the officials. Seeing Fu Yuehua, Fu Wenhan was somewhat surprised. What brings you here, Yuehua, at mealtime? Fu Yuehua inquired. Father, must the Grand Canal be constructed? Although Fu Wenhan was unsure why Fu Yuehua was so preoccupied with this matter, he nodded and replied, the construction of the Grand Canal serves the present age and benefits future generations. Both the Emperor and I are dedicated to its development. Fu Yuehua nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Since resistance was futile, it was best to strive for excellence. Father, please take a look at these. They may be of assistance in your endeavors regarding the Grand Canal. Fu Wenhan was taken aback, but recognized that his daughter was serious and could distinguish between public and private matters. Thus, he turned his gaze to the scrolls. Upon unrolling one, he discovered it was not a painting but densely packed with text. What is this? A feasibility plan for the Grand Canal's excavation? As he continued reading, Fu Wenhan's astonishment grew, and he became engrossed. The document was remarkably comprehensive, addressing potential contingencies, solutions, excavation timelines, preliminary preparations, as well as oversight and troop deployment. When Fu Wenhan finally regained his composure, Fu Yuehua had returned from dinner. Having perused the scrolls, she understood how captivating they were and how long one could be absorbed in them. As for her father's missed meal, it was of little consequence. The family had grown accustomed to his idiosyncrasies, and a missed meal was trivial. If Li Xiuzhu were to learn of this, he would surely have something to say. There was familial affection, albeit limited. Upon seeing Fu Yuehua, Fu Wenhan exclaimed with excitement, Yuehua, where did this come from? Such talent, remarkable talent. Quickly, introduce me. Fu Yuehua set down her teacup, calmly stating, Father, do not be overly excited. It is impossible for him to take an official position, so you must quell your hopes. Fu Wenhan was undeterred. Such exceptional talent could not be easily dismissed. Is there truly no possibility? Absolutely none. After this, Fu Yuehua shifted the topic, asking, can these insights ensure the Grand Canal is completed smoothly without provoking public discontent? Fu Wenhan felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of the individual not wishing to serve. Had he been willing, with such capabilities, a high-ranking position would have been inevitable. Yes, it is certainly feasible, but the excavation of the Grand Canal may need to be postponed. Fu Yuehua paused, sensing her father's earlier urgency was now tempered. Father, has something significant occurred? Fu Wenhan nodded, stating, indeed, there is a matter of some gravity, though not insurmountable. Visitors from the north have arrived. Silla seeks our Princess Shang, and they have stationed 100,000 troops at the border. Should the court refuse, these troops will march south after the 15th of August. Fu Yuehua felt a chill. Was war truly on the horizon? 100,000 troops. What is the court's plan? Will they engage in battle? Fu Wenhan shook his head. A confrontation is unlikely. The court currently supports Princess Xiang's proposal. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely to be a settled affair. However, should Princess Xiang be married off, the Grand Canal's construction may have to wait until next year's tax revenues are realized. Fu Yuehua's expression darkened. While the marriage of Princess Xiang was framed as a diplomatic union, it felt more like a transaction of women and wealth. For her, as a woman, this was a dishonor, not only to women but to the nation. Alas, as a woman without official standing, she was powerless to effect change. Does father know who this Princess Xiang might be? Fu Wenhan glanced at his daughter and immediately discerned her thoughts, sighing as he replied, currently. The only eligible candidates are Princess Wenjie and Princess Wenhua. Do not dwell on it excessively. Fu Yuehua paused, then nodded in understanding. She was acquainted with both Princess Wenjie and Princess Wenhua, having participated in poetry gatherings with them in the past. Princess Wenjie, in particular, was her closest companion, a rare confidant. She never expected her friend would face such a fate. Father, I shall take my leave now. Yes, do not overthink it. You are powerless to alter the course of events. Just as Fu Yuehua departed, Li Xiuzhu found himself with a rare moment of leisure, perusing the blank book that had accompanied his journey through time. As he read, a sense of weariness washed over him. While one might ask, the potential within was vast, perhaps too vast. Anything he could name could be created, yet the ability to do so was elusive. What could be produced were merely rudimentary items, such as a manual plow, one that could be drawn by a person of moderate strength, thus sparing the oxen. Yet, aside from alleviating the plight of the people, what other utility did this serve? The crux of the matter was his desire to remain unobtrusive, to live a life of ease. However, to do so, sustenance was essential. Perhaps he should provide for his father-in-law. That could be considered his contribution to the well-being of the populace. Nevertheless, what he yearned for most was self-preservation, thus his desire to create firearms. Yet, the intricate craftsmanship of weaponry was daunting. Even a seamless steel pipe posed a significant challenge. Alas, if only he possessed a divine manual, something akin to the 18 palms of the dragon subduing the invincible Vajra technique, or North Sea. Chapter 41. Is Fu Yuehua's relative here? Ah, how I wish for a divine martial arts manual, something akin to the I Jin Jing or the indestructible Vajra skill. As for the North Sea, perhaps it is best to let that go, for I am unsure if there exists a master of internal martial arts in this world. What if there isn't? Then I might as well settle for mediocrity. Li Xiuzhu's thoughts wandered aimlessly when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the wordless book, and he froze momentarily. The I Jin Jing? To his astonishment, it truly was the I Jin Jing. To attain enlightenment, one must first establish two foundations. The first is clarity and emptiness, and the second is transformation. To achieve clarity is to cleanse the marrow. To transform is to change the muscles. Well, I am utterly baffled. I cannot comprehend this, but no matter. I have the wordless book to translate it. Fu Yuehua, upon returning to her courtyard, was taken aback by the astounding information. What is this wordless book? How can a book without words be translatable? Suddenly, she recalled the white leather book that Li Xiuzhu often carried at his waist. Could it be that one? At this moment, Fu Yuehua was keenly eager to examine that book. Despite being on the verge of reaching her own door, she turned and made her way to Li Xiuzhu's room. She gently knocked on the door and, without waiting for a response, pushed it open. Li Xiuzhu was momentarily startled, casting a bemused glance at Fu Yuehua, who had entered without permission. Technically, she had knocked, yet she had also entered without his consent. Although she noted his expression, Fu Yuehua maintained a composed demeanor. Li Xiuzhu's reaction was entirely within her expectations. She had grown somewhat accustomed to this fellow. Fu Yuehua approached Li Xiuzhu from behind, discreetly glancing at the book in his hand. Indeed, it was devoid of any text. She immediately recognized it as the wordless book. Yet the question remained, how does one interpret a book that lacks words? Li Xiuzhu soon realized Fu Yuehua's intent. Evidently, she had overheard earlier. He had no reason to hide it, so he promptly handed the book over to her. Curious? Fu Yuehua accepted it without pretense. flipping through the pages as she inquired. I have a question to ask, which is why I came to see you. But why does this book have no words? Oh, feel free to ask. Changing the subject? Not answering me? What were you so engrossed in just now? Ah, relentless in your pursuit of answers, aren't you? Li shiuzu shukulat. I was merely contemplating a matter. Huh, I find that hard to believe, seeing that she could not extract the secret of the wordless book. Yuehua returned it to Li Shiuju and said, someone from Silla has arrived, requesting our princess Shang. What are your thoughts on this matter? How should I view it? I can only lie back and observe, he replied. Yuehua found herself at a loss for words at his flippant response. Truly, what an oddball. Nevertheless, Li Shiuju maintained his serious facade and added, well, this matter doesn't concern us, does it? It's not as if it's your cousin who's involved. So why worry about it? By the way, I have a question for you. Have you ever encountered a martial arts expert? You know, those roving heroes who can leap through the air. Yuehua was taken aback by his inquiry. Why do you ask such things? Do you wish to learn martial arts? After knowing him for a few days, she had gained some understanding of Li Shiuju. He rarely inquired about matters that did not concern him, since he was asking. It was clear he had a purpose. Is that not permissible? Are there any? Yuehua nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, I have seen those who can leap several yards. I have witnessed the Emperor's guards pursuing criminals. However, I have heard that martial arts training requires one to start from a young age. Is it not too late for you to want to learn? Li Shiuju dismissed her concern and continued, have you heard of internal martial arts? I am not well versed in that suddenly. Yuehua seemed to recall something, her expression shifting as she looked at Li Shiuju meaningfully and said, if you wish to know, I can introduce you to someone. The candlelight was not particularly bright. Thus Li Shiuju did not notice the peculiar glint in Yuehua's eyes. Excellent. I would appreciate that. Afterward, Li Shiuju glanced at the moon outside and casually remarked, well, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall retire for the evening. Ugh, this rascal, he truly prioritizes his own needs over others. What does he mean by saying he will rest if I have no matters? Has he forgotten that I am his legitimate wife? How dare he not wish to share a room with me? Does he expect me to ask him? Am I to be so devoid of pride? Yuehua felt a surge of anger. But it was entirely out of the question for her to initiate a request to share a bed with Li Shiuju. Yuehua said nothing more, snorted softly, and turned to leave. Li Shiuju, perplexed by her sudden anger, wondered, what on earth is this about? Women, truly incomprehensible. Wait, could it be that her time of the month has arrived? Forget it. I shall ignore her and go seek my precious silver bottle. I wonder if my silver bottle has warmed the bed yet. Yuehua narrowed her eyes. What does my anger have to do with my monthly cycle? Nevertheless, the more she thought about it, the more unjust she felt. She paused, turned around, and returned directly to Li Shiuju's bedroom. The sudden appearance of Yuehua left Li Shiuju bewildered. Didn't you just leave? Why are you back again? And could you not respect my privacy? What is it? Do you have something else to say? Silver Bottle also reacted promptly, respectfully addressing her Miss. Yuehua ignored Li Shiuju and spoke directly to Silver Bottle. Tonight, you need not attend to the young master. Come to my room to report on the events of the past few days. Silver Bottle was taken aback. It was bedtime, and now it was the time for a report? Yuehua frowned slightly. What? Do you have objections? Li Shiuju was also taken aback. This woman is doing this on purpose? Isn't she? Who reports on work at this hour? No, Yuehua, you have gone too far. We previously agreed that Silver Bottle would attend to me, and you have not yet honored that. Now you wish to intrude, even on Silver Bottle's duty, to help me sleep? This woman is undeniably acting like a schemer. Yuehua was mute, feeling a sense of triumph. Let us see how you respond now, how you endure this, and whether you recognize your mistakes. Yuehua calmly stated, I will indeed ensure Silver Bottle attends to you. However, even if Silver Bottle is your concubine, she must still heed my arrangements. Do not forget, I am still her mistress, and I am also your legitimate wife. Li Shiuju fell silent, collapsing onto the bed in despair. Go on. Just don't forget about Silver Bottle. Chapter 42, Dear Son-in-Law. Could it be that you are overthinking? Go on. Do not forget about the Silver Bottle. Upon hearing this, Yin Ping was deeply touched. The son-in-law was indeed thinking of her and had brought her up not once, but twice in a short span. Yuehua, however, responded with a hint of annoyance. I cannot forget. Muttering under her breath, she added, I don't see you being this attentive towards me. What did you say? Li Xiaozhu's sudden retort startled Yuehua, and with a frosty expression, she replied, Nothing, Yin Ping, let us depart. Casting a glance at the two leaving, Li Xiaozhu found himself unable to sleep and opted to continue perusing his wordless book. Yuehua was right. At his age, without extraordinary encounters, he could hardly hope to cultivate any martial arts. Yet, he had such encounters. Not only could the I Ching Jing refine his physique and enhance his abilities, but the 90 manual could also aid in his initiation. Moreover, there was the formidable Baiming divine skill. If this world truly possessed internal martial arts, then Duan Yu, a mere scholar of his age, could rise to prominence through the Baiming divine skill. There was no reason he could not do the same. However, since he had already acquired martial arts manuals, could it be possible that there were also manuals for cultivating immortality? Li Xiaozhu was not well versed in the methods of immortality, yet he knew several, such as the Grand Immortal Decision, the 8-9 Profound Art, the 9 Transformations of Profound Art, the Ta Ching Immortal Method, the Yu Qing Immortal Method, and the Shang Qing Immortal Method, among others. In addition to these, there were also esoteric techniques like the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique and the Grass Character Sword Art. As Li Xiaozhu pondered, the wordless book indeed revealed the manuals for immortality, and in that moment, joy illuminated his features. That night, he scarcely slept, engrossed in the study of these immortal techniques. Indeed, he had become disillusioned with martial arts. Yet, after compiling numerous immortal techniques, disappointment soon followed. All the techniques required entering a meditative state to absorb spiritual energy. While he could achieve a meditative state, he could not sense the spiritual energy of the universe. Unable to perceive such energy, what hope did he have for cultivating immortality? Was this his own shortcoming, or was it a meticulous endeavor that required patience? Did it necessitate spiritual roots, or was it a matter of prolonged practice to attune to the energy? His inability to sense spiritual energy left Li Xiaozhu disheartened. It seemed he could not achieve success overnight. Cultivating immortality could not be rushed. He needed to start with martial arts. The next morning, he appeared at breakfast with dark circles under his eyes, instantly startling Yuehua. Did you not sleep at all last night? Rolling his eyes, Li Xiaozhu replied. Do you not have a clue as to why I couldn't sleep all night? You took my precious silver bottle away. Do you know how I managed through the night? Are you unaware of a grown man's physical needs? Well, clearly you are. Once this woman departs, I shall cuddle my dear silver bottle and catch up on sleep. Despite his inner complaints, Li Xiaozhu proudly declared, I'm not too tired. I was engrossed in reading. A slight smile graced Yuehua's lips, her mood elevated. Clearly, after enduring his arrogance for so long, it felt gratifying to reclaim a moment of triumph. Reading less fiction is good for your health. By the way, Yin Ping, there are some matters for you to hand over. Take Zhu with you to transfer your previous responsibilities. As Yuehua spoke with concern, she simultaneously delivered a pointed jab at Li Xiaozhu. Li Xiaozhu, is this old sixth targeting me? Is it not sufficient to discuss the handover this morning? Must it be done before noon? Can it not wait until the afternoon? You have other matters in the afternoon. Did you not wish to learn about martial arts? I have asked Jin Ping to arrange a meeting. If all goes well, you shall meet in the afternoon. What? You do not wish to meet? Then forget it. No, I shall meet. Li Xiaozhu gritted his teeth, but he found himself in a bind. Just wait. Yuehua, there will come a time when you need my help. Huh? Yuehua was once again delighted, gazing at the overcast sky and finding it somewhat more beautiful. Li Xiaozhu, having gone a night without sleep, still found himself alone in bed. Alas, his body was currently in such a state, which is why he was so eager to learn martial arts. Yet, just before he fell asleep, a question suddenly dawned on him. What did his afternoon matters with Yin Ping have to do with anything? Damn it, he had been misled by that woman. By 2 in the afternoon, Yin Ping woke Li Xiaozhu. Dear son-in-law, the eldest lady has sent me to take you to the peach garden. The peach garden? Where is that? Yin Ping explained. It is the garden of Princess Liang, the emperor's sister. Today, there is a poetry gathering, and the eldest lady wishes for you to attend. A poetry gathering? Did not Yuehua say she would have Jean Ping arrange for me to meet that martial arts expert? Ying Ping chuckled lightly. She will be attending as well. Oh, in that case, I shall go. Li Xiaozhu washed his face and set off. The carriage was still pulled by the old horse, as per his prior instructions, which Ying Ping remembered. As he observed the old horse leading the carriage, he suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. Old horse, are you hiding something from me? Ma Yun's heart sank. Oh no, the son-in-law must not have realized I deceived him last time, claiming I was alone. Dear son-in-law, so you're skilled in martial arts? Are not all your drivers martial arts experts? Martial arts experts? Me? Why was I unaware of this? Dear son-in-law, you. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Why would there be no guards accompanying a family member of a high-ranking official? That does not make sense. Upon hearing this, Ma Yun fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Dear son-in-law, could it be possible that you are not as important as you think? The girl couldn't contain her laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dare you laugh at your husband? Just wait until tonight. I shall deal with you properly. At that moment, the old horse continued to stab at Li Xiaozhu's heart, saying, Actually, I know about the eldest lady's outing. There are several guards in the shadows. Moreover, Wang Gu possesses considerable skills, and 7 or 8 strong men cannot approach. As for the master, aside from his own hidden guards, the emperor has also dispatched people to protect him in secret. Li Xiaozhu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Old horse, you express yourself well, but please refrain from speaking further. Understood, dear son-in-law, I shall remain silent. Yes, that is what I mean. No sooner had Li Xiaozhu uttered these words than the carriage abruptly came to a halt. Old horse, why have we stopped? Old horse. A foreboding sensation surged through Li Xiaozhu. It was over. Someone was out to harm me. I knew it. There would undoubtedly be those who would target the family members of high-ranking officials. The Fu family truly. Am I not worthy of having a few guard arranged for my protection as a son-in-law of the minister? Is there truly no one concerned about the possibility of my kidnapping and threatening Fu Yuehua? Chapter 43. The Deceptive Old Horse Online Scammer, Silver Bottle. You'd best stay silent and cautious for your safety. Influenced by Li Xiaozhu, Silver Bottle nodded hurriedly, not daring to utter a sound. Li Xiaozhu gazed at the curtain of the cart before him and suddenly lifted it with a swift motion, as decisive as a clap of thunder. Yet at that moment, he was taken aback. The old horse was standing in front of the cart, staring at him, seemingly lost in thought. Li Xiaozhu fronat, looking at the old horse with displeasure. Old horse, what are you doing? Why didn't you respond when I called you? Old horse, speak. Wasn't he at the young master who forbade me from speaking? Li Xiaozhu's expression darkened. What the hell? Now tell me, what is going on? Why have we stopped? This time, Ma Yun refrained from causing trouble and gestured ahead, saying, Young master, we have arrived at the peach garden. Damn, this rascal deliberately played a trick on me just as we were nearing our destination. That look earlier, was he mocking me? Li Xiaozhu skolat, fixing his gaze on the old horse. Old horse, learn from me. Ma Yun. Though Ma Yun did not grasp Li Xiaozhu's intention, he recognized this was not the moment to provoke him and obediently recited, I, Ma Yun, if I dare to play tricks on the young master again, may I bear children without an exit and remain a lifelong bachelor. Ma Yun fell silent, staring at Li Xiaozhu, his mouth agape, unable to voice his thoughts. Observing Ma Yun's reaction, Li Xiaozhu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked at Ma Yun with a feigned gaze. Children? A boy? A girl? While Li Xiaozhu was inquiring, his tone was already laced with certainty. This scoundrel, not a word of truth coming from his lips. Ma Yun did not deny it any further, instead smiling and saying, There is a boy, but during a time of escape, I got separated from him and his mother. Li Xiaozhu nodded upon hearing this. Regardless of belief, knowing it was a boy sufficed. Splendid. Next time, I swear on your son. The old horse pondered for a moment and unexpectedly acquiesced, leaving Li Xiaozhu in shock. Very well. After all, the child isn't even mine. What do you mean? Why the hesitation, if he is not your biological child? Moreover, why do you have a child that isn't yours? In a mere sentence, the information felt overwhelmingly dense. At this moment, Silver Bottle, sensing there was no immediate danger, cautiously peered out. Phew, young master, you scared me. I thought we were truly in trouble. Ah, could it be said that he was overly sensitive? Perhaps too many novels had instilled some paranoia in him. Blame the old horse. Were it not for him, would I have embarrassed myself thus? Before Li Xiaozhu could respond, Silver Bottle glanced at the peach garden and quickly suggested, "Young master, let us enter. It's getting late. If we delay any longer, the poetry gathering will conclude." The poetry gathering was divided into several segments, typically beginning with a morning stroll, followed by appreciation, poetry composition, lunch, and afternoon tea and discussions. They would enter the city before nightfall. Then each would return home to their respective families. The reason Fu Yuehua had sent someone to bring Li Xiaozhu so late was primarily to check if Princess Wenjie was present, the very individual she intended to introduce to him as part of the marriage alliance. Li Xiaozhu, upon hearing this, decided not to linger with the old horse, yet he mentally noted this debt to repay later. He was indeed quite petty. As the two approached the peach garden, the gatekeeper was momentarily stunned, not expecting visitors at this hour. Without waiting for them to speak, the servant bowed and requested, "Please present your invitation." Silver Bottle retrieved a large red, gold-embossed invitation from his sleeve and handed it over. After a glance, the servant allowed them entry. "You may proceed." Upon entering the peach garden, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, not the scent of peaches, but that of honeyed peaches. A breeze carries the fragrance for miles, while colorful butterflies dance in the scenery. What a splendid sight! The peach garden is truly deserving of its name. Although Silver Bottle could not fully comprehend the poetry Li Xiaozhu recited, admiration shone in his eyes. His young master was the best. As they strolled through the peach grove, inhaling the sweet aroma, it felt as though they had stepped into a paradise. After a brief while, they exited the peach grove and entered the inner garden. Though devoid of peach trees, it was lush and vibrant, adorned with a multitude of colorful blooms. Their sudden entrance caught the attention of others in the inner garden. As everyone turned to see who had missed such an important poetry gathering, curiosity arose as to why they had arrived at this hour, with the event only an hour away from conclusion. At the head of the table, a woman smiled upon seeing the newcomers. "Guests are welcome. Please feel free to find a place to sit." As they settled into their seats, a woman dressed in white, seated beside Fu Yuehua, turned to her and asked, "Is this your ideal partner?" He did seem rather impressive. Though disguised as a man, her beauty was undeniable, her delicate features, unadorned yet radiating health, complemented by pearly teeth and striking brows. She emanated an air of boldness, yet retained a gentle femininity. Fu Yuehua chuckled, feeling a sense of pride despite her discord with Li Xiaozhu. "You know, I, Fu Yuehua, do not judge a person merely by their appearance." At this, a derisive laugh echoed from the side, causing Fu Yuehua to frown. "Su Chengsheng, what do you mean by that?" Seated opposite Fu Yuehua, Su Chengsheng was more charming and delicate in demeanor. While their appearances were closely matched, Fu Yuehua's icy elegance gave her a more noble presence. Standing together, they resembled the enchanting sorceress of the demonic sect and the holy maiden of the righteous sect. It was precisely this comparison that fueled Su Chengsheng's annoyance towards Fu Yuehua, whom she perceived as overly pretentious and hypocritical. Though they did not outright clash, their interactions were far from cordial. Hearing Fu Yuehua's self-praise again, Su Chengsheng could no longer hold her tongue. "What do you mean? Some people are quite aware of the truth. If you, Fu Yuehua, are to marry, wouldn't the capital become lively? Before you wed, Li Xiaozhu's appearance and character have already been scrutinized thoroughly. Is he not familiar with indulgence and vice? I heard that before your marriage, he even visited a brothel. Now you tell me, with such a man, you're not concerned about his looks, but rather his character and talent?" Fu Yuehua was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute this. Indeed, that rascal had left her with quite the mess. While she understood his actions stemmed from an intention to break off their engagement, others were unaware and unlikely to believe her. Sujinli, Fu Yuehua smiled. Chapter 44. Fu Yuehua's bold gamble to defend her husband. Before Fu Yuehua could utter a word, the crowd below was already abuzz with murmurs. Upon discovering Li Xiaozhu's identity as a son-in-law, many frowned in disapproval. How could such a minor figure attend our poetry gathering? It is simply shameful to be in his company. One wonders what Princess Liang was thinking, allowing him entry. This man is lecherous and a gambler. What merit does he possess to sit among you? Had I known he would be here, I would have refrained from attending. At this moment, not only the men were gossiping, but the women joined in as well. So, this is the good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Fu family. Yet he is indeed handsome. I would not mind having him as my son-in-law. You young lady are feeling frisky again, but he is undeniably good-looking. What good is looks without substance? Merely a hollow shell? Li Xiaozhu overheard the chatter, but he was unperturbed. Having faced online harassment frequently, he found their words hardly more than a tickle. However, Silver Bottle was quite uneasy, her expression marred with anger as she observed the frowning faces around her. Noticing her discomfort, Li Xiaozhu promptly handed her a peach from the table. Here, have a peach. Calm your heart, and you shall find peace. Silver Bottle, can eating a peach truly bring tranquility? At that moment, Yuehua suddenly rose and approached Su Changsheng. Although Su Changsheng was not afraid, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What do you intend to do? Surely, you do not mean to fight me at this poetry gathering? Yuehua replied calmly, of course not. Since the controversy stems from my husband's talent, let us measure our abilities in poetry. Today, is it not because of the lamentation of the poem Unrestrained Recluse that everyone is abuzz? Let us use poetry as our test. You may choose the topic, and each must compose a poem. As she surveyed the assembly of talented scholars and ladies, she emphasized, except for myself and the two princesses, everyone else must compose a poem. If Li Xiuzu loses, Yuehua will bow and apologize to you all and will never show my face at a poetry gathering again. Should you lose, each of you will apologize to my husband. My man can only be bullied by me, Yuehua. This girl is going too far. Was it agreed upon? How about it? Dare you accept the wager? If you do not, you may side with the princess. If you do, you will stand with Su Changsheng. In that instant, Yuehua's imposing presence startled many. Yet Su Changsheng suddenly laughed. Yuehua, I am not someone easily intimidated. Very well, I accept the wager. Moreover, if I lose, I shall call your husband brother whenever I see him, and you sister. I will keep my distance from any place you appear. Upon hearing this, Yuehua laughed again. No need for you to keep your distance. If we win, I will take this year's silk quota from your family at a price 10% higher than last year. Should I lose, all of the Fu family's silk quota will belong to the Su family. What do you say? Su Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Yuehua was indeed demanding. Although she did not engage in the family business, her father indulged her, and she could indeed make decisions regarding the silk quota. Considering the rumors surrounding Li Xiaozhu, her eyes gleamed with determination. Very well, I accept the wager. Words alone are not enough. Let us formalize it in writing. At that moment, the assembly of talented men and women became mere spectators. Li Xiaozhu, however, was perplexed. Why does this woman have such confidence in me? What does she know? But I have yet to settle the matter regarding Silver Bottle with you. Why should you presume I would assist you? Perhaps I could leverage this to my advantage? Get her to agree to let you enter the household? Yet, would that be appropriate? She is standing up for me, albeit for her own benefit. Should I simply compose a regular poem? Alas, the stakes are too low. Yuehua arched an eyebrow. She had expected Li Xiaozhu to entirely refuse. Yet the moment she spoke, she conceived a method to exploit his vulnerabilities. As Yuehua and Su Changsheng formalized the wager, the gathering of scholars whispered among themselves. These two young women were indeed wagering a considerable amount. The silk business in the capital was divided among the Fu, Su, and Yang families, a venture worth no less than 5,000 won. We are not concerned with this. I am rather curious about which side you two intend to support. I stand with Su Changsheng. I have heard of Li Xiaozhu's reputation, and apart from indulgence in vice, I have never known him to compose poetry. I too side with Su Changsheng. I have long been displeased with that pretty boy. It is truly a pity that Miss Fu has married him. Brother Zifang. You must be wishing to take his place, am I correct? I recall you being Miss Fu's most ardent suitor. Duan Zifang was instantly displeased. So what? You may find it debatable if I claim Miss Fu to be the most beautiful in the capital, but if I assert she ranks among the top 3 virtuous women. There is no dispute, is there? Aside from a Qin Tower, The Chu Pavilion, Miss Fu, Su, Changcheng, and Yu Xuanji are unanimously recognized as the three beauties of the capital. A graceful lady attracts a gentleman. What is wrong with my pursuit? Having formalized the wager, Fu Yuehua turned to Su Changcheng and said coolly, "You may choose the topic. I need to speak with my husband." With that, Fu Yuehua departed, seemingly unconcerned about the wager. Her demeanor left many astute individuals in a state of uncertainty. Some even began to reconsider their participation. Winning or losing was not the issue. The fear lay in being involved and, should they lose, having to apologize to Li Xiuzhu, a truly humiliating prospect. At this moment, Su Changcheng observed those retreating and suddenly scoffed. "What? Are you frightened? Do not let me look down upon you. Can one not endure this? Any man ought to be able to withstand it. It is merely an apology. Besides, how could so many of us lose? Shall we lose our heads over this?" In an instant, many rallied behind Su Changcheng. Only a few women, who were close to Fu Yuehua, glanced at one another but opted not to participate, choosing instead to stand behind Princess Wenjie. Li Xiuzhu looked at Fu Yuehua, but before he could speak, she had already addressed him. "Speak, what are your conditions? As long as they are not excessive, I can accommodate you." Li Xiuzhu was taken aback. Instead of stating his conditions, he voiced his previous confusion. "How do you possess such confidence in me?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua smiled and addressed the literati in the courtyard. "Can you guess what they have been discussing today?" Li Xiuzhu was even more bewildered. He had only just arrived. "How would I know? I am no oracle." Fu Yuehua seized her riddles and directly provided the answer. Last night, a poem titled Lamentations circulated from Shangling Garden. The moment it was released, it sparked widespread debate, especially today during the poetry gathering. It has been hailed as a once-in-a-century masterpiece. Moreover, everyone is curious about the pseudonym Unrestrained Recluse, a name previously unknown to anyone, as if he had suddenly emerged overnight. However, I happen to know. Chapter 45. The Confrontation. It is you, the unrepentant layman. A few days ago, my younger sister's kite flew away, and this morning, someone arrived at our home bearing a paper kite to claim a reward. This kite had been passed around before it reached me. In an instant, Li Xiuzhu understood. It was evident that an error had occurred with the inscription on the kite intended for my younger cousin. No wonder Fu Yuehua appeared so confident. "Are you not afraid that this was merely a fleeting stroke of luck for me? One must understand that exquisite poetry is something that one may encounter but cannot seek." After a brief glance at Li Xiuzhu, Fu Yuehua refrained from elaborating further and directly stated, "Let us discuss the terms." Hearing this, Li Xiuzhu smiled and, no longer holding back, looked at Fu Yuehua and said, "Allowing Yuehua to enter the household? Impossible. At most, I would permit you to keep her as a concubine. A significant improvement, yet the price is too low. Even without your consent, I could still maintain her as a concubine, though there is a distinction between covert and overt arrangements." Upon hearing this candid thought, Fu Yuehua felt displeased, but had to concede that Li Xiuzhu was not entirely incorrect. "In that case, let's raise the stakes." Without waiting for Li Xiuzhu to speak, she presented the price she had previously contemplated, even adding a little extra. "In the future, I will not claim Silver Bottle. As long as you desire, she will consistently provide warmth to your bed." At her words, Silver Bottle's face flushed immediately, and she dared not interject, casting a furtive glance at her lord, unable to suppress a smile. "Furthermore, Fu Yuehua continued. As long as you do not commit grave errors in the future, I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs. If you wish to keep a concubine, you may do so. I will not interfere, provided you return home each night." Pausing for a moment, Fu Yuehua added, "Also, concerning the current matter, you bear some responsibility. It was for your sake that I was forced into this predicament." Li Xiuzhu paid little heed to Fu Yuehua's final admonition, instead smiling contentedly. "Thus, we have achieved half of marital freedom. Let's take our time. There is no need to rush." "Agreed, it is settled." Just as the two reached an agreement, Su Changcheng approached. "Have you come to terms?" "Alas, even if you attempt to remedy the situation now, it would be futile. I have already devised the topic. Once you are prepared, we may commence." Li Xiuzhu and Fu Yuehua exchanged glances and smiled at one another. Li Xiuzhu nodded and gestured. "Please present the topic." Su Changcheng smiled in response. inwardly marveling at Li Xiuju's charming demeanor, which made even the simplest gestures appear captivating. Since we find ourselves in a peach orchard, let us use that as our theme. Note, it is not peach, nor peaches, but peach orchard. Time is but a stick of incense. Let us begin. Li Xiuju was momentarily taken aback. The topic was indeed intriguing, yet he remained unperturbed, for he was a man with a repository of poetry spanning millennia. He picked up the cup of wine before him and took a sip, immediately brightening at the taste. This was peach-flavored wine. It could not be from this year's harvest. Although this year's peaches had ripened, the brewing process required no less than 21 days, which was insufficient time. Furthermore, the presence of peach flavor indicated that the combination took at least a year to perfect. Wine and peach orchard. This inspired him. However, Li Xiuju did not rush to write. Instead, he leisurely sipped from the wine jug. At that moment, he noticed those quick-witted individuals had already begun composing poetry, which left Silver Bottle looking anxious. "My lord, please do not drink yet. Silence. Do not disturb Xiuju." "Yes." Mississippi Li Xiuju glanced at Yuehua, only to find her expression as calm as a still pond. Instantly, he chuckled. She was indeed captivating in many respects. Take her unconditional trust, for instance. Even though she possessed a measure of confidence, such faith was not commonplace. Before long, the first talented poet, Lu Shiqi, stood up. "I am done. Please enjoy." With that, Lu Shiqi unfurled his parchment. The spring breeze blows, the water glistens green, peach trees bloom, a sight to be seen. Do not fault the mountain hermit for frequent visits, for he must be evading the Qin Min's limits. Excellent, excellent poetry. Upon hearing Shiqi's verse, others conceded, "I shall yield." Indeed, it is remarkable. We pale in comparison. At that moment, Yuehua's sycophantic poet, Duanzifang, also stepped forward. "While Shiqi's work is splendid, I assure you mine is not lacking. Allow me to share." As he spoke, he unfurled his own manuscript. "I have a peach orchard at the southern gate. Beneath it flows water, eastward it cascades. Fish swim for joy, birds chirp and sing. What is precious in life is devoid of worldly sting. The gentleman's way cannot be for mere talk." This poem surpassed the previous one by a considerable margin. Had it not been for the lingering resentment towards the unrepentant layman, it could easily be deemed a masterpiece of the year. Ah, this piece is even better than Shiqi's. Surely, the son-in-law is destined to lose this round. What could he possibly counter with? Even Su Changsheng wore a smile, as this composition met her expectations, indicating that Duanzifang had exceeded his limits under pressure. Just then, another poet completed his verse. "I may not be as talented, yet I believe my work holds merit." With that, he unfurled his parchment, and everyone turned to look. A fragrant breeze blows, brushing against the attire of guests. Peaches have fallen, willows hang low. 2/3 of autumn has passed. Swallows return, nesting on a few branches. The shade of green trees thickens. The oriole's song glides. In the mountains, shadows thin. Butterflies flit aside. If the East Lord understands the longing for companionship, do not let fleeting beauty lead to parting. Is this mediocre? Is this not worthy? This surpassed Duanzifang's work by a slight margin. While Duanzifang spoke of freedom, this poet delved into matters of love, surely more appealing to a woman's heart. One must remember that today's judges were not solely men. Duanzifang's expression darkened. Was this scoundrel praising before belittling? Such behavior was indeed despicable, Li Xiuju observed, and he could not help but admire the talent on display. He himself was of similar caliber, but he possessed an advantage. Gazing at the remaining half of the incense stick, Li Xiuju smiled slightly, with a hint of inebriation, and picked up his brush. "Have you all finished? It is now my turn to shine." Li Xiuju was the protagonist of this competition, and all eyes were on him. As he began to write, many self-aware individuals approached. In the Peach Island's embrace lies the orchard. Within the orchard, there dwells a peach fairy. The peach fairy plants the peach trees and uses the blossoms as payment for wine. Awakening from drunkenness, I sit before you. In drunken slumber, I still dream on. Though unfinished, the verses exuded a carefree, bold, and ethereal beauty. A chorus of gasps arose, leaving Su Qingqing's group momentarily speechless. "Oldly, what is happening?" Should just observe. Half drunk, half awake, day after day. Years pass by, year after year. May I grow old amidst the wine, and shun the bowing before carriages and horses. As he penned these lines, a crowd had gathered around Li Xiuzhu. Besides those still composing, the rest had flocked to him. Even some poets, disturbed by the commotion, abandoned their writing and joined the throng. Unbeknownst to them, a woman dressed in male attire had already stood beside Li Xiuzhu. Chapter 46. Overflowing Goblets. A tragicomedy and indeterminate moment. A woman clad in male attire had already positioned herself beside Li Xiuzhu, softly reciting the verses aloud. Her voice, delicate and crystalline, was just audible enough for the assembly to catch, yet not intrusive. Unlike the gentle timbre of her voice, this sound was pleasing, but momentarily left the audience pondering its source. Carriages and horses are the amusements of the affluent, while the cups of wine are the connections of the impoverished. When comparing wealth to poverty, one is grounded while the other soars. When juxtaposing the lowly with the lavish, he drives forth while I leisurely linger. Upon reaching this juncture, Li Xiuzhu made an emphatic stroke with his brush, drawing two long horizontal lines that left everyone in a stupor. What does this signify? Is it over? Could it be that we must decipher it? Even the woman disguised as a man appeared flummoxed by Li Xiuzhu's abrupt cessation, akin to an endeavor abruptly halted, leaving a sense of dissatisfaction in its wake. However, before inquiries could arise, Li Xiuzhu had already turned and departed. As the crowd parted, he took a long swig from his wine jug. At that moment, the woman in male attire could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Sir, what do those final two strokes signify?" In response, Li Xiuzhu casually tossed aside the wine jug and continued walking without looking back, reciting, "Others mock my madness, while I scoff at their inability to see through. I do not behold the graves of the illustrious at Wuling, nor do I till the land with a wine hoe." Which two lines? At that instant, the woman disguised as the literary princess Wenjie gazed at Li Xiuzhu's retreating figure, entranced. It was not just she who was captivated, but the entire assembly of talented men and women. Su Changcheng also fixated on the departing silhouette, unable to regain her composure for an extended moment. "Others may find us quite absurd," she mused. That line of poetry pierced the hearts of all women present, save for Yuehua. However, Yuehua smiled, her expression like a gentle spring breeze, exquisite. "Previously, I too was among those who could not discern your true nature." Meanwhile, traversing the peach orchard, Li Xiuzhu smila. Alas, what an inconsequential journey this was. Yet, the act must proceed. The atmosphere is set, and there is no stopping now. What else could he do? One must complete the cup one has summoned, even if it is filled with tears. Disheartened, Li Xiuzhu exited the orchard, disregarding the astonished gaze of the old horseman, and directly climbed into the carriage, collapsing in a state of apathy. "Old horse, let us return. Aren't we waiting for Miss Yinping? Let her return with your young lady." At this hour, if she has not caught up, it is likely she was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Just as the carriage began to move, a voice from outside suddenly called out, "Old horse, wait for me." Upon entering the carriage, Yinping, breathless, reproached, "Young master, why did you not wait for me? I mistakenly thought you were with your young lady. Old horse, let us proceed." Meanwhile, within the peach orchard, Yuehua regarded the assembly of talented individuals and remarked, "Though my husband has departed, as his wife, I can certainly accept a tribute on his behalf. Of course, there remains a quarter of an hour. I can afford to wait." With the emergence of this poem, the attendees exchanged glances, regardless of their agreement. This verse was undeniably destined to become a classic. Yet, amidst the gathering of talented individuals, all awaited a miraculous occurrence, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. At this moment, Su Changcheng stepped forth with a smile. "Sister Yuehua, you have concealed your treasures well. Such a magnificent talent has truly been fortunate to be found by you. Today Su Changcheng, admit my error. I was mistaken. I, Su Changcheng, shall keep my word. Tomorrow, Sister Yuehua, you shall come to the Su family to take over this year's silk supply." With that, Su Changcheng turned to the assembly of talented men and women, continuing, "From this day forth, Yuehua is my sister, and Li Xiuzhu is my brother. Do not let me hear any more disparagement of my brother. Afterward, Su Changsheng addressed Princess Liang and Princess Wenjie. Bidding farewell, I must return to arrange matters concerning the silk. Very well, go ahead. Indeed, with their consent. Su Changsheng once again turned to Fu Yuehua. Sister Yuehua, I take my leave. Having said that, Su Changsheng departed, calling Fu Yuehua's sister due to the wager, not out of admiration or affection. Achieving such a feat, not just anyone, but Fu Yuehua herself would commend her. Fu Yuehua turned to the others. Duanzifang glanced around, sighed, and stepped forward, offering an apology. I, Duan, am blind to the greatness before me. I take my leave. With Su Changsheng and Duanzifang initiating the apologies one by one, others followed suit. Miss Fu, I, Yinlu, am blind. I take my leave. Miss Fu, I, Su Huaijin, lack virtue. I take my leave. Miss Fu, Cao King, am a frog at the bottom of the well. I take my leave. With such events unfolding, the poetry gathering concluded rather abruptly, though not too hastily. Merely half an hour earlier than usual. The men largely departed, yet the women remained, having acknowledged their faults. Furthermore, they clustered around Fu Yuehua, evidently intrigued by Li Xiuzhu. At this juncture, Princess Wenjie, holding the poem penned by Li Xiuzhu, addressed Fu Yuehua. Sister Yuehua, may I keep this manuscript? Fu Yuehua nodded with a smile and replied, Princess, he seeks your favor. If you wish, you may have him compose another version, complete. Princess Wenjie smiled in response, shaking her head. This is the best. If rewritten, it would lose its essence. Only this piece allows me to recall the moment vividly. Hearing this, Fu Yuehua chuckled, not insisting further. At that moment, Princess Liang suddenly spoke. Sister Yuehua, did you know he was so extraordinary from the beginning? Fu Yuehua smiled again. Otherwise, do you think I would have married him? Knowing he frequented brothels before our union, enduring my father's pressure? Princess Liang was taken aback. She had only known that Li Xiuzhu visited brothels, but had not realized Fu Yuehua married him despite her father's resistance. There was indeed more to the story. Yet the princess found it perplexing. She could not comprehend why he would deliberately tarnish his reputation or why he would visit brothels before marriage. Surely, one could wait until after marriage to indulge in such pursuits. Fu Yuehua, recognizing the irony, smiled bitterly within. How could I explain that he sought to avoid being a burden and wished to annul the marriage? What, then, was my eagerness to marry? Yet, despite her internal conflict, Fu Yuehua's countenance remained radiant. Was not his poetry quite explicit? The assembly fell silent, as Princess Wenjie quickly understood. Do you not wish to bow before the carriages and horses? Indeed, on that day, when the officials conferred positions, Xiuzhu had unhesitatingly declined. At this revelation, the attendees exchanged glances. Many among them were daughters of officials and had heard of Li Xiuzhu's refusal. Initially, they deemed him foolish, yet now they recognized his clarity and vision. Chapter 47. When Father discerns his daughter's subtle intentions, my lady. Are you truly going to let such a significant loss go unchallenged? Su Changsheng chuckled at this. Loss. I have gained immensely. Thank you very much. Li Xiuzhu and Fu Yuehua. How intriguing. The young maid gazed at her mistress with a confused expression, inquiring, My lady, how have you profited? At this, Su Chengchen merely smiled softly, choosing silence. Could one not consider a treasure like this young man a boon? If Li Xiuzhu were present, he would undoubtedly wear a puzzled expression, questioning why her treasures were of concern to him. My lady, if father were to discover that you have jeopardized the family business, you might face confinement. This admonition caused Su Changsheng to exhale a sigh. I am aware, which is precisely why I am going to seek my father's pardon. By the way, could you fetch a meat floss pastry from the Zui Xianlu? Father adores them. The young maid nodded eagerly. Yes, my lady. Additionally, I entrust you with a task. Discreetly befriend a second-tier maid from the Xiong residence. I need to learn all that transpires regarding Li Xiuzhu at the Fu household. Though the maid did not fully grasp her mistress's intentions, she nodded in agreement. Understood, my lady. Though Su Changsheng departed early, she returned home just in time for dinner, primarily due to the need for freshly prepared pastries. Upon seeing her father, she felt a twinge of anxiety. 5,000 guan lost so easily was substantial. considering she usually managed little more than 1,000 guan in a year. Father, I brought you your favorite meat floss pastry. Su Wei paused, then broke into a smile. Speak, what is it you desire? Su Qingqin hesitative. No, father, can I simply honor you with a gift? Your words imply I harbor ulterior motives. Su Wei shot her a knowing glance. Do you think I cannot discern your ways? Speak plainly, what do you wish for? How much do you require? Or is there something specific you wish to purchase? Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she averted her gaze. Mother, do you see how he speaks to me? Her mother laughed, responding, Don't involve me in your father-daughter negotiations. Turning away, Su Changcheng noticed her brother staring intently at the ceiling, as if captivated by some exquisite view. With a hint of disappointment, she ventured, Father, would 5,000 guan be acceptable? How much? Su Changcheng, have you lost your senses? The exclamation came not from Su Wei, but from Su Kan, who was still fixated on the ceiling. Not only he, but both parents were equally astonished. Li Xin Darjekta, Shangin. Why do you need so much money? What do you intend to buy? Have you fallen victim to deception? However, Su Wei did not scold his daughter. Instead, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Explain the situation to me. A father knows his daughter well. Upon hearing her speak, he sensed something amiss. Although she was often extravagant, she had never exceeded a monthly expenditure of 200 guan. With no other choice, Su Changcheng recounted her wager with Yuehua. Su Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, we shall provide the silk. However, this expense cannot fall solely upon your father and me. You are now of age and must take responsibility for your actions. Henceforth, you shall receive no pocket money for the next year. To this, Su Changcheng did not object, but felt a sense of relief. The amount was significantly less than she had anticipated. She was prepared to bear the consequences of her own actions. At that moment, Su Wei suddenly remarked, However, I find myself quite intrigued by Li Xiuzhu. I encountered him at Fu Yuehua's wedding, and he indeed appears to be a remarkable individual. Su Qingqing's interest piqued. She turned to her father. Indeed, father, you attended Fu Yuehua's wedding. What impression do you hold of Li Xiuzhu? Su Wei observed his daughter's gleaming eyes and felt a pang of concern. Oh no, is my little cabbage about to be courted? Though he thought this, he maintained his composure, responding calmly, I deem him remarkable because he has repeatedly surprised me. Initially, I believe him to be merely a flatterer, skillfully charming others without a trace, something even I could not achieve. Later, when he declined the official position bestowed by the emperor, I thought him foolish. Who would refuse such an honor? However, upon hearing the poem you recited, I recognized his open-mindedness and clarity. His future achievements may not be monumental, yet he is likely to live a contented life. Why, my dear Changcheng, are you so curious? Do you harbor an interest in him? Su Changcheng felt her heart race and quickly replied with a bright smile. Father, what are you suggesting? I am merely curious. Even Su Kan could see through her poor performance. Sister, you are far too anxious. It's good to be curious, but do not indulge too much. Curiosity can lead to peril. A man devoid of desires is unworthy of you. Su Changcheng blinked, a rebellious spirit igniting within her. I am grown, you know. I never said I would marry him. But to stifle my curiosity? You may be my parents, but you cannot exert such control. Though her expression remained composed, she verbally conceded, I will heed your advice. In this instance, Su Changcheng played her part convincingly. Aside from her father, no one suspected her act. Yet Su Wei sighed, understanding his precious daughter better than any suitor. With her declaration, he felt powerless to object. After dinner, as Su Kan prepared to leave, Su Wei suddenly called out, Su Kan, accompany me to the study. I have some matters to discuss with you. What? Su Kan, eager to join his friends, felt momentarily paralyzed. He glanced at the sky, internally protesting. Father, it is getting late. The brothels are open, and my dear Inger is waiting for me. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Reluctantly, he followed Su Wei to the study. Meanwhile, Su Changcheng, watching the two depart, felt a stirring in her heart. Her intuition suggested her father's conversation with her brother might pertain to her. With a swift glance, she decided to follow, but instead of entering the study, she quietly positioned herself beneath the window outside. Father, what do you wish to discuss? Though her voice was soft, it was sufficient for Su Changcheng to overhear. At that moment, her father's voice drifted out. It pertains to your sister Changsheng. She may have developed feelings for Li Xiuzhu. Given her nature, she is bound to investigate. Keep an eye on her. If she begins to inquire, deliberately lead her to uncover unsavory details. The more scandalous, the better. But do not fabricate. That would seem contrived and easily discovered. Sukin felt overwhelmed, responding, but sister just agreed to heed father's advice. Even if she investigates, it is likely mere curiosity. Wouldn't this be inappropriate? Chapter 48, 997. Is this woman trying to exploit me? Did my sister not just agree to listen to our father? Even if she investigates, it would merely stem from curiosity. Is my approach inappropriate? Su Wei, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "How did I end up with such a foolish son? If he were an ordinary person, curiosity might be acceptable. However, the longer one is intrigued by an exceptional individual, the greater the likelihood of developing affection. If he were unmarried, that would be one thing, but he is merely a son-in-law. Do you truly wish for your sister to be his mistress? Moreover, he lacks any ambition. What future awaits your sister if she follows him?" Sukin felt overwhelmed. Are women truly this complicated? He mused that women from the brothels are much simpler and more direct, devoid of such convoluted intricacies. Meanwhile, Yuehua had returned, and her presence marked the commencement of the meal, showcasing her status within the family. As everyone dined, Baozhu suddenly let out a sigh. Alas! Everyone turned to look at Baozhu, momentarily silent, curious about the little one's intentions. Brother-in-law, Baozhu is so amusing. Baozhu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Yuehua. You're the one who is amusing, you silly goose. Fu wen an esse skeptical, don startol baozu, prompting her to rush into her mother's embrace. Pouting, "Mother, why do we eat lamb every day? I feel like I'm turning into one." Yunshuang chuckled softly. "Well, Baozhu, you could eat more vegetables. They're refreshing and quite delicious." At that moment, Li Xiuzhu could no longer contain himself. Like Baozhu, he had grown weary of lamb. Who could endure daily stews and roasts of lamb? I believe Baozhu has a point. Eating only lamb is rather monotonous. How about we switch it up with some chicken? Duck or fish? Pork would suffice as well. His suggestion elicited laughter from several members at the table, with Chun Shi chiming in, the son-in-law may not be aware. But while pork is indeed meat, it is considered inferior due to its strong odor. Those with any means avoid it. Only laborers and farmers, lacking proper nutrition, consume it. Baozhu interjected, "Brother-in-law is so foolish. Even I know that." Li Xiuzhu was taken aback, momentarily forgetting that pork was not widely consumed in this era. Yet, he reasoned that delaying its consumption for a couple of months was preferable to foregoing it entirely. What if, mother, we acquire a few piglets? The strong odor of pork mainly arises from mating issues. Once those are resolved, pork can be tender and affordable, rivaling beef and lamb. Everyone, save for the two little ones, was momentarily stunned. Could it be true? However, Yuehua, who understood Li Xiuzhu's exceptional nature, gazed at him in surprise. Are you serious? If we resolve this issue, pork will be delicious? Li Xiuzhu nuda affirmatively. Not only delicious, but also nutritious. In that instant, Yuehua envisioned a restaurant under her family's name. Though the liquor sales were decent, they brought in little profit. If they could offer a generous spread of meat, the possibilities were tantalizing. Currently, we have a restaurant in the capital generating approximately 1,200 guan annually. If I were to hand you the restaurant, could your pork and liquor business yield 1,000 guan in profit each year? What the heck? 997? Is this woman trying to squeeze me dry? I just escaped in 997, and now she wants me to fall into her trap? Dream on. Cough, cough. I'm not adept at business. These matters should be left to my wife. Though Yuehua did not comprehend the meaning of 997, she understood everything else. This scoundrel, overflowing with talent, could not lend a hand? Did he not realize how hard I work outside? Yuehua fixed her gaze on Li Xiuzhu, revealing her trump card. There's a benefit. A benefit? Since you won't let that woman into the house, the greatest advantage would merely be financial. Besides, with 8,000 taels in hand, do I lack for money? Today, Father will show you what it means to be unyielding in desire. Oh dear, my wife, I truly do not intend to evade responsibility. I simply am not cut out for this. Before Fu Yuehua could finish, Fu Wenhan interrupted. Yuehua, enough. Since Xiaozhu is not suited for this, do not press him. Sometimes, one must accept reality. Not everything can be achieved through effort. Li Xiaozhu, rather than feeling ashamed, swelled with pride, even casting a smug glance at Fu Yuehua. His father was correct. Self-awareness is a virtue, and he excelled in that regard. Recognizing that he was not fit for government work, he stepped back. Now that he knew he wasn't suited for business, it was only natural he could not agree. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to lose money just to train myself, would you? While losing money isn't a catastrophe, what if I learn nothing from it? If you truly insist on forcing me, I can only promise to help you exhaust it within 3 months. This scoundrel. Fu Yuehua regarded Li Xiaozhu as if he were a curled-up hedgehog, impenetrable and unapproachable. Fu Wenhan, too, was taken aback. Was he employing reverse psychology? I executed it so subtly that it should not have been perceived. Why did it yield no results? Shouldn't a normal person feel compelled to prove themselves in such circumstances? Fu Yuehua did not respond to Li Xiaozhu, nor did she speak. Instead, placing her chopsticks down and resting her hands on the table, closing her eyes. What's she doing? Is she putting on an act? Summoning spirits? Is this woman a mystic? Fu Yuehua's heart trembled, nearly breaking her composure. She opened her eyes and shot Li Xiaozhu a fierce glare before shutting them once more. Her long fingers began to rhythmically tap against the wooden table, producing a melodic sound that resonated throughout the room, instilling a calmness that silenced everyone. Li Xiaozhu glanced around, not overthinking it. In such an atmosphere, speaking seemed inappropriate. Fu Wenhan recognized this habit of his daughter. Whenever faced with significant decisions, she would close her eyes and tap the table. Yet, was this truly a moment of grave importance? Was it merely about wanting Li Xiaozhu to manage the restaurant? Everyone seemed aware of Fu Yuehua's habit and refrained from interrupting. Suddenly, Fu Yuehua opened her eyes wide and looked at Fu Yunshuang. Yunshuang, the family restaurant is now entrusted to you. Should any issues arise, you may consult your brother-in-law. Fu Yunshuang, upon hearing this, paused and shook her head. Sorry. Elder sister, I am not cut out for business. What could possibly be more delightful than spending each day with my brother-in-law? Chapter 49, an example. My cousin's affection for me, Fu Yuehua leisurely picked up her chopsticks once more. I understood that no one is inherently suited for such endeavors. I too have honed my skills step by step, yet I was unwilling to pursue it. Fu Yuehua then cast a glance at Fu Yunshuang, deftly placing a piece of green vegetable into her bowl while calmly stating, "It is beneficial. I do not lack wealth." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua continued without a flicker of emotion, "I know. Yunshuang, you will reach the age of maturity in 3 years, won't you? After that, within a maximum of 3 years, you must marry. Although our family does not require alliances, there are some offers that cannot simply be declined. If you can manage this task and triple the annual revenue of the restaurant, I will allow you to choose your own suitor within certain limits. Moreover, this agreement will silence any naysayers." Fu Yunshuang's eyes brightened instantly, her seriousness evident. Everything holds a price, and if one disagrees, it signifies that the price is not right. For Fu Yunshuang, this proposition resonated deeply. However, she did not immediately acquiesce, but instead turned to her father. While most family matters were decided by her elder sister, this particular issue required their father's approval. Fu Wenhan fell silent, uncertain of his eldest daughter's intentions. Yet, upon meeting her resolute gaze, he nodded in agreement. "All right, but the suitor must be a scholar, not disabled, and no more than 10 years your senior. If he is 20 years older, in this era where life expectancy hovers around 50, would that not mean my daughter, still so young, would become a widow? As a father, especially one with only daughters, he wished for his child to lead a fulfilling life." Fu Yunshuang sighed in relief, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. However, there was one matter she needed to clarify. "But what if I fall for a married man? Will you allow me to become his concubine?" A married man? Why would she pose such a question? Did she perhaps have someone in mind? Yet, Fu Yunshuang rarely ventured outside. In that moment, both her elder sister and Fu Yuehua instinctively glanced at Li Xiaozhu. Li Xiaozhu felt perplexed. "Why are you all looking at me? Do you think I would betray my own interests? Tempt a young girl? Why are you all staring at me?" I assure you, my relationship with the second sister is perfectly innocent. This is absurd. Have I erred in caring for my cousin? I am indeed innocent. Am I now to take the blame for this? Yuehua, why did you have to bring up such a sensitive example? Now I am tarnished. Hearing Li Xiuju's inner thoughts, Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle, relieved to discover that this scoundrel had not laid a hand on her younger sister. But what of Yuehua? In that instant, Yuehua realized she might have exposed herself, her face reddening. Yet, being as clever as she was, she quickly adopted a feigned anger to take control of the situation. What do you mean by that? Why are you staring at my brother-in-law? I was merely providing an example, a hypothetical scenario. This concerns my happiness. I must consider every aspect, mustn't I? Yuehua's acting was exquisite, successfully convincing everyone, even Li Xiuju, who sighed in relief. Otherwise, he would have been quite troubled. Although Yuehua believed Yuehua, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. She could disregard others. But her sister was another matter entirely. If she gave Yuehua even a fleeting thought, she might abandon her responsibilities, leaving only unattainable dreams for her sister. To dissuade Yuehua from this unrealistic notion, Yuehua glanced at Li Xiuju and then turned to Yuehua. If the person you eventually fancy is unmarried, then you must ensure that the restaurant's revenue exceeds 3 times its current earnings, which amounts to over 800 guan. If the person you fancy is married and you wish to be his concubine, the restaurant's annual income must reach 10,000 guan. Li Xiuju's mouth twitched at her words. This is disastrous. My second sister has fallen into a trap. If the restaurant is profitable, it must at least maintain a 1/3 occupancy during meal times. This means that even if full, the restaurant's earnings can only double. Beyond that, doubling the price of dishes would yield at most 5 times the revenue. 10,000 guan? That surpasses 7 times the current revenue. Foolish child. Moreover, if you suddenly double the prices, who would be willing to pay? Second sister, you must not agree. Your sister is deliberately leading you into a pitfall. Once ensnared, you would merely become a free laborer. Yuehua smiled slightly at Li Xiuju's thoughts, as this was precisely her plan. Although 997 did not comprehend the full extent, this was essentially the gist of it. This scoundrel was indeed clever, discerning my intentions and calculations from mere fragments of conversation. Despite Li Xiuju's attempts to dissuade Yuehua, even signaling her, she seemed oblivious and responded affirmatively. All right, I agree. Li Xiuju smacked his forehead in exasperation. Yinyu blinked her large eyes at Li Xiuju, perplexed as she asked, Brother-in-law, why are you hitting your head? Second sister says that hitting your head will make you foolish. Do you not know how to speak? You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in her words. I am being played by the emperor. The eldest is deceiving me. The second is being manipulated by the eldest. The third is fooled by the fourth. And the fourth is deceiving herself. At that moment, Li Xiuju felt burdened. Looking at Yuehua, he found her less appealing. If I were to have a child with this woman, would the child also be a fool? Yuehua narrowed her eyes at Li Xiuju, a hint of menace brewing within her, yet she could only suppress it as there was no justification for an outburst. How dare he call me foolish and claim he is being deceived? I believe it is you who is being played. Do you think I arranged for my younger sister to manage the restaurant so that you could escape my grasp? You are firmly within my control. Yuehua was infuriated, not expecting this scoundrel to harbor such thoughts about her entire family. Sensing the murderous intent in Yuehua's eyes, Li Xiuju's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. His careless banter might lead to dire consequences. Though he had not yet finished his meal, Li Xiuju hastily pushed his bowl aside and quickly declared, Father, Mother, I am full. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Why not eat a bit more today? I cannot. I did not digest well from lunch. It is better to eat less to sleep soundly. Very well, off you go. Watching Li Xiuju flee in haste, Yuehua couldn't help but laugh. After their meal, Yuehua led Yuehua into their father's study. Yuehua, feeling a headache coming on, remarked, Yuehua, do you truly think words alone are sufficient? Do we need to draft a written agreement? Words are not enough. Father must also sign and affix his seal. Yuehua felt somewhat exasperated, truthfully wishing to discuss this matter further with his eldest daughter. Ultimately, under Fu Yunshuang's insistence, they signed their names and pressed their seals. Just as Fu Yunshuang was about to depart, Fu Yuehua suddenly interjected, "Remember what I said previously. If you have any matters, go seek your brother-in-law." Chapter 50. The pillow of the cousin, he cares for you. If you and your sisters approach him, he is unlikely to refuse you. Fu Yunshuang, not one to be easily deceived, understood the dynamics at play. Why? Fu Yuehua realized that Yunshuang was inquiring about the rationale behind their actions. Was it merely to draw on her brother-in-law? Why? To ascertain the limits of your brother-in-law's character. As she spoke, Fu Yuehua gazed at the luminous moonlight that had risen, adding, "I also wish to witness the brilliance of your brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunshuang shook her head. "My foolish sister, once you behold his radiance, do you realize how many will vie for his attention? Will he still belong to you then? Such a simple truth is clear even to me, yet you seem oblivious. Sister, I hope you do not come to regret your choices. I am not unaware of your schemes against me, but I firmly believe in my brother-in-law's boundless capabilities." Though the cousin's misfortune drew a sigh from Li Xiuzhu, he had no intention of intervening. After glancing at the martial arts manual, he pondered whether to practice the Baiming divine skill or the Yi Jin Jing. Since direct cultivation of immortality was not feasible, he would first delve into martial arts. The Yi Jin Jing possesses the ability to enhance one's physique and potential. Yet if practiced first, it would necessitate a subsequent dispersal of energy. Conversely, if he began with Baiming, he would not be able to enter the realm without internal energy. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he resolved to first practice the Yi Jin Jing. He could not simply sit idly by. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Xiuzhu decided to wait a little longer, not due to a change in his training plans, but because Yin Ping had prepared a warm bed for him. A cozy home with a loving wife and children marks a beautiful day. No, that was incorrect. The children were an unexpected addition. Early the next morning, before Li Xiuzhu had risen, Fu Yunshuang arrived. At that moment, she appeared invigorated, akin to one who had consumed a surge of energy. In stark contrast, Li Xiuzhu, still groggy and disoriented, was clearly at a disadvantage. Realizing she had interrupted her brother-in-law's rest, Fu Yunshuang felt a twinge of embarrassment and said softly, "I apologize, brother-in-law. Have I disturbed your slumber? Would you prefer I return later?" Li Xiuzhu waved his hand lethargically, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "It's fine. Speak your mind." Fu Yunshuang glanced at him, then settled at the edge of the bed, stating, "Brother-in-law, I wish to share my thoughts on the tavern and would like to hear your insights." Li Xiuzhu, though seated, struggled to remain awake, swaying slightly. "You see, this establishment previously focused on beverages, with meat serving merely as an accompaniment. For the common folk, lamb is ultimately too expensive. However, with your brother-in-law's method of breeding pigs, we should not face a meat shortage in about 6 months. Meat is a delicacy, and should we have an ample supply, coupled with the affordability of pork, I believe the tavern's profits could double within a year. If we establish a good reputation, further growth should not be overly difficult, though I find myself somewhat lost regarding subsequent steps and would appreciate your guidance." A long silence followed Fu Yunshuang's words, until a light response finally broke the stillness. I see. It seems my earlier comments were in vain." Just as Fu Yunshuang prepared to let her brother-in-law return to his nap, Li Xiuzhu suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, he fell onto the bed, or else Fu Yunshuang might not have managed to catch him in time. However, her leg was inadvertently pinned beneath his head. Fu Yunshuang immediately turned her gaze toward the 2 maidservants in the room, her eyes sharp as she quietly warned, "If I overhear anything I should not, you 2 will face consequences." The 2 maids felt a tightening in their chests, ready to respond, but Fu Yunshuang silenced them. "Stand guard at the door and ensure no one enters." The 2 maids nodded, bowed, and exited the room, closing the door behind them with care. Fu Yunshuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast another glance at Li Xiuzhu, gently pulling the blanket from the side to cover him. She remained still, allowing her brother-in-law to rest his head on her lap, lost in admiration as she gazed at his profile. His sharp features, 3-dimensional visage, and smooth, fair complexion appeared even more refined than when they first met. Such a beautiful scene had only existed in Fu Yunchuang's imagination until now, and she never expected it to come to fruition so swiftly. She reached out, yearning to touch Li Xiuju's face, but hesitated, fearing she might disturb his slumber. Yet, even the mere act of watching brought her immense satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, as time slipped by, she began to feel a slight numbness in her leg. Nevertheless, she remained still, gazing at her brother-in-law. An hour and a half passed, the sun now high in the sky, signaling midday. Li Xiuju stretched and yawned as he sat up, feeling refreshed. However, he soon realized something was amiss. "Ah, Yunchuang, you're still here. My apologies, I just drifted off." He glanced out the window at the daylight and continued, "Let us go eat. We can discuss matters over a meal." "All right." However, as Fu Yunchuang stood, her legs gave way, and she began to tumble towards the ground. Fortunately, Li Xiuju reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell. "What happened?" Fu Yunchuang's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, shyly murmuring, "My leg. It's gone numb." In that instant, realization struck Li Xiuju as he recalled the scene from earlier. "Oh, did I seriously rest my head on your lap the entire time? Well then, I suppose I have finally achieved what I could not in my past life. Why didn't you mention you were uncomfortable?" he asked while assisting her to the edge of the bed. Frowning, he added, "Let me massage your leg to restore circulation. Do you understand that if too much pressure is applied, your leg could suffer permanent damage?" Upon hearing the severity of the situation, Fu Yunchuang became anxious. "But brother-in-law, is my leg all right?" Li Xiuju replied irritably. "Now you're worried? Rest assured, my weight should not cause any issues, but you must not overexert yourself in the future. Understood?" As he spoke, he began to knead Fu Yunchuang's thigh. The sensation was both painful and invigorating, causing her to grimace. "Brother-in-law, be gentle. That hurts. Let us see if you dare to be reckless again," he teased, though he moderated his pressure, recognizing that effective massage relies on gentleness rather than force. Before long, Fu Yunchuang felt warmth spreading through her leg, bringing her comfort. She secretly wiggled her toes, finding no issues, yet she chose to keep this to herself, instead blushing and savoring Li Xiuju's attentive care. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Li Xiuju turned, feeling a pang of anxiety. He had not even noticed when the door had closed. Who had done that? If anyone caught sight of him and his cousin alone in the room, it would surely lead to scandal. He hoped it was not Fu Yuehua or the elders. With a stiffened resolve, Li Xiuju called out, "What is it?" Chapter 1. The unworthy son-in-law, Miss. The Li family has arrived. With a sound as melodious as a nightingale. A delicate white hand lifted the corner of a silk veil. Her face, resembling a piece of exquisite jade, had a slender and enchanting beauty, with elegant brows and a nose that glistened subtly, while her lips were as petite as cherries. Yet, such descriptions only scratched the surface of her beauty. If one were to find a most fitting phrase, it would be a heroine of unparalleled grace, captivating the city and standing alone. Indeed, she was captivating yet independent, not merely existing in the shadows of obscurity. She possessed a talent that made one feel awe upon merely catching a glimpse, coupled with an air of haughty strength. Meanwhile, within the room, a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes furrowed his brow in agitation. He had traversed time, landing in an ancient era. Not only had his family fallen into decline, but he also found himself saddled with a fiancée he did not wish for. To make matters worse, he was a son-in-law by marriage, a position most would disdain. Why? To put it simply, should his wife find him displeasing, she might seek solace in another, while he would be left powerless to object, either feigning ignorance or dutifully guarding the door. Can you believe it? Such is the life of a son-in-law by marriage. In essence, his existence was barely better than that of a servant, for one must still heed the master's wishes when it comes to matters of discipline. He glanced at the blank book in his hand, momentarily silent. This was his so-called golden finger in this new world, a mere book without any system. Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely worthless. Anything he had encountered would manifest within its pages, even the processes of creation. For instance, if he wished to forge a gun, it would be feasible, provided he could procure the necessary materials. Alas, those materials came at a price, and he must acquire them himself. Moreover, he felt a clarity in his thoughts, akin to a computer's memory being suddenly cleared, leaving him refreshed. Well, that was all there was for now. At least he had not discovered any other golden fingers. No overwhelming power, no strategic brilliance. Sigh, his fantasies of traversing worlds have been shattered, and the thought of living as a son-in-law extinguished any remaining hope. What use was this iron rod? Well, it was T-iron but wood. At that moment, the sound of the door creaking open drew his attention. Li Xiaozhu looked up, momentarily stunned. In the north, there dwells a fair maiden, unmatched and self-reliant. A glance from her can sway a city, another can sway a nation. What a poetic grace she possessed. She surpassed even the most renowned stars of the day. Indeed, in the north, there dwells a fair maiden, unmatched and self-reliant. A glance from her can sway a city, another can sway a nation. What a poetic grace she possesses. She surpasses even the likes of Yangmi. Fu Yuehua paused, casting a puzzled glance around, yet found no one else present besides the strange man before her. Not entirely a stranger. However, they had crossed paths once when she was 4 years old. Was he speaking? Yet, she had not seen him utter a word. The verses he recited were exquisite, but could they truly be his words? Was he not the incompetent wastrel who squandered the Li family fortunes? Furthermore, who was Yangmi? Li Xiaozhu quickly regained his composure, considering the proper etiquette before clasping his hands together. Might I inquire as to who you are? Why have you intruded upon my residence? Who claimed we intruded? The door was open. We called out twice but received no response, so we entered. The speaker was not the clearly distinguished young lady, but rather the maid beside her. Li Xiaozhu glanced at her, but quickly turned away. Though the girl was indeed lovely, she paled in comparison to the jewel before him. And you are? I am Fu Yuehua. You must be familiar with this name. Fu Yuehua? Li Xiaozhu was taken aback. He indeed recognized the name. Oh, my fiancé? The voice from earlier echoed in his ears once more, and this time Fu Yuehua confirmed it was indeed the voice of the man before her. Yet, it puzzled her that she had been gazing intently and saw no movement of his lips. What were they here for? Could it be for marriage? Wait, no, that doesn't seem right. If they were here to discuss marriage, it certainly wouldn't be the young lady. As Li Xiaozhu contemplated the dilapidated state of his household, realization dawned upon him. Could it be they wished to annul the engagement? How splendid! An annulment at the outset. Could this lead to another golden finger? Would this not elevate me to the pinnacle of life? Moreover, should the Fu family initiate the annulment, they must provide compensation, whether it be a rare elixir or riches. Regardless of what it is, I would profit immensely. With just 100 taels of gold, I could create something extraordinary and turn a profit of 3 to 5,000 taels. With these thoughts, Li Xiaozhu's gaze toward Fu Yuehua sparkled with the glint of gold. What son-in-law? I would not stoop to such a lowly title. I shall rise. What brings you here, young lady? At that moment, Fu Yuehua was momentarily stunned by the barrage of thoughts in her mind, not due to their volume, but the content. This rogue, does he truly wish to annul the engagement? A fiancé, and he views her as a fool, and to disdain the title of son-in-law? In that instant, Fu Yuehua's long-buried ire erupted. Though she may not fully grasp the concept of an annulment, she understood the general implications. Despite her anger, she recognized that this scoundrel was not as simple as he appeared. He had deduced her intentions to annul the engagement and even anticipated compensation. You wish to annul the engagement, do you? Let us see if you are my liking. Wait, today's events are too peculiar. Could he be scheming against me with some unknown ploy? Let me further probe his depths. If this rogue possesses true merit, what would it matter if I married him? Ahem, my lady has come to. The butler, noticing Fu Yuehua's silence, assumed she was reluctant to speak with Li Xiaozhu and thus interjected. Before he could finish, Fu Yuehua spoke up. Butler, allow me. Yes, Mississippi. Fu Yuehua paused before calmly stating, it is evident that you understand the disparity in our statuses. However, my father, moved by your family's ancestor who once saved his life, offers you 2 paths to choose from. 1. I shall pose 3 questions. Should you answer them correctly, you shall remain as my Fu family son-in-law. 2. Should you fail to answer, the engagement shall be nullified, and I shall compensate you with 500 taels of gold. 500 taels of gold? My goodness, I shall make a fortune. Let us hasten the annulment. Do not say 3 questions. I'd struggle to answer even one simple equation like 1-1. This rogue, do you truly despise me so? Can I not even answer 1-1? Though seething with indignation, Yuehua maintained a composed exterior. For the first question, there are 30 heads of young rabbits in a cage, with a total of 88 legs. How many are rabbits, and how many are young? Is this truly it? Just this? Chapter 2. This little minx is just after my body. Is this really it? Just this? Are you testing a cadre with elementary school problems? I shall grant you a stick of incense, no. Half a stick of incense to ponder. Yuehua was infuriated. What does just this mean? Although she was unaware of the meanings of elementary school or cadre, she certainly did not take it as a compliment. Thus, what was supposed to be a stick of incense's worth of contemplation was promptly reduced to half. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu, concealing his disdain, managed to maintain his composure. Though he feigned ignorance, that did not hinder him from solving the problem. This was a manifestation of human psychology, akin to a criminal hiding clues while psychologists deduce answers. Even if one knows they will not speak of it, the thought process remains, revealing subtle hints to the observant psychologist. To completely conceal one's thoughts requires either self-hypnosis or utter ignorance of one's own mind. Assuming all are chickens, that amounts to 60 legs. With an excess of 28 legs, 2 legs per rabbit means there are 14 rabbits and 16 chickens. Such a simple problem, yet she requires half a stick of incense to think. Has her brain short-circuited? Perhaps I stand on the shoulders of giants, my starting point too elevated, reflecting on the solitude of invincibility and the chill of lofty heights. Li Xiuzhu felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Yuehua was flabbergasted. If he truly calculated it, wouldn't it take just a sip of water? Although she held a degree of admiration for Li Xiuzhu's intellect, his comment about her brain short-circuiting nearly sent her into a rage. You scoundrel, filthy wretch, vile thief, lecherous rogue, stinking beggar. It's your brain that has short-circuited. Having exhausted her limited vocabulary of insults, she finally felt a sense of calm. Although Yuehua knew Li Xiuzhu had arrived at the answer, she could not acknowledge it. Watching him feign deep thought, Yuehua was overcome with anger. This scoundrel truly did not wish to marry her. As half a stick of incense elapsed, Li Xiuzhu finally spoke with a despondent expression. Miss, your question is far too difficult. I am but a humble scholar, unworthy of your intellect. Still acting, are we? Were it not for my ability to hear your thoughts. I might have been deceived, you rogue. Fear not, there are 3 questions. Answer just 1 correctly. Please proceed to the second question. The current sovereign wishes to repair the Grand Canal to facilitate north-south communication. What is your opinion on this matter? You have half a cup of tea's worth of time. At that moment, even the maid and steward sensed that the miss was testing him unduly. Such a difficult question, with such a brief time frame, clearly indicated her utter contempt for Li Xiuzhu. However, Yuehua's intention was merely to test the limits of Li Xiuzhu. Li Xiuzhu, unfazed, had no intention of answering. Yet he shook his head internally at the question. At last, a question that bears semblance to reality, but alas, I shall not answer it. Yuehua's mind must be muddled, daring to comment on state affairs. Besides, who constructs the Grand Canal? Whoever does shall face dire consequences. Repairing the Grand Canal may be beneficial, but the toil falls upon the shoulders of the present, while future generations reap the rewards. With the current manpower and resources, I shudder to think how many lives would be lost in such an undertaking. Besides manpower, one must have wealth and provisions, unless... At this thought, Li Xiuzhu ceased pondering, having discerned the outcome, deeming it pointless. However, this revelation deeply troubled Yuehua, for her father was grappling with this very issue. If the notion of whoever repairs it shall perish held true, she dared not imagine the consequences. Although Li Xiuzhu had not contemplated the ramifications, the mention of manpower, wealth, and provisions struck at the heart of the matter. She could neither inquire nor express her knowledge, nor could she allow Li Xiuzhu to realize that she was aware. As half a cup of tea quickly passed, Yuehua, knowing Li Xiuzhu would not respond, had already devised the third question. Regardless of the answer, she intended to extract a response from him. She refused to believe that once he was at her estate, she could not elicit a reply. Who was she? She was Yuehua, a woman of great learning and talent. My apologies, miss, but this question is too difficult. I'm ashamed to admit I do not know where to begin. Huh, I believe you not. Though she thought this, Yuehua maintained an impassive demeanor. Fear not. There remains one final question. Should you fail to answer this one, it shall merely indicate that we are ill-fated, and you must not blame the Fu family. Upon hearing Yuehua's words, Li Xiuzhu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The money is within reach. I must not falter. No matter the question, I shall feign ignorance. Just as he fortified his resolve, Yuehua's lips curled into a sly smile. In that moment, Li Xiuzhu's heart skipped a beat, an ominous sensation enveloping him. He watched as her alluring lips moved, uttering words that felt diabolical. The third question is, what is 1-1? You have but a snap of your fingers to think. Time starts now. To his astonishment, Li Xiuzhu never anticipated that he would be confronted with the question of 1-1. Should he admit ignorance, he would surely become the talk of the entire capital. But how to respond? A mere son-in-law? Gazing at the stunning woman before him, Li Xiuzhu suddenly recalled a poem. Green bamboo, serpent's mouth, yellow wasp, needle behind. Both are not poisonous, but the most venomous is a woman's heart. This little minx has schemed against me. Could it be she's enamored with my looks? I shall not yield to her desires. At that moment, hearing Li Xiuzhu recite a poem that seemed to berate himself, Yuehua felt not anger, but rather a thrill akin to drinking ice water on a sweltering summer day. At last, she had turned the tide. Not yielding to my desires? I fear your answer not. Rather, I dread your silence. Await your demise. She considered his beauty, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Well, he is rather handsome. However, not only was Li Xiuzhu flummoxed, but the entourage accompanying Yuehua was equally perplexed. 1-1 is something even a child knows. Where was the disdain? Where was the call for annulment? Just this? Time is up. Mr. Li, please provide your answer. Yuehua hesitated, fearing Li Xiuzhu might indeed respond with ignorance. She continued, Mr. Li, do you mean to say you do not even know what 1-1 equals? If this were to reach my father's ears, he might think you are deliberately disdainful of the Fu family's daughter. My father can be rather petty. Should you cause him to lose face, well, indeed, this little minx is simply after my body. You are shameless. Yuehua raised an eyebrow, her chest rising and falling with rapidity before settling into calmness, indicating the impact of Li Xiuzhu's words on her. 1-1 equals 3. Li Xiuzhu answered, yet his response astonished everyone present. Chapter 3. I am enchanted by his beauty in that fleeting moment. Everyone except Li Xiuzhu paused, followed by a surge of righteous indignation. They soon realized that this scoundrel had no intention of marrying their divine maiden. Li Xiuzhu, how dare you? Call for someone. Silence. In the Fu family, what I say is absolute. There has never been a case where my words are disregarded. What? Do you wish to bring shame upon the Fu family? Upon hearing this, the steward felt a chill run down his spine and quickly knelt on the ground. Miss, I beg for your forgiveness. I dare not go against your wishes. Enough, rise. After saying this, Yuehua turned her gaze towards Li Xiuzhu and continued, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Since you have chosen your path, I shall not interject. However, I am curious as to why you answered 3. Li Xiuzhu felt a surge of joy at her words and immediately began to argue his case. Miss, is your question truly as simple as 1-1? I assumed you would pose something more profound. Initially, I thought that, under normal circumstances, 1-1 equals 2. However, when a man and a woman come together, it equals 3, or even 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Any number is valid. Only the answer of 2 is incorrect. So I dismissed it. Alas, was I wrong? It appears that my destiny with the miss is one of unfulfilled potential. Upon hearing Li Xiuzhu's reasoning, Yuehua inwardly acknowledged his cleverness for crafting a justifiable excuse to evade punishment. Yet, it struck her as odd that she had not encountered such reasoning before. Otherwise, she would not have felt so cornered. Little did she know that Li Xiuzhu was merely employing a tactic he had used in the past, one that required no deep contemplation. Fortunately, it was not too late. Yuehua smiled, and amidst Li Xiuzhu's expression of lament, she said, there is no need for regret. Young Master Li, you are indeed correct. How could I pose the question of 1 equaling 2? The question I had in mind was similar to yours. A tomcat plus a queen cat, which yields all numbers except 1 and 2. It seems this is fate. Your whimsical musings fortuitously aligned with my answer. Li Xiaozhu's expression of regret became frozen on his face, and a single thought reverberated in his mind. Wow, you sly one. However, before Li Xiaozhu could voice his regrets or complaints, Fu Yuehua turned to the steward and declared, "Steward, the marriage is thus decided. You shall commence preparations immediately. The wedding will be held in 3 days and must be grand." "Understood, my lady." In the household, Fu Yuehua occupied a unique position, one where her father held authority above all. Even her mother had no sway over her. The matter of her marriage was one that Fu Xianghua had entrusted to Fu Yuehua's discretion, hence the steward dared not utter a word of dissent. Nevertheless, he would certainly inform the master of this development. At that moment, Fu Yuehua caught wind of Li Xiaozhu's thoughts. "This won't do. I cannot sit idly by. I must flee. If I truly become a son-in-law, life will be unbearably bleak. I will sell my house a loss and buy a horse to flee under the cover of night." Fu Yuehua was taken aback. Did this scoundrel truly look down upon her? She, the most beautiful maiden in the capital, had never been so despised. Suppressing her rising anger, she turned to Li Xiaozhu as if to warn him. From the capital to the border, it takes 15 days on horseback, 23 days by carriage. And an urgent conveyance of 800 miles takes merely 3 days. If you attempt to flee from marriage, you will be wanted, and if captured, you will be sent to the quarries to toil for 3 to 10 years. Given my father's status, 10 years is unavoidable. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu's desire to escape dissipated. To labor in the quarries for 10 years would be a fate worse than death. He could not fathom why any man would wish to flee from marrying someone as exquisite as Fu Yuehua, a dream for men across the realm. To wed her was a blessing beyond measure. Why would he run away? Observing Li Xiaozhu's earnest expression, Fu Yuehua thought to herself, "How close I was to believing him." "Return home." "Yes, my lady." Inside the carriage, a maid curiously inquired, "Miss, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Did you not come to annul the engagement?" At that moment, Fu Yuehua was lost in thought and frowned at the question. "Must I consult you before making my decisions?" "I dare not. It was my folly to speak." Fu Yuehua had no time to engage with the maid, as it was trivial in her regard. Upon arriving home, she headed straight for her father's study. Upon entering, she saw her father and immediately spoke. "Father, can we cancel or postpone the construction of the canal?" Fu Xianguo bowed, then continued writing with his brush, maintaining his composure as he fixed his gaze on the paper. "What is the matter today? You usually don't enjoy discussing state affairs with me. I recall you were going to annul your engagement today. Did young Master Li agree?" "Alas, it is regrettable that Li Gong has but this one grandson. I feel I have wronged him." Hearing Li Xiaozhu's name again ignited Fu Yuehua's ire, and she retorted, "You need not lament. I have agreed to marry him." "Agreed? What? You have agreed?" Fu Xianghua, also known as Fu Wenhan, finally set down his brush. What is happening? Such a declaration is beyond belief. If she were to voice it, she would surely be deemed hysterical. But if she does not speak, how could Li Xiaozhu's words be compelling enough to change her mind? Could it be that I must label it as a mere infatuation with his beauty? Fu Yuehua felt numb, yet in her haste, it was the only rationale that came to mind. Well, I was captivated by his appearance, and I posed him 3 questions, stating that if he answered one correctly, I would marry him. Oh, how many did he answer correctly? What were the questions? As he spoke, Fu Wenhan resumed writing. The character was nearly complete, though it had not flowed seamlessly. He was confident it would be a fine piece of calligraphy. 1 correct answer. This was within his expectations, but the next part was not. 1 + 1 = what? Suddenly, Fu Wenhan pressed too hard with his brush, ruining the character. However, he paid no mind to the writing. He turned to Fu Yuehua, an expression of disbelief on his face, and questioned, 1 + 1? Fu Yuehua blushed and nodded. This answer was one she had forced upon him. Otherwise, how could one get such a simple equation wrong? Oh no! If this matter were spread, she would surely become infamous. For the sake of Li Xiaozhu's beauty, she would be known for her absurdity in reversing right and wrong, calling a deer a horse. At the thought of this, Yuehua instinctively covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Fu Xianghua observed her and remarked sternly, "Now you realize the embarrassment? Did you not consider this when you asked? Is he really so handsome that you would risk your reputation to assist him in answering questions? Why go through the trouble of posing questions? Wasn't I testing him? But now I find myself at a loss for words." Chapter 4. Being a mischievous little sprite, was I not merely testing him? Yet now, I find myself at a loss for words. Fu Yuehua felt a sense of numbness. But what could she possibly say? Nothing? She might as well swallow her broken teeth along with the blood. How unjust. That dog of a man, mark my words. One day, I shall make you repay all the grievances I have endured. Although Fu Yuehua initially refrained from using the term I, opting instead for this young lady, her growing fury caused her to lose restraint. After all, these were merely her thoughts. Who could possibly discern them? Could it be that someone could actually hear her innermost musings? In the past, she would have never believed such nonsense, but now, the evidence was right before her eyes. Well, he truly is quite handsome. As for you, father, it is best you remain uninvolved. For now, I can only resort to this excuse. Any matters can be discussed once Li Xiuzhu enters. You forget it. You may decide this matter for yourself. Has old Ma returned with you? Yes. I entered first, so he should still be outside. Fu Wenhan nodded slightly and called out to the door, summoned Steward Ma. As soon as Fu Wenhan finished speaking, the door swung open. Prime Minister, did you call for me? Indeed, today you and the young lady visited the Li family. You understand what should be said and what should not, correct? Aside from those present, I wish for no one else to know. Upon hearing this, Steward Ma immediately smiled. I understand and have already taken care of it. I have given the necessary instructions. Well done. You may leave now. Understood. While the daughter may act shamelessly, as her father, he could not afford to be so. In that moment, even Fu Yuehua let out a sigh of relief, finally free from the worry of embarrassing herself in front of her friends. Father, you have yet to mention whether we can halt the excavation of the Grand Canal. Why is that? The construction of the Grand Canal is imperative. It is beneficial for the country and the people. Fu Yuehua grew anxious at his words. That scoundrel had declared, "Whoever digs shall perish." But have you considered the implications? While it may benefit the nation in the future, what about now? The manpower, resources, and finances involved are immense, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Who will bear that responsibility? Why am I placing so much faith in that fellow's judgment? Just because he is talented? Fu Wenhan turned his gaze toward Fu Yuehua, his eyes filled with earnest inquiry. Who told you all this? Fu Yuehua hesitated. I thought it myself. No, you could not have come to this conclusion on your own. Are you truly my father? Do you doubt your daughter's intellect? Yet even with the knowledge of her father's indulgence, she hesitated to make such a claim. Father, you must believe me, this truly is my own reasoning. You know your daughter is well read. However, just as Fu Yuehua boasted, Fu Wenhan's calm remark shattered her self-importance. It is precisely because I know that I understand where your knowledge is applied. Such matters would not even pique your interest. Fine, you are indeed my father. For you know me well. But how could she express this? If she revealed that scoundrel's identity, how would he react? Would he become wary? And even if he knew, how could she persuade her father to relent? This was a topic she could hardly broach, especially knowing her father's stubborn nature. Since this endeavor was for the benefit of the nation, he would likely face the challenges head-on, no matter the difficulties. Completely at a loss for words, Fu Yuehua's frustration boiled over. I shall not speak with you any longer. Do as you please. With that, she hurried away, her skirts trailing behind her, all the while seething with indignation. She had never imagined a day would come when her extensive knowledge would leave her speechless. How utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu wore an expression of utter despair. How could he have failed to guard against such a trap laid by that little girl? Did he possess some dragon-like charisma that left women weak at the knees? Had he unknowingly enchanted her to the extent that she fell at his feet? Was this what they called a walking embodiment of desire? In his agitation, Li Xiuzhu approached a water jar, intending to quench his thirst, only to freeze in place. Oh no, I miscalculated. How could he be so handsome? Had he known, he would have smeared some ash on his face. With such looks, He would attract countless young ladies asking for his WeChat number if he were to stroll down the streets of the future. It was no wonder. It was clear that it was not his acting skills or cunning that had faltered, but rather his appearance, akin to Song Yu, that had betrayed him. Though he may have lost this round, Li Xiaozhu found clarity and resolved to let go of his worries. After all, what was the worst that could happen with being a son-in-law? Sooner or later, he would find a way to part ways. This was not a mistake, but rather a challenge. What was that saying from his past life? A mischievous little sprite. I refused to believe that even in such circumstances, she would still not release me. Being a son-in-law is simply untenable. It will never happen in this lifetime. With such looks, should not his ambitions reach for the stars? Perhaps a visit to a brothel is in order. If word gets out before marriage that he visited one, would he not surely be cast aside? No, it would be a broken engagement. After all, he was not yet wed. Yet, to be cast aside for such a reason would mean losing 500 taels of gold. 500 taels. The mere thought of it was painful. However, while money holds considerable worth, freedom is even more valuable. And dignity carries a high price as well. He resolutely refused to become a mere second fiddle. With his pockets empty, Li Xiaozhu set off for the grandest brothel in the capital, Shanglin Courtyard. God knows where he found such misplaced confidence. Venturing into a brothel with not a single coin to his name. If anyone from the future were to hear of this, they would undoubtedly declare him the most shameless person they had ever encountered. The brothel was not difficult to find. Shanglin Courtyard was situated in the heart of Zhuke Street, the wealthiest in the merchant district. Even before approaching, the rich scent of cosmetics wafted through the air. Rouge and powder. One could only imagine that a month's worth of living expenses for an ordinary family would be required to acquire a set. How could the daughters of common folk afford such luxuries? Only the courtesans of Qin Lu and Chu Guan, as well as the daughters of affluent families, could indulge in such fineries. The distinction lay in the fact that those in Qin Lu and Chu Guan favored more potent scents, exuding an alluring ambience, while the young ladies of wealthy households used subtler fragrances, epitomizing elegance. Young master, welcome. This is your first visit, isn't it? Indeed, it is my first time. Are you the matron? Li Xiaozhu recalled that in ancient times, the managers of brothels were referred to as madams or mamas. Ah, young master, though this is your first visit, you seem well prepared. The matron took Li Xiaozhu by the hand and led him inside, for now that he was at Shanglin Courtyard, she could not allow him to escape. Chuanxiang, Xiaoxiang, attend to the guests. Coming, madam. Truly, the matron possessed a remarkable voice. However, as she began to summon the courtesans, Li Xiaozhu seized the moment to speak. If he did not now, he would be left with no choice later. He was there to eat, not to take advantage of a free meal. Wait. Chapter 5. Does good looks entitle one to indulgence? Ah, is there something troubling you, young master? Are you dissatisfied? Not to worry, I have plenty of options available, from Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to Xiaxiang and Dongxiang. After a brief pause, observing Li Xiaozhu's attire, she furrowed her brow slightly and continued, if you remain unsatisfied, we also have the 4 leading beauties, the 8 gentle souls, and even the illustrious Kue Nongyue. However, apart from the 4 leading beauties, the rest do not typically stay overnight with guests. Whether you can win the favor of these ladies depends on your own charm. And as for the pricing, it is rather steep. What type do you prefer? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhu smiled brightly. Ahem, dear madam, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I merely wish to convey that I am without funds. Is there a chance for a complimentary experience? The madam was momentarily speechless. To wander into a brothel without money, seeking to indulge for free, although lacking funds, she refrained from speaking harshly and contemplated whether a small fee could entice someone to stay with her for the night. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the unexpected reaction from the crowd had already begun. Laughing out loud, I can't believe there's someone who visits a brothel without money. Young man, are you truly attempting to enjoy the pleasures for free? I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Li Xiaozhu looked up, curious about the young man who seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with their motto. But as he raised his gaze, the laughter in the room diminished significantly. The women, seemingly eager to catch a better glimpse, inched closer. Mother, Spring Xiang is willing to cover her own expenses to accompany the young master for a night. Mother, Autumn Xiang is also willing to contribute. Mother, Winter Xiang is willing to accompany the young master and play a tune for him, share meal, and discuss the intricacies of life. Mother, Xiang Qin is willing to dance for the young master. Both the mocking and silent patrons were astounded. These women, usually unattainable, were now vying for the attention of this handsome youth. Was there any sense of justice in this? At that moment, another voice chimed in. It is rare to encounter such an interesting individual. I had intended to engage in conversation, but it seems the opportunity is slipping away, given the number of ladies eager to offer their company. The voice, soft and alluring, captivated the hearts of the men present. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the crowd, her presence rendering all other beauties mere background figures. She resembled a resplendent peony among a sea of flowers, embodying exquisite beauty, smooth skin, and striking features that radiated allure. Her star-like eyes exuded an enchanting aura, and her lips curved slightly with a hint of playful mischief, as if she reveled in the follies of mankind. Yuehua, the most renowned courtesan in the capital, was before them. As Li Xiuzhu assessed her, she too scrutinized him. It was no wonder he could entice many women to cover their own expenses. Perhaps it was not merely charm, but the promise of an intriguing conversation. Li Xiuzhu possessed striking features, sharp brows, deep-set eyes, and a handsome visage akin to that of Song Yu. His demeanor exuded a sense of calm and poise, with dark hair framing his face and a serene smile that hinted at an enigmatic quality, although his complexion was somewhat pale, suggesting a fragility that only heightened the maternal instincts of the women around him. His long, slender fingers could drive many to madness with desire. Such a man was undeniably captivating. Yet, it was his wit that drew Yuehua in. She had encountered countless handsome faces before, but they rarely sparked such interest. At her level, having seen many beautiful people, she merely found Li Xiuzhu pleasing to the eye, a source of joy, but not someone to whom she would readily surrender herself. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu blinked. Sister, you have yet to extend an invitation. How could you presume I would decline? Oh, how intriguing. I now extend my invitation. Will you accept? Indeed. Ha ha ha, how delightful. It has been ages since I encountered someone so amusing. Please come closer. Though Yuehua typically dismissed formalities, her demeanor remained graceful, her laughter genuine and infectious. Even so, her charm did not detract from her allure. Rather, it added an air of carefree elegance. The men present still struggled to comprehend the situation. This audacious fellow had entered the renowned courtesan's chamber without a single coin? Had his looks granted him such liberties? Where was the sense of justice in this? However, Li Xiuzhu paid no mind to the onlookers and followed Yuehua into her lavish room. As the leading courtesan, her quarters were not only the finest, but also exceptionally spacious, perhaps over 100 square feet. Upon entering, Yuehua feigned regret, saying, I must apologize for denying you the pleasure of a beautiful companion. I hope you do not hold it against me. Li Xiuzhu casually glanced around and replied, Perhaps, sister, you could prepare a feast? I find myself rather hungry. Yuehua chuckled at this. You and T happen to be here solely for a meal, would you? How did you come to think of dining in a brothel? Li Xiuzhu, without hesitation, candidly replied, I am out of money. It occurred to me that with my looks, surely someone would take a liking to me. But affection alone won't suffice. Those who would spend on me must possess some means and not be overly reserved. It seems only the courtesans remain after such filtering. Yuehua laughed lightly. You are quite the character. I have encountered many who dine and dash, but you're the first to openly admit your lack of funds before engaging. As she spoke, she opened the door and instructed her maid, Siyun, please prepare a sumptuous feast and 2 jars of fine wine. Siyun glanced at Li Xiuzhu and responded, Yes, my lady, I shall make the arrangements. Li Xiuzhu settled onto the soft couch, typically reserved for Yuehua, and stated, You must be Yuehua. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Li Xiuzhu. Yuehua smiled warmly and inquired, I find myself quite curious about you. Would you indulge my curiosity? Is there a benefit to such indulgence? Yuehua raised an eyebrow. Isn't a meal a benefit? Li Xiuzhu stresha lazili. That cannot be counted. Dining is merely a benefit of conversation, akin to a friendly gesture. However, your request to satisfy your curiosity implies a desire for personal inquiries. If I were not in need, I would be open to conversation, but given my current circumstances, knowledge of your desires could be quite valuable. It would be improper not to offer something in return. Yuehua chuckled. Are you asking for money? I assumed you might prefer to use this opportunity to request my company for the night. Ah, so I'm not more appealing than mere material pleasures. Chapter 6. Have you ever heard such earthy love talk? In comparison to trivial matters, I naturally prefer to engage in moonlit pursuits. Sister, with your ethereal beauty, who could possibly resist? Yet, one must possess self-awareness. The way you gaze at me is distinctly different from how other women do. If there were affection and desire in your eyes, I would certainly not overlook it. However, all I perceive is amusement and sincerity. Yes, sincerity. It is quite peculiar. For it is often said that courtesans are devoid of emotion and loyalty. Yet I discern genuine honesty in your gaze. Li Xiuzhu chuckled at his own jest, then added, Do you think I'm blind? How could you pose such a question to me? If I were to claim you are blind, would that not make me the one lacking in emotion and loyalty? I cannot ascertain your sight, but until you voice your desires. How can you know I would refuse to accompany you to sleep? What if I were willing? Li Xiuzhu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by your playful expression. It is indeed a clever retort. You are fully aware she is teasing, yet it creates the illusion that the only barrier to intimacy is your willingness to speak. In such scenarios, there are typically two possibilities. One is an old acquaintance, who may jest to break the ice. The other is a mere stranger, simply toying with you, who would not acquiesce even if you were to ask. Nevertheless, asking costs nothing, does it not? After all, such a beautiful woman is a rarity he has never encountered in his previous life. If I were to satiate the curiosity of this moonlit beauty, would she be inclined to share my bed? Upon hearing this, she smiled radiantly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of boredom, as if the answer was of no surprise to her. I thought you would remain silent. You claim you can see things in my eyes, so surely you must not have missed a mischief in mine. Li Xiuzhu Shuja. Indeed, it is rather evident. However, one must consider the possibilities. What if? One cannot allow pride to let such an opportunity slip away, especially when the woman in question aligns with my aesthetic sensibilities. I am intrigued by the source of your apparent indifference, dear moonlit maiden. Your candidness is indeed rare. Were it anyone else, they would likely concoct numerous excuses when exposed. As for indifference, having encountered countless individuals and witnessed an abundance of deceit, I have grown weary of sweet nothings. It is akin to a certain gentleman surnamed Li, who professed his admiration, claiming he would return for me after achieving success. Yet, soon after, other suitors made similar declarations. Initially, such sentiments might be moving, but after hearing them repeatedly, one becomes numb. Gradually, I discerned their true intentions. They merely sought my companionship to support their ambitions, allowing them to use my presence as a stepping stone before ultimately rewarding me. Amusing, is it not? Alas, I'm not a fool, though perhaps my naivety could lead me to such a fate. The clearer the picture becomes, the more detached I feel, and perhaps I may transform into one of those heartless individuals in your eyes. Having said this, the moonlit maiden abruptly shifted back to her playful demeanor, a smile gracing her features as she said, It has been quite some time since I have heard an original declaration of affection. How about this? If you can utter a few lines of love that no one else has spoken, I shall share my bed with you. However, I grant you but one chance. Should you squander it, do not blame me. At that moment, Suya knocked on the door. Sister, the food is ready. As the moonlit maiden rose to open the door, she turned to Li Xiuzhu with a smile. Let us eat first. Just let me know when you are done. Shangling Courtyard, being the largest brothel, offered meals that, while not quite on par with imperial cuisine, were still delectable. Thus, Li Xiuzhu savored his meal, the earlier conversation about love seemingly forgotten. Meanwhile, the moonlit maiden rested her chin in her hand, observing the unrefined yet spirited manner in which Li Xiuzhu ate, a genuine smile emerging. This smile was no longer enchanting, but possessed warmth. I am finished. Why are you not eating? I scarcely touched these vegetables. At this, the moonlit maiden's smile faltered. Thank you, but I do not eat vegetables. I prefer meat. No worries, I am not particularly hungry. So, have you thought of any love lines? If not, you shall not be able to stay here tonight. Li Shiuzu Shukulat. He hailed from an era of information overload and would not be easily stumped. While he could not guarantee his thoughts were profound, he knew that there existed a form of love talk that was utterly unique. A learned man cannot afford to lose face, and a wealthy scion would hardly conceive such lines. He approached the window, gazing at the grand moon above. Do you know the difference between you and the moon? The moonlit maiden paused, moving to the window, gazing at the moon with confusion. Should not Li Xiuzhu be praising her? Why was he deviating from the norm? After all, my name contains moon. Is that the distinction? No, the difference lies in the fact that the moon resides in the sky, while you dwell in my heart. Dumbfounded. This was indeed the first time the moonlit maiden had heard such words of affection, leaving her momentarily speechless. Li Xiuzhu continued, the choice is now yours. You may claim to have heard it before or profess it as new. Regardless of your answer, I shall believe you. Upon hearing this, the moonlit maiden hesitated, realizing it would be difficult to lie. If only she could retort, you sly one. Indeed, Li Xiuzhu's declaration was unprecedented for her. However, she lamented, I was merely jesting. My time has come. Should you not mind, I am willing to honor my word. The term Tiankua denotes a woman's most vile blood, often associated with misfortune and malevolence. In certain ghostly tales, this blood could defile divine artifacts and flesh. The moonlit maiden did not believe Li Xiuzhu would harm her. Such a fate was reserved for those driven by insatiable lust. Yet, Li Xiuzhu's next words took her aback. It seems you have consented. Excellent. Please prepare a bucket of hot water. I must bathe and cannot neglect the moonlit maiden. Is this a battle of blood? The moonlit maiden's expression shifted, her interest in Li Xiuzhu waning. However, she did not detest him. After all, his striking appearance and previous charm lingered. She mused, who would have thought he is such a lascivious spirit? With a sigh, she felt a sense of loss. Nevertheless, she did not retract her offer. Who else could she find with such an appealing presence? Though, the extent of her attraction remained uncertain. Chapter 7. Is this what you call Lilang? After completing their evening routines, Li Xiuzhu gently guided Yuehua onto the bed. At that moment, Yuehua felt her body tense up slightly. Although she had anticipated this day, the reality of it made her nervous, despite her prior knowledge. Li Xiuzhu, however, paid no mind to her stiffness or silence. He settled into a comfortable position and wrapped his arms around her. All right, let us sleep, he said. The alluring scent wafting from her was somewhat overwhelming for a young man brimming with vitality. Yet if he closed his eyes, imagining the space beside him as merely air and the fragrance as a mere aroma, he could manage to disregard it. Suddenly, a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. This was indeed reminiscent of the ancient tale of Lu Xianghui maintaining his composure in the presence of beauty. Here he was Li Xiuzhu, embracing a beauty that could disturb his slumber. Was it possible that Lu Xianghui had once faced a similar situation with a charming woman? Hearing the steady rhythm of Li Xiuzhu's breathing behind her, Yuehua was taken aback. Isn't the young master going to sleep with Yuehua? Li Xiuzhu's steady breath faltered momentarily, throwing him into disarray. Little sprite, please do not tempt me. You have no idea how difficult it is for me to maintain my resolve. Are we not sleeping? Yuehua pondered the unfamiliar term. Just sleep, without any further actions. Compared to returning home to a cold bed, she preferred to sleep nestled against a warm beauty. Ah, she chuckled softly, you see through it all. Yet I thought you desired there were unspoken words between them that neither dared to voice, yet both understood. Do not indulge in foolish thoughts. While I may not be concerned, such matters are not proper for you ladies. Remember, during this period, do not entertain clients and spend time with your sisters instead. Huh, not concerned? Or perhaps you fear misfortune? Yuehua mused. Strangely, she felt at ease, as though she understood that nothing would transpire. Even while sharing the same bed, she felt completely relaxed, devoid of any fear. At that moment, she turned to face Li Xiuzhu, her gaze playful and mischievous. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, captivated by the exquisite beauty before him, and could not resist leaning in, And then there was silence. Releasing Nong Yuehua, Li Xiaozhu spoke earnestly, "Little sprite, do not play with fire. I have little resistance to it." In that moment, Nong Yuehua's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not bear to meet his gaze. Her playful demeanor vanishing. "What have I done to lose my first kiss?" Li Xiaozhu continued. "As for my courage, allow me to impart some knowledge about female physiology." Physiology? What is that? The so-called women's period is not as unsightly as you might imagine. It is merely the body's way of expelling old waste. To speak in more technical terms, which you might not comprehend, it is simply the remnants of a dissolved placenta. In simpler terms, think of it as a cup of juice. If left unattended, its freshness lasts only a few hours. If not consumed, it will spoil, and the resulting mold is harmful. Thus, once it has passed its freshness, it must be discarded and fresh juice poured anew to maintain its quality. Your period is akin to juice nearing its expiration. For the time being, it poses no harm to me, so I am unaffected. Although it may appear somewhat unsettling, the difference is negligible. Moreover, I can enjoy it, and a simple wash afterward suffices. However, due to my actions, what should have been expelled has returned to your body, potentially forming harmful substances that may lead to illness. Do you understand? I do this for your own good. So please, do not play with fire again, or I may truly lose my self-control. In that moment, Nong Yuehua fell silent. Li Xiaozhu's explanation was so thorough that she found herself believing it, leaving her with a sense of gratitude. As he closed his eyes once more, he thought it wise not to gaze at her, lest he lose his composure. If it were merely him, Nong Yuehua felt that once or twice would be acceptable. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu opened his eyes again. "So, after all my words, you've taken nothing to heart?" He looked at her sincerely. "Promise me one thing. Love yourself more. In this life, the one you should love wholeheartedly is yourself. Do not change for anyone else. For others to love and care for you, there are limits. Surpassing those limits will only breed other emotions. For instance, when you first tell someone something, they may feel for you and wish to protect you. But if you repeat it endlessly, they will grow weary. Therefore, do not compromise or neglect yourself for anyone. Love yourself more, and you will become someone others admire. Only then will they cherish you in return." A long silence ensued, filled with unexpressed emotions and contemplation. Suddenly, Nong Yuehua reached out to embrace Li Xiaozhu. "Li Lang, if you ever find yourself in need of money or longing for me, come here. As long as I am here, the doors of Shanling Courtyard will always be open for you. Should you grow weary of me, you may seek solace with my sisters downstairs. Li Lang is already absurd enough. Where does this desire to support me come from? And I just said to love yourself and not to compromise." Exhausted, Li Xiaozhu rolled his eyes, feeling a sense of defeat. His first attempt at being a life mentor had ended in disarray. "Is this it? Just this?" he said wearily. "So all I've said was in vain, and now you wish to support me? I am aware you possess wealth. But do you realize where you are? Shanling Courtyard, the largest den of iniquity in the capital. How long can your money last here? What happens when you run out? Will you endlessly entertain clients and wear a smile? While you're the belle of Shanling Courtyard now, what of the future? Beauty fades. Can you remain the belle forever? When age catches up with you, what then? In less than 3 years, you may find yourself entertaining clients just like those in their prime. In 5 years, you might be reduced to the likes of Chuanxiang or Qiuxiang. 10 years later, perhaps they will no longer need you, and you may seek a more respectable life. But by then, you will be left with nothing but a miserable fate." Upon hearing this, Nong Yuehua suddenly burst into laughter, her joy so radiant that tears streamed down her face. Li Xiaozhu's words faltered as he gazed at her tear-streaked face, feeling a pang of protectiveness and a surprising urge to yield. "Damn it, this is going to unravel everything," he thought. Struggling to maintain his composure, he turned away, facing the air in the room, leaving Nong Yuehua with only his back. Yet, Nong Yuehua's tears ceased, and her cheeks flushed with color. Chapter 8. Brave Moon. Fearless, it turned out that the two, in their playful interaction, had naturally sensed certain changes. Suddenly, Nong Yuehua leaned closer to Li Xiaozhu's ear. "If you can't help it, there's no need to hold back. I admit I'm quite impulsive at the moment, but I have no regrets, even if I fall ill." Li Xiaozhu sighed. "Sister, you seem quite carried away. Just a moment ago, you were eager to chase me away. just as Li Xiuzhu was about to turn and say something. Yuehua stared at the pure and glistening earlobes of Li Xiuzhu and suddenly fell silent. Li Xiuzhu, realizing the moment, felt a spark of frustration. How can I tolerate this? He turned around, glaring fiercely at Yuehua, yet her face bore no trace of fear. In an instant, Li Xiuzhu felt disheartened, lying back on the bed and murmuring, "You make me feel utterly defeated. Should I play along? Should I say I'm so scared? Or perhaps be a bit more delicate, like, I'm so scared. Speak properly." Yuehua suddenly rested her head against Li Xiuzhu's chest, listening to his heartbeat in silence. After a long while, she spoke softly. "Could you share your story, Li Lang? Besides knowing your name is Li Xiuzhu, I know nothing about you." Hearing this, Li Xiuzhu sighed. You know nothing about me, right? What if I'm a bad person? Really, keep your distance. I can't offer you a future. It's not that I don't want to. I simply cannot. Do you understand? Yuehua was taken aback, not quite grasping the meaning behind his words. What did it mean to not want to yet be unable to? Actually, I need your help with something. Once you hear my story, you'll understand. I am an unwed son-in-law of the Prime Minister's residence. You should know what that means, right? Hence, I cannot provide you with a future. The origin of this predicament stems from my ancestor saving the life of the Prime Minister, leading to an engagement. But the Prime Minister's status and my family's standing are vastly different, which is why I became a son-in-law. My father, with the Prime Minister's backing, made a fortune in business, but he was robbed and lost his life in the process. By the time it came to me, although there was considerable wealth, my youthful folly led me to be deceived at a gambling house, and I lost everything. Thus, I cannot afford to redeem you, marry you, or even support you as a concubine. Yuehua, confused, looked up and asked, "Then why did Li Lang come to Shanglin Garden?" Li Xiuzhu did not hide anything from Yuehua. He didn't know why, but he wanted to find someone to confide in, to share a conversation. This girl was so sincere towards him, so he spoke freely. Even if it were to be exposed, he had no regrets. On the contrary, if it were to be revealed, wouldn't it be better for the Fu family to annul the marriage? I do not wish to marry into the Prime Minister's residence. Though a son-in-law may seem noble, he is still a son-in-law. If possible, I would prefer to be a free man, taking in two beautiful women like you, enjoying tea and raising children together. Previously, when the Prime Minister's daughter came to call off the engagement, he thought he could dismiss it, only to find himself outwitted by that girl. So I plan to play a little trick, be a bit mischievous. Tomorrow, I want you to call Fu Yuehua to catch me in the act. At this point, Li Xiuzhu paused, contemplating, but it's not really catching in the act, is it? We don't fit that description. Perhaps a different term. How should I put it? Li Xiuzhu found himself at a loss for words, feeling the awkwardness of being unprepared. Haha, Li Lang, you are truly amusing. Wanting to be what was it again? A little trickster, and notifying your fiancé to catch you at the brothel. I am quite curious about how the Prime Minister's daughter managed to outsmart you. Should I share that? It's a bit embarrassing. But just as Li Xiuzhu hesitated, he suddenly gasped. Wait, I'll tell you, all right? So, he quickly recounted the events. There was no escaping this. That girl had found his weakness. And who could withstand such a predicament? So, you intentionally answered 1 + 1 incorrectly? And you were still outwitted by someone? Li Xiuzhu felt utterly humiliated. As a time traveler, being outmatched by a local was a disgrace. Haha, I find that miss quite interesting. I would love to meet her if given the chance. Li Xiuzhu interjected. You should be able to see her tomorrow. All right, get some rest now. Yet Yuehua suddenly blushed, not wishing to sleep. Li Lang, I actually don't want to sleep yet. Li Xiuzhu looked bewildered. If you don't want to sleep, why are you bothering me? I am tired. Aren't you tired either? As Yuehua reached out, Li Xiuzhu felt overwhelmed. Stop. Even if you do that, I am still tired. No, you're not tired. That's right. I'm not tired. Suddenly, a gong sounded from outside, ringing 4 times. It was the 4th watch. Oh dear, it's already 1 in the morning. Tell me, how can you let me rest and allow me to sleep peacefully? Upon hearing this, Yuehua gazed deeply at Li Xiuzhu. After today, I fear you might run away. So I don't want to regret anything. Perhaps I may fall ill, or I may never see you again, but even if it's just once, I am content. Li Xiuzhu looked at Yuehua in astonishment. Do you really like me that much? What about before? You are the only one who cares for me genuinely. Not for my body. I don't know if there will be a second person like that, but I hope my life is free of regrets. Who gave you the impression that I was not interested in you? There are many people in this building. I came up because you are the most beautiful. Why would you not want what I offer? Or are you just lying? Are you afraid of misfortune? Li Xiaozhu sighed. Can we not wait a few days? Until your Tian Kuei is over? No, you've already mentioned you are a son-in-law. What if they refuse to annul the marriage and confine you after? Come on, do you have to frame it so grimly? It frightens me. You're scaring me. That's too much. Silence. Let us try a different approach, though it may be somewhat humiliating for you. If you can accept my commands, it would yield a mutually agreeable outcome. Upon hearing this, Nong Yue's eyes sparkled. What humiliation! What grievance! She felt fearless now. I am entirely at your service, Li Lang. Chapter 9. Ultimately, responsibility must be shouldered. In the moonlight's dance, amidst the fragrance of chrysanthemums, dreams return to the familiar paths adorned with blossoms. The sound of phoenix flutes stirs the air, and the light of jade pots twinkles as the night unfolds in a grand performance of fish and dragons. With dawn breaking, Nong Yue trembles as she rises, her drowsy eyes gently rousing Tsuyun. Tsuyun, go to the state minister's residence and find Fu Yuehua. Tell her that Li Xiaozhu has come to the brothel and has no money for food and drink. She must come to fetch him. Nong Yue intended to utter a certain word, but reconsidered, realizing that it would alter her nature. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu also rose, and Nong Yue was momentarily taken aback as she turned. Li Lang, why are you up so early? Li Xiaozhu, rapidly. If I delay any longer, Fu Yuehua will arrive. But before that, I wish to present you with 2 pieces of calligraphy. Calligraphy? Without further words, Li Xiaozhu approached the writing desk. As the leader of the academy, the room was well stocked with the 4 treasures of the study. Nong Yue asked no more questions and obediently ground the ink. Li Xiaozhu closed his eyes, silently recalling the lines of poetry while absorbing the literary talents of his previous self. After a long while, he opened his eyes and took the brush from Nong Yue. Water melody. He began, when will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the azure sky. I know not the celestial palaces, what year this eve may be. I wish to ride the winds back home, yet fear the jade towers chill, dancing to cast my shadow. How is it like in a mortal realm? The vermilion pavilion, the lowly window, illuminating sleepless nights. There should be no resentment. Why must the moon be full at parting? Men have joys and sorrows, reunions and separations. The moon has its phases. This matter has been difficult to achieve since ancient times. May we all share longevity and together gaze upon the moon from afar. As Li Xiaozhu put down his brush, Nong Yue's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. When the poem was completed, her expression was one of astonished reverence. As the leader of the Xianglin Academy, her poetic prowess was certainly noteworthy, yet it was this depth of understanding that made her appreciate the significance of his words. With the emergence of this poem, the Mid-Autumn Festival would lack a counterpart. Before Nong Yue could speak, Li Xiaozhu took another piece of paper and began to write once more. I wish you warmth in 3 winters and a spring free from chill. May you have light in the dark and an umbrella in the rain. May you care for yourself and encounter a good companion, a warm hue gracing your life, with a good person by your side. Setting down the brush, Li Xiaozhu finally spoke. This poem is for you. I hope it helps you escape the grasp of fate. This is my blessing for you. May you find peace in this lifetime. If I am confined, I hope you will meet a good person and not waste your life. Gazing at the many wishes, Nong Yue suddenly shook her head. Taking up the brush, she swiftly drew a line over the words, may you encounter a good companion and the subsequent good person. This is incorrect. Did you write it wrong? How could you know what I intended to write? After saying this, Nong Yue began to rewrite in small, delicate characters. May you care for yourself and continue the bond with Li Lang. A warm hue gracing your life, while spring nights caress the zither. To be honest, it was not as fluid, yet it truly moved Li Xiaozhu. Well, isn't this about taking responsibility? If one does not shoulder responsibility now, are they still a man? Though I may not be able to grant you the title of wife, I shall certainly claim you as my concubine. With this thought, Li Xiaozhu inscribed another line above. If there is no perfect path in this world, I will only owe the Buddha, not you. In that moment, Yuehua smiled, a radiant smile filled with joy. This was indeed a promise. If one day I'm cast out from the minister's residence, I hope to see you waiting outside. If I'm not cast out, then surely I will bring you into the household. But can this poem truly help you find a better life? Yuehua nestled in Li Xiuju's embrace and murmured, Li Lang, you underestimate this poem. Once it is revealed, there will be no more verses for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even in this city, where new talents emerge, it will allow me to be the leader for 3 more years. The income from 3 years as a leader will be enough for you to redeem another leader. However, once this poem is revealed, my worth will surely increase. By the way, Li Lang, why don't you sign this poem? Li Xiuju shook his head. I am not particularly interested in that. Why don't you do it yourself? No, I want you to sign it. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with a soft, coaxing tone, and Li Xiuju found himself compelled. All right, I shall sign it. Li Xiuju contemplated and chose not to use his real name, but rather signed as Bujie, the layman. Wuji, what does it mean? Li Xiuju explained. It carries a hint of a Buddhist title. In Buddhism, the 5 precepts prohibit lustful desires. If being with you is to break the precepts, then so be it. Yuehua's eyes brightened, finding the name quite fitting. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs. Is that Yuehua? She is here so quickly. Upon entering Shanglin Academy, Yuehua narrowed her eyes, realizing that the scoundrel was indeed present. How dare he come to beg for favors without money? Moreover, he had sent her, his fiancée, to deliver funds. How utterly disgraceful. If it were not for the stakes regarding my family's fortunes, I would teach him a lesson. Accompanied by a group of servants, Yuehua came to confront them, and the madam of the establishment quickly arrived. Miss, it is inappropriate to create such a scene with your servants. The background of Shanglin Academy is not something you can disturb at will. Yuehua cast a cold glance at the madam. What? Is your authority greater than my father, the current state minister? The madam's expression shifted immediately, transforming from accusation to flattery. My lady, what do you mean by that? You are the daughter of the state minister? How about this? If you let me know whom you seek, I will bring them to you. And that should suffice, right? The state minister is busy with national affairs. You wouldn't want to trouble him, would you? At that moment, the madam cursed internally, wondering which misfortune had brought this little tyrant to her door. While her own master might not fear the state minister, troubling him over trivial matters could lead to her own downfall. Where is Li Xiuju? Bring him out to see me. The madam paused, bewildered. Li Xiuju. I have never heard of him before. My lady, did you perhaps mishear something? There was no guest by that name who stayed last night. No, he is definitely here. Yuehua exclaimed, turning her gaze to Tsuyun, startling her. Following Yuehua's gaze, the madam immediately recognized Tsuyun. The madam was all too aware of Tsuyun's master, and suddenly recalled the handsome young man who had feasted without paying. Is it him? The madam felt her heart race, realizing that this youth, supported by the prime minister's residence, had claimed he was broke. Wasn't this simply a case of eating and drinking for free? Besides, now he was causing trouble for her. Heavens, what a calamity! My lady, you seek that young man? I did not know his name before. It was my first time seeing him yesterday. Yuehua was not in the mood for idle chatter. She wanted to leave this place at once. Enough, just bring him down. At that moment, Yuehua and Li Xiuju emerged. In that instant, the 2 women locked eyes, and it felt as if sparks ignited between them. Is this what they call a gaze like lightning? It feels as though there's a fire. Are they going to fight? 2 women? Surely not. Look at my poor wife. She must be feeling the pressure now. How can the son-in-law of the state minister bear to solicit in this manner? I wouldn't be able to endure it either. Yuehua. Chapter 10. The first encounter between the concubine and the legal wife. What a scoundrel. Did this fellow come here with the intention of soliciting? And did he deliberately arrive without money? No, it seems unlikely that was his intention. The rascal has already squandered all his assets except for his house. Wait, was his previous prodigal behavior a ploy to escape the engagement? But why? As this question surfaced in her mind, Yuehua quickly arrived at an answer. He does not wish to be a son-in-law. She was well aware of the criteria for being a son-in-law, hence her immediate realization. This scoundrel is quite the actor. He is willing to go to great lengths to avoid becoming a son-in-law. Alas, little did he know, I have seen through your intentions. Whether you wish to be a son-in-law or not, you shall be one. Just wait, for the embarrassment you have caused me will be repaid when you become a son-in-law. I shall make you suffer. Tell me, how much silver does Li Xiuzhu owe? Nong Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. She had forgotten to ponder this question earlier. But at that moment, out of Fu Yuehua's sight, Li Xiuzhu suddenly gestured with his hand, indicating 5. I wonder if Nong Yuehua can interpret my gesture. He thought of the 500 taels from the annulment and felt a pang of regret. One opportunity to retrieve it. Nong Yuehua naturally notisa Li Xiuzhu's gestura. But she could not decipher what the 5 referred to. 50? 500? 5,000? 50 taels seemed far too cheap, considering Li Xiuzhu's expenditures last night, even disregarding her share. It would amount to several dozen taels. It must be 500 taels. 5,000 is an exorbitant price, probably the worth of her virginity. Wait, Li Lang slept here last night. 5,000 taels. Fu Yuehua was bewildered. What had Li Xiuzhu done? No, that inner voice didn't tee it up. Is this scoundrel colluding with others to swindle me? 5,000 taels is equivalent to the 500 taels from the annulment. This rascal is still coveting the 500 taels from my engagement cancellation. Fu Yuehua turned her gaze toward the madam, coldly inquiring, what exactly is going on? I advise you to speak honestly. There are certainly others here who know the truth. If I discover you have deceived me, no one will be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, the madam felt a jolt of fear. What does it matter to her? However, she truly did not dare to gamble. If one madam perished, another could be found, but the daughter of the prime minister was singular. Then again, she had heard there were 4, yet she did not dare to compare herself to the daughter of the prime minister. Dear lady, please do not be agitated. Here is how it transpired. Last night, young Master Li came to our establishment, claiming he had no money, and requested the girls to entertain him at their own expense. Our esteemed Nong Yuehua happened to be present and offered to treat him. Fu Yuehua was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Li Xiuzhu would concoct such a peculiar scenario. After today, he would likely gain fame in the capital. However, she became intrigued by another point. How willing was Nong Yuehua to treat him? Most likely. The madam hesitated for a moment before continuing, for she could not afford to offend the lady. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua's gaze fixated on Li Xiuzhu. Well, this pretty boy indeed knows how to deceive young maidens. Yet, having learned the details of the incident, Fu Yuehua suddenly smiled. Scoundrel, you thought to swindle my 500 taels, did you? I shall not part with it. Although she was puzzled as to why Li Xiuzhu seemed quite familiar with Nong Yuehua and could collaborate in such a scheme, she would not fall for it. Now that I am aware of this scoundrel's intentions, I, Fu Yuehua, stand in an invincible position. What nonsense is this madam spouting? Is it so easy for me to swindle a bit of money? At this moment, Nong Yuehua felt a bit dazed. She knew trouble was brewing the moment her mother spoke. Upon seeing Fu Yuehua's smile, she immediately sensed her intention to withhold payment. Yet Nong Yuehua was not an easy target. Otherwise, she would have long been taken advantage of by those sweet-talking men. I did say I would treat the young master, but it certainly did not include sleeping with him. Last night, the young master had a couple of drinks, and then, this was a considerable sum of money, surely. The young lady would not expect me to cover the costs. Fu Yuehua regarded Nong Yuehua with an impassive gaze, completely unmoved. Had she been unaware, she might have indeed been deceived. But now, regardless of the truth, she would not part with her money. A person without credibility cannot stand. Since the lady stated she would treat my husband, so be it. All right, Xiuzhu, let us go. After speaking, Fu Yuehua turned to the madam and calmly stated, I am not mistaken, am I? I can take him with me, correct? The madam was already flustered, yet this was something she could not obstruct, as Nong Yuehua had indeed made the offer. Though she had suspected it, she did not anticipate that Nong Yuehua would truly offer herself. This was several thousand taels. No, this money must come from Nong Yuehua. And since Nong Yuehua had already entertained clients, wouldn't she be able to earn more? Suddenly, the madam's eyes sparkled with a new idea. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu was also bewildered. Is this woman not a good person? Is she really so stingy? And does she possess such a thick skin? Upon hearing Li Xiuzhu's compliment, Fu Yuehua couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Scoundrel, do you finally recognize my prowess? However, pondering her father's stance, Yuehua felt a headache coming on. She was uncertain how to explain things to him. That troublesome scoundrel is indeed a troublemaker. Li Xiaozhu departed without casting another glance at Yuehua, not out of disappointment, but to avoid bringing her any trouble. After all, he was a son-in-law, with no rights whatsoever. As for Yuehua, although she felt somewhat helpless for not being able to assist Li Xiaozhu, she generously watched him disappear into the Shangling garden. Once he was gone, Yuehua turned back into the room. Just as she settled at the dressing table, predictably, the madam arrived. Yuehua, how could you be so foolish? You are practically giving it away. And the accounts. Such a large sum of silver. Yuehua understood that this was the madam's indirect way of asking for money. After all, they were under the same roof, and it was inappropriate to be too direct. Though 5,000 taels was considerable, Yuehua did not take it to heart. She merely questioned why she should bear this expense. Picking up an eyebrow pencil, she began to shape her brows, the silk sleeves sliding down to her elbows, revealing a striking vermilion mark nearby. The madam's words halted abruptly. Impossible, this cannot be. The madam rushed forward, grasping Yuehua's arm, and began to rub. But this was genuine maiden's blood. How could it be rubbed away? Mother, you're hurting me. Yuehua's displeased voice made the madam pause, her smile returning. I am merely curious as to why you have not lost your virtue, yet you dare to demand 5,000 taels from the daughter of the Prime Minister. Did you not say that young Masterly got drunk and then? But what? Yuehua replied, I said nothing. The rest is merely your imagination. After a pause, she explained, as for helping young Masterly obtain 5,000 taels, it is simply because I feel a connection with him. Observing that he was destitute, I felt pity and wished to assist him with a small sum. I simply did not expect that the daughter of the Prime Minister would be so astute, seeing through our ruse so quickly. Otherwise, do you think she would not pay? The madam became increasingly anxious. Are you saying that lady figured it out? She wouldn't seek trouble with us, would she? Do not worry, she will not. After all, she is the daughter of the Prime Minister. She still has her dignity. Suddenly, Yuehua shifted the topic. Mother, I wonder how much silver it would take to secure my freedom from the clutches of the moon. Chapter 11. Little girl, you have hit the jackpot. Mother, how much silver is required for me to redeem myself? Redeem yourself? The brothel keeper was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I wish to inquire first and save some money. In a couple of years, when I grow old and lose my charm, I should be able to redeem myself. Isn't there a customary practice of self-redemption? Can I redeem myself? Realizing it was merely a question, the brothel keeper exhaled in relief. Of course you can. For popular courtesan, the redemption fee is generally 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels? The brothel keeper explained that a renowned courtesan has the authority to decide whether to entertain guests or not. With her current clientele, she could earn around 3,000 taels a month. After deducting her share, the brothel would profit 2,000 taels monthly. Thus, 50,000 taels equated to 2.5 years of income. However, this would shorten her earning period, so the brothel would not incur losses. Yuehua nodded and softly said, I have not been feeling well these past few days, so I will not entertain guests. When I recover in a few days, Mother can come to collect the money. The brothel keeper was bewildered. Wait, weren't you just asking? Why the sudden decision? Yuehua smiled in response. Though I'm still a bit short, I possess several valuable jewels. Since I have them, I might as well redeem myself. It's as simple as that. The brothel keeper was not in agreement. No, Yuehua, you cannot leave. You know the current state of Shangling Courtyard. We are in dire straits, and, aside from you, we have not nurtured anyone capable. You leaving suddenly would cause us significant losses. Mother, that doesn't seem to be my concern. Surely you must have some sense of loyalty. After all, who nurtured you when you were sold to Shangling Courtyard? As your mother, I have never made things difficult for you, have I? Yuehua calmly asked, how much have I earned for Shangling Courtyard? And how much has it invested in me? Including my redemption money, the profits Shangling Courtyard has gained for me amount to at least 100,000 taels. Is that not true? Yet, you are correct. Mother has not truly made things difficult for me. Even when I know that I might lose my virtue, asking for money is merely a part of the job, and I bear no resentment. Thus, I can stay here for a year to repay Mother, but for the redemption fee, I need a concrete figure. After all, staying here incurs a fee. At that moment, The brothel keeper finally understood. This was about independence. You wish to stay on? Having been anticipated, Yuehua graciously confirmed, yes. But if mother believes I still need your support and deliberately raises the price, I can redeem myself in full. After all, I am a courtesan. Even if I transfer to another brothel, many would clamor for me. I can certainly waive the fee during my tenure. Instantly, the brothel keeper's schemes were curtailed. However, she resolved that the redemption fee could not be less than 50,000 taels. Therefore, she proposed a compromise. I can reduce the redemption fee to 30,000 taels, but we must sign a contract stipulating that you must stay for at least 2 years. The monthly fee for staying is 900 taels annually. That amounts to 10,800 taels, making the 2-year total 21,600 taels. This arrangement benefits the brothel keeper, yielding an additional 1,600 taels. Yuehua pondered briefly and recognized that this price was still slightly unfavorable, yet it was worth it to avoid offending the proprietress. Most importantly, she would gain her freedom 2 years early, and her value would undoubtedly soar thereafter. However, she wouldn't concede entirely to the brothel keeper. Mother is unwilling to suffer a loss, but 1,600 taels is not a significant amount. I have 3 requests. Let us see if you can agree. First, Suelan, who has been with me for 4 years, must have her contract transferred to me. Second, the fees for staying should be settled annually. Lastly, although I will stay for 2 years, no one knows what the future holds. Let us change the mandatory 2 years to 1 year. If I choose not to stay after the first year, I should be able to pay the remaining fees and leave. The brothel keeper hesitated, but eventually consented. They already had a promising backup courtesan in training, though she still required some refinement. After a year of welcoming guests, she should be competent enough, at least to serve as a respectable figure. Some might wonder why not train several courtesans, but it is not easy to cultivate talent. Beautiful girls are rare, and even fewer can enter the brothel. Moreover, as girls mature, if 10 are trained, only 3 or 4 may retain their appeal by the time they are ready to entertain guests. Each individual has limited aptitude. Those who master all arts are exceedingly rare. Typically, courtesans are expected to be well-rounded, but specialize in one area. Yuehua is exceptional. Her aptitude is remarkable, and she excels in all arts, which is why she has held the position of top courtesan for 2 years. The brothel keeper, being straightforward, agreed. Very well. Bring the contracts for Suelan and the new staying agreement this afternoon. I'm feeling a bit tired now, so take care. Once the brothel keeper departed, Suelan approached and softly asked, Sister, are you planning to marry? Didn't you always say you didn't want to marry? That men are unworthy? I also heard from the servants of the Fu mansion that he is merely a son-in-law and cannot offer you a proper title. Then why? Yuehua smiled at Suelan's inquiry. I was mistaken. When you meet the right person, the desire to marry emerges. However, you are correct. For now, I cannot marry him, nor can he marry me. It doesn't matter. I will wait for him, even if there is no outcome. Suelan grew increasingly anxious. Sister, why? I don't understand. Why? Yuehua thought of Li Xiaozhu, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps I unintentionally ingested the poison he had hidden away. Poison? Sister, are you poisoned? I shall fetch the doctor. I knew you wouldn't easily choose to marry. He must be threatening you. Yuehua chuckled in resignation and grasped Suelan's hand. It is not the kind of poison you think. Love is the affliction of the world, the coldness of human nature, and thus a poison in itself. I inadvertently consumed the poison he concealed, and now there is no escape. I fear I cannot forget it, willingly sacrificing my life for it. Do you understand? It has nothing to do with him. After a moment of contemplation, Yuehua spoke again. Suelan, what are your plans for the future? If you choose to stay with me, you may become a favored maid. If you do not wish to, I will send you to another sister. You will have your own contract, allowing you the freedom to come and go as you please, without worrying about being assigned to entertain guests. Suelan, upon hearing this, quickly replied, Sister, please don't drive me away. I wish to stay by your side forever and serve you. Yuehua laughed at her response. Little girl, you have made a wise choice. You have struck gold. Consider those who willingly share his bed. Sleeping with him once is equivalent to earning hundreds of taels. Suilon's face flushed at the remark. Yet recalling the scene from the previous night, when everyone vied for his attention, it did indeed seem that way. Oh dear, sister, you are teasing me. Am I? I was aware. Chapter 12. The manipulated father-in-law and son-in-law. Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu sat in the carriage, lost in thought. What on earth is wrong with this girl? Why is she silent as soon as she gets in the carriage? If she intends to annul the marriage, she should at least give me a clear answer. Or is she simply able to endure this? If she can tolerate this, it's quite troublesome. Yuehua's lips twitched, and she suddenly inquired, "You didn't sleep with her, did you?" Although it was a question, her tone conveyed certainty, as if she had already concluded the answer. What nonsense! Why is she so sure? Is someone watching me? While he felt bewildered inside, his expression remained composed. Yes, I did sleep with her. Last night, I had a couple too many drinks and couldn't resist the temptation. You have no idea how alluring she is and so enticing. Though it felt somewhat odd to share such thoughts with his fiancée, he was willing to risk it all to provoke an annulment. After speaking, Li Xiaozhu casually lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside, yet found nothing amiss. Such a trivial action did not escape Yuehua's notice, and she felt a faint urge to laugh. However, Li Xiaozhu's words did irritate her somewhat. Enticing? Alluring? What nonsense! Did you sleep with her just because she was enticing? From today onward, you shall reside in my home. Do not wander aimlessly. The steward will keep an eye on you to prevent any trouble. Furthermore, if my father inquires about this matter, simply say you drank too much and fell asleep at the table. Nothing happened. Remember, you are a son-in-law by marriage. And what of being a son-in-law? Am I living off your family's rice? Well, soon you shall be. However, he was somewhat astonished by the fact that this woman seemed to genuinely consider his situation. But then he quickly understood. Women are simply after my body. Yuehua. If it were possible, she truly wished to strike him on the head and see what was truly going on inside. Yuehua took a deep breath and suddenly asked, if you were tasked with digging the Grand Canal, how would you proceed? Why the inquiry about the Grand Canal again? Wait a moment. Isn't your father the Prime Minister? Surely, he isn't considering such a project? In an instant, Li Xiaozhu's face turned pale. Why do you keep asking about the Grand Canal? Is it indeed the Prime Minister who wishes to undertake this? At that moment, noticing Li Xiaozhu's expression and hearing his inner thoughts, Yuehua became serious. Call your father-in-law. If it is to be excavated, what are your thoughts? My thoughts? I think you can take that thought and shove it. This cannot happen. I absolutely refuse to step foot into the Prime Minister's residence, lest it bring disaster upon 3 clans. Nevertheless, Li Xiaozhu still inquired, is it the Prime Minister's proposal, or is it merely an excavation? Is there a difference? Of course, there is. You must first tell me who proposed it. The distinction is significant. If it was your father's suggestion, and he is responsible for the excavation, then it could lead to disaster for our family. If it was suggested by someone else, typically, for such grand projects, whoever proposes, it is also responsible. Lesser officials tend to align with factions. They would never suggest such a thing. Moreover, this type of endeavor is thankless and perilous, often resulting in the loss of one's head. Besides loyal ministers serving the nation, only the emperor would consider it. If the emperor proposed it, that would be acceptable. Then it would merely be your father-in-law bearing the brunt, and the emperor, feeling remorseful, would likely take care of the Fu family afterwards. However, this is certainly not something I can reveal to her first. What if she doesn't speak the truth and tricks me into the Fu family? If your father-in-law proposed it, then even if I were beaten or had my legs broken, this marriage must be annulled. Yuehua's face paled alongside Li Xiaozhu's thoughts. This scoundrel is exceedingly petty. This matter was ordered by the emperor for my father to handle, but it is not yet confirmed. My father is merely investigating. The emperor proposed it? It's not confirmed? That is fortunate. In that case, regardless of the outcome, it won't harm me. Convince your father to tell the emperor that this endeavor would be a drain on the people's resources and should not proceed. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. This scoundrel, although somewhat afraid of trouble, is not without a good heart. Unfortunately, this time, for the sake of our family's lives, you must be dragged into it as well. I will compensate you later. I am sorry. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, Li Xiaozhu was confined, just as Yuehua had predicted. It wasn't a storage house, but rather a courtyard, restricting him from wandering about. The courtyard was spacious, encompassing 300 to 400 square feet, yet who wishes to be confined? Strangely, a day had passed, and the patriarch of the Fu family had yet to see him. Could it be that the old man could endure his son-in-law's escapades? Such a significant matter should not have gone unnoticed. Li Xiuju's suspicions were not unfounded. Fu Wenhan was indeed aware, and at this moment, Fu Yuehua was engaged in a heated debate with her father, Fu Wenhan. Father, he truly did not visit a brothel. Even if he had, isn't it somewhat normal for men to frequent such establishments? Which wealthy young master or official's son hasn't visited a brothel? Others are others. He is he. He is my son-in-law, a son-in-law by marriage, and must adhere to the rules of the Fu family. Such a son-in-law dares to indulge before even entering the door. How audacious! Do you know how those ministers perceive you today? Though they dare not voice it. I can see their eyes mocking you. Bring that scoundrel to me. I will teach him what it means to be a son-in-law of the Fu family. However, before the messenger could speak, Fu Yuehua's anger flared. Do not go. Father, if you intend to punish him today, you might as well punish me too. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. After enduring so many grievances for whom, if not for this family, yet no one understands her, and they continue to add to her burdens. Seeing Fu Yuehua in tears, Fu Wenan immediately panicked. Oh, daughter, do not cry. It is all my fault. I will not punish him, all right? Please do not cry. Your tears are making my heart chaotic. Fu Wenhan had only ever received 4 daughters, and he was deeply pained. Especially Fu Yuehua, who had always been sensible and had never shed a tear. Even before reaching adulthood, she had managed the family's businesses, both large and small. It could be said that Fu Yuehua was a remarkable woman, akin to the legendary Zhuge Su Miaoyun of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, this world did not exist in the same historical context as the Tang, Song, Yuan, or Ming dynasties. After a bout of tears, having released the pressure in her heart, Fu Yuehua finally ceased her crying. You need not concern yourself with Li Xiuju's matters. I have made my decision. Tomorrow is the wedding. Either you allow me to proceed, or all matters must yield to this one. Without waiting for her father to respond, she turned and left. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Fu Wenhan sighed at the reality of daughters growing up and could not help but exclaim in exasperation, what a calamity! Li Xiuju was in a daze. Another day had passed, and there was still no movement. In just 2 hours, the wedding would commence. Observing the enthusiastic servants, Li Xiuju could not comprehend. Has my calculation truly diminished? It shouldn't be. Chapter 13. The Wedding Ceremony. Rejecting officialdom, it had been a long time since Miss Fu had smiled. Indeed, joy brings a refreshing spirit. Fu Yuehua, upon hearing the maid's praise, offered a rare explanation. Yes, I am reminded of happy thoughts. At this moment, Fu Yuehua was separated from Li Xiuju by merely a courtyard wall. Through repeated experiments, she had determined the precise distance at which she could hear Li Xiuju's innermost thoughts. 10 zhang. Each dynasty's zhang differs, and here, 1 zhang measures 3 meters, indicating that she could hear Li Xiuju's thoughts only within a radius of 30 meters. To ensure she did not miss a whisper from him, she had moved to the courtyard closest to him. It must be said, eavesdropping on the thoughts of others is rather amusing. As the wedding approached, Li Xiuju found himself in a state of melancholy, realizing his father-in-law had not yet called off the engagement. Resigned, he thought, if it must be, then let it be. If needed, I can always seek a divorce later. However, after spending 2 days here, he found himself longing for that little enchantress, wondering if her monthly cycle had ended. He pondered how much affection remained between them after such a time apart. Would they still share intimacy? This was a crucial matter, for human emotions are fickle. Regardless, he had done all he could. Now, only time would tell. Young master, it is time to change into your wedding attire. The disinterested Li Xiuju stood idly as the attendants dressed him, soon leading him to the main hall, where he was placed beside Fu Yuehua. The hall was already filled with guests. Though most were not in official robes, their demeanor and stature allowed Li Xiuju to make a fair estimation. Of those present, a significant 60% were affluent merchants or nobles. Yet, this was the wedding of the daughter of the prime minister. It was unlikely that mere merchants could enter the inner court. Just as the ceremony was about to commence, a voice suddenly rang out. His Majesty has arrived. What? The Emperor is here? How can this be? Li Xiuzhu thought, bewildered. Why would the Emperor attend the wedding of subject's daughter? However, as he stood in a daze, Yuehua tugged at him. Noticing that all the officials had bowed, he hurriedly followed suit. Thank goodness it is not a kneeling salute. That would be quite dreadful. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yuehua's mind. Could it be that Li Xiuzhu did not even understand the basic etiquette of meeting the Emperor? All rise. Today is not a formal occasion, and there is no need for excessive formality, the Emperor declared. At this moment, Fu Wenhan, her father, hurriedly approached the Emperor. I did not realize your Majesty would come. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I am overwhelmed by your presence at my daughter's wedding. There is no need for such formality, Fu Aiqing. You have dedicated yourself to our great Qian dynasty, and with only a few daughters, what is a few extra steps for me? The Emperor then glanced at Li Xiuzhu and remarked, Fu Xianghua has indeed raised a fine son-in-law. Such a handsome appearance. I find myself a bit envious. Without needing Fu Yuehua's prompt, Li Xiuzhu understood the proper response. He quickly approached and bowed, saying, Your Majesty's words make me anxious. However, I must disagree with your assessment. How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner? Apologize at once. Fu Wenhan scolded, seemingly reprimanding Li Xiuzhu while actually defending him. The Emperor, however, was intrigued. Oh, pray tell, how have I erred? Speak correctly, and you shall be rewarded. Speak wrongly, and there will be consequences. Li Xiuzhu, undeterred, replied, in my humble opinion, everyone has their own aesthetic. While all can discern beauty from ugliness, who can definitively declare one among three equally handsome individuals as the most beautiful? Perhaps men prefer the one on the left, while women favor the one on the right. Upon hearing this, the Emperor curiously inquired, and what the one in the middle? Is there truly no one who favors them? Ah, one who is neither distinctly male nor female occupies the center. Perhaps your Majesty's companion may have an inclination towards them, he thought, but wisely refrained from uttering such words, knowing it could lead to dire consequences. Fu Yuehua felt a chill. Fearing Li Xiuzhu might vocalize his thoughts, she nearly panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was the Emperor's close attendant. What if the child had a preference? With a sigh of relief, Fu Yuehua mused, the ability to hear one's thoughts is not always advantageous. It can lead to unnecessary anxiety. Well said. You are indeed talented. Praised the Emperor, who did not forget to bestow rewards. Bring forth a pair of golden lions and a sum of 1,000 taels. Li Xiuzhu, understanding the situation, bowed once more. Thank you for your generosity, your Majesty. At this moment, he finally took a good look at the Emperor. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a well-groomed beard, and possessed a certain charm, likely due to royal lineage. However, Li Xiuzhu felt he was not particularly striking, certainly not enough to evoke envy. I must keep my distance. What if the old man becomes self-conscious upon seeing me? Envy could easily turn to jealousy, and I would be in peril. Fu Yuehua told. What is this fool rambling about? My dear Aiqing, does your son-in-law have any intentions of pursuing an official career? Without waiting for Fu Wenhan to respond, Li Xiuzhu directly declined, having prepared his reasoning after reading many online novels. Your Majesty, I possess limited knowledge and can barely write. To assume an official position would only bring misfortune to the nation and its people. Furthermore, I suffer from a stomach ailment that prevents me from standing for long periods. Thus, I can only resort to a soft diet for my recovery and must regrettably decline your gracious offer. Haha, to be an official? Serving the Emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. Even a dog would hesitate. Fu Yuehua felt a wave of shock. This husband of hers was shattering her perceptions of scholarly individuals. He possessed remarkable talents, yet refused to serve the imperial court. Was it not the lifelong ambition of scholars to pursue officialdom? And he dared show such disrespect towards imperial authority. What kind of education had he received? Alas, it was a pity. Illness should not be prolonged. Fu, I shall send a royal physician to examine your esteemed son-in-law tomorrow. I thank your Majesty. The Emperor, knowing he could not linger, soon departed as the wedding ceremony commenced. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our parents. Finally, the couple bows to each other. After the vows were exchanged, the emperor shared a few words with Fu Wenhan before taking his leave. Following the ceremony, Li Xiuzhu accompanied his new bride to their chamber before venturing out to toast the guests. Throughout this segment, Butler Ma was present, guiding him on the ranks of the officials. It seemed that serving at the prime minister's residence was no simple task. Simply remembering names was a skill in itself. Upon returning to the bridal chamber, Li Xiuzhu felt utterly exhausted, his vision clouded as he beheld the enchanting figure clad in red before him, eliciting a silly grin. "I'm not drunk." Fu Yuehua paused, not surprised. She merely descended and took Li Xiuzhu's hand, lifting the red veil. In that instant, the breathtaking beauty of her face was unveiled to Li Xiuzhu. Chapter 14. My exaggerated acting. Mastering the art of subtlety, alas. At this moment, Li Xiuzhu was already inebriated. His vision blurred and doubled, rendering him unable to discern beauty from ugliness. At this juncture, Fu Yuehua seized the cup of marriage wine from the table, clasped Li Xiuzhu's hand, and shared another cup of wine. The ceremonial obligations had been fulfilled, and aside from the consummation of their marriage, everything seemed to have gone smoothly. Jinping, Yinping, the two personal maidservants guarding the door, paused momentarily before pushing the door open and entering. "Miss, please assist him to the next room to rest. Yinping, ensure he is cleaned up and well cared for." Jinping, after helping Yinping assist the groom, "Come back to prepare for my washing." "Yes, miss." Once the three departed, Fu Yuehua gazed at the lavish decorations in the room and sighed. It was not that she was unwilling to consummate her marriage with Li Xiuzhu. She merely harbored a distaste for the scent of alcohol. Moreover, to be honest, a faint sense of discomfort lingered within her, as if something was amiss. "Forget it. I shall grant him that tomorrow." As dawn broke the next day, Li Xiuzhu awoke feeling dazed. "Wait, where's my wife? No, wait, where are my clothes? Could it be that I lost my virtue? Did I spend the night with Fu Yuehua? Yet, I feel nothing at all. What a loss. This does not seem to be my bridal chamber, does it?" Surveying his surroundings and piecing together the events, Li Xiuzhu felt both relieved and slightly disheartened. On one hand, he was grateful not to have lost his virtue in a state of unconsciousness. Yet the fact that he had not consummated his marriage on the wedding night left him feeling somewhat melancholic. Given the opportunity, you are inept. Even in a drunken stupor, you did not take advantage of me. How could you still desire my body? What else could be done? Nothing at all. Fu Yuehua, who had overheard Li Xiuzhu's inner thoughts, transitioned from amusement to confusion. If this were an animated series, the visible lines of exasperation on her forehead would surely be prominent. Scoundrel! With gritted teeth and clenched fists, her expression darkened, radiating an aura that could be perilous. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. I have yet to extract any words from him. Once I do, I shall deal with him accordingly. After all, he is merely a son-in-law. Can he truly escape my grasp?" Reassuring herself, Fu Yuehua se mood lightened considerably. However, upon gaining her composure, she realized she had transformed into someone more volatile. If one day she were to evolve from a virtuous wife into a tempestuous lioness, Li Xiuzhu would bear full responsibility. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiuzhu had narrowly evaded a perilous encounter. After freshening up, he stepped outside and happened upon Yinping. "Who are you?" "Young master, I am Yinping." "Ah, Yinping. It appears the young master has yet to have breakfast. Is there anything I might eat?" Yinping paused, taken aback by Li Xiuzhu's immediate concern for food upon waking. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch something to eat." As Yinping departed, Li Xiuzhu, feeling rather idle, settled onto a nearby pavilion. However, as soon as he sat down, he found himself at a loss for words. "See, I told you the miss merely uses him as a shield. On the very first night of marriage, he cannot even enter the bridal chamber. He must have been cast out. Initially, he had felt envy, but now, this is hardly worth it. Even a dog would refuse such treatment. Yet, should a celestial being like the miss permit me to draw near, even if a dog would not wish to, I would gladly do so. Enough, enough. Do not let him hear us. Let him hear what of it? He is merely a son-in-law. What could he possibly do? Do these servants dare to gossip about the head of the household? Is a son-in-law not a son-in-law? What kind of family values are these? And these servants, with their lowly demeanor, dare to covet Fu Yuehua? At that moment, Fu Yuehua who had been writing, suddenly felt her expression darken, turning icy cold. With a sharp motion, she dropped her brush onto the rice paper, leaving a long streak across the partially inked characters, accompanied by splotches of ink nearby. "Miss, what troubles you?" Yuehua remained silent, striding purposefully toward the exit. Yet, at that moment, Li Xiuzhu suddenly pondered a question. Wait, do son-in-laws lack the authority to punish these servants? What if I were to penalize them, or even strike them? Wouldn't that bring me closer to being cast aside? A little mischief, a gradual accumulation, continually crossing the line. I shall not believe she would not dismiss me. A spark ignited in Li Xiuzhu's mind as he rose to approach the group. Upon seeing him approach, the servants straightened up, seemingly unafraid. "Were you speaking to me just now?" Instantly, the one who had expressed a desire to be close to Yuehua replied with a sarcastic tone. "The young master's hearing is quite sharp. Even our hushed discussions reach his ears. Perhaps his hearing rivals that of a well-trained hound." In response, Li Xiuzhu swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the servant's face. The servant, in disbelief, exclaimed, "You dare strike me? Brothers, seize him. Rest assured, he would not dare speak of this. Who gave you that mistaken impression? I am quite adept at reporting." Li Xiuzhu, fully aware of the principle of striking first, swiftly kicked out. However, these servants were not without skill. They were all robust and capable, each possessing some degree of prowess. While not necessarily capable of taking on 100 foes, 1 against 1 was certainly within their abilities. Given Li Xiuzhu's lowly status, they had not anticipated his sudden strike. Li Xiuzhu's kick missed its mark, and realizing the danger, he swiftly retreated. Yet, his untrained limbs could hardly match the speed of the servants. And as a punch neared his face, he had no choice but to close his eyes in resignation. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind. "Halt!" The punch's momentum ceased abruptly, and the anticipated pain never arrived. Yuehua had arrived. Li Xiuzhu recognized that voice immediately. As he opened his eyes and saw the fist hovering before him, he leisurely leaned closer. In that moment, he exclaimed, "Ah!" before anyone could react. He collapsed to the ground, clutching half of his face and wailing in agony. "Help! Murder! Murder!" His over-the-top performance was evident to all. Yet Li Xiuzhu shamelessly continued his act, oblivious to the collective disbelief surrounding him. Each onlooker, without exception, felt their lips twitch in response, while Yuehua's rising ire seemed to dissipate into thin air. "Get up off the ground. You are embarrassing yourself. Do you think no one could see through your act?" As Li Xiuzhu faced ridicule, the previously anxious servants exchanged glances, finding solace in the realization that the eldest miss indeed stood by their side. "Is it that obvious? I thought I was performing splendidly." Though exposed, Li Xiuzhu remained unfazed, showcasing his profound understanding of the art of subtlety. Casting a glance at Yuehua's darkened expression, he nonchalantly remarked, "Is it truly that serious for striking one of your servants? Must I be mindful of the dogs that belong to your household? I understand. I am unworthy. Speak, what shall be my punishment? As long as it does not involve physical chastisement, feel free to draft any letter of dismissal you wish." Chapter 15. My cheap wife stands up for me. A divorce? Dream on. After enduring so much humiliation to bring you here, you think I would grant you a divorce? Nonsense. Someone, aren't you ashamed to have a useless husband? Wait, are you really going to deal with me? Should I admit my mistake? My body can't take a beating. Yuehua's lips twitched as she struggled to suppress a laugh. How could this incompetent husband be so delusional? My lady, hearing the synchronized voices and seeing the familiar faces of her 4 servants, Yuehua commanded, "Take them away." Her cold voice exuded an unyielding authority, immediately chilling the atmosphere. The new servants, indifferent to the plight of the 4, surged forward and pinned them to the ground. "My lady, we were wrong. Please spare us." Yuehua remained unmoved. She turned to Jinping beside her and calmly instructed, "Call all the servants here, including those from the master and mistress." "Yes, my lady." Jinping hurried out, fearful of being punished for tardiness. It had been years since she had seen her lady this furious. "My lady, we truly regret our actions. We shouldn't have fought with the young master. Please forgive us this once." "Silence. Speak again, and I shall have you lose all your teeth." In that moment, the four servants dared not plead further. They realized that seeking mercy could lead to a beating, but persisting could cost them their very teeth. They waited for what felt like half an hour, during which chairs were brought for Li Xiuzhu and Fu Yuehua. However, Li Xiuzhu found himself perplexed. What does this girl mean? This doesn't seem like punishment. Is she defending me? Why do I find that hard to believe? Fu Yuehua, is my impression of you so poor? I'll settle the score with you later. After 2 more minutes, unable to contain himself any longer, Li Xiuzhu exclaimed, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Can I at least have a meal first? The breakfast had been sitting on the table for a while, and he thought it would be a shame to let it go cold. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua shot him a glare, but eventually waved her hand, dismissing him. After another 3 minutes, Jean Ping spoke up, My lady, everyone is here. Fu Yuehua opened her eyes, surveying the gathered servants, and began to speak. In the past 2 years, while I have been managing external affairs, I seem to have neglected matters at home. Have you all forgotten who the master is and who the servants are? We dare not. We do not dare. Dare not. Fu Yuehua cast a sidelong glance at the 4 servants. Speak. What were you discussing just now? One by one, do not attempt to conceal anything. The young master can hear you clearly. The 4 servants exchanged anxious glances, their nerves getting the better of them. Before they could communicate further, Fu Yuehua coldly interjected. Are you trying to evade responsibility? Break their legs. In an instant, 3 of them began to plead for mercy. My lady, please don't. I will speak, I will. My lady, I will too. Spare my life. Only one remained silent, drenched in cold sweat, knowing that while the others had merely spoken ill of the young master, he had coveted the lady herself. The first to plead opened his mouth. My lady, it was like this. We were chatting when we saw the young master come out. I said that the lady is using the young master as a shield. On the first night of the wedding, he couldn't even enter the bridal chamber, so he must have been chased out. Then Wang Wu added, At first, I envied him, but this, not even a dog would want it. Then Hao Si chimed in. Fu Yuehua knew the next part would concern her and let out a cold snort. Wang Wu hurriedly continued. Hao Si said that a person as celestial as the lady would be worth any dog's willingness to serve. Litianu interjecta. Don't let the young master hear this. Fu Yuehua's gaze turned icy. These scoundrels dared to covet her. She looked at Li Xiuzhu and asked sternly, Is there anything they missed? Li Xiuzhu, while eating, replied, Not really. Fu Yuehua then addressed the 4 servants coldly. Excellent. Not only do you dare to slander the young master, but you also dare to covet your master. Aosi, break all their limbs and toss them into the magistrate's office for legal action. The rest will lose a hand and a leg, then be expelled from the estate. At that moment, the 4 were terrified, struggling and shouting. My lady, please don't. My lady. Feeling annoyed by the commotion, Fu Yuehua suddenly commanded, Shut them up. The sounds of slaps and muffled cries echoed, drowning out any other noise. Fu Yuehua turned to the servants who dared not breathe and spoke coldly. The master is the master, and the servants are the servants. Know your place. Should I find out that any of you dare to speak ill of the master, you will serve as examples for the rest. Furthermore, my relationship with the young master is none of your concern. No matter what the young master does, he is still your master, and even if he were to kill you unjustly, I would stand by his side. Is Fu Yuehua standing up for me? Does she truly have feelings for me? Here we go again, this narcissistic fool. Fu Yuehua felt a twitch in her brow and was no longer in the mood to reprimand. Enough, everyone disperse. Just then, several individuals stepped forward. Yuehua, what is going on? It was Fu Yuehua's mother, whom she had seen the previous day. Madam, yes, you may leave. With her mother's command, the servants finally departed. Fu Yuehua began, Due to my negligence over the years, these servants dared to covet their master and even laid hands on Xiuzhu. They must be blind. What? Such a thing occurred? Xiuzhu, come here. Let me see if you are hurt. Cough, cough. Is my mother-in-law too concerned about me? And isn't it inappropriate for you? Being so young to be so close to me? Fu Yuehua's brow twitched. What outrageous thoughts was this fool having? That was my mother. And besides young? Fu Yuehua's mother. Chun, married into the Fu family at 14, gave birth to Fu Yuehua at 15, and was now exactly 30. In Fu Yuehua's view, this was a normal age for a mother, but in modern times, 30-year-olds who are unmarried are far too common. While Li Xiuzhu contemplated this, he smiled and said, "It's all right, mother-in-law, I'm unhurt. I'm in excellent health." As he spoke, he turned around and even did a little jump, making sure to avoid any awkwardness with his mother-in-law. Chapter 16. My cousin S' actions are truly outrageous. It's all right, it's all right. Yuehua, you were right. These servants at home need to be disciplined. Come, Xiuzhu, go to my room and have a chat with mother. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Xiuzhu was distracted, Chen had already grasped his hand. "Let go, mother-in-law. I am your son-in-law. Please don't do this. Don't come near me. Don't pull me. I'm about to cry. Oh no, if my father-in-law finds out his wife is holding my hand, will he kill me? Ooh, I'm not pure anymore. I'm so innocent." As Yuehua's expression darkened, she was baffled by how brazen this rascal was. Upon hearing the word innocent, she could no longer contain herself. Her face clouded with anger as she stepped forward to separate their hands. At the same time, her delicate hand reached towards Li Xiuzhu's waist. Sensing the hostility, Li Xiuzhu discreetly stepped back, glancing at that fair hand. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have been able to save my waist today, even without my father-in-law. "Yuehua, what are you doing?" With an expression of confusion on her mother's face, Yuehua instantly turned with a beaming smile. "Mother, I haven't spent time chatting with you in ages. I've missed you. Oh, my dear. It's been so long since you've done this that your mother hardly recognizes you." As Chun spoke, she hesitantly glanced at her son-in-law. "Well, mother, you should go. I want to take a stroll." He is a son-in-law, so the parents of the wife must refer to each other as father and mother. They cannot openly call each other father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Very well, Yuehua, please accompany your uncle around the garden." "Yes, madam." "This way, please, uncle." Finally I can leave." Watching Li Xiuzhu and Yuehua depart, Yuehua retracted her gaze. Observing her daughter, Chun smiled. "It seems you and your uncle get along quite well. That eases my worries. Sorry for worrying you." Mother, as the two had only taken a few steps, Chen suddenly halted, her expression shifting between emotions. "You may leave now." "Yes, madam." Yuehua was taken aback, unsure of her mother's intentions. Why did she suddenly send the servants away? Was there something she wanted to discuss? But what could it be that the servants shouldn't hear? Before Yuehua could ponder further, Chen's voice became solemn. "Did you not sleep with Xiuzhu last night?" "Huh? How did you know, mother? Did you arrive earlier?" "No. If mother had known earlier, she wouldn't have said what she just did." However, Yuehua did not argue, but merely nodded. "Why? Don't you like Xiuzhu? Then why must you marry him?" "Indeed, it is marriage. A son-in-law is the one who marries into the family." It's not as you think, mother. You know I detest the smell of alcohol. Last night, he drank too much and smelled terrible. I was worried he might vomit in my room, so I let Pong take care of him." Upon hearing this, Chen's expression softened considerably. "I see. Then let us complete the consummation today. I am eagerly awaiting my grandchild." Yuehua had already made her decision, so she did not resist. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu was wandering about when he suddenly came upon a garden filled with laughter. Curiously, he glanced over to see a group of children, the eldest perhaps 12 or 13 years old. "Are these my cousins?" "Yes, uncle. The second young lady is Fu Yunshuang. The third young lady is Fu Yinyu, and the fourth young lady is Fu Baozhu." "Why does the fourth young lady have such a distinct name?" "The fourth young lady's name was given by Madame. She said that before she gave birth, she dreamt of a celestial being who gifted her a precious pearl. And then she gave birth." "Don't tell me you are weaving tales of celestial beings. Have you ever heard of a celestial being descending from the heavens? A set of celestial beings?" Yuehua blinked. Yuehua had never seen a celestial being, but since Madame had dreamed of one, it could be considered as having seen one, right? Not having seen one is just right. It proves this is not a world of spirits. As Li Xiuzhu conversed with Yuehua, he caught the attention of the children in the garden. Instantly, two girls, around 7 or 8 years old, ran over excitedly. "Brother, how come we have never seen you before? Where are you from? How did you become so handsome?" Before Li Xiuzhu could respond, the older Fu Yunshuang approached, curtsied, and cheerfully said, "Yunshuang pays respects to my brother-in-law, third sister, and fourth sister. This is my eldest sister's husband, our brother-in-law." "Oh, you've seen me?" During the wedding, female relatives were not allowed into the main hall, so Li Xiaozhu had only seen Chen once during the formalities. He had never met the third daughter. So logically speaking, the third daughter shouldn't have seen him either. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunshuang smiled again, her demeanor warm and unpretentious, her delicate face radiating vivacity and cheerfulness. All four daughters of the Fu family inherited their mother's beauty, though they had yet to fully bloom. One could already discern their potential. I heard that my brother-in-law arrived the day before and secretly peeped at you from outside. Peeping at a man? This little girl, how amusing. Well then, is my brother-in-law handsome? Upon hearing such an unabashed question, the little girl nodded vigorously. Not just handsome. My brother-in-law is the most handsome I have ever seen. If I weren't too young to marry, I might even compete with my sister. Is this little girl so bold? Am I outdated, or are children too mature these days? No, it must be that I am too handsome. I appeal to all ages. Except for men, of course. However, seeing the second cousin at the tender age of 12 or 13, Li Xiaozhu couldn't help but exclaim internally, what a transgression! Truly, being too handsome is a sin. Ahem, let us not discuss that. What are you all doing? Brother-in-law, we are playing tag. I'm very skilled. Third sister can't catch me. As the second sister and brother-in-law chatted, the two little ones eagerly vied for attention. However, their words dimmed Fu Yunshuang's expression. Mother and father want to allow us to go out, so we have to find our own fun at home. Is that so? Fun. You seem to have a misunderstanding about fun. In later times, a child would probably become ill from boredom. Why don't I help you think of some games? What you're doing is rather dull. The three children's eyes lit up at this suggestion. The third and fourth sisters clapped their hands joyfully. That's wonderful, brother-in-law. I can never catch the fourth sister. She runs too fast, and I've long since lost interest in playing with her. Baozhu, who is also a spirited little girl, instantly turned and huffed at this. Oomph, you don't want to play with me? I don't want to play with you either. You're too slow, You second sister, look. Baozhu is bullying me again. Suddenly, Baozhu stood beside Li Xiaozhu, grasping his hand and addressing the other two. I'm not afraid of you. I have my brother-in-law, Chapter 17. The man aspiring to be the king of children, I fear you not. I have my brother-in-law, ha. Li Xiaozhu was also amused by the mischievous Baozhu. Upon hearing this, he picked up Baozhu and earnestly instructed her. Baozhu, while playing is fun, do not jest with your sisters. They are your closest companions, and you must not let any misunderstandings arise between you. Baozhu apologized and declared that her brother-in-law would teach them a new game. However, Baozhu turned to say no. It was third sister who said she didn't want to play with me. Dear Baozhu, what your third sister meant was that she did not wish to play that specific game, not that she doesn't want to play with you at all. Otherwise, why would she chase after you every day? Is that so? This inquiry was directed not at Li Xiaozhu, but rather at her third sister. Yenyu nodded vigorously in affirmation. Only then did Baozhu apologize to Yenyu, saying, I'm sorry, third sister. I should not have said that. All right, it's all in the past. Now, let's find a place to play the game. Li Xiaozhu reminisced about his own childhood, a time devoid of iPads, game consoles, or PS2s, only a group of children engaged in wild play. Marbles were not an option, as there were no glass marbles available. Bricks were also out of the question due to their inherent danger. Suddenly, an idea illuminated Li Xiaozhu's mind. He turned to Yuehua and asked, could you please fetch me a pair of chopsticks? And while you're at it, bring a small knife as well. Yuehua eagerly nodded. I shall fetch them right away. Li Xiaozhu busied himself, surveying his surroundings, and concluded that the grassy area was indeed the best spot for cutting squares. He chose a patch near the pavilion that was always shaded, pulled out the grass, and leveled the soil. Here, sunlight could never reach, and the earth was soft and pliable. The three girls watched Li Xiaozhu work diligently. Their curiosity piqued, filled with excitement and anticipation despite not knowing what he was doing. As Li Xiaozhu finished preparing the ground, Yuehua returned with the items. The youngest, Baozhu, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, brother-in-law, what game is this? Why are you pulling out the grass and making it all bare? Li Xiaozhu, having sharpened the chopsticks, replied, this game is called cutting squares. It is quite simple. Observe, I will draw a square here, and then we will take turns throwing. If you hit this square, I can draw a line based on that point. rendering one side invalid and only using the other. Thus, when it is your sister's turn, she can only use that side. If she hits, she can further divide it, invalidating one side. If she misses, she loses. However, to make the game more interesting, we should have some stakes. Money would be rather mundane, and gambling is not a good habit, so I suggest we use paper notes instead. Just simple white paper, thin enough to stick to each other's faces with water. It's easy to clean up, add stakes, and isn't wasteful. Furthermore, though the chopsticks are wooden, they are sharpened and can be somewhat dangerous. So they must not be swung about or thrown wildly, and absolutely not pointed at your sisters. Understood? If you can behave well, I will think of other fun games for you in the future. But if you do not listen, I shall not play with you anymore. Do you comprehend? This admonition was primarily directed at the two younger children. Yuehua, being older, though still playful, had a better sense of propriety. Understood, brother-in-law, we will definitely be good. Both the third and fourth sisters pledged. Although Yuehua felt her brother-in-law was treating her like a child, she nodded patiently. Li Xiaozhu, still not entirely reassured, instructed the maids watching over the three girls, make sure to keep a close eye on the young ladies. Remember what I just said, if they go too far, you must intervene. Yes, sir. They had previously witnessed Fu Yuehua supporting Li Xiaozhu, and concerning the young ladies, they were naturally cautious. The three girls then began to play, while Li Xiaozhu joined in for a couple of rounds. However, due to his superior skill, he was swiftly ousted from their little group. The second to be eliminated was Fu Yuehua, though she merely tried it out of curiosity and lacked the enthusiasm of the younger children. The two sat in the pavilion sipping tea, with Fu Yuehua gazing at her younger sisters. Her heart lightened as she remarked, "It has been a long time since I have seen third and fourth sisters so happy. What is with that maternal gaze you're giving them? Please, you are still a child yourself. What? Do you wish to have a pair of your own?" Just as Li Xiaozhu was about to speak, he noticed Fu Yuehua staring off to the side, lost in thought. Following her gaze, he caught a glimpse of a kite, soaring high above, several hundred meters from the Fu estate. Although it was visible, it was not distinct. Observing the longing and surprise in Fu Yuehua eyes, Li Xiaozhu incredulously asked, "Have you never flown a kite, Yuehua?" At this, Fu Yuehua snapped back to reality, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. "No, my father promised to take us flying kites when he had the time, but he was always swamped with duties. Later, my elder sister took charge and Wen Ti let us go out. Moreover, she was too busy to take us kite flying." Li Xiaozhu surveyed the vast courtyard, suddenly feeling as if they were trapped in a cage. But why not buy a kite to fly in a garden? I see no reason why it cannot be done here. Fu Yuehua was taken aback. Can kites be flown in the garden? Aren't they meant for the countryside? She recalled accompanying her mother to pay respects and seeing kites being flown along the way, but those were always outside the city, never within. Li Xiaozhu chuckled at this. Who says kites must be flown outside the city? Generally, families cannot do so because their homes are too small, but your family, our garden, is ample enough. Look at that kite. Can you guess how far it is from us? Fu Yuehua squinted at the kite, hesitating to answer. I can hardly see it. It must be over a kilometer away. Close, but not quite. I estimate it to be around 500 to 800 meters at most. The Fu estate was situated at the heart of the imperial city, and it was impossible to exit the city within a 2-kilometer radius in any direction. Suddenly, Li Xiaozhu paused, realizing where the kite was located. It was near the imperial palace, which dwarfed the prime minister's residence by countless times, merely for the sake of flying a kite. While Li Xiaozhu was lost in thought, Fu Yuehua suddenly spoke up, "Brother-in-law, could you buy me a kite?" Li Xiaozhu was taken aback and smiled helplessly. "I am confined by your sister and cannot leave the estate without permission. It seems I shall not be able to buy one anytime soon." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua expression dimmed, but Li Xiaozhu continued, "However, while I may not be able to purchase one, it is no great matter. I can make one." Fu Yuehua eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Really, brother-in-law?" Chapter 18. A title yet to be conceived. How can my brother-in-law deceive you? Not only can he create, but he can also craft kites unlike any you have ever seen. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Cough, cough. He knows his own prowess, yet your praises. Look at the little cousins. Huang Mao, You mustn't let your imagination wander. At this moment, Fu Yunshuang completely overlooked a significant issue. Her sister merely forbade them from venturing outside. If she instructed the servants to procure a kite, who could object? A simple command to the steward would suffice. And indeed, Li Xiaozhu could make a kite. After all, is it not true that anyone with hands could accomplish this? Yuezhu, do we have any bamboo at home? Just a single piece will do. Bamboo. Yuezhu was momentarily perplexed. You cannot expect me to find bamboo simply because my name is Yuezhu, can you? After pondering, Yuezhu shook her head and replied, although we have bamboo tubes, we do not possess fresh bamboo. A bamboo tube will suffice. It should be at least half a meter long. Kai-dai, do we have any wrapping paper? A length of over a meter will do. Yes, we do. I'll fetch it right away. As the two departed, Li Xiaozhu observed the little cousin still at play and suddenly chuckled. Who would have thought that traversing through time would allow him to experience the joys of child-rearing? Is this not a form of serene living? It seems rather enjoyable. Perhaps I should have long you bear me, too. No more than that. After all, the child was an unexpected occurrence. The bamboo tube was quickly retrieved. Li Xiaozhu set aside the tube, then shaved 2 slender bamboo strips before discarding them. Yuezhu, after all my effort, you only used 2 thin bamboo strips? I could have easily cut 2 longer and more convenient pieces from a broom. Unfortunately, Li Xiaozhu could not hear Yuezhu's thoughts, and even if he could, he would not acquiesce. The bamboo strips, tapering from thick to thin, would distribute stress unevenly. It would be a miracle if the kite could fly at all. Once the bamboo strips were prepared, Li Xiaozhu took the wrapping paper brought over by Yunshuang. It was the only sufficiently thick paper available. Aside from this type, the only other paper capable of withstanding wind pressure and weight to elevate the kite will be the specialized paper used for kite making. This paper resembles that employed by morning craftsmen, but possesses greater resilience and is less porous, requiring special processing. For now, Li Xiaozhu had no means to procure such paper, so he would have to make do with the wrapping paper. Before cutting, Li Xiaozhu measured with the bamboo strips, relieved that no splicing was necessary. One of the strips needed to be slightly shortened to align with the edges of the paper. He cut the wrapping paper into a square and then fashioned a long strip, nearing the completion of his preparations. Yuezhu, please fetch a roll of sewing thread, something sturdy. All right, my dear son-in-law. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaozhu headed to the kitchen to gather some paste. With no glue or tape available, this would have to suffice for the time being. A few additional stitches should secure the bent bamboo strips, which should suffice. When Yuezhu returned with the sewing thread, Li Xiaozhu had already adhered one of the crossbeams diagonally to the square paper. However, the other crossbeam posed a challenge due to its curvature and the need to withstand pressure. It was quite difficult to adhere. Even though Li Xiaozhu had thinned this piece sufficiently, the elasticity was manageable, allowing him to devise a solution. He placed 2 square bricks atop it to hold it down while it dried, then used a needle and thread to interlace and secure it at intervals to the paper. Finally, he made 2 symmetrical small holes at the intersection of the crossbeams and the vertical beam to bind them, then attached a long tail, thus completing a rudimentary kite. It could fly, but to claim it could soar hundreds of meters would be a stretch. It might reach a height of 70 or 80 meters before disintegrating. Brother-in-law, is this a kite? Will the one we made truly fly? It will, indeed, but only as a simple flyer, perhaps achieving a height of 20 to 30 zhang. After all, the materials here are not specifically meant for kite making, so we must make do. Even so, Fu Yunshuang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She merely wished for a kite to call her own, to experience the joy others have known. Thank you, brother-in-law. Can we fly the kite now? Yes. But would a plain white paper be too monotonous? Not to mention, it lacks auspiciousness. How about we draw something with ink and create a kite that is uniquely yours? Yunshuang exclusive. At that moment, the eyes of her younger cousin sparkled, captivated by the phrase. Simultaneously, the eager little ones, drawn in by the kite-making, chimed in, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. I want a Baiju exclusive kite. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. And you also want a special kite. Li Xiaozhu chuckled. Is this the joy of child-rearing? Being surrounded by little ones making requests. He squatted down, ruffling the 2 girls' hair, smiling as he said, if you both give your brother-in-law a kiss, I will make each of you a kite exclusive to Baizhu and Yinyu. In that instant, Yuzhu and the maids were taken aback. Was this not deceiving innocent children? However, as they grappled with whether to intervene, the two little girls, undeterred, pressed kisses to Li Xiuzhu's cheek. Li Xiuzhu had not thought much of it. What ill intentions could he harbor towards two 7- or 8-year-old girls? It was merely an affection for children. Was this not how everyone behaved in his previous life? Encouraged by the two little treasures, Li Xiuzhu set to work on 2 more kites, this time with templates, making the process far more efficient. Before Li Xiuzhu could finish, Yunshuang had already brought over a grinding stone and brush. Yunshuang, you can start grinding. I will come to assist once I have the kite roughly completed. All right, brother-in-law. I am in no rush. You may help the 3rd and 4th younger sisters first. As Yunshuang ground the ink, she gazed at the bustling trio, a sense of contentment washing over her. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. She was struck by the thought that if she were older and her sister married brother-in-law, would the scene before her be the same after they had children? It is said that young girls are most poetic, and in this era where girls could marry at 12 or 13, Yunshuang understood just as well as those in later times. At this moment, Li Xiuzhu remained oblivious, unaware that he had become the object of her fantasies. Otherwise, he would have surely exclaimed, "Do not come any closer." Having assisted the two little girls in securing the crossbeams, Li Xiuzhu returned to Yunshuang's side and said, "You may now embellish this kite with drawings or inscribe a poem. Add your name or characters beside it, and it will be uniquely yours." Upon hearing this, Yunshuang softly replied. Her face flushed as she turned towards the paper. Li Xiuzhu paid little mind. After all, he was not well acquainted with Yunshuang and did not notice her blushing demeanor. He resumed his work on the kite. But before long, Yunshuang's voice called out, "Brother-in-law, come here for a moment." Chapter 19. My younger cousin seems rather dim-witted brother-in-law. Please come here for a moment. Li Xiuzhu was taken aback. Was he not engaged in his own creative endeavors? Did he truly encounter a problem? Nevertheless, he set aside his work and hurried over. "What is it?" Yunshuang spoke up. "Brother-in-law, I have yet to come of age, and I possess no name. I do not wish to leave a mark. So could you perhaps assist me in leaving one? Just your name will suffice." Li Xiuzhu, momentarily stunned by her request, gazed into his younger cousin's hopeful eyes and eventually nodded. After a brief contemplation, he wrote down his name. Wuji Shi. "Yes, that is my name. Please do not disclose it to anyone. It is a secret." "A secret? Have my brother-in-law and I already shared a secret?" Yunshuang's cheeks flushed as she nodded in acknowledgement. Nearby, Yunshuang's maid glanced between her mistress and the brother-in-law, refraining from uttering a word. "Second miss, there seems to be something amiss here." Before long, everyone had completed their kites, and Li Xiuzhu and Yunshuang took the lead in demonstrating how to fly them. Having flown kites before, Li Xiuzhu naturally understood the intricacies, and with the gentle breeze of the day, it soared into the sky within mere minutes. Initially low, it quickly ascended to a height of 20 to 30 meters. Li Xiuzhu handed the kite's string to Yunshuang, who nervously accepted it and mimicked his actions in pulling the string. Yet, to her dismay, as she tugged, the kite plummeted downward like a bird struck mid-flight. Brother-in-law, it's falling." Li Xiuzhu swiftly grasped Yunshuang's hand from behind, pulling her to the right, and the kite soared once more. At that moment, Yunshuang's cheeks flushed bright red, a wave of warmth washing over her as she stood frozen in Li Xiuzhu's embrace. In that instant, Li Xiuzhu's slightly magnetic voice drifted into her ear. "Do not be anxious. It is normal for the kite to dip. When it begins to fall, simply guide it in the direction it sways. Remember to follow the trajectory. Even if it falls, it is no concern. We can simply relaunch it. There is no need to panic. Your brother-in-law is here." Yunshuang, her face aglow, nodded in response, uncertain of how much of his words she truly absorbed. Meanwhile, the two little ones, inspired by Li Xiuzhu's demonstration, began to shout excitedly as they ran with their kites. Their whimsical designs were quite amusing, each one more perplexing than the last. Yet, for children, joy was paramount, and the designs of the kites were of little significance. As Li Xiuzhu prepared to release Yunshuang's kite after a brief lesson, Baizhu called out, "Brother-in-law, please come help me. Mine won't fly." Hearing her, Li Xiuzhu released Yunshuang's string. "Coming." In that moment, A pang of disappointment struck Yuehua, and she could not help but harbor a slight resentment towards her younger sister. Why couldn't she have waited a little longer? Meanwhile, the maids exchanged glances, aware that after the morning's incident, none dared to gossip. However, the current situation left them puzzled. Could it be that the second miss has developed feelings for the brother-in-law? And holding hands to fly a kite, surely this is inappropriate? Li Xiaozhu remained oblivious. Having only recently traversed into this world, his thoughts still rooted in modern sensibilities. If he had been prepared for such a scenario, it would have been one thing. But in this moment, it felt rather reckless. Li Xiaozhu, an excellent instructor, soon had both children as kites soaring through the air, while he also taught them how to manage the strings. Remarkably, despite their tender age, the two children displayed considerable intelligence, quickly grasping the technique. Observing this, one might ponder whether Yuehua truly lacked the wit of her younger sisters. Once Li Xiaozhu's tasks were complete, Fu Yuehua seemed to ponder something, her face flushing anew. In the next moment, almost inadvertently, her kite began to descend once more. However, this time, she did not hastily pull the string. Instead, she called out, "Brother-in-law, come quickly. My kite is about to fall." The kite had not fully descended. Fu Yuehua had already mastered the art of kite flying, and it was hovering precariously in the air. Li Xiaozhu assessed the situation, observing Yuehua's determined efforts, and realized that perhaps she was indeed not as clever as her younger sisters. Recognizing the kite still had potential for salvation, he dashed to Yuehua's side, grasped her hand firmly, and instead of pulling the string, he extended his arms to reel it in. Instantly, the string tightened once more, and the kite ascended joyfully into the sky. This sensation quickened Yuehua's heartbeat, her body instinctively leaning back as her flushed face radiated excitement. Alas, how foolish the second sister is, not as clever as I or the third sister. Indeed, Yuehua has already learned to fly a kite. How foolish of the elder sister. With this, Yuehua, who had been apprehensive about her brother-in-law, discovering her flushed cheeks, found the perfect excuse. "Thank you, elder sister." Yet, she feigned annoyance, saying, "How dare you speak of your sister like that? Is your skin itching? With my brother-in-law and mother by my side, I fear nothing from the second sister." Yuehua quickly chimed in, "I too have my brother-in-law and mother." Yuehua rolled her eyes in response. "So, am I to understand that I am left out?" At that moment, Chun Shi and Fu Yuehua emerged, having engaged in conversation for a while, but Fu Yuehua soon prepared to return to her tasks. The household affairs were numerous, and many required her attention. Moreover, the matter of the Grand Canal had weighed heavily on her mind, and she intended to confront Li Xiaozhu about it that evening. Meanwhile, Chun Shi, momentarily stunned, gazed at the kites in their courtyard, processing the sight. Following her line of sight, Fu Yuehua also noticed the kites. However, she was more astute. Upon seeing 3 kites, she immediately thought of her younger sister. The servants would certainly not dare to fly kites in their own courtyard. It must be her younger sister, and the numbers matched. Yet, from where did they acquire the kites? Li Xiaozhu? Though she could not discern the specifics of the situation, she felt certain that the kites were somehow linked to him. Had he ventured out, or had he crafted them himself? However, she leaned towards the belief that Li Xiaozhu had made them, for no one would dare to allow him to leave the estate without her consent. Reflecting on her younger sister's repeated wishes to fly kites, yet her own inability to take them out, she felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he had done something commendable after all. Chun Shi then came to her senses. These must be Yuehua and the others. Their kites are flying splendidly. It has been ages since I have seen kites in the sky. She recalled accompanying Yuehua to Lingyin Temple to pray and how they had marveled at the kites flying upon their return. Though her husband had advised them against venturing out due to unrest, which she had forgotten. "Come, let's go and take a look. It is not far, and I wish to see the joy on Yuehua's face as she fulfills her wish." Fu Yuehua hesitated, for there remained numerous matters within the house awaiting her attention. For instance, the silk shop in the East Market was out of stock and needed replenishing. Prices had risen by 20% this year, and she needed to consult whether to proceed with the order and in what quantity. If it did not restock, she would have to seek a new supplier and determine how much to acquire. Chapter 20. This younger sister. A bit affectionate, yet not much, though few dare to take advantage of the minister's residence. It is not to say that there are no bold souls among them. Even the emperor is often deceived and exploited in various ways. This is merely one matter. As her family and responsibilities grow, she finds herself overwhelmed. Otherwise, she would not be unable to indulge her sister's wish to venture out. Perhaps it would be better if her mother went herself. I have many pressing matters to attend to. Chen sighed softly. My dear child, you are too tightly wound. You ought to relax a bit and grant yourself some respite. It is also my failing as a mother. Had I not suffered from this ailment in recent years, you would not have to shoulder such burdens so early. Fu Yuehua's expression shifted. Mother, please do not speak of it. Your health is paramount. I am not weary. Very well. You may continue your tasks. Do not let me delay you. I shall take my leave now. Observing Fu Yuehua depart, Chen remained silent, gazing at the spot where her daughter had vanished. Madam, shall we proceed to fly kites? Though Chen's spirits were somewhat dampened, she replied, Yes, we must look forward. Indeed, madam. Li Xiaozhu was currently flying kites with his second younger sister when a sudden gust of wind snapped Yun Shuang's string. Oh no, my kite! Yun Shuang exclaimed, panic rising within her. This was her very first kite, crafted by her brother-in-law, complete with his personally chosen insignia. Instinctively, Yun Shuang dashed away from Li Xiaozhu, who was momentarily taken aback. However, once he regained his wits, he swiftly pursued her, ultimately intercepting her just as she lunged towards the thicket ahead. It appeared that this second younger sister was not particularly astute. Ahead lay dense shrubs surrounded by trees, and beyond that a wall. How could she possibly escape? Charging recklessly into the thicket would surely ruin both her clothing and herself. My dear, if it has flown away, let it be. Do you not see how free it is? It can soar to places it desires. But the kite. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Li Xiaozhu was bewildered. Was it truly worth crying over such a trivial matter? Do not cry, do not cry. Out with the old, in with the new. Once I am able to venture out, I shall certainly acquire for you an even larger and better kite, one that will fly even higher. Our kite string was not very sturdy. It would not have lasted long anyway. When someone is in tears, comforting them is often futile. It tends to exacerbate their grievances. Moreover, her sorrow was not solely for the kite. It bore the joy and secrets she shared with her brother-in-law. Wah! Yun Shuang cried even louder, instinctively wrapping her arms around Li Xiaozhu's waist and burying her face against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears flowed freely, as if they were without cost, and each breath seemed to scald Li Xiaozhu's heart. Alas, Li Xiaozhu had no experience in comforting children. If it were the likes of the third or fourth younger sisters, perhaps it would be simpler, but this one left him perplexed. Resigned, he could only hold Fu Yun Shuang, gently patting her back while she wept. At that moment, Chun, just outside the garden, heard the cries. Her heart tightened, and she hurried forward, catching sight of the scene within before fully entering. What is happening? Why is Yun Shuang crying so mournfully? And why are she and Xiaozhu embracing? As Chun pondered these questions, Baozhu and Yinyu rushed over, each clutching a kite. Earlier, when the two were at a loss, the kite had fallen, for they had not flown it high, and it had landed safely in the garden thanks to the tether. Seeing their second sister restrained, they regained their senses and hurried to retrieve the kite. Nearby, several maids stood frozen in uncertainty. What should they do? Should they intervene and separate the two? Yet, they lacked the courage, and the moment seemed inappropriate for such actions. Do not cry, second sister. I will give you my special kite. Baozhu offered. Second sister, I will give you my exclusive Yinyu kite too. Please stop crying. Though Yun Shuang felt somewhat comforted by their words, she wondered, was it truly about the kite? At that moment, Chen spoke up. What is the matter here? Instantly, the maids were thrown into a panic. Oh no, the madam has seen the son-in-law embracing the second young lady. Would they be punished? Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam. Mother. Mother. This is the third and fourth younger sister, Li Xiaozhu noted awkwardly, feeling a bit out of place, yet mustering the courage to speak. Mother, the kite string I made for my second younger sister broke, and the kite flew away. Yun Shuang, unable to process it all, began to cry again. No amount of coaxing could soothe her. At that moment, little Baozhu chimed in with a report. Mother, second sister is so foolish. She cannot even fly a kite and cries when it is lost. Yuehua blinked her large eyes, contemplating whether she should join in. Would second sister scold her later? Perhaps not. Let Baozhu take the blame, she decided. Humph, I am clever enough. Let us see who dares to call me foolish again. Is it really worth crying over such trivial matters? Just go retrieve it, Chen mused. However, Yuehua felt even worse. Her voice choked with emotion as she lamented, "Wah, my sister does not allow us to go out, nor does she permit brother-in-law to leave." Thinking of the freedom brother-in-law mentioned and recalling these years of confinement, Yuehua resolved to assist him. "No, we absolutely cannot let brother-in-law be trapped in this minister's residence forever. Mother, I understand that my sister does not allow us to go out, but brother-in-law has come of age. As a man, he can protect himself. Why does my sister also prevent him from leaving the house? Mother, please help brother-in-law. He is a good person. Why am I being dragged into this?" Yet, Li Xiaozhu felt an inexplicable joy. Is this the affection of a younger sister? Indeed, mother, brother-in-law is wonderful. He teaches us how to play with square blocks and even made kites for Baozhu. If brother-in-law could go out, he would surely bring back many delightful things and delicious treats for us. In that moment, Yuehua's eyes sparkled. This was an opportunity for her to join in. Mother, I too believe brother-in-law is wonderful, but not merely because of the treats and games. Li Xiaozhu's lips twitched. It seemed the third younger sister was not particularly bright, yet she was rather endearing. After a moment of silence, Chen did not respond to the three girls, but turned to Yuehua, saying, "Yuehua, gather a few servants to search in that direction. Without the string, the kite should not have flown far." As for Li Xiaozhu, while she found satisfaction in many matters, she had also heard of the scandalous events at the brothel. Given such outrageous behavior, she could not simply allow him to go free, should trouble arise. She would bear responsibility as well. However, she could certainly let her husband and daughter enjoy a breath of fresh air. That was within her power. Yuehua, captivated by Chen's words, anxiously inquired, "Mother, can we truly find it?" "Fear not. With so many people searching, how could we fail? Have you forgotten about me? This younger sister has a bit of love, yet not much." Chapter 21. Call her little darling, call me little woman? So, how much longer do you intend to hold her? Yuehua face flushed, resembling a startled little rabbit as she instantly released Li Xiaozhu and leapt to the side. In contrast, Li Xiaozhu maintained an impassive expression, though internally he was exasperated. "I did not embrace her. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Since your arrival, I have not even patted her back, and I have kept my hands to myself. Thank you very much. It was Yuehua who embraced me, not the other way around. Do not presume that just because you are her mother and my mother-in-law, you can unjustly accuse me." Chen's gaze flicked between the two, and she felt reassured, not because she believed in their secret affection, but rather in their innocence. Though the young lady's cheeks were crimson, she exhibited a mix of shock and nervousness, with no trace of shyness or reserve towards her beloved. Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu appeared utterly composed, betraying no signs of anxiety or fear for being caught. Chen, having assumed she had gleaned a deeper understanding, had, in fact, missed the mark entirely, though her misinterpretation was one-sided. Yuehua, who had gone out to seek kites, had brought a considerable entourage and made quite a commotion, yet ultimately failed to locate any. She returned before lunch, but only to deliver disappointing news to Yuehua. By this point, Yuehua had regained her composure and was able to confront the situation. Though she felt a sense of loss, she understood there was little to be done. Chen, feeling a bit awkward after her earlier grand proclamations, declared, "Mother will arrange for someone to buy you another kite, the finest one available." Yuehua forced a smile. "It's all right, Mother. Even if you buy another, it will no longer hold the same significance. I'm tired, Mother. I will return to rest." Chen scrutinized her daughter, and upon confirming that she seemed all right, she nodded slightly. "Very well, Yuehua, do not overthink it." Li Xiaozhu shared lunch with Yuehua. After all, they were married, so dining together was quite natural. Yuehua remained silent during the meal, pondering how to broach a conversation with Li Xiaozhu. Why does this little woman keep glancing at me? Has she discovered something? That can't be right. I haven't done anything unusual today. Perhaps it's because I was playing with her sisters? As Li Xiaozhu wrestled with these thoughts, Fu Yuehua swallowed her food and casually inquired, "Were you the one who brought Yin Shuang and the others to fly kites this morning? Was it your idea? Huh? So that's what it is. You startled me. I thought this little woman was plotting against me again." Fu Yuehua raised an eyebrow. "Who does this scoundrel think he is calling little woman? And as for me plotting against you, do you really think I am that kind of person? Even if I were to scheme, it would be in response to your initial machinations." What vexed Fu Yuehua most was her inability to voice these thoughts. She swallowed her frustration as she awaited Li Xiaozhu's response. "About that, I happened to learn how to do it recently, and when Yin Shuang saw someone flying kites, she asked me to make one for the three of them. By the way, now that we're married, can you let me out? I feel like I'm suffocating at home." Since Chun was unwilling to grant permission, Li Xiaozhu sought to find a way out through Fu Yuehua. Fu Yuehua cast a sidelong glance at him. "Can you guarantee that you won't visit a brothel again? If you can, I might consider allowing you to go out once the dust settles in a few days." "Not visit a brothel? That's impossible. My little darling from the brothel is still waiting for me." Li Xiaozhu thought to himself, but outwardly he said, "Oh, come now. Do you really believe that even if I want to go, I would still be allowed in? With all the fuss you made, I might already be on their blacklist. And besides, I have no money. Do you expect them to let me in for free? Little darling from the brothel? Am I just a little woman?" Fu Yuehua felt her anger boiling over. This scoundrel was challenging her patience with every breath. Since he wishes to go, it seems he hasn't changed. Let him stay at home until he does. This little woman is playing me? Just a moment ago, she said that if I didn't visit a brothel, I could go out. Was I not expressing that I cannot go? Deliberate? I must find another way. Asmir ksuden likurlid, fu Yuehua lips. A cold smile spreading across her face. "You may think as you wish, but no matter how you try to escape, you will remain within my grasp." At that moment, Li Xiaozhu noticed the courtyard wall and laughed. "The Fu family courtyard wall doesn't seem very high. As long as I can climb it, escaping will be a breeze." Is that all? You think you can keep me here? Today, she is helping me assert some authority, so shooing away those bothersome servants will be no challenge." Fu Yuehua chuckled. "I must admit, I did not take good care of you this morning. After all, you are my husband, and I have a responsibility towards you." Turning to Silver Bottle, she commanded, "From now on, you shall attend to the young master closely. Always keep watch over him, and ensure he remains within your sight. If he feels wronged, you'll have to pack your things and leave." Silver Bottle felt overwhelmed. "But miss, what if the young master needs to use the restroom, or has other matters to attend to? For other tasks, you may call upon others. I will provide you with 2 maids. For restroom visits, you shall wait outside. If you need to go, ensure someone is with you. I do not care how you arrange it, but someone must always be by the young master's side, except when he sleeps." "Understood, miss." Li Xiaozhu was taken aback by this series of commands. "Is this your way of taking care of me? Are you certain it's not surveillance?" Seeing the glint of triumph in Fu Yuehua's eyes, Li Xiaozhu became increasingly uneasy. It seems she always manages to target me precisely. Daring not to dwell further on the matter, he recalled the many novels he had read, and a nagging suspicion arose within him. Though thoughts and inner voices are distinct, one being a mental deliberation and the other a whispered notion, the boundary between them is tenuous. Perhaps what one contemplates could inadvertently transform into inner dialogue. Why has it suddenly gone silent? What does he mean by that? Has he caught on? Impossible. A normal person would never suspect such a thing as eavesdropping on one's inner thoughts. Suddenly, it struck her. This husband of hers appeared far from ordinary. "Fu Yuehua, you little rascal." Li Xiaozhu fixed his gaze on Fu Yuehua, attempting to uncover any hint of a clue. This was merely a test. Yet, if confirmed, how would he conclude it? A confrontation? He had not yet decided. This scoundrel had indeed begun to doubt her. However, Fu Yuehua was unperturbed. Years of managing had endowed her with a calm demeanor, unfazed even in the face of calamity. Similarly, her position of authority rendered her indifferent to prying eyes. Fu Yuehua gazed at Li Xiaozhu, slightly furrowing her brows. "Why are you staring at me? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? If so, you must endure. Fu Yuehua, you're quite the troublemaker." Chapter 22. This is a scheme to lure the dog in for slaughter. Fu Yuehua, you are truly a pest. Li Xiaozhu could hardly believe that Fu Yuehua could tolerate being called such a thing. As he sensed her displeasure, he almost confirmed his suspicions when she suddenly asked, "Haven't you had enough? Are you hoping to sleep in the woodshed tonight?" Perhaps I am overthinking this. No, I just suddenly realized how beautiful you are, and how much you truly care for me, he replied. Haha, if I hadn't heard your innermost thoughts, I might have actually fallen for your tricks. You scoundrel. How dare you call me a pest, and a little turtle at that? Fu Yuehua's eyes narrowed. Come, taste this dish. It looks delightful as I eat it. So you should try it too. Eat more. Li Xiaozhu was taken aback as he watched Fu Yuehua serve him food. Is this true love? Otherwise, why would she be feeding me? Wait, could there be poison in the food? No, that doesn't seem likely. Is it simply unpalatable? Did she eat this just now? I didn't see it. Watching the uncertainty on his face, Fu Yuehua discreetly took a piece for herself, which instantly relieved Li Xiaozhu. Since she has eaten it, it should be fine. As for the notion of eating an antidote in advance, that seems rather far-fetched. Ah, this is quite delicious. It appears to be a specialty dish. I knew no maiden could resist my extraordinary looks. Looking at it this way, perhaps tonight might lead to a consummation, but what about Yuehua? And what if she later brings me shame? With such thoughts, Li Xiaozhu decided to keep his distance from Fu Yuehua. Hearing this, Fu Yuehua suddenly laughed, thinking he believed himself to be irresistible, when in fact he was merely concerned about being cuckolded. You drank too much last night. I dislike the taste of alcohol, which led the servants to misunderstand. You can sleep in my room tonight. Li Xiaozhu was taken aback, not expecting such a reason. Was it merely to share a room with Fu Yuehua? After a brief pause, she swiftly changed the topic. Regarding the Grand Canal, my father cannot evade responsibility. I wish to assist him, but I have no experience in such matters. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions? Again, with the Grand Canal? Well, I can't die from it. The worst that could happen is my father-in-law's demise, which isn't a grave issue. Fu Yuehua. Ahem. I don't have any particularly good advice. You know, I've always been at home, with no exposure to canals, and I certainly don't know how to excavate. Fu Yuehua fixed her gaze on Li Xiaozhu, filled with national pride. This scoundrel, revealing his heart, was undoubtedly dark. Since that was the case, she would not hold back. I have deceived you about one thing. The matter of the Grand Canal was proposed by my father, Li Xiaozhu. In an instant, this revelation startled Li Xiaozhu, solidifying his previously wavering thoughts. Damn, this is a disastrous situation. My father-in-law is courting death. Can the Grand Canal even be excavated now? No. I must quickly think of a way to escape. And Fu Yuehua, she is treating me like a mere pawn. This is akin to luring a dog in for slaughter. Once I enter the Prime Minister's residence, how will I ever find a way out? I had originally considered developing a relationship with this woman, but now with such a vast pitfall, could I still return to sleep? Dream on. Just wait. Tonight, I shall seek out your father for drinks, and I won't return until I'm thoroughly intoxicated. Haha, so you enjoy playing games, do you? Fu Yuehua suddenly smiled, relishing his desperate resistance to being controlled. Come, eat more. This is the chef's specialty, prepared just for you. And look at you, so thin. You must eat more meat. Jin Ping and Yin Ping exchanged glances at the sight of the two dishes, their lips twitching, stifling laughter. It seems the young lady is experiencing the stirrings of spring. Just imagine the scene tonight after consuming these 2 plates of meat. The thought was too daunting to contemplate. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu, oblivious to what lay behind him, was astonished by Fu Yuehua's concern. Do you truly care for me? What a pity, dear girl, you cannot have me, no matter how well you treat me. I must flee. Why aren't you eating? Li Xiaozhu inquired, eyeing Fu Yuehua with curiosity. Does she not enjoy meat? Just like Yuehua? Women are truly peculiar. Is the food not delectable? Yuehua. Thank you. Fu Yuehua, maintaining her composure, smiled subtly. I often eat this dish, so it no longer astonishes me as it did the first time. Besides, I do not have a strong appetite for meat. I can only accompany you in eating a piece, but you must finish the rest. Although we hail from a wealthy family, we must not waste food. My father often reminds us that many outside struggle to find enough to eat, so we should avoid leaving leftovers. Miss, since when do we have such rules in our household? As Jin Ping and Yin Ping exchanged puzzled looks, Li Xiaozhu nodded in agreement. Your father speaks wisely. Rest assured, it's merely 2 plates of meat. I can finish them, but as for the leftovers, Jean Ping and I can eat. If there's still too much, we can feed it to the dogs. Indeed, you may eat without worry, young master. Jean Ping and I aren't particularly fond of meat either. There seems to be quite a bit left, so do enjoy. Hearing this, Li Xiaozhu finally felt at ease and began to eat heartily. The braised pork was exceptionally delicious. Though devoid of any fat, the meat was tender, lean yet succulent, and each bite was filled with rich flavor. He also recognized the dish, scallion braised soft-shelled turtle. The turtle's skin was tender, and the meat delicate, with the aroma of scallion oil wafting enticingly. Li Xiaozhu hardly touched the rice, devouring both plates of meat. As he finished, Yuehua rose. Think more about the Grand Canal. If you propose something viable, I can lift your house arrest. Really? Such a burdensome task could actually lead to lifting my confinement? Yuehua, you truly know how to conduct business. Even the neighbor Old Wang can hear the sound of your calculating. Yuehua felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, realizing her intentions were somewhat transparent. This was merely one benefit. If there was anything else desired, one could express it. Express? I wish to take Nong Yue as a concubine. Would you allow it? This scoundrel is going too far. How audacious to seek to bring a courtesan into my home. Not to mention, she cannot even cross the threshold. It is out of the question to keep her as a mistress. And yet, I am a striking beauty. Is he blind? He fears I might not let him escape. Does he? Let us see if he can evade me tonight. Chapter 23. Yuehua. Scoundrel, how dare you attempt to abduct my sister? Akimapag, Li Xiaozhu. Let us see if you can escape tonight. As Yuehua pondered, a cold snort escaped her lips. Just as she was about to leave, she was taken aback by Li Xiaozhu's thoughts. Oh dear, if the entire family were to be executed, what would happen to my second cousins? Those 3 girls are so delightful. They should not simply vanish like that. Should I take them with me instead? Yuehua nearly lost her composure, her heart now in turmoil. This rascal not only intended to flee, but also sought to take her 3 sisters with him, and even more outrageous. He did not consider bringing her along. You think about my sisters, but not me? Very well, you shall find no way back tonight. You wish to find my father for drinks? Fine, I shall ensure you drink until you can take no more. Perhaps I should lend them a helping hand. After all, this convenient wife has not treated me poorly. Now you think of me? It is too late. I hope you can endure the night. Yuehua turned on her heel, with many matters awaiting her attention, leaving no time to indulge in anger towards Li Xiaozhu. Additionally, there were numerous arrangements to be made. Li Xiaozhu returned to take a nap, during which he was naturally being watched. The maids also had a hierarchy. Those who served the master closely were known as first-class maids, holding a slightly elevated status. At this moment, Jean Ping and Yin Ping were engaged in conversation while eating. Yin Ping, do you think the young master will suffer any consequences from consuming so many tonic dishes? Yin Ping hesitated before responding, I doubt it. While venison and soft-shelled turtle are nourishing and invigorating, they are ultimately warm-toned supplements. The young lady should know her limits. Jean Ping laughed at her words. That is impressive indeed. The young master has consumed so much. I wonder if the young lady's constitution can withstand it. If she cannot, it will certainly fall upon you to bear the burden. You must endure a little longer. Yin Ping's face flushed, and she shot Jean Ping an annoyed glance. Why don't you go yourself? I am the young lady's personal maid. You are not. This responsibility falls upon you too. Jean Ping replied with a sense of pride, but I am not required to attend to the young master closely. You and I both understand that being personal is not merely about proximity. Yin Ping fell silent, her cheeks growing even redder. Jean Ping's words were not without merit. In the afternoon, Li Xiaozhu suddenly felt something was amiss. The heat was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Yin Ping, coming young master. What is it? Upon entering the room, Yin Ping was startled by Li Xiaozhu's complexion, which was flushed as if he were intoxicated, and his previously fair skin was now glistening with beads of sweat. Not only his face, but also his shirt was drenched, revealing hints of what lay beneath. This is bad. Could the young master truly have overexerted himself? Yin Ping grew anxious, but before she could seek Yuehua, Li Xiaozhu instructed, Yin Ping, Fetch me a tub of bath water. Cool water, not hot. It seems there may not be a significant issue, she thought. Should I inform a young lady? If it's nothing serious, telling her would only delay her affairs. Perhaps it is best to wait and see. Please wait. Should I get water straight from the well? Wouldn't tea that be too cold? Let us mix it half and half with water from the tub. The well water is exceptionally cool. Even in midsummer, it barely reaches 10 degrees. I have no desire to seek thrills. Soon, the water arrived, and without a second thought, Li Xiuzhu jumped right in. Instantly, the sweltering heat dissipated, as if he had just quenched his thirst with a refreshing glass of soda on a blistering summer day. Ah, this feels wonderful. It was then that Li Xiuzhu noticed Yin Ping still standing by, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Yin Ping, why are you still here? Aren't you coming in? Yin Ping's face turned crimson. This was her first encounter with a bear man. The young lady instructed me to serve you closely, young master. I must help you wash your back. Li Xiuzhu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was there any difference between this and swimming in the nude? It felt excessively awkward. Ahem, there's no need for that. I'm used to being alone. Please, hurry and step outside. Do not put Yin Ping in a difficult position, young master. The young lady commanded that I remain by your side, not leaving your sight even for a moment. Li Xiuzhu was exasperated. Could it really be like this? It was far too embarrassing. This scoundrel had taken advantage of him. One day, he would return the favor. Luckily, Yuehua was out. Otherwise, upon hearing his inner thoughts, she might have rushed over in fury. Meanwhile, as Yuehua traveled towards the silk workshop on the outskirts of the city, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She instructed Jin Ping, when we return tonight, bring that bottle of Longhu wine from my father's collection to the dining table. Privately inform him that the young master is not well, and he should drink a few cups with him. Remember to tell my father not to mention it openly to the young master. Let him think it is unknown, thus preserving the young master's dignity. Jin Ping appeared taken aback, hesitating slightly as she said, Miss, the young master just consumed so many tonics at noon. Will he be all right drinking Longhu wine? Do not concern yourself with that. I will manage it. Jin Ping dared not speak further and quickly nodded. Yes, miss. I shall attend to it right away. Have we arrived at the silk workshop? Jin Ping glanced through the curtain and nodded. Approximately 300 meters away. We can already see the workshop. Yuehua took a deep breath, silently reflecting on Li Xiuzhu. That fellow truly suspected he could hear her thoughts. Although she had dispelled his doubts this time, there was no guarantee he would not question her again in the future. It seemed that she would need to be selective in her responses. If she continued to dismiss everything outright, he might reach a conclusion. Some minor matters and small flaws could simply be overlooked. Miss, we have arrived. Yuehua jolted back to reality, momentarily setting aside her thoughts. She could ponder Li Xiuzhu later. Upon hearing the coachman's voice, Jin Ping quickly alighted from the carriage to assist Yuehua. At this moment, the owner of the silk workshop, who had been waiting, approached them. Miss of the state minister before the workshop owner could finish. Yuehua furrowed her brow and interjected. Zhao Fangzhu, do not mention my father in public. You may address me as Miss Fu. Zhao Fangzhu hurriedly clasped his hands in apology and began anew. I beg your pardon, Miss Fu. The silk and silkworms this year have suffered due to the continuous rain, resulting in a poor yield. Thus, I have taken the liberty to raise the price by 20%, and additionally, the supply has been reduced to only 50% of the usual amount. Yuehua frowned upon hearing this. Only 50% of the supply? Take me to inspect it first. Please, Miss Fu, right this way. Yuehua quickly surveyed the stock of silk, but upon finishing, her brows furrowed deeper. She had anticipated that the heavy rains would impact the silk yield, but she had not expected it to be this severe. How could it only be 50%? By her calculations, there should have been at least 80%. Zhao Fangzhu, I shall take all this silk at your proposed price, increased by 20%. I must take my leave now. I will seek the remaining quantities from other sources. Farewell. Zhao Fangzhu quickly bowed in respect. Miss Fu, safe travels. As the carriage moved farther away, Zhao Fangzhu suddenly broke into a smile. A mere little girl, he chuckled softly. Chapter 24. The comedic third sister-in-law before nightfall. During dinner time, The rare occasion arose for Li Xiuzhu to meet his esteemed father-in-law, having entered the household for several days. This was only the second time he had encountered his father-in-law, the first being at the wedding last night. With only a few family members present at the family banquet, it seemed they would likely dine together frequently in the future. At that moment, the entire family was seated, and the two younger sisters had already turned their gazes toward Fu Wenhan, eagerly awaiting the meal to commence. "Father, I apologize for my tardiness today in not serving tea to you both. As your humble son-in-law, I would like to raise a toast to you." It was customary for daughters-in-law to serve tea to their parents-in-law, yet here he was unexpectedly required to offer a toast, a notion imparted to him later by Yinping. However, Yinping had not relayed the events of the afternoon to Fu Yuehua. Firstly, because Fu Yuehua was absent, and secondly, because Li Xiuzhu had already recovered. "Drink up. This wine is beneficial for your health, crafted by the imperial physician into a medicinal brew." Li Xiuzhu took no particular note of it, considering it merely a tonic for vitality. "I must be fortunate to share in the bounty of Father. Such fine wine is not for just anyone. I shall drink to your health." With that, he raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Observing Li Xiuzhu's bold dameno, Fu Wenhan glanced at the diminutive cup before him, lost in contemplation. "Ah, as a father-in-law, I shall partake as well. Otherwise, it feels rather awkward to merely taste such a small vessel. Yet, what can be gleaned from merely tasting?" He pondered, envisioning the absurdity of sipping from a cap of a small mineral water bottle. What a spectacle that would be. "Father-in-law, you have quite the capacity for wine. Allow me to fill your cup once more." Where did this sense of abandon come from? Was it merely an illusion of the old man? At that moment, Baozhu and Yinyu gazed at Li Xiuzhu with eyes sparkling with admiration. Baozhu suddenly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. When I grow up, I want to drink like that too. And me. Instantly, Yunshuang's expression darkened as she admonished the two with a gentle tap. "At such a young age, already thinking of drinking? Girls should drink less. Do you understand? Oh dear, brother-in-law, look at second sister. She is bullying Baozhu. Brother-in-law, don't forget about me." Li Xiuzhu twitched his lips. "Third sister-in-law, are you the designated jester? How could she be so foolish?" Upon hearing this, Chunshur suddenly burst into laughter. "My lord, look at the little third and fourth, with a brother-in-law. Now, they no longer seek me out as their mother." Fu Wenhan, puzzled, inquired, "What transpired today in the household? How is it that this lad has become so close with my two daughters in just a day?" Chunshur chuckled before responding. "Today, Xiuzhu spent the whole morning in the garden flying kites with Yunshuang and the others. Unfortunately, due to his inability to venture out, he had to craft 3 kites himself. However, Yunshuang's kite was whisked away by the wind due to poor materials, and she cried for quite some time. "My lord, should we not lift Xiuzhu's house arrest?" Upon hearing his mother advocate for this rascal's release, Fu Yuehua felt a surge of anxiety. She had nearly been discovered watching over him. "Father, I believe it would be prudent to wait a bit longer on this matter." At that moment, Li Xiuzhu cast a glance at Fu Yuehua. This woman is no ally. The 3 younger sisters sprang into action. "Father, I agree with mother. Father, I support second sister's opinion. Please, let brother-in-law out quickly. I am waiting for him to buy me plenty of delicious treats and fun things." "Father, I echo Baozhu. I want many delicious treats and fun things too." It was clear now that the third sister was indeed the comedic relief. Just then, Fu Yuehua interjected with a lethal retort. "He has no money, not a single coin. Don't even think about him buying anything for you. He can only chalk up debts for certain matters." The phrase visiting the brothel remained unspoken, for her sisters were present. Yet, her silence provided Li Xiuzhu with an opportunity. "Then, dear sister, won't you spare a few coins for brother-in-law? We are family after all. Surely you wouldn't hesitate to lend him a little silver?" As she spoke, Yunshuang produced her purse. "Brother-in-law, this is Yunshuang's allowance. 20 taels of silver. Please take it and use it. Such good sisters. Brother-in-law hasn't cared for you in vain. Did you see that, father? I'm not alone in this battle." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How dare he refer to himself as father? What audacity! While the two were lost in their thoughts, little Baozhu hurriedly hopped down from her stool and approached. "Brother-in-law, this is Baozhu's allowance. though I don't have as much as second sister, just 12 taels of silver. Please use it to buy me delicious treats and fun things. The third sister, Yuehua, unwilling to be outdone, squeezed in and produced another purse. Brother-in-law, I also want delicious treats and fun things. All right, it seems I have spoken too soon. Can one truly rely on two little rascals? Li Xiaozhu, has your mind become muddled? Though Li Xiaozhu found himself speechless internally, he placated them. Very well. If I am released, I shall certainly bring you many treats and amusing things. Upon hearing this, Fu Wenhan furrowed his brow and spoke. Surely, Xiaozhu, you must recognize your missteps. Let us lift the house arrest. Furthermore, how can you burden children with financial matters? Yuehua, please retrieve 100 taels of silver for Xiaozhu. It shall be in advance. Moreover, Xiaozhu, while I have no objections to you buying toys for Yunshuang and the others, I must insist you refrain from purchasing food. After all, I am a minister of state and have many enemies. One must be cautious of those who approach with ill intent, seeking to poison you. Henceforth, when dining out, ensure you choose reputable establishments. Do not eat carelessly by the roadside. Understood? Fu Yuehua fit desiartend. Father, Fu Wenhan interrupted her sharply. Enough. We shall proceed as I have outlined. Although the household was managed by Fu Yuehua, it was her father, as the head of the family, who wielded greater authority. Li Xiaozhu complied. Yes, father, your humble son-in-law understands. Father, let us raise another glass. Upon hearing this, Fu Wenhan glanced at his cup, and then at Li Xiaozhu, a hint of compassion glimmering in his gaze. Alas, I am of advancing years. After this cup, I shall not join you further. You may enjoy the remainder of this jug on your own. At that moment, he truly believed that Li Xiaozhu and that actress, Yuehua, were no longer a concern. If they had not consummated the marriage, what else could there be? However, as he glanced at his eldest daughter, a look of regret crossed his face. How could it be that this Li Xiaozhu is inadequate? Is this not a fate that would bring suffering to my daughter? With a silent sigh, Fu Wenhan added, make sure to finish every drop. Once the wine is opened, it cannot be saved. Do not waste good wine. Let us hope this wine proves beneficial for my son-in-law. Otherwise, I may truly have to find my daughter another husband. Fear not, father, your humble son-in-law shall not waste a single drop. Though puzzled by the peculiar look in Fu Wenhan's eyes, this did not deter Li Xiaozhu's resolve. He must drink this wine tonight, and no one could stop him. Consummation? Dream on. I have my ways to prolong this matter. As Fu Yuehua listened to Li Xiaozhu's boastful thoughts and glanced at the wine jug beside him, a rare, sweet smile graced her lips. Very well, but let us hope you do not seek my aid later tonight. Chapter 25. The silver bottle shatters, water sprays everywhere. Iron cavalry emerges with clashing blades. How splendid. But I hope you won't beseech me tonight. Even if you do, it would be futile. I shall not grant you entry. At this moment, Li Xiaozhu remains blissfully unaware of how deeply he treads into the abyss, basking in his own cunning. Dinner had scarcely concluded when his father-in-law hastily departed with his mother-in-law, leaving Li Xiaozhu at a loss for words. Do affluent families truly rush through meals in such a manner? He gave it little thought. The night had just begun to fall, and with his modern mindset, he could not fathom that they might be heading into the fray of conflict. The three younger sisters consumed their meals with equal haste. Their appetites were modest, and being young and playful, they scampered off after dinner. Fu Yuehua observed Li Xiaozhu, who was beginning to show signs of inebriation, and smiled faintly before rising to depart. She intended to wait, to see if Li Xiaozhu would seek her out, to watch him falter. As for the fear of him losing his composure, that was unwarranted. While the wine might invigorate, it was not potent enough to induce a total loss of reason. This was precisely why Fu Yuehua felt at ease watching him drink. Not out of reluctance to assist, but because she feared no public embarrassment. Li Xiaozhu's inebriation was genuine. Once one reached that state, restraint became elusive. One either finishes drinking or succumbs to nausea. Silver Bottle hesitated at first when tasked with escorting Li Xiaozhu back to his room. After all, she had overheard the young lady's response, knowing there was no aversion to sharing a chamber. However, given the state of the son-in-law, reeking of alcohol, she reconsidered and opted to have him assisted to the adjacent room. Prepare warm water and towels, then leave. I shall tend to the son-in-law. At this moment, Silver Bottle was entirely oblivious to the danger drawing near. She had not participated in the afternoon's events and was unaware of the young lady's schemes against the son-in-law. Little did she know, Li Xiaozhu was akin to a powder keg ready to ignite. The midday nourishment, combined with the evening's medicinal supplements, and topped off with a haze of intoxication. Silver Bottle's mind went blank. She was uncertain whether to push Li Xiaozhu away. By the time she regained her senses, it was already too late. At this juncture, Silver Bottle resembled a critical patient in an operating room, salvageable but with little necessity. Suddenly, she recalled Jean Ping's words and recognized this as part of her responsibilities. Reflecting on her son-in-law's handsome visage, comparable to Song Yu and Pan En, she quietly closed her eyes. Finally, as Yuehua was nearing the completion of her tasks, she felt a sudden flutter in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to summon a doctor through Jean Ping when an unsettling realization struck her. Yuehua froze, then quickly thought of Li Xiaozhu. He hasn't arrived? Jean Ping. How long has it been? Jean Ping, understanding the query, replied, Miss, it has been over half an hour. Could he still not have finished drinking? Yuehua frowned in contemplation. No, even if he hasn't, the effects of the medicine should have manifested by now. Unbeknownst to her, the effects had just begun to stir as she experienced her own heart palpitations. Li Xiaozhu had initially felt nothing, becoming drowsy and oblivious. Even if the medicine's effects had begun, he remained unaware, merely feeling discomfort and agitation, perhaps groaning slightly, but unable to act. Of course, should circumstances demand, he could still respond in some capacity, even nudging Li Xiaozhu's faint awareness. However, when Silver Bottle began tending to him, it abruptly sparked Li Xiaozhu's consciousness. Though he was not fully awake, a semblance of self-awareness emerged. Suddenly, Yuehua's expression shifted as she remembered Silver Bottle. She had overlooked her. Her visage darkened, and without a word, she strode towards the nearby room. Jean Ping, taken aback, hastily followed. Before they reached the door, they heard Silver Bottle's soft cries, halting their steps. Son-in-law, be gentle. Silver Bottle is in pain. Jean Ping, trailing behind Yuehua, felt a chill run down her spine. Just earlier, they had jested together, and now the two had found themselves entangled, an unexpected consequence orchestrated by her own mistress. Yuehua's expression shifted dramatically, her anger boiling. The meticulous plans had backfired, leading to the maid's predicament. Miss, what shall we do now? Yuehua remained silent for a long moment before finally turning. Leave. They have taken advantage of the situation. Her husband had been unwittingly given away, his first experience bestowed upon another. Initially intending to manipulate him into pleading for mercy, she had inadvertently granted him a boon instead. In that instant, Yuehua realized she had crafted a wedding gown for another. Yet, as she lingered at the door, clarity washed over her. What appeared to be a loss was not entirely so. She had devised a method to gain leverage over Li Xiaozhu. If he remained unwilling to assist even after this, then let them both be destroyed. A cold smile crept onto Yuehua's lips. She was a widow, not a divorcee. Neither separation nor abandonment would be her fate. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Xiaozhu awoke, feeling inexplicably refreshed, as if he had just emerged from a soothing hot spring. Yet, he quickly sensed something amiss, soft, warm. Someone was there? A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He had lost consciousness last night. Could it be that Yuehua had taken advantage of him? What a scoundrel. Did she not claim to dislike the scent of alcohol? Was this a deceit or a trap? Wait, Silver Bottle? How did this happen? As he turned to the person beside him, his mind raced. How had he not anticipated it would be Silver Bottle? Was I ensnared by Silver Bottle? Indeed, as a son-in-law, I possess no right to sleep with a maid without permission, even if she is a concubine. Meanwhile, in another room, Yuehua's lips curled into a sardonic smile. A scoundrel, only now realizing he lacks the right? What was he doing last night? Suddenly, as Li Xiaozhu pieced together the fragments of his memory, his expression shifted. The alcohol he had consumed was not strong enough to erase all recollection. It seemed he had been the one to bring Silver Bottle upstairs. His countenance changed several times. Was it merely an accident? Damn, I should not have indulged in excess. Now, I find myself in quite the predicament. Li Xiaozhu scrutinized silver bottle once more, a sense of satisfaction creeping in. The 16 or 17-year-old girl had skin as pure as snow, lips as red as vermilion, eyebrows like willow leaves, and a delicate nose. Even the beauty filters of modernity could not surpass her charm. The tear streaks at the corners of her eyes, while somewhat jarring, exuded a vulnerability that evoked a desire to protect her. Son-in-law, be gentle. Hearing silver bottle's murmurs, Li Xiaozhu paused, then gently embraced the young girl. It seems I may have behaved inappropriately last night. However, does this not indeed reflect the essence of the silver bottle shattering, water spraying everywhere, iron cavalry emerging with clashing blades? Chapter 26. Since I can no longer endure, I shall not endure any longer. Jin Ping, go fetch the young master and Yin Ping. Now, at this hour, the young master is surely still asleep. Yuehua felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. She had been careless. Wouldn't her visit at this time only heighten his suspicions? Never mind. She decided to endure a while longer. Half an hour more would suffice. For the soft and fragrant Li Xiaozhu, half an hour might pass swiftly, but for Yuehua, who was counting the moments meticulously, it felt like an eternity. Go summon them, but ensure that no one knows this is the second time I've sent you for them. I will not make the same mistake again, she commanded resolutely. Young master, Yin Ping. Young master, Yin Ping. Jin Ping called out twice, and only then did Li Xiaozhu respond. Speak. The eldest young lady requests your presence in her chamber. All right. It seems I have been discovered, Li Xiaozhu thought, not entirely surprised, for the walls were not soundproof. If no one stood guard, it would be easy for a passerby to overhear. At that moment, Yin Ping had just been roused from her slumber, waking up at the second call from Jin Ping. The instant she beheld Li Xiaozhu, she recoiled in fright. The pain of past memories surged within her. But what terrified her most was the call from the young lady. Though she felt she was merely fulfilling her duty, an inexplicable sense of guilt weighed heavily on her. Noticing the trembling form of Yin Ping, Li Xiaozhu gently patted her shoulder. Fear not, I shall protect you. Rise now. If we linger, we shall have even less justification when she arrives. With a mournful expression, Yin Ping was at a loss for words. Young master, you are in enough trouble yourself. How can you concern yourself with me? What ill fortune has befallen me to find myself in this predicament? Just helping with a simple task. And look where it has led me. Woe is me. Li Xiaozhu paid little heed to her lamentations, rising while lost in thought. I wonder what that woman intends to do with me. Will she divorce me outright, or will she strike me before doing so? If I must endure a beating and then be free, that would not be too great a loss. As long as I am not left crippled, I could endure it for a fortnight at most. And what of Yin Ping? I cannot let her suffer. She is the most innocent in this matter. I shall take the brunt of the punishment for her. Yet, I fear that Yuehua might not divorce me, but merely beat me. Such a scenario would be rather unfortunate. At this moment, Yuehua's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling both pleased and somewhat exasperated. How desperate must this rogue be to seek a divorce? After all, I am the renowned beauty of the capital. Am I truly so unappealing to him? Nevertheless, I am relieved to see that I did not misjudge his character. Having bedded Yin Ping, he appears ready to shoulder responsibility. Thus, he must also take responsibility for me, right? But it seems he looks down upon me somewhat. Never mind. With the matters of the Grand Canal resolved, my family is at ease. If, in a couple of years, he remains unwilling, I shall simply part ways. Surely Yuehua, will not be lacking in suitors. With a mere wave of my hand, candidates would line up from here to Xuanwu Gate. As both of them were lost in their musings, Li Xiaozhu and Yin Ping arrived at Yuehua's chamber. Jin Ping, guard the door. No one is to approach without my permission. Yes, miss. Yuehua then turned her gaze toward the two. Do either of you have something to say to me? Before Li Xiaozhu could speak, Yin Ping suddenly knelt before Yuehua. Woe is me, miss. I was wrong. I should not have engaged with the young master. It is all my fault. Please, do not drive me away, nor punish the young master. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. Dear sister, she hasn't even been questioned yet, and you have confessed everything. Never mind. The truth is evident. Let's just leave it be. Enough. Do not heed Ping's foolishness. I was inebriated yesterday, and inexplicably, things happened. Ping is of slight stature and could not resist. This matter involves her very little. If punishment must be enforced, let be upon me. Should you wish to divorce me, I would not oppose. If that does not suffice, strike me once and then divorce me. That should suffice. I have but one request, spare Ping. The rest is at your discretion, and I shall comply. So straightforward. Very well. Let's be direct then. Regarding the Grand Canal, why do you inquire about the Grand Canal again? Indeed, the Grand Canal now looms over the Fu family like the sword of Damocles. A mere misstep could bring it crashing down. Yet, does providing a suggestion guarantee action? It involves the coordination of over 60% of the nation's military forces. The military and civilian sectors are inherently incompatible, without sufficient benefits. I do not believe a mere civil servant can mobilize the military to advance the Grand Canal project. Fu Yuehua's heart stirred as she finally grasped why Li Xiuzhu had always been skeptical about the Grand Canal's operation. When it comes to the military, affairs are indeed complicated. The imperial family is naturally wary of generals wielding too much power, especially when it concerns the cooperation of such a significant portion of the national forces. However, she remained unsure of the meaning behind the sword of Damocles. After a moment of silence, Li Xiuzhu spoke again. If I provide you with a plan, will you spare Ping? Can you consider my divorce? Will you allow me to take Ping with me? Fu Yuehua paused, shaking her head. No, you're being overly optimistic. While I am indeed negotiating with you, you lack the qualifications to set terms. What benefits do I stand to gain? Upon hearing this, Fu Yuehua let out a cold laugh. If you refuse, I shall strike Ping with 20 lashes and sell her to a place where you cannot find her. How cruel! Is this young woman truly so merciless? Hasn't Ping grown up alongside her? I wish to provoke your sympathy. I wish to free her from your control. With Ping's beauty, do you think no one would be willing to buy her? Ping, petrified, took a step forward, clutching Fu Yuehua's leg and pleading, Miss, please don't. I know I was wrong. Please do not sell me. I beg you. Li Xiuzhu fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Are you not afraid that I might not be fully committed to this arrangement? Fu Yuehua smiled knowingly. Thus, I have prepared a reward for you. If your proposal satisfies me in every aspect, I may elevate Ping to the status of your concubine. Very well, I shall draft the Grand Canal proposal with utmost care. However, if you find it unfeasible, do not blame me. Rest assured, as long as the proposal is sound, whether or not it can be executed is a matter for my father. I, Fu Yuehua, will surely not go back on my word. At this, Li Xiuzhu smiled, approached the two, and lifted Ping into his arms. Ping was momentarily taken aback, though touched by the young master's willingness to do so much for her. She could not help but doubt that he, being a frivolous young master, could meet the young lady's demands. Young master, please set me down so I may plead with the miss once more. Li Xiuzhu did not release her. Instead, he kissed Ping in front of Fu Yuehua, instantly causing her composure to shatter. Rogue, have I been too indulgent with you? But at that moment, a voice echoed within. Since I can no longer endure, I shall not endure any longer. Fu Yuehua, prepare to be astonished by your father for an entire year. Chapter 27. 8 scrolls in a day. Since I can no longer endure, I shall no longer pretend. Prepare to be astounded for an entire year, my father. Fu Yuehua declared. This brief proclamation left Fu Yuehua utterly astonished. Had this rascal ceased to play the fool? Yet, she soon found herself laughing. A year of astonishment? Very well. I eagerly anticipated. However, upon noticing the silver vial cradled in Li Xiuzhu's arms, her brow furrowed. Get moving. I grant you 3 days to draft the proposal. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Li Xiuzhu responded with a confident smile. No need. I shall deliver it to you by tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Fu Yuehua behind. Watching his retreating figure, she suddenly laughed, realizing how much Li Xiuzhu's exuberance resonated with her. Li Xiuzhu, I have changed my mind. I shall transform you into the version I adore and keep you by my side. Once inside his room, Li Xiuzhu placed the silver vial on the bed, preparing to leave, but he was soon halted. The vial looked up at him with a sorrowful gaze and timidly spoke. My lord, You need only do your best. I hold no grievance against you. Should I be sold, I shall find an opportunity to end my own life. If you have a moment to spare, please light some incense and burn some paper for me. I have heard that those who lack offerings in the netherworld live in misery. I can endure, but you must remember me and spare a moment to burn paper money for me." As the vial recounted its imagined plight as a ghost, it became so immersed in the narrative that it began to weep uncontrollably. Li Xiaozhu couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly poking the vial's nose. "Rest assured, nothing of the sort will occur. I, your lord, have come to this world for the first time with the intention of taking something seriously. Prepare to be astonished for an entire year. Now, rest well. Your lord shall strive for you." The little maiden, unaccustomed to such sweet talk, felt her heart flutter. Though she still harbored concerns about the future, her anxiety began to dissipate. "Then, my lord, could you not leave? Please write in here. I promise not to disturb you." Li Xiaozhu smiled in response. "Very well. I shall remain here. You should get some sleep." Instantly, the little maiden felt more content, and with a shy blush, she timidly added, "You are truly wonderful, my lord. Once you finish writing, if you desire, I can offer myself to you." At her words, Li Xiaozhu playfully tapped her on the forehead, causing the vial to exclaim, "Ouch! Do not entertain such thoughts. I was drunk last night and did not consider you. I must have hurt you. Take good care of yourself for a few days, and when you are well, you will not have the option to refuse." Reflecting on the painful events of the previous night, she initially felt fear, but now that memory took on a sweetness. Li Xiaozhu refrained from further conversation, as the day's workload of writing thousands of characters was no ordinary challenge. Inside the room, Li Xiaozhu meticulously inscribed small script on a scroll while the vial lay quietly on the bed, lost in thought with a perpetual smile gracing its face. Meanwhile, Yuehua found herself peculiarly observing Li Xiaozhu's room. Puzzled by the silence that lingered, she had grown accustomed to his constant chatter, and this absence felt disorienting. Before long, the exhausted vial could no longer withstand the monotony and fell asleep without realizing it. At noon, Jean Ping brought in the meal. Li Xiaozhu, uninterested in the dishes, took only a pancake and began to eat while writing. "Are you saying that your lord merely took a pancake and resumed writing, instructing you to set the food aside?" "Indeed, miss. I glanced over and saw that half a scroll was already filled with writing the size of ledger entries." "Did he manage to write so much in just one morning?" Yuehua marveled, a tinge of envy creeping in. This rascal seemed intent on keeping her at arm's length. Yet for the sake of a maid, he exerted such effort. No, it was not merely for a maid. It was for his concubine, for his woman. Perhaps only by thinking of it this way could she find solace. During dinner, Fu Wenhan regarded Li Xiaozhu's empty place with curiosity and inquired, "Why has Xiaozhu not joined us for dinner today?" Before Yuehua could respond, Baozhu immediately pouted and complained, "Father, mother, my elder sister has locked brother-in-law away. My third sister and I want to play with him, but sister wouldn't let us in." Yin glanced at the youngest sister, then at the eldest, and promptly lowered her head. "I am not here. You cannot see me." Yuehua shot a disapproving glance at the youngest before addressing Fu Wenhan. "Father, Xiaozhu has some opinions and suggestions regarding the Grand Canal, so he wished to write them down for you. He is occupied with serious matters, which is why I did not allow Baozhu to disturb him." This was her premeditated response, for she knew this matter could not be concealed. Once presented to her father, he would undoubtedly realize it was not her work. Fu Wenhan nodded. "I see. It is commendable that he has such intentions. I shall review it later. Yet, if he is earnest in serving the nation, why did he refuse the official post granted to him?" This was a question she had not prepared to answer. Never mind. Honing his skills at home might be beneficial, preventing him from embarrassing himself outside. Embarrassment? Perhaps. It might indeed be idealism, flashy rhetoric devoid of substance. Yet for some reason, Yuehua could not shake the feeling that Li Xiaozhu would indeed astonish her for an entire year. The following morning, before dawn had broken and while Yuehua remained in slumber, Li Xiaozhu, bearing dark circles under his eyes, knocked on her door. Jean Ping, still half asleep, quickly arose to inquire, "Who is it? So early?" "It is I, your lord." Recognizing the voice, Jean Ping opened the door, only to be taken aback. Was this truly her lord, whose beauty rivaled that of Song Yu or Pannin, with those dark circles and disheveled appearance. One might think he had been dragged out by the courtesans of the Lichuan courtyard for 3 days and nights without respite. Good heavens! Li Xiuzhu ignorad Jinping, striding to Fu Yuehua's bedside and carelessly tossing 8 scrolls on her bed. Awakened abruptly by the commotion, Fu Yuehua was startled by the sudden shadow that loomed over her. She gasped, nearly startling Li Xiuzhu into oblivion. Rolling his eyes, Li Xiuzhu retorted, "Do not scream like a ghost. These are the solutions for the Grand Canal. I have numbered each scroll for you. If there is nothing else, I shall return to sleep. I am utterly exhausted." Fu Yuehua glanced at the 8 scrolls on her bed and was taken aback. So many? Upon noticing Li Xiuzhu's weary expression, she furrowed her brow. "Did you stay up all night writing?" Li Xiuzhu yawned and replied irritably, "What else could I do? Each scroll contains over 1,000 characters, and with a total of 8 scrolls, I had to burn the midnight oil to complete them. Writing with a brush is far more challenging than using a pen. Dipping the brush is a monumental task. Very well, take your time to review them. I shall go sleep now. Remember to take care of my silver vial." Fu Yuehua did not stop Li Xiuzhu any further. Instead, she inexplicably felt even more envious of the silver vial. "Jinping, light the lamp. I wish to see how he will astonish me for an entire year." Chapter 28. The golden bottle, the black bottle, and the water bottle, a solitary oil lamp, flickered to life, though its glow was feeble. Soon, the golden wine illuminated 8 more lamps, allowing Fu Yuehua to discern the characters on the scroll. The feasibility plan for excavating the Grand Canal is as follows. Firstly, the most direct route of the Grand Canal should be mapped out, with construction divided into no fewer than 10 segments. Simultaneously, no more than 3 segments may be worked on at once, as exceeding this number would lead to several adverse effects. 1. Disruption of agricultural activities, resulting in reduced crop yields. 2. Decline in consumption, having tax revenues. 3. Depletion of vast amounts of grain, potentially triggering a food crisis. The crisis could incite labor resistance and reform. In years of disaster, the populace may suffer greatly, leading to countless deaths. Secondly, local hiring should focus on able-bodied men, with the excavation site serving as the employment hub, extending its reach to surrounding counties. A workforce of over 20,000 should be assembled, organized into a rotation system to commence excavation. The advantages of this rotation system include ensuring ample rest for workers to recuperate their strength, thereby enhancing efficiency. With the same financial outlay, excavation progress could increase by 20 to 30%. Logistical support, medical care, and sanitation must be ensured. Logistics form the backbone of all operations. Provisions for food and tools must be adequately stocked to prevent unforeseen delays that could hinder progress. Medical care is paramount, as physicians can significantly safeguard the workforce's well-being, thereby stabilizing the emperor's reign. A high casualty rate could lead to resentment among the people, undermining the emperor's authority. Sanitation is crucial, as plagues are humanity's greatest adversary. The loss of manpower due to a plague can be more devastating than natural disasters. Thus, maintaining sanitation is essential to prevent outbreaks. Specific measures include establishing latrines, which must be promptly covered after use, redesigning excavation zones, or burying waste in fields to enrich the soil. Personal hygiene should be prioritized, with quicklime mixed with water used to wash hands before and after meals. Bathing should occur at least once every 3 days, and living quarters must be maintained in cleanliness, subjected to daily inspections. Internal protection measures consist of boiling ginger, scallions, and garlic daily, with each individual required to consume a bowl to serve as an internal disinfectant. Wages must be guaranteed. Laborers are the pillars of their households, and neglecting their compensation for a year could lead to insurrection. Daily wages should be paid in copper coins, aligned with excavation planning. Initial investments could be set at 100,000 taels as a trial. Depending on the pace of the project and the canal's length, adjustments may be necessary. Simultaneously, measures must be taken to prevent corruption, ensuring meticulous budgeting, regular inspections, and detailed inquiries. The scroll contained an extensive discourse, Yet the shock it imparted to Yuehua was profound. How could one individual conceive such comprehensive measures, many of which had perplexed dynasties for centuries? If the methods to prevent plagues were genuine, they could save countless lives. Though this scroll did not pertain to military matters, its content had already left a significant impact on Yuehua throughout the year. Yuehua inhaled deeply. Has the master departed for court? Yes. He should have set off by now. Upon glancing at the brightening sky, Yuehua understood. What a pity. I should have let father see this first. However, I can still relay the information after court. In a moment, you must stand guard at the door and ensure that no one disturb the master. Remember, I mean anyone. Jean Ping was taken aback, inquiring with surprise. Has the master not finished his writing? Did he not bring the scrolls? Did he not say he was going to sleep? Yuehua, opening another scroll without raising her head, replied, The master has been writing through the night and must be exhausted now. Poor sleep can lead to illness, so it is vital that no one disturbs him. Jean Ping opened her mouth, feeling a surge of emotion. Miss, you truly care for the master. Is that so? It pales in comparison to the kindness this scroll has bestowed upon our family. Thus, I can only repay this favor with my own actions. And do you know, Jean Ping, your master is a hidden dragon in the depths. Just as a hero cannot resist the allure of beauty, how could any beauty fail to be enamored by a hero? However, Yuehua would not confess that her motivation for preparing a place for Li Xiuzhu to rest was born from love. No, it is merely a matter of gratitude. Nothing more. Go on. Do not return until the master awakens. What? Jean Ping was taken aback. This is not early spring or late autumn. The sun at noon is blistering. What if I get sunburned? However, what could a mere maid do in response to the missus' command? Master, I despise you. Li Xiuzhu slept through to midday, not because he had rested well, but because he was awakened by the incessant sound around him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Jean Ping, her face flushed with embarrassment. I am truly sorry, master. I did not mean to disturb your rest. I tried my hardest to keep quiet, but it still called out. I did not intend to wake you. Li Xiuzhu offered a gentle smile. It is quite all right. There is no need for remorse. If you are hungry, let us dine together, but I must freshen up first. By the way, we shall go out this afternoon. I have some matters to attend to. With the prohibition lifted, he could finally visit his betrothed. I wonder how Yuehua has been these past few days without news from me. After we finish our meal, I shall go and check on her. Yuehua, setting down the scroll, wore a displeased expression. That scoundrel Li Xiuzhu, waking up and immediately thinking of Yuehua without a thought for her. Nevertheless, she had no intention of hindering Li Xiuzhu's desire to see Yuehua. She hoped that by lowering her guard, he would dismiss any suspicions he held about her. As Yuehua picked up the scroll once more, Li Xiuzhu opened the door and was surprised to see Jean Ping, prompting him to ask, Jean Ping, what brings you here? Upon seeing Li Xiuzhu, Jean Ping nearly burst into tears from the heat. It is unbearably hot, master. I am drenched in sweat. Yet, all she could do was turn her back to the sun to avoid getting sunburned. You have finally emerged, master. If you had taken any longer, I would have turned into a black bottle from the sun's rays. Li Xiuzhu chuckled, glancing at Jean Ping. Whether you become a black bottle or not is uncertain, but you certainly resemble a water bottle now. Yuehua was perplexed. A water bottle? My lady fears that someone might disturb the master. So she instructed me to guard the door and prevent anyone from interrupting him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuzhu instinctively glanced at Jean Ping. Jean Ping, your greatest adversary lies within. Yuehua, exasperated, set down the scroll. Such nonsensical words were quite distracting. Did Jean Ping truly have any enemies? Never mind. I shall check on it myself. Jean Ping, having overheard Jean Ping, instinctively looked at Li Xiuzhu, only to lock eyes with him. In an instant, her gaze darted away like a startled deer, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Just then, the gurgling sound echoed once more, causing Jean Ping to wish she could vanish into the ground. Chapter 29. When does one need to spend money in a brothel? Jean Ping has grasped it. The young master was awakened by the sound of Jean Ping's little stomach. She ought to thank Jean Ping's little belly, for otherwise, today could have turned into a black day. What are you laughing at? A sudden voice startled both Jean Ping and Jean Ping. Miss, Miss. Yes, Jean Ping. What were you laughing about just now? Was there something amusing? Upon hearing this, Jean Ping recalled the earlier incident and chuckled again. Yet, she dared not conceal the truth. So she spoke while laughing. This servant was laughing because although I managed to keep the outsiders at bay and did not wake the young master, I did not anticipate that the young master would be roused by the sound of Yin Ping's hungry stomach. Fu Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle as well. It was indeed amusing. Never mind, let us go eat. Remember to take care of Yin Ping, Li Xiuzhu said, pulling Yin Ping along, leaving Jean Ping in a daze. In an instant, the smile faded from Fu Yuehua's face. She narrowed her eyes at Li Xiuzhu, a cold smile appearing at the corners of her lips. You scoundrel! Are you hiding from me or from the tiger lady? Am I really that fearsome? She realized that she simply could not meet Li Xiuzhu. Otherwise, her blood pressure would soar. Though she had contemplated surrendering herself to this rogue more than once, he always managed to evoke a change of heart within her. Very well. You have successfully disrupted all my plans. Meeting Yuehua, my little darling? I must see if your precious Yuehua truly loves you under the pressure of my family. Jean Ping, keep an eye on the young master and Yin Ping. Once they leave, notify me immediately. Yes, miss. At this moment, Jean Ping had lost her previous playful demeanor, not daring to breathe too loudly, resembling a timid quail. The icy pressure emanating from her mistress made it clear that Fu Yuehua was currently quite angry, and it was wise to tread lightly. Fu Yuehua turned and walked towards her room, determined to confront her rival in the best possible state to deliver a blow to her adversary. Rouge, face powder, eyebrow pencil, blush. Fu Yuehua, who rarely adorned herself, was now filled with competitive spirit. Heh, I wonder if that young lady is angry, but I have no time to linger with her. Today, upon meeting Yuehua, she must be transformed into a young matron. As for Yin Ping, let her buy some delightful things for the second, third, and fourth younger sisters. Little lady, all three of your sisters are in my hands. What can you do against me? Fu Yuehua's eyes narrowed, and she couldn't help but smile in anger. This scoundrel has actually enticed my three sisters to oppose me. Li Xiuzhu, do you think this is just a game? You know nothing of power. The three younger sisters you hold in such high regard are merely three quails incapable of self-preservation. Although Fu Yuehua did not hear the subsequent remarks, she was utterly unconcerned. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics are mere jokes. At this moment, Li Xiuzhu had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Testing, step 2 commence. Indeed, since Li Xiuzhu had grown suspicious, he would not easily relent. Of course, he did not wish to expose that Fu Yuehua could hear his thoughts. As an ambitious son-in-law, he preferred to play along, thus gaining greater benefits. What he needed to confirm was whether Fu Yuehua could indeed hear his thoughts and to test the extent of that distance. An infinite distance was impossible. Otherwise, she would have stopped him from going to the brothel long ago. After finishing their meal and distancing themselves from the Xiang residence, Li Xiuzhu glanced back. This distance was already 300 meters from the residence, Li Xiuzhu contemplated. That young lady previously knew I was headed to the brothel. She might come looking for me, and it would be quite awkward if she caught me in bed. I cannot allow that young lady to catch me with Yuehua fortuitously. There's an inn in front of Shanglin Garden. Perhaps we should go there instead. Having made up his mind, a victorious smile crept onto Li Xiuzhu's face, though his mind remained blank, devoid of any further thoughts. Young master, where are we headed? To the brothel. Huh? The brothel? Yin Ping was taken aback, not expecting her young master to dare venture there. If discovered, would he not face confinement again? No, young master, can we not go? I fear I won't be able to explain to the miss. Explain what? If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, who would know? Upon hearing this, Yin Ping glanced out of the carriage and then blinked her large eyes at Li Xiuzhu. Li Xiu? At that moment, Li Xiuzhu truly regretted being so clever, as he comprehended the bewildered look in Yin Ping's eyes. Ahem, shall we just silence the coachman? Then it will be just the two of us who know. Coachman, are you two out of your minds? What does this have to do with me? Young master, I can't hear you. Ah, you can indeed hear me. It was worth testing you once. Since you're not deaf, I have no choice but to silence you. Coachman, why is there a question mark on my forehead? Young master, perhaps you should not silence me just yet. I can swear on my mother's life that I will not disclose your whereabouts to anyone. Moreover, once I have delivered you safely, I will find a respectable place next door to rest for a while. When you are ready to return, I will come and fetch you. How's that sound? He's so clever. Could this be the wisdom of the common folk? Ahem, since you have put it that way, I shall grant you a chance. After witnessing the bizarre exchange between the two, Ping finally reacted and, with a pained expression, asked, "Young master, is it absolutely necessary to go? If there is anything you need, Ping can certainly accommodate you. Be good. You will understand once we arrive." Upon hearing this, Ping's face grew even more troubled. This was a disaster. First, she needed to devise a plan to deceive the miss, as without preparation, she would surely be unable to fool her. As they approached Shanglin Garden, Ping's expression suddenly changed, and she instantly brightened. "Young master, it seems we forgot to bring money. The 100 taels that the master instructed the miss to give you have not yet been delivered." "Coachman." Before Ping could finish her sentence, Li Xiuzhu pulled her back from trying to send the coachman away and said, "When does the young master ever need to pay when going to a brothel?" "Coachman, continue driving. Have we not yet arrived?" Ping blinked at Li Xiuzhu. "Young master, did you not only go once? What is this grandiose air of multiple visits? Could it be that he has hidden it well and deceived everyone?" "Young master, we are nearly there, just about 200 meters." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuzhu lifted the curtain of the carriage to take a glance, memorizing the general surroundings while saying, "Coachman, I forgot to ask your name. I cannot keep calling you coachman. I might forget. Forgetfulness is good. Why should I be remembered? Are you planning to silence me and erect a plaque in my honor?" Although the coachman was reluctant to divulge his name, he had no choice but to respond. "My surname is Ma, with the given name Yun. You can call me Old Ma from now on." "Ma Yun?" Are the current coachmen using such impressive names? Had I known, I should have used my name directly. Instead of Li Xiuzhu, I should have called myself Ma Daddy, taking advantage of everyone. Chapter 30. The ingenious maneuvers of Li Xiuzhu Master. "We have arrived," said Li Xiuzhu as he disembarked with Ping. With a tone filled with earnestness, he addressed Old Ma. "Old Ma, search for a tavern along the way. Let us indulge in a drink, courtesy of the master." Old Ma, upon hearing this, felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Thank you, master. Rest assured, I shall not speak indiscreetly." A gust of northern wind swept through, yet none of the three moved. At that moment, Li Xiuzhu could no longer contain himself. "Ping, hand over the money." Ping was taken aback. "Oh, right, the money." Typically, the funds were provided by the young lady, and since she had yet to give Li Xiuzhu any allowance, it had completely slipped her mind. However, this was her own little fortune. Reluctantly, she pulled out her small purse and counted out 2 copper coins to hand Old Ma. Old Ma glanced at the paltry sum, his expression a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. 2 copper coins? That's hardly enough for even the cheapest jug of wine. Li Xiuzhu, at a loss for words, snatched Ping's purse and retrieved 3 more copper coins, presenting them to Old Ma with a serious demeanor. "Old Ma, just enjoy a drink. Overindulgence can lead to high blood pressure and even sudden demise." "Thank you, master," Old Ma exclaimed. "This is truly for my well-being." Li Xiuzhu Shukalad. "I believe your intentions are sincere. Yet, being so frugal, how do you expect to win over the ladies? It baffles me how they can overlook such a miser." Though Old Ma felt a surge of inner complaints, his face remained cheerful. "The master is indeed considerate. With this amount, I could purchase a jug of wine and still have a coin left over. Is that so?" Li Xiuzhu fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly retrieved 3 more copper coins from Old Ma's hand. "What is this for?" "Half a jug of wine will suffice. Any more, and you might find yourself inebriated. The master still awaits your return to the carriage. You wouldn't want to drive it into the river, would you? I shall hold on to these 3 coins for you, and present them next time." Old Ma was astounded by Li Xiuzhu's cunning. Even Ping stared at him in disbelief. "It seems this is all I can afford for today. If anyone wishes to give me more copper coins, they may do so. If I were to part with any more, I might as well write my name backwards." Despite his internal grumbling, Old Ma maintained a jovial demeanor. "I understand, master, you're looking out for my health. I am truly moved." "Very well. Let your heart be moved at your leisure. Come, Ping, let's be on our way." Though the brothel was not open for business, the door stood ajar, and the courtesans had long risen. Most of last night, as patrons had departed, though some remained, treating it like home. Meanwhile, Yuehua finally set off from the Fu residence. Although Li Xiuzhu had informed Jinping of his early arrival, she could not appear before the battlefield without proper makeup. After completing her cosmetics, she examined herself in the mirror and felt satisfied before stepping out. "Miss, where to?" "To the brothel, Shanlin Courtyard." "Are we really going to the brothel, miss?" Indeed, the coachman, though perplexed, understood that the destination was the master's affair, far beyond his humble purview. As Yuehua departed, the matron caught sight of Li Xiuzhu and his companion. Upon closer inspection, she mistakenly assumed they were bringing a girl for sale, an all-too-common occurrence. Yet, when she realized it was Li Xiuzhu, the notorious scoundrel, she was taken aback. Not only had he come once more, but he had also brought a renowned courtesan, having redeemed her from her previous obligations. Truthfully, had it not been for Yuehua's redemption, she could have earned at least 20,000 taels from her. "Why are you here again?" "We cannot afford to offend your lady. You must leave at once." "Why fear her? Can she truly harm you?" "I am here to see Yuehua, not to pursue the courtesans. You are not conducting business with me, so why the apprehension? But since your last visit, Yuehua has been unwell and hasn't received guests for 3 days. Your timing is quite unfortunate." Though the matron bore a grudge against Li Xiuzhu, she dared not forcibly expel him. "Not to worry, simply inform her of my presence, and she will surely see me." At that moment, Yuehua was in her chamber, absorbed in the beautiful poetry left by Li Xiuzhu, yearning for him. "Li Lang, I wonder how you are faring now." Just as she finished her thought, Suiyun burst through the door. "Sister, young Master Li has arrived." "Young Master Li?" Yuehua had just begun to comprehend who he might be when Suiyun revealed the answer. "The esteemed young Master Li, the one you think of daily." Yuehua initially did not register the name, as she typically referred to him as Li Lang or Xiuzhu, not young Master Li or Prince Wang. Yet, suddenly it dawned on her, and she needed no further prompting. She sprang to her feet, her joy evident on her face, and rushed outside without a moment's delay. However, after just a few steps, she gasped, Suiyun, stop him. I haven't had the chance to prepare myself. Do not let him enter. Give me half an hour. No, just a quarter." Suiyun grinned and dashed out of the room. "Awake without your makeup. Are you now embarrassed?" Yet, the matron failed to intercept the shameless Li Xiuzhu. Little did he expect to be halted at the door by Suiyun. Li Xiuzhu's heart sank. He feared Yuehua had changed her mind. "Did Yuehua send you to stop me?" he inquired, his tone subdued. "Yes, sister asked me to keep young Master Li at bay." Li Xiuzhu fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Very well. If she has indeed changed her heart, then so be it. One's affections can be fleeting. It seems Yuehua's fickleness has surfaced rather quickly. As for the poetry, let it be a cost of my pursuit. After all, while I may not have lost my innocence, it was nearly the same. Yinping, let's depart." Yinping glanced at Suiyun and, like Li Xiuzhu, believed he had been played with. This realization brought her relief, yet also a pang of sorrow. As she caught up with Li Xiuzhu, she slipped her hand into his, her gaze brimming with affection. Li Xiuzhu, touched by Yinping's gesture, followed her gaze and was met with her loving eyes. A warmth spread through him, and he acknowledged that he was indeed moved by this little maid. At that moment, Suiyun was left bewildered, her mind racing. What has transpired? Who am I? What have I done? Why has young Master Li left? Yet Suiyun also understood that had she not restrained Li Xiuzhu, he would soon have become a memory of the past. Regaining her wits, Suiyun hurried after him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Young master, you cannot leave. If you do, my lady will no longer need me." Chapter 31. Is this a newly unlocked skill? Has your sister stopped seeing me? Don't be ridiculous. My sister thinks of you every day. How could she not see you? Li Xiuzhu was taken aback, but his mood lifted as he pondered. "Then why are you stopping me?" Suiyun understood the situation. It was merely a misunderstanding. "My sister has tea put on her makeup and fears you might see her. She asked me to hold you back while she prepares. So that is how it is. I was unnecessarily alarmed." It seems someone is feeling a bit shy. Is it really just this trivial matter? Step aside. I don't have much time, and I cannot wait for your lady to finish her makeup. This if the lady finds out without waiting for Suiyun to finish. Li Xiuzhu playfully threatened her like a child. "If you don't let me pass, I might just leave. No, I'll let you through. If my sister learns that Suyin let you go, she might sell me off. Sister, please don't blame me. I truly cannot hold him back. Bang. Oh dear. Xiaozhu, how did you get in here? Don't look at me. Turn around quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhu chuckled. Indeed, Dongyue looked rather amusing in her current state, resembling a jester with one side done and the other not. No wonder Shi Wen Ti let him in. You're still laughing? You should turn away. Li Xiaozhu ceased his laughter, yet he did not turn away. Instead, he spoke. My dear, do not fuss. I have little time today. I must leave in half an hour at most. Dongyue, disregarding her unfinished makeup, stood up promptly. So early? Yes. I still need to buy toys for my little sisters. By the way, this is my concubine. Something unexpected happened last night, so I thought I'd de-introduce you. Dongyue had already seen the silver bottle, but hadn't discerned its identity at first, because it wasn't dressed in luxurious attire, but rather in garments more befitting a servant, albeit with a hint of a bride's aura in her demeanor. Hello, younger sister, I am Dongyue. The silver bottle hurriedly bowed and timidly responded, Greetings, elder sister. I am Yiping. There's no need for such formalities. Feel free to treat this place as your own home. Do come by often. Well, it's better not to come alone. This is not a suitable place. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. I have limited time and much to discuss with Li Lang. Ah, sister, do carry on with your matters. Suyin, please take my sister to the study for a while. Suyin quickly replied, Yes, elder sister, this way, madam. At this moment, Yiping felt immense pressure, knowing the lady had instructed her to keep an eye on the young master. Otherwise, she would surely face the lady's wrath upon returning. Li Xiaozhu lifted Dongyue into his arms and returned to the vanity, kissing her cheek and saying, It's a pity I don't know how to apply makeup. Otherwise, I would love to help you with your brows. It would surely be quite an interesting endeavor. Hearing this, Dongyue's face lit up with a smile, clearly excited by the thought. Shall I teach you, husband? It's quite simple. You'll learn it in no time. Very well, but for now, you must do your own makeup. Your rival should arrive shortly. Riba? Yuehua? How could she possibly know? Dongyue furrowed her brow, suddenly rising to peek through a corner of the window, scanning the surroundings. Is someone following my husband? Are they that cautious? How did I not notice? Li Xiaozhu chuckled at her concern. The girl was undoubtedly intelligent, but regrettably, she had not considered the true answer. All right, don't overthink it, but you should indeed finish your makeup. Additionally, I would like to inquire about how you have been these past few days. As Dongyue applied her makeup, she softly replied, I am well. After you left, I redeemed myself and haven't seen any guests for 3 days. I plan to perform tonight. The 15th of August is the day of the selection for the top performer. I have one for 2 years. But this year I may not be so fortunate. Either I see guests or perform. That is the only way to maintain my notoriety. Otherwise, even a stunning rendition of Shui, Diao Gatu may not guarantee my victory. If I don't wish to see guests, performing is my best option. Of course, there is another method, creating hype around a masterpiece. But that is exceedingly difficult. I believe even your talent would struggle to produce a masterpiece in such a short time. The young girl is trying to play mind games with me. Li Xiaozhu was not one to indulge her. He pressed down on Dongyue, delivering 2 playful slaps to her cheeks. Are you still trying to toy with your husband? Cough, cough. Stand up and let us speak properly. It's merely a masterpiece. I can write another for you. Fetch me some paper and a brush. Hurry up, or Yuehua will arrive. So what if she comes? It would be good for her to see. Have you finished your makeup? Yes. Li Xiaozhu lifted Dongyue's delicate face and was instantly captivated. She truly bore the charm of a courtesan. Her makeup was fundamental, yet it enhanced her already exquisite features by an additional 3-fold. Her naturally alluring visage became even more enchanting. Unable to resist, Li Xiaozhu leaned in. How could one resist such a captivating little enchantress? Dongyue did not mind that her rouge might be smudged. After all, the purpose of this beautiful makeup was to impress Li Xiaozhu. This was her true self. As for Yuehua's arrival, a quick touch-up with the rouge would suffice. It was merely a matter of a breath or two. Meanwhile, 200 meters away at an inn, the coachman Ma was silently drinking, looking at a plate of cold dressed cabbage before him. He lamented his loss of 2 copper coins. Who would have thought that this tavern, close to the brothel, would charge 2 copper coins more for a jug of wine. Half a jug costs 3 copper coins. And you can't drink it dry, right? You need some snacks to accompany it. The cheapest cold cabbage heart costs 1 copper coin per small plate. It turns out this journey has cost him 2 copper coins. Is the life of a coachman really that hard? Suddenly, feeling a rush of excitement, Li Xiaozhu pushed Dong Yuehua away and glanced towards the window. What's wrong, husband? Yuehua is coming. Dong Yuehua peered out the window and indeed saw a carriage approaching along the street. Not only that, but there was another identical carriage beside it, even with matching lanterns. However, this second carriage remained stationary. Dong Yuehua quickly deduced that it was the carriage Li Xiaozhu had been riding in. A clever ruse. Chapter 32. Yuehua was almost in tears from the bullying of the child as the carriage passed by the vehicle. It did not come to a halt. And Li Xiaozhu immediately confirmed that Yuehua could indeed hear his innermost thoughts. Otherwise, she would not have made a beeline for the brothel. At the very least, upon noticing the carriage, she would have stopped by the tavern first. Li Xiaozhu was not the only one convinced. Dong Yuehua was equally certain, albeit for different reasons. It seemed that indeed, her husband was being followed. At this moment, Li Xiaozhu dared not entertain further thoughts, suppressing all psychological musings. Only when he confirmed that Yuehua's carriage had entered within a distance of 200 meters did a notion arise in his mind. Surely, that little woman would never suspect what I am currently engaged in, nor would she fathom that Dong Yuehua and I were entangled in her maid's quarters. At 150 meters, panic set in. Has Yuehua discovered me? How did she know I was at the brothel? Who leaked the information? Old Ma? No, that cannot be, for she did not notice old Ma's carriage. I must quickly navigate through the back door and around. Once inside the tavern, even if she harbors doubts, she will be unable to voice them. The carriage continued on, and Li Xiaozhu understood that the range of her thoughts was narrower than he had anticipated. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 40 meters. Li Xiaozhu was at a loss for words. Was it even shorter than he had imagined? Or had Yuehua composed herself and discerned the truth? Having pondered 6 internal dialogues, how could there be no reaction at all? 30 meters. Why has that fierce tigress Yuehua come here? What is her purpose? She is heading straight for the brothel? Goodness, how did we arrive at the entrance? It must be that old man Ma who reported us. No, I must quickly hide my precious silver bottle. Yuehua's expression began to shift, accompanying the Xiaozhu's thoughts. She realized that her arrival had been too precise. Alas, this was a case of anger clouding her judgment, a grave oversight. However, beyond being vigilant, she felt even more incensed. This scoundrel refers to me as a little woman or a fierce tigress, yet calls those charming little darlings by such endearing names. Am I, a lady from the minister's family, to be compared with them? Yet, Li Xiaozhu's words sparked an epiphany within her. Wang Bo, go see where the coachman old Ma is and summon him. Wang Bo, Yuehua's driver, promptly replied, Old Ma should be at the tavern 200 meters back. I saw her carriage there. 200 meters away? Why did you not mention this sooner? Go fetch old Ma. Leave that carriage there, and I will await you in Shangling Garden. Understood, Mississippi. As Yuehua's carriage suddenly halted, Li Xiaozhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that she had not discovered him earlier, but rather was taking stock of the current distance. Estimating the straight-line distance, it should not exceed 10 zhang. He could not afford to let his thoughts run wild. He needed to selectively filter his thoughts while still allowing her to catch some of them. With the information he sought obtained, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, before she arrives, allow me to compose a poem for you. Time is of the essence, and perhaps I can manage only this one. Dong Yuehua then recalled the matter, smacking her forehead and hastily saying, one poem will suffice. You write first, Li Lang, and I will keep her occupied. Truly, she had been so enchanted that she had momentarily forgotten their pressing business. Having often heard the courtesans speak of the wonders of intimacy, she had not anticipated that a mere kiss could be so exquisite. It is all Li Lang's fault for leading me astray. If only Li Xiaozhu could hear Dong Yuehua's thoughts, he would surely be left in a stupor, wondering if it was not she who had corrupted him. The audacity of the villain to cast the first stone. There are countless poems to choose from, so many that could be utilized. However, with time constraints, he would simply go with the first that came to mind. The beauty rolls up her beaded curtain. seated low with brows knitted tight. All I see are tear-streaked traces, yet I know not whom her heart resents. Okay, perfect. Perfect? What does that mean? What are they doing? Yuehua suddenly felt her education lacking. There were many terms within her husband's heart that she could not fully comprehend. Li Xiuzhu, having just realized he was being eavesdropped upon, was oblivious to many details, with his sole concern being to prevent exposure. Come, Jinping, let's enter. Yes, miss. As Jinping disembarked first, assisting Yuehua down from the carriage, she curiously inquired, Miss, how did you deduce that your husband was at the brothel? Yuehua had no intention of sharing the secret of her ability to hear Li Xiuzhu's thoughts. She merely scoffed at the question. He woke up, had a meal, and rushed out with such urgency. He must surely wish to meet a paramour. He has only visited a brothel once before, prior to our marriage. So this person must undoubtedly be Yuehua, whom I encountered last time. Jinping was taken aback. She had only known that the master had visited the brothel, but had not realized that the courtesan he sought was Yuehua. What? The master's paramour is actually Yuehua? I have heard that a mere ticket to witness Yuehua's performance costs 2 yuan, and one must book at least half a month in advance. By the way, I also heard from the doorman, Xiao Wu, that Yuehua is performing tonight. Surely the master is here to see her. As Jinping grew increasingly excited in her praises and aspirations, Yuehua's countenance darkened. What do you mean by your enthusiasm? She is competing with your mistress for a man. Whose side are you on? Just moments ago, a silver bottle betrayed your mistress, and now you wish to switch allegiance to that little courtesan? Jinping. She had just responded when she abruptly froze. This is it. I am doomed. What has come over me? Have I gone mad? Why did I praise Yuehua? Miss, I was wrong. Enough, I did not hold it against you. It is only natural for one to join in the excitement. You are still young and your heart is fickle. Seeing her mistress speak in such a composed and calm tone, akin to her usual demeanor, Jinping breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, miss. I will reflect on this and ensure not to speak thoughtlessly again. At that moment, Jinping felt remorseful. How could she, given her mistress's goodness, ever speak in favor of an enemy? Yet, while she was lost in self-reproach, Yuehua suddenly smirked. Why wait for future reflection? Upon our return, copy the servant's rules 3 times. That will help steady your disposition. Jinping looked at her mistress with confusion. Did you not say you were not angry? Did you not say I was too young to be blamed? Do you take me for a fool? You are to be punished with 3 copies. How can you say I am not angry? Should you not thank your mistress? This is for your own good. Look at you, so foolishly happy. Thank you, miss. I truly appreciate your guidance. I will diligently transcribe and remember your teachings. Yuehua felt satisfied and enlightened. One after another. Let's see if you dare to betray me again. Upon entering, the madam of the establishment immediately caught sight of Yuehua, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. Yet, despite her reluctance to confront her, she had no choice but to do so. Miss Fu, you have arrived. You are more radiant each day, truly growing younger with age. Though the flattery was pleasant to the ears, Yuehua's expression remained devoid of any semblance of smile. Surely, you know why I am here? Where is he? Which room is he in? As Yuehua spoke, the madam's heart tightened. The arrival of unwelcome guests is disconcerting. I fervently wish that this harbinger of misfortune never returns. Were it not for the presence of the illustrious Gongwei, she would genuinely contemplate placing a sign at the entrance. Li Xiuzhu and dogs are not permitted to enter. Chapter 33. The clash again. Yuehua versus Yuehua understood. But this time we did not conduct business for your husband. Indeed, he barged in regardless, and we could not stop him. Yuehua, upon hearing this, displayed an expressionless demeanor and calmly replied, Bring him down. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it is Miss Fu. The scene seemed reminiscent of that day. Yet both Yuehua and Yuehua appeared in better spirits than before. Yuehua exuded a newfound maturity and charm due to Li Xiuzhu's influence, while Yuehua's beauty had blossomed further with her enhanced makeup. If one were to determine a victor, it could only be said that the 4 gentlemen of the plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum each possessed their unique merits. The 2 women exchanged glances, each feeling a peculiar sensation within. Yuehua thought, This bold woman is becoming increasingly brazen. I wonder what that scoundrel Li Xiuzhu sees in her. Nong Yuehua retorted. Last time you were so aloof. Why the makeup this time? Afraid I might pose a threat to you? What happened to your lofty demeanor? Nong Yuehua spoke first, but your timing is rather unfortunate. Before she could finish, Fu Yuehua's face brightened with a hint of sarcasm. You aren't suggesting he coincidentally left just before you arrived, are you? If that is the case, I must underestimate you. Go on, continue your performance. Let us see how this little vixen of yours plays her part. Nong Yuehua felt momentarily stumped, realizing this line of conversation was futile. Indeed, that fierce woman had arranged for surveillance, so it was likely that there were watchers surrounding Shanglin courtyard as well. With a flicker of inspiration, Nong Yuehua found her words. Oh no, it's just that he ate something bad at home and is suffering from a stomachache. Why don't you go check on him, sister? Such a disgusting matter should be enough to deter Fu Yuehua. However, to Nong Yuehua's surprise, Fu Yuehua suddenly smiled nonchalantly and agreed. All right, I am quite curious to see what unsavory thing he consumed to cause such distress. Nong Yuehua's brows twitched. The insinuation was so blatant that it was impossible to misinterpret. Unfortunately, some may clean their affairs thoroughly, yet no one would partake. TSK. At that moment, Fu Yuehua found herself a loss for words. Her gaze turned to Nong Yuehua. Who are you referring to? The brothel keeper, sensing the rising tension, interjected urgently. Let us not escalate this over a mere pretty boy. It's not worth it. Have you considered my feelings? If a noble daughter like you were to suffer any harm, I might as well perish on the spot. If my cash cow Nong Yuehua were to be harmed, how much would I have to compensate? Sisters, heed my advice. Steer clear of deceitful men. Let us shine in our own right. Ahem, Miss Fu, Nong Yuehua is certainly not referring to anyone. Least of all you, right, Nong Yuehua? Nong Yuehua, say something. As the brothel keeper tugged at Nong Yuehua's sleeve, it was a subtle hint that this was a person she could not afford to offend. Nong Yuehua, well aware of the stakes, turned her head away and retorted, I merely meant that some may cook with the utmost cleanliness and still have no one to dine with. I never pointed at you. If you're overthinking, that's your problem. Meanwhile, Li Xiuzhu located Yinping and directly instructed, when your mistress asks you anything, speak only the truth. Do not conceal anything. Understood? Yinping paused, her heart tightening. The mistress is here. This is the end. I'm doomed. But fear not, my husband. I shall shield you. Just help me think of a reason quickly. Yinping's mind went blank, unable to conjure any thoughts. As her fear escalated, she eventually broke down and sobbed. Wah! Li Xiuzhu was taken aback. Do as I say. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Stop. Don't cry. Listen to me. Whatever your mistress asks, just answer truthfully. Do not involve yourself. Trust me, it's for the best. Yinping was now unable to discern whether Li Xiuzhu was being sincere or deceptive. If she revealed everything, could a normal person do such a thing? Wait, isn't this beyond what a normal person would do? Wah. Fu Yuehua. Before Li Xiuzhu could speak, Yinping wailed, It's over. The master is stunned. What am I to do? Why is my fate so cruel? Wah. Li Xiuzhu. You're the one who's foolish. Your entire family is foolish. No, wait, your family includes me too. Damn, have I been driven to madness? On the other side, Lao Ma, under Lao Wang's guidance, stepped into Shanglin courtyard. At this moment, Lao Ma had constructed countless contingency plans in his mind. Supporting the master was out of the question. Given the master's miserly nature and the 2 copper coins he lost, it was impossible for him to lend assistance now. What remained was to take advantage of the situation. However, there was a skill in this as well, ideally without incurring the master's resentment. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not come up with a suitable line. In that case, Master, I am sorry. Fu Yuehua observed Nong Yuehua's sudden submission with a smile, albeit one tinged with dissatisfaction. I wonder how much it cost for Miss Nong Yuehua to sing a tune. Though the brothel keeper was puzzled, she responded, For a private performance, it's 300 guan for half an hour. For a public performance, with 200 tickets available, the earnings would be split 3 to 7 between the brothel and Nong Yuehua, likely amounting to 300 guan as well. Very well. Today I wish to hear Miss Nong Yuehua sing a song. I have heard that your ladies particularly enjoy singing 18 touches. Let us have a rendition of that. Yuehua had overheard the servants singing a few lines of that tune, which was precisely why she sought to humiliate her rival. Instantly, both the brothel keeper and Yuehua's expression shifted. Such a song was only found in the most depraved of brothels. Their establishment catered to princes, scholars, and refined gentlemen, hardly ever encountering such filth. Moreover, for Yuehua to sing such a piece for Yuehua was nothing short of a blatant insult. Though the brothel keeper's face reflected discomfort, she still attempted to respond amicably. This you truly may not wish to hear. Yuehua raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. What is this? Refusing customers at the door? Aren't you afraid I might demolish your establishment? Upon hearing this, Yuehua chuckled, shaking her fan as she replied, Sister, you are indeed correct. I do have the right to refuse customers. You may not know, but Yuehua has redeemed herself, and whether to open the door or receive guests is entirely at my discretion. You need not resort to threats of destruction. Shangling Courtyard belongs to the 8th prince. While you may scold or berate the madam, if you lack a convincing reason, should you demolish this place, what do you think the outcome would be? As she spoke, Yuehua leaned closer, whispering in Yuehua's ear, 18 touches, you say? I may learn it, but I shall not sing it for you. It will be solely for your husband. How does that sound? A provocation? Excellent. Chapter 34. When am I a fool? Impossible. Provocation? Very well. Yuehua narrowed her eyes and suddenly smirked disdainfully, leaning closer to Yuehua's ear. Trust me, one day you will sing for me. Is that so? I await with bated breath. In an instant, the two exchanged glances as if sparks were colliding in the air. What the hell? Why is this happening again? What is going on? Why is the road blocked? It's over. That fierce woman hasn't bullied my little Yuehua, has she? Yuehua squinted, her gaze shifting upstairs, where her fury was barely contained. How dare you call me a fierce woman and her a little darling? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you know the meaning of being a son-in-law. Yuehua looked up and saw Li Xiuzhu pulling out Yinping. Upon seeing Yuehua, Li Xiuzhu froze in place. Wow, is this the fierce woman? This is too beautiful. After this makeover, she is even more stunning than Yuehua, and her aura is impressive. Should I just yield to her? The fire in Yuehua's eyes visibly extinguished, replaced by a hint of pride as she shot a glance. Did you hear that? I'm more beautiful than you. Li Xiuzhu's gaze shifted from Yuehua to Yuehua, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Just then, an unexpected shout from the coachman pierced the air. Miss Mississippi. It's him. The son-in-law is forcing me. It has nothing to do with the old servant. Before Yuehua and Li Xiuzhu could react, the coachman knelt on the ground. Miss, it was the son-in-law who insisted on coming to the brothel. He said if I didn't bring him, he would drown me in the river. I truly had no choice. Such brilliant acting, portraying deep suffering and helplessness with such finesse. Li Xiuzhu hadn't expected the coachman to possess such talent. By the way, the girl Yinping also tried to persuade the son-in-law, but he wouldn't listen. Moreover, he even tried to bribe me, but my heart belongs only to the Fu family. If you don't believe me, ask Yinping. She will confirm that I haven't told a single lie. What a loyal servant. You and the previous coachman must be twins. Where's my Yun? Come out. Li Xiuzhu stared at the coachman's superb performance, utterly dumbfounded, and questioned, wait, didn't you swear on your mother's life? Aren't you afraid? The coachman looked at Li Xiuzhu, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, and replied, don't worry. My poor mother has already passed away 3 years ago. Wow, is this how you operate? I can't believe I've been outsmarted by a local. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Xiuzhu lost control of his words. He was utterly embarrassed as a time traveler. Although he hadn't expected the coachman to keep it a secret, he certainly hadn't anticipated such a cunning maneuver. Swearing on a deceased mother, what a devoted son you are. Yuehua glanced at the two and directly asked the silent Yinping, Yinping, what on earth is going on? Yinping instinctively looked at Li Xiuzhu, which immediately drew Yuehua's ire. Li Xiuzhu slapped his forehead and said dejectedly, just tell her whatever she asks. Don't worry, I won't punish you. That scoundrel must have threatened Yinping beforehand. With no other option, Ping could only tell the truth, but after a moment's thought, she suddenly scratched her head. Miss, I don't know where to begin. Start from when you and the son-in-law left the house. Miss, can we skip around? Absolutely not. You must recount every word and deed from your journey verbatim. In Yuehua's view, there was nothing untoward about it, but soon she found herself at a loss. As Ping began recounting, mentioning giving the coachman 2 coins for wine, a soft chuckle emanated from nearby. At that moment, Yuehua was almost in tears from laughter, while even the brothel madam was struggling to contain her amusement. Yuehua shot a glare at Yuehua. That scoundrel! How dare he embarrass her like this? Giving 5 copper coins and still managing to bring back 3, making it seem as though the Fu family hadn't provided him with any money. Suddenly, Yuehua paused, realizing that, indeed, they hadn't given him any money. Just then, Yuehua turned to Yuehua with a mischievous smile. Suiyun, go fetch 3,000 taels of silver notes from my money box. What is this foolish woman planning? Is she going to give it to Yuehua? That scoundrel is slapping my face. Yuehua felt not only humiliated by Yuehua, but also by Yuehua. Being a kept son-in-law, if this got out, Yuehua, would be a laughingstock. Yuehua, let us go home. Home? But my darling hasn't given me any money yet. You can't just deny me while allowing others to do so. Good heavens, this scoundrel truly desires it. That is money for soft rice. Wait, this scoundrel initially intended to swindle me out of 500 taels. How dare he ask for it? Yuehua was at a loss for words. It seemed that money was not to be saved today, so she might as well be generous. The reason she was so eager to find him today was not only due to the coachman's report, but also because her father wanted to see his abilities. The coachman, I reported. Didn't I just do that? However, upon seeing the eldest lady's warning gaze, the coachman quickly acquiesced. This was his burden to bear. Sigh. The coachman felt bitter. Father wants to see my abilities? Right. He plans to give you 5,000 taels to do business. After a pause, Yuehua continued. This business is independent of the Fu family. Whether you earn or lose, it belongs solely to you. Of course, if you feel you lack the ability, you may refuse. Ha. I knew provoking Yuehua would make this little lady unable to resist. Ha. My 500 taels, it's just a matter of passing it back. Does Yuehua still want her money? Forget it. It's not easy for Yuehua to earn some money. I can't take hers. If Yuehua insists later, I must firmly refuse her. This way Yuehua will be satisfied, and I can save some money for my little darling. Yuehua listened to Yuehua's inner thoughts, the muscles on her forehead twitching. This scoundrel, does he think I am a fool? If I don't take hers, it's just mine, right? I refuse to let you have your way. It's just a matter of face. I, Yuehua, shall do without it. Before Tsiyun could ascend the stairs, Yuehua hurriedly spoke. Wife, I knew you loved me. Let us go home. I want to eat the braised turtle made by our cook. Cough, cough. Miss Yuehua, if fate allows, I shall return to hear your melodies. Originally, I heard that you would perform today. It seems fate has not favored me, and I shall miss it. Yuehua slightly nodded, understanding that Yuehua was teasing her. Otherwise, if Yuehua truly wished to see, she could perform exclusively for him, whatever way he desired. Wait, young master, since we understand each other, Yuehua has a small gift she wishes to present to you. Chapter 35. The old horse this family is taking advantage of me, an honest man. Young master, wait a moment. You and I can be considered confidants. I have a small token of appreciation I wish to bestow upon you. Just then, Tsiyun rushed down, and before Yuehua could say a word, she handed 3,000 taels of silver notes to Yuehua. Without any hesitation, Yuehua promptly passed it to Yuehua. Young Master Li, there are many instances when money is needed while traveling. I understand this may seem trivial to you, but it is nevertheless essential. Please accept it. Yuehua realized it was his turn to speak. He was about to express his indignation when suddenly, a delicate, pale hand reached out from the side and snatched the money away. Miss Yuehua's kind intentions have been received on behalf of my husband, said Yuehua, as she handed the silver notes to Ping. Ping, keep this money. It will be your responsibility to manage the daily expenses and gratuities for my husband. Afterward, Yuehua turned to Yuehua with a smile that sparkled like sunlight and said, My husband has a charming disposition. Who knew that even a visit to a brothel could yield income? If Miss Yuehua ever finds herself with an abundance of wealth, she may deposit it with my husband. Is this for real? Is this shameless person really Yuehua? Yuehua retorted, shameless. I have no need for such trivialities. To be honest, while Li Xiaozhu could predict much of what transpired, this was entirely unexpected. He merely wished to provoke this young woman, yet she had unexpectedly resorted to cunning tactics. However, faced with Yuehua's mockery, Yuehua remained unfazed and replied with a smile. Very well, I do not require much money, so let it be given to the young master. Yuehua paused, silent for a moment, before suddenly saying, It is getting late, Xiaozhu, we should leave. What is this? Such an abrupt conclusion? Yuehua did not speak further, not even displaying the slightest expression. She chose not to return in the same carriage as Li Xiaozhu, instead opting for the old horse's cart with Yinping. Moments ago, she had suddenly lost interest. Ultimately, her relationship with Li Xiaozhu was one of convenience. Even her desire for intimacy was rooted in obligation. Under normal circumstances, this would be acceptable, but she realized that Yuehua, this courtesan, genuinely loved Li Xiaozhu. Not only had she redeemed herself, but she had also given him money, selflessly. This realization left her feeling defeated. What was she doing? Driving a wedge between two lovers? On what grounds? Merely because she was his nominal wife? Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Yuehua noticed the poem on the table. Was the poem good? Yes. It was exquisite, undoubtedly capable of standing the test of time, but the sentiment it conveyed did not resonate with her. The melancholy embedded in the verses struck her heart, causing her unease. On ordinary days, this would be bearable, but now that she was with Li Xiaozhu, she could no longer endure such feelings. Thinking of abandonment or never seeing him again rendered her breathless with sorrow. Li Lang, please do not let Yuehua become like the woman in this poem. As she traced the words of resentment, she felt an unsettling kinship. If that time were to come, would she resent Li Lang or blame herself for misjudging him? Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, feeling a slight relief. A soft creak of the door signaled Ziyun's entrance. Sister, do you need something to eat? The performance is in an hour. Never mind, I won't eat. My appetite isn't great today. Ziyun was taken aback. It was the first time her lady had refused food. But sister, if you don't eat and lose weight, young Masterly will be worried. Yuehua paused, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Ziyun and asked, You mean Li Lang would be concerned? Of course. Look how much young Masterly cares for you. The moment he was freed from confinement, he came straight to find you. He cares for you so much. If you were to lose weight, he would certainly be distressed. Upon hearing this, Yuehua could not help but smile. You are right. I cannot afford to lose weight. I must present myself to Li Lang in my finest form. Please prepare some light pastries. Ziyun chuckled secretly, realizing her lady was completely smitten by young Masterly. All right, sister, I will arrange this immediately. Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu was conversing with Yinping. Young master, perhaps you should keep this money. Take it as Miss says. Otherwise, if she requests it back and you cannot produce it, what will you do? Li Xiaozhu paused before continuing. I know you mean well, but for now, it is she who calls the shots. Wait, Li Xiaozhu abruptly halted his thought, nearly revealing something inappropriate. Although Yuehua might not understand, what if she guessed its meaning? In another carriage, Yuehua paused, confused by the term pua, but she dismissed it, accustomed to her husband's peculiar notions. Young master, if you need money, just let me know. Mrs. said you may take what you need. Very well. After saying this, Li Xiaozhu turned to look outside the carriage. Old horse, how many people are still alive in your family? Tell me about them. Ma Yun felt a chill. The young master was not letting him off the hook. Ahem. Young master, you're joking. I, old horse, am merely a coachman, with nothing left but my solitary existence. Please, do not worry about me. Ma Yun had thought the young master intended to use his family to threaten him, but Li Xiaozhu's next words left him bewildered. Understood. Next time, swear an oath on yourself. For instance, if you betray me again, may you suffer severe misfortunes. What the devil? You want me to curse myself? This oath seems rather harsh, does it not? Is this something a person can do? Young master, are you really going to use me? Do you not hate or despise me? Li Xiaozhu replied, puzzled. Why would I use you? Why would I hate or despise you? You are, after all, Fu's coachman. It is your duty to inform your mistress. Ma Yin fell silent for a moment before finally saying, I didn't leak any secrets. Yes, I know. His affirmation was so straightforward that it left Old Horse stunned, realizing that the couple was in cahoots while he bore the blame. Why not switch to another coachman? We have 5 or 6. Not happening. From now on, you are the one I will take. As Li Xiuzhu spoke, he suddenly turned to Yinping and said, Remember, from now on, give Old Horse 2 copper coins at a time. Not a single coin more. With a suppressed laugh, Yinping could not contain herself any longer. This is simply too brilliant. Outside the carriage, Old Horse felt a strange sense of unease. Why did this newfound favor make him want to lash out? Young master, how about 4 coins? If you continue to frequent the brothel, I will incur losses. The tavern next to the brothel charges 3 coins for half a bucket of wine and 1 coin for a dish of stir-fried vegetables. Even though you didn't leak the earlier secrets, you did betray me later. That deserves a penalty. After a moment's pause, Li Xiuzhu devised a plan for Old Horse. Perhaps you could consider pacing yourself, indulging in libations every couple of days, while simply observing others partake in their revelries and savoring the aromas. What do you think? Is this not a rather human inclination? Chapter 36. The romantic episode is about to unfold. Stop. Old Ma. Stop the carriage. Oh, what's wrong, son-in-law? Li Xiuzhu remained silent and directly addressed Yinping, saying, Hand me your purse. Yinping was taken aback, retrieving her purse and asking, Don't you want any banknotes? That's more than enough. Li Xiuzhu leaped from the carriage and promptly approached a roadside stall. How much for the figurines? Before him stood a stall adorned with various dough figurines, predominantly depicting martial generals and small animals. But there were also 2 celestial maidens. 1 coin for an animal, 2 for person. How many would you like? I'll take 2 celestial maidens, 1 medium-sized maiden, and 2 small maidens. The large ones should be dressed in white and green, the medium one in bright red, and the small ones in pink. The old man chuckled upon hearing the order. Though the figures available were not quite right, he could certainly craft them in no time. With this order, his family would have enough to eat today, with a bit of meat to spare. Please wait, I'll get started right away. Li Xiuzhu was slightly taken aback, observing the old man's anxious demeanor as if fearing he would flee. He counted out 10 coins and placed them on the stall, saying, Here, as your payment. Don't worry, I won't run off. Take your time. Upon hearing this, the old man's smile broadened, and he began his work with a sense of reassurance. At this moment, Yinping followed him out, and, upon seeing the figurines, her eyes lit up with curiosity. Though she had seen them before, she had never observed them so closely. Previously, she had hurriedly accompanied her mistress, gaining some knowledge but little connection to these trinkets. Li Xiuzhu glanced around and noticed several delightful items. With the money settled, he decided to purchase 2 rattles and 4 flutes. Meanwhile, old Wang, who was walking ahead, turned around and realized old Ma had fallen behind. He called out, Miss, the carriage has stopped. Yuehua lifted a corner of the curtain to peer outside and quickly spotted Li Xiuzhu and Yinping, momentarily taken aback. A smile spread across her face. This rascal Li Xiuzhu truly cared for her younger sisters. Yet, a pang of guilt struck her. How long had it been since she had bought gifts for them? The last time seemed to have been 3 years ago. Shall we wait? Yes. Li Xiuzhu hadn't purchased much, and, as he collected the figurines, he climbed back into the carriage. Once inside, he caught sight of Yinping's envious gaze and smiled gently. Her exquisite features, complemented by a warm smile, felt like a ray of sunshine piercing through to Yinping's heart. As Yinping remained in a daze, Li Xiuzhu handed her figurine. Here, this is for you. For me? Yinping looked at Li Xiuzhu and the figurine in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe it. Of course. Didn't you see that it's dressed in green? I had it made especially for you. This one in white belongs to your mistress. If that little lady knew I had a figurine made for her, she would surely be delighted. Yuehua smiled, though she muttered 2 words under her breath, audible only to herself. Childish. What did you say, miss? Nothing. You misheard. Misheard? Yinping cast a curious glance at her mistress, convincing herself she must have misunderstood. Oh no, am I hearing things at such a young age? When father secretly sought medical advice, I overheard the doctor mention that such symptoms could indicate kidney deficiency. I should soak some goji berries and longan for nourishment. Perhaps I should ask the kitchen to get some for me. Why must I suffer from such an ailment? I wonder if my monthly allowance is enough to afford these. Unbeknownst to anyone, a single remark had led Jean Ping to concoct a grand delusion, undoubtedly overthinking. Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu continued to tease Fu Yuehua, pausing briefly before voicing his inner thoughts. However, if she refuses my gift, that would be quite awkward. Perhaps it would be better not to give it to her at all? Yes, this seems quite prudent. As long as I do not take the initiative, she will have no choice but to accept. You scoundrel! How can you presume I would reject you without having received anything? Fu Yuehua felt that proximity to this man was a constant source of irritation. He truly was insufferable. Before long, the carriage halted before the residence of the Xiang family. After Li Xiaozhu disembarked, Fu Yuehua spoke in a nonchalant tone. Hand it over. Huh? What? All the things you purchased, hand them over. What for? Li Xiaozhu eyed her warily and continued. Those are gifts from my younger sisters. I understand, but I need to inspect them first to ensure there are no issues. Only when I am assured of their safety can you give them to them. Li Xiaozhu hesitated, but eventually produced the 4 figurines for flutes and 2 rattles. Fu Yuehua's gaze swept over the items, immediately identifying which figurine was hers. She reached out to examine it, then inspected one of the flutes. Seeing no apparent problems, she declared, I'll take this home to check thoroughly. You may give the rest to them. In that moment, Li Xiaozhu felt a wave of resignation. Wait, that flute isn't meant for you. Fu Yuehua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Not for me? But then, does that imply the figurine is for me? No. That is. As Li Xiaozhu cast a guilty glance away, Fu Yuehua felt she had pieced together the truth. However, she chose not to expose Li Xiaozhu's little secret, merely stating, the selections are quite good, but external items can be risky. In the future, whatever you purchase, bring me a sample first. I'll inspect it, and only then will you be allowed to give them to Yin Shuang and the others. All right. Upon hearing Li Xiaozhu's agreement, Fu Yuehua turned and entered the residence, a subtle smile gracing her lips that hinted at her excellent mood. Li Xiaozhu followed suit, mirroring her smile, which indicated his own contentment. Brother-in-law, we heard you bought us gifts. Where are they? No sooner had Li Xiaozhu stepped inside than 3 younger sisters rushed over. However, the second sister, Yin Shuang, had yet to arrive, while the third and fourth sisters, 2 little imps, dashed forward in excitement. Li Xiaozhu smiled gently, handing over the figurines and rattles, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 children. Wow, this little figure is beautiful. Is it Baozhu? Indeed, this one is Baozhu, and this one is Yinyu. After introducing the figurines, he proceeded to present the rattles. This is a rattle. I wasn't too sure if you had one, so I got you one too. Upon hearing this, the 2 children gleefully exclaimed, we have one. But we like the one brother-in-law bought even more. At that moment, Baozhu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she said, brother-in-law, crouch down a bit. I have a secret to share with you. Chapter 37. Teaching my sister-in-law to play the flute brother-in-law. Could you crouch down a little? Baozhu has a secret to share with you. Such a young girl already has secrets? Li Xiaozhu pondered, complying with her request and crouching down in curiosity. What could this little girl possibly have to hide? Could it be some scandal involving her sister? Surely it isn't about her sister's bedwetting incidents? Fu Yuehua's expression darkened visibly. Li Xiaozhu's initial thought was not intended to be malicious. The inner voice is notoriously difficult to control, akin to a craving for spiciness that one attempts to suppress, but occasionally slips into indulgence. However, what he did not anticipate was that the moment he crouched down, Baozhu leaned in and planted a kiss on him. This child is far more endearing than her sister, he mused. Fu Yuehua felt a surge of frustration. What if she discovered this? Would she confront him, seeking answers? He shuddered at the thought. Jinping, go check what the young ladies are up to over there. Yes, Mississippi. Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu had yet to rise when Yinyu approached and, without hesitation, kissed him as well. At that moment, Baozhu unexpectedly pushed Yinyu, causing her kiss to land awkwardly. Yinyu blinked in confusion, momentarily forgetting to move away. Li Xiaozhu, realizing the predicament, quickly pulled the bewildered Yuehua back. Yinping, taken aback, coldly addressed the other maids who were equally stunned. If word of today's events gets out, remember the consequences faced by those servants before. Do you understand? The maids trembled in response, quickly assuring her, do not worry, we saw nothing. Li Xiuzhu, exasperated, turned to Baozhu with a serious expression. Baozhu, you mustn't do that again. Do you understand? With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Baozhu blinked innocently. Does brother-in-law not like it? But you let us kiss you that day. That was a kiss on the cheek. What you just did is entirely different. If word of this spreads, you may find it hard to marry when she grows up. Li Xiuzhu recognized the disparity between innocent childhood affection and the implications of their actions. At that moment, Yuehua entered the room, overhearing the last part of the conversation. What has transpired? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Xiuzhu did not conceal anything from her. Earlier, Yuehua came to kiss my cheek, but Baozhu pushed her, resulting in an awkward kiss. An awkward kiss? One that could hinder marriage prospects? Yuehua gaze turned icy as it fell upon Li Xiuzhu's lips. She abruptly turned away, her demeanor shifting. If anyone speaks of this, beware for your lives. My elder sister is not to be informed. Understood? The maids, alarmed, wondered if they needed constant reminders. Second miss, Sister Yinping has already instructed us. We have seen nothing. Indeed, second miss, we saw nothing at all. Once the maids expressed their solidarity, Yuehua nodded. Very well. You may leave now and wait outside. Yes, second miss. Yinping hesitated before following suit. Yuehua then turned her serious gaze towards Baozhu, who promptly hid behind Li Xiuzhu in fright. All right, Yuehua, do not be angry. Speak kindly to Baozhu. She is still young. Being young is no excuse. Luckily, this occurred at home. Otherwise, how would they ever marry? Then you speak to her kindly. By the way, here, this is a gift for you. As Li Xiuzhu handed Yuehua a medium-sized red-faced puppet, she paused, noticing that each of her little sisters held a smaller pink-faced puppet. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're welcome. I also brought 3 flutes. I had intended to teach you how to play, but your elder sister took mine. I will buy another to teach you later. Can you teach me now? Yuehua eyes sparkled with curiosity at the prospect of learning music, an art form with which she was unfamiliar. Of course. Though we are short 1 flute, we still have 3. To begin, we must understand the 5 tones: gong, shang, jiaozhi, and yu. However, you need not worry about them just yet, as they may seem tedious at your age. Playing the flute requires maintaining a steady breath. Yuehua, try blowing steadily until you can produce a sound. As the beautiful notes of the flute filled the room, it resonated with an enchanting melody, reminiscent of a farewell tune from the future. The sound, sweet and simple, captivated the attention of the little girls, who may not grasp the lament in the music, but were enchanted nonetheless. Brother-in-law, I want to learn this. Baozhu wants to learn. I want to learn too. Yuehua chimed in eagerly. Li Xiuzhu chuckled, understanding their excitement, and handed the flute to Baozhu while offering the one on the table to Yuehua. You both saw how it's done. Give it a try. Baozhu, filled with enthusiasm, took a deep breath and blew into the flute, oblivious to the remnants of Li Xiuzhu's saliva. A cacophony of noise erupted as her attempt went awry. Cough, cough. No need to blow so hard. And remember to cover the holes properly. Hearing this, Baozhu paused, pondering for a moment. After several seconds, she frowned and asked brother-in-law, what is the order of the holes I should cover? Yuehua, scratching her head, chimed in, I didn't remember either. Li Xiuzhu glanced at Yuehua, who blushed and averted her gaze, clearly also struggling to recall the instructions. Well, it appears the Fu family is not particularly adept at memory. Coolme, let me teach you how to blow the flute, he said, instinctively reaching for the table, only to stop short. Alas, I forgot to bring it. Seems the Li family isn't particularly blessed in memory either. Great, if this continues, what if I end up having a child with that fierce woman? Will we not end up with a fool? Fu Yuehua. Did that rascal just imply having a child with me? What on earth are they up to? Why did that thought even cross his mind? Contemplating this, Fu Yuehua found herself increasingly restless. Chapter 38. The Subtle Transformation of Yuehua Brother-in-Law. Please use mine. As Li Xiuzhu accepted the flute handed to him by Fu Yuehua, he felt no hesitation. However, As soon as he brought it to his lips, he paused in surprise. Not cleaned. Too much. Don't think that just because you are beautiful, you can reward me. Fu Yuehua. Well, some feelings are uncontrollable. It seems I must restrain myself from uttering words that might betray my thoughts. Indeed, it appears I am beyond saving. The melodious notes of the flute resonated once more, and this time the two little ones watched intently, with Baozhu even attempting to imitate the sound. Yet, her breath was uneven, causing the notes to scatter and significantly diminishing the beauty of the melody. Those who have attended vocal classes know well how noisy it can be when everyone plays their own tune. Fortunately, the chaos created by the two little ones was somewhat bearable, especially with Li Xiuzhu's higher-pitched flute sound overshadowing theirs. Suddenly, Li Xiuzhu ulta, handing the flute back to Yuehua, and approached Baozhu, saying, Baozhu, your sound is uneven. Come and learn from me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Well, what a feat. I can blow 3 breath tones in one go. I, Li Xiuzhu, bow to no one but you. Meanwhile, after taking the flute, Fu Yuehua struck a pose to play, staring blankly. After a long moment, her gaze shifted as if she had made a decision. Casting a glance at her oblivious brother-in-law, she placed the flute to her lips. Her face flushed as if warmth enveloped her, making her eyes heavy. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted the moment. Jinping, why have you come? Jinping? The eldest sister is here? Fu Yuehua turned in a flurry, her previously rosy cheeks now pale. The young lady asked me to come and see what you ladies are up to. I thought I heard the sound of instruments. Is the son-in-law teaching the young ladies to play the flute? Jinping could not distinguish between instruments, but she had seen the son-in-law purchase a flute earlier. Failing to deduce its purpose could lead to her dismissal. Yes. However, the second young lady asked us not to disturb. So, Jinping spoke. The eldest lady asked me to come and see, so you all can stay here while I go in for a moment. With that, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately spotting the 4 individuals. Yet, she found it peculiar that the second young lady had her back to her. Li Xiuzhu naturally overheard the conversation at the door and looked at Jinping with curiosity, asking, what is the matter? Do we disturb your young lady? Or does she have some instructions? Naita. The young lady merely asked me to come and take a look. I'm not quite sure what to observe. With that, Jinping cautiously turned to Fu Yuehua and asked, Second young lady, are you all right? Fu Yuehua, having taken several deep breaths, felt much better now. She turned her head and asked coolly, what is the matter? Have you finished looking? If you have, we need to practice the flute. Jinping immediately sensed the second young lady's displeasure, her heart tightening as she said, I've seen enough. I'll take my leave now. What is this? I sent Jinping to observe, and you are so eager to send her away? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements as your sister? As she spoke, Fu Yuehua entered, her expression icy and her gaze serious. Since that is the case, I shall personally take a look. That should be acceptable. Yuehua did not expect her sister to arrive, and upon hearing this, she said, Sister, feel free to look, but I believe we also require a bit of privacy. If the maid has seen enough, she should take her leave. Fu Yuehua said nothing further but chose a seat and settled down, observing the others. However, her presence caused the 2 little ones to hesitate, and the second young lady, Fu Yuehua, lost her desire to play. Li Xiuzhu glanced at Fu Yuehua, revealing a look of helplessness. Look at how this fierce woman has frightened the 2 little ones. How can I teach them now? While Fu Yuehua maintained a stoic facade, inwardly, she was beginning to feel exasperated. Yet, what surprised her even more was Li Xiuzhu's next words. Yuehua, I understand your gentle and virtuous nature. You are quite devoted to ensuring your sisters do not stray. But look, you have been busy all day. Now that you finally have some leisure, you should rest early. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. It pains me to see them. Gentle, virtuous? If I hadn't overheard your true sentiments, I might have believed you. In truth, Fu Yuehua had never encountered anyone as brazen as this. Although Fu Yuehua internally scoffed, she maintained an impassive expression, as if to say, enough with the flattery. Let us commence your performance. Seeing Fu Yuehua moved, Li Xiuzhu smiled. Come, little ones, let us not be afraid. Let us perform for your sister. Rest assured, she loves you and will not punish you without cause. Upon hearing this, Baozhu looked to her elder sister, her eyes wide with curiosity, as if to confirm, really, elder sister? At this, Yuehua finally broke into a smile, gently responding, yes, what your brother-in-law says is true. If you make a mistake, I will scold you. But I have never punished you without reason, have I? Baozhu pondered this for a moment, glancing at her brother-in-law, before nodding in agreement. Just as she was about to play the flute, Li Xiuzhu interjected, Baozhu, you are still young. Your sound is too soft. You must play closer to your sister so she can hear you clearly. By the way, Yuehua has also come. Let your sister offer you some guidance. Seeing the faint smirk on Li Xiuzhu's face, Yuehua felt a jolt of anxiety. What was this rascal up to? Wait a minute. How could a child just starting to learn an instrument sound good? Realizing Li Xiuzhu's scheme, Yuehua quickly said, Xiuzhu, why don't you listen with me? Li Xiuzhu's expression shifted slightly, but he managed a bright smile. I have been listening all along. Am I not right here? Oh, has she seen through me? Yuehua blinked, her eyes glimmering with hope as she said, then please listen with me. Our marriage was rather hasty, and we haven't had the chance to cultivate our feelings. I'm usually so busy, it's rare for me to have some leisure. Noticing Li Xiuzhu's conflicted expression, Yuehua playfully asked, What's wrong? Don't you want to keep me company? Since that is the case, I want to force you, but the 5,000 taels I promised you will have to wait. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me in managing household affairs. And when I deem you capable of handling matters alone, I shall allow you to pursue your own endeavors. Good grief, what a slime move. Before Li Xiuzhu could respond, the two little ones voiced their discontent, unwilling to allow him to accompany their elder sister while neglecting them. Brother-in-law, listen. Baozhu plays beautifully. Huh, do you think I believe that? Brother-in-law, Yuehua plays even better. Let us be realistic, you can't play better than Baozhu. Chapter 39. Let my brother-in-law teach us to play the shao. Both little ones had spoken up, leaving Li Xiuzhu with little choice. Very well. Brother-in-law will accompany your sister to listen. It was evident that this fellow had ulterior motives, endangering both himself and others. It served him right. However, Yuehua soon grasped the situation. The sound was simply unpleasant, but it wasn't a significant issue. She would commend the two little ones later. Inhale. Baozhu had retained nothing else but Li Xiuzhu's remark about her soft voice. Thus, upon arriving, she took a deep breath, startling Li Xiuzhu. Ugh. The jarring cacophony was akin to a magical assault, crashing relentlessly upon Li Xiuzhu and Yuehua, while Baozhu's small hands remembered to cover the holes, albeit too slowly, resulting in mere single notes. Yuehua, momentarily stunned, found her mind blank. Just as she was about to intervene, Li Xiuzhu's inner voice echoed. Should I interrupt? Others find music melodious, while I am tormented by this cacophony. But the little ones are trying so hard. Despite the noise, if I abruptly chastise them, their musical journey might be halted. Very well, I shall endure this for now. Yuehua opened her mouth, but the words were swallowed back. If Li Xiuzhu, as a brother-in-law, could bear it, then surely she, as an elder sister, could tolerate it for her younger sister. Furthermore, she normally did not need to intervene. Li Xiuzhu would handle it. The brief initial tune lasted only 6 notes and a few breaths, yet for Yuehua, it felt like an eternity. After the short segment, she remained unresponsive, but upon seeing the eager gazes of her third and fourth sisters, she remembered the current circumstances. Little 3, little 4, you played wonderfully and with great dedication. Given time, you will surely become musical prodigies. Your elder sister supports you. Now, practice diligently with brother-in-law. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you further. As she finished speaking and stood to leave, her steps appeared unsteady, more awkward than a newlywed bride. Yuehua, from a distance, was spared the brunt of the noise and couldn't help but laugh at her sister's clumsy retreat. Fortunately, Yuehua's ears were buzzing, rendering her somewhat oblivious. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. Miss, what troubles you? Shu, Jinping, Yinping, assist me back to my room. At that moment, Baozhu and Yuehua approached Li Xiuzhu, bubbling with excitement. Brother-in-law, hurry and teach us the next part. Sister just praised our playing. We have talent. Indeed, Li Xiuzhu. finally able to hear clearly, rolled his eyes. Teach what? Who told you to blow so forcefully? You left my head buzzing. Brother-in-law, you're deceiving us. Sister just praised us. Seeing Bao Zhu's indignant expression, Li Xiaozhu retorted, she praised you only to escape quickly. She was frightened by your cacophony. All right, now let us focus on mastering the blowing technique. Especially you, Bao Zhu. If you continue to play so loudly, I will no longer buy you gifts. Oh! Bao Zhu's face fell, causing Li Xiaozhu's heart to ache. He promptly lifted her onto his lap, contemplating placing Yuehua on the other leg. Failure is the mother of success. Every achievement is built upon countless failures. You've only failed once. Why be disheartened? Some performers train for over a decade for a mere 10 minutes on stage. Upon hearing about performers, Bao Zhu's attention wavered. Brother-in-law, can you take us to see a performance? I really want to go. Li Xiaozhu Baozha, realizing he couldn't grant such a request, as he had only just received permission to leave. Sensing his dilemma, Yun Shuang stepped forward, gently patting the heads of her two younger sisters. This is not something brother-in-law could decide. Please, do not put him in a difficult position. Now, let us return to practicing the flute. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of the little ones, Li Xiaozhu suddenly declared, it's not impossible. But how about a performance without sound? Without sound? Even with this stipulation, the prospect thrilled the two little ones. Really, brother-in-law? Of course. Have I ever lied to you? But you must practice diligently on the flute. Once you master this piece, I will take you to see a performance. There were challenges, yet they were not insurmountable. The Fu family was no ordinary household. They had many advantages. Hee, brother-in-law, then let us learn the piece. I believe I can master it quickly. All right, you both start practicing your blowing. I will teach your second sister first. Yun Shuang, please play the initial tune I just taught you. Upon hearing this, Fu Yun Shuang placed the flute to her lips, but suddenly hesitated. She had been too focused on observing her brother-in-law and had forgotten the technique. Although she retained a vague recollection, the earlier disruption had caused her to forget entirely. Shall we begin? Fu Yun Shuang's face reddened, and she bowed her head, shyly admitting, I forgot because Bao Zhu and Yuehua distracted me. With that, she shot a fierce glare at the two little ones, but they were hardly intimidated by her. With brother-in-law present, they felt emboldened. Bao Zhu stuck out her tongue at Yun Shuang and pulled a funny face. Haha, second sister is so silly. She is not as clever as me and Yuehua. Yuehua glanced at her sister and then at Bao Zhu, wisely refraining from mocking. Silly Bao Zhu. Just wait for second sister to spank you when you get home. I'll 1T ridicule her. I'm a clever one. Li Xiaozhu felt a bit silly himself, suddenly questioning why he was teaching his younger sisters to play the flute instead of something more practical like card games. After patting the two little girls, he finally set them down and extended his hand to Yun Shuang. Come, brother-in-law will teach you once more. The moment Yun Shuang regained her composure, she promptly handed over the flute. Her cheeks tinged with a blush. Li Xiaozhu, oblivious to her embarrassment, focused intently and began to play. The beautiful melody emerged once again, cleansing the remnants of the earlier noise and invigorating the spirit. As Li Xiaozhu set the flute down, Fu Yun Shuang suddenly spoke up, brother-in-law. I've heard that the sound of the shao is longer and more gentle. Why don't you teach us to play that? Li Xiaozhu paused, caught off guard. Play. The shao? Indeed, as Fu Yun Shuang suggested, the shao produced a longer, softer sound. However, this particular instrument had been utterly misused, and he had no intention of playing it, nor would he ever. As for teaching his three younger sisters, he glanced at their rosy lips, suddenly unsure of how to respond. Cough, cough. Chapter 40. Visitors from the North, seeking Princess Shang Yun Shuang. Although my brother-in-law finds playing the flute delightful, he himself does not take pleasure in it. Nevertheless, music is a universal language. Should you wish to play in the future, you may seek your own understanding, though it shall require a certain level of musical proficiency. In any case, rely on your own insights. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuang nodded, planting a seed of determination within her heart, vowing to learn on her own once her musical skills matured. As time passed in the pursuit of music, with the evening meal approaching, Fu Yun Shuang suddenly inquired, brother-in-law, might we hear you play a piece? Not that one. I desire something more joyful, for that was rather melancholic. Li Xiaozhu paused, momentarily overlooking the impact of the mood one might cultivate through music, yet he quickly acquiesced. It was but a matter of playing something cheerful, a simple task. A lively melody began to resonate, crisp and bright, gradually shifting in tone. The flute's notes soared, weaving a tapestry of harmonious sound, enchanting and delightful, reminiscent of ethereal sprites in gentle lament. At that moment, the two little ones were utterly entranced, lost in a tranquil sea of joy. Yet it was not solely they who were captivated. Several maids outside the door shared in this rapture. No one spoke. All were fixated on Li Xiuju's chamber, listening intently to the exquisite and jubilant strains of music. Once the piece concluded, Li Xiuju set down the flute. "Sister-in-law, what is the name of that delightful tune?" "Li Xiuju Chocolat Souffle." It is called Out of the Mountains, regardless of whether it was inspired or not. The song is truly beautiful. The flute rendition is particularly lively and pleasing. Out of the mountains? What does that title signify? Ah, Baozhu, are you a child of endless questions? Now, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner awaits. Meanwhile, Fu Yuehua entered Fu Wenhan's study, carrying several scrolls of paintings. She had chosen this moment to visit because Fu Wenhan had yet to return from the palace, evidently engaged in discussions with officials. Upon seeing Fu Yuehua, Fu Wenhan expressed mild surprise. "What brings you here, Yuehua? It is nearly mealtime." In response, Fu Yuehua posed a question. "Father, must the Grand Canal be repaired?" Although Fu Wenhan was uncertain why Fu Yuehua was so concerned about the matter, he nodded and replied, "The construction of the Grand Canal is a monumental achievement of our time, benefiting generations to come. Both the Emperor and I are committed to its restoration." Fu Yuehua acknowledged this with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Since preventing it was impossible, she resolved to make the best of the situation. "Father, please take a look at these. They may aid you in the excavation of the Grand Canal." Fu Wenhan was momentarily taken aback. Yet he recognized his daughter's serious nature and her ability to distinguish between public and private matters. Thus, he examined the scrolls, only to find that they were filled not with images, but with dense text. "What is this? A feasibility plan for the Grand Canal's excavation?" As he continued to read, his astonishment grew. The document was remarkably thorough, addressing all potential contingencies, methods of management, excavation progress, preliminary preparations, and even oversight and resource allocation. When Fu Wenhan finally regained his composure, he noticed that Fu Yuehua had returned from her meal. She was aware of how captivating these scrolls were and how long one could be engrossed in them. As for her father's missed meal, it was a trivial matter. The entire family had grown accustomed to his relentless dedication. If Li Xiuju were to learn of this, he would certainly voice his discontent. There was familial affection, yet it was not overwhelming. Upon seeing Fu Yuehua, Fu Wenhan exclaimed with excitement, "Yuehua, where did this come from? Such remarkable talent. Quickly, introduce me." Fu Yuehua set down her teacup and replied calmly, "Father, do not be overly excited. He is unlikely to serve in the court, so you might as well resign yourself to that fact." Fu Wenhan remained undeterred. How could such talent be so easily dismissed? Is there truly no possibility? Absolutely none. After stating this, Fu Yuehua shifted the topic. "Can you assure me that these plans will ensure the Grand Canal is completed without disaster, maintaining stability and avoiding public discontent?" Hearing that the individual in question was unwilling to serve filled Fu Wenhan with regret. Had he been willing, such talent would surely rise to prominence in time. "Yes, it can be done, but the excavation of the Grand Canal may have to be postponed for a while." Fu Yuehua was taken aback. Hadn't he seemed rather urgent before? "Father, is there some significant matter at hand?" Fu Wenhan nodded solemnly. "Indeed, there is a development of some importance, though it may not be catastrophic. We have visitors from the north. Silla seeks to request our Princess Shang in marriage, and they have stationed 100,000 troops at the border. If the court does not acquiesce, those troops will march south after the 15th of August." Fu Yuehua felt a chill. This was tantamount to war, was it not? 100,000 troops. What is the court's response? Are we preparing for battle? Fu Wenhan shook his head. It seems unlikely that a conflict will erupt. Currently, the court favors Princess Shang. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this is likely to be the outcome. However, if we proceed with the marriage, the construction of the Grand Canal may have to wait until next year's tax revenue is available. Fu Yuehua's expression darkened. While the marriage was presented as an alliance, it felt more like a transaction involving money and a woman. For her, such an arrangement was a disgrace, not only to women but to the nation as well. Unfortunately, as a woman without official standing, she could effect no change in this matter. Does father have any idea who this Princess Shan might be? Fu Wenhan glanced at his daughter, instantly discerning her thoughts, and sighed. Currently, only the princesses Wenjie and Yuehua are of marriageable age. Do not dwell on it too much. Fu Yuehua paused momentarily before nodding in response. She was acquainted with both princesses, who were of a similar age, having participated in poetry gatherings alongside them. Among them, she shared a close bond with Princess Wenjie, a rare friendship. She never imagined her friend would face such a fate. Father, I shall take my leave now. Yes, do not overthink it. It is beyond your power to change. At that very moment, as Fu Yuehua conversed with Fu Wenhan, Li Xiuzhu found himself with rare leisure, perusing the blank book that had accompanied his journey through time. As he leafed through its pages, he suddenly felt a sense of weariness. Why? There were so many treasures within. Indeed, an abundance. Anything one could name could be created, yet the inability to produce anything of use was a lamentable barrier. The few items he could fabricate were rudimentary, such as a manual plow that one could pull with ease, sparing the need for oxen. Yet aside from aiding the populace, what other purpose did this serve? The crux of the matter was that he wished to remain in the shadows, to live a life of tranquility. Well, in pursuit of a peaceful existence, sustenance remained essential. Should he not secure provisions for his father-in-law? That could be deemed his contribution to the welfare of the realm. Yet above all, his immediate desire was for self-preservation, which led him to contemplate the creation of firearms. However, the intricate craftsmanship required for such weapons was daunting. Even the mere task of fabricating a seamless steel pipe seemed insurmountable. Alas, if only he possessed a divine manual of skills, such as the I Jing Jing or the indestructible skills of the Vajra, or the secrets of the North. Chapter 41. Fu Yuehua, are these relatives arriving? Alas, if only I possessed a divine manual of martial arts, such as the I Jing Jing or the indestructible Vajra technique, or perhaps the North Sea. Although let's not dwell on the North Sea, for I wonder if there are any masters of inner strength in this world. What if there are none? Then I might as well absorb some essence. Li Xiuzhu's mind wandered as he casually glanced at the book without words, and was taken aback. The I Jing Jing? Good heavens, it truly is the I Jing Jing. It is said that to attain true enlightenment, one must first establish two foundations. One is the state of purity, and the other is transformation. To achieve purity is to cleanse one's marrow, and to transform is to alter one's muscles. All right then, I am perplexed. I do not comprehend. Yet I remain unperturbed, for I possess the book without words, which I can translate. Fu Yuehua did not expect that upon returning to her courtyard, she would encounter such astonishing information. What is this book without words? How can a book devoid of words be translatable? Suddenly, Fu Yuehua recalled the white-covered book often tucked at Li Xiuzhu's waist. Could it be that one? At this moment, Fu Yuehua felt an overwhelming urge to examine that book, leading her to veer away from her own doorway and approach Li Xiuzhu's. She gently knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, she pushed it open. Li Xiuzhu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Fu Yuehua, who had entered without announcement, somewhat speechless. It was ambiguous whether she had announced her presence or not, as she had knocked, yet she had entered without permission. Although she observed Li Xiuzhu's expression, Fu Yuehua maintained her composure. She had anticipated his reaction, unbeknownst to her. Her own demeanor had grown thicker-skinned due to this fellow. Fu Yuehua approached Li Xiuzhu from behind, discreetly glancing at the book in his hand. Indeed, it was devoid of words, and she immediately confirmed that this was the book without words. Yet the lingering question remained. How could a book without words be deciphered? Li Xiuzhu, realizing Fu Yuehua's intent, perceived that she must have overheard him earlier. Without hesitation, he handed the book over. Curious? Fu Yuehua accepted it without pretense, flipping through its pages as she inquired, I have a question to ask you, hence my visit, but why are there no words in this book? Oh, feel free to ask, he replied. Changing the subject? Evading my question? What were you so engrossed in just now? Ah, you're relentless in your inquiries? Li Xiaozhu chuckled. I was pondering some matters. Huh, I believe your words are dubious. Seeing that she could not extract the secret of the book without words, Yuehua returned it to Li Xiaozhu, stating, new visitors from Silla have arrived, requesting our Princess Shang. What is your take on this matter? What is there to consider? I will observe from a distance, he replied nonchalantly. Yuehua was momentarily rendered speechless by Li Xiaozhu's nonchalance. Truly, a peculiar individual. However, Li Xiaozhu maintained a serious demeanor as he added, well, this matter does not concern us, does it? After all, it is not our cousin being summoned. So why should we worry? By the way, I have something to ask you. Have you ever encountered any martial arts masters? You know, those from the Jianghu, who can soar through the skies. Well, perhaps not literally, but those who are exceptionally skilled. Yuehua was taken aback. Why do you inquire about this? Do you wish to learn martial arts? Having known Li Xiaozhu for a few days, she had come to understand him slightly. He seldom asked about matters unrelated to himself. So his inquiry must surely have some ulterior motive. Is that not permissible? Are there any such individuals? Yuehua nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have seen individuals capable of extraordinary leaps. I witnessed the Emperor's guards chasing down criminals with such agility. However, I have also heard that mastering martial arts requires rigorous training from a young age. If you wish to learn now, is it not too late? Li Xiaozhu disregarded this and continued, have you ever heard of internal strength? I'm not quite certain. Suddenly, Yuehua seemed to recollect something, her expression growing contemplative as she regarded Li Xiaozhu. If you wish to know, I can introduce you to someone. The candlelight flickered dimly, rendering Li Xiaozhu oblivious to the nuances in Yuehua's gaze. Excellent. I would greatly appreciate it. After saying this, Li Xiaozhu glanced out the window at the moon before continuing. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave to rest. This rascal truly prioritizes others over me, Yuehua thought, feeling a surge of indignation. What do you mean by no other matters? Have you forgotten that I am your legitimate wife? Do you not desire to share a chamber with me? Must I be the one to initiate such a request? Am I devoid of pride or shame? Yuehua's frustration mounted. Yet the prospect of initiating a conversation about sharing a bed with Li Xiaozhu was utterly out of the question. Oof. With a cold snort, she turned on her heel and departed. Li Xiaozhu, witnessing Yuehua's sudden anger, was left perplexed. What in the world? What has upset her? Women are truly unfathomable. Wait a moment, could it be that her monthly cycle has arrived? Never mind her. I shall seek my beloved silver bottle. I wonder if she has warmed the bed for me. Yuehua narrowed her eyes. What does my anger have to do with my monthly cycle? Regardless, the more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt. Abruptly halting, she turned back and entered Li Xiaozhu's chamber. Yuehua's sudden reappearance left Li Xiaozhu bewildered. Did you not leave? Why have you returned? And could you not show me a modicum of respect? I too deserve my privacy. What is the matter? Do you have something to discuss? Silver Bottle, having sensed the situation, promptly addressed her with respect. Miss, Yuehua ignored Li Xiaozhu and directly instructed Silver Bottle, tonight, you need not attend to the Lord. Come to my room to report on the happenings of the past few days. What? Silver Bottle was taken aback, bewildered that such a report would occur at this hour. Yuehua frowned slightly. What? Do you have an objection? Li Xiaozhu was equally flabbergasted. This woman must be doing this on purpose. Who reports work at this hour? Seriously, Yuehua, you're crossing the line. We agreed you would raise Silver Bottle, and you have yet to do so. Now you even intervene with her attending to my sleep? This woman is undoubtedly acting in a most unseemly manner. Yuehua smirked, feeling a sense of triumph. Let us see how you react now, whether you remain smug or realize your mistakes. Yuehua stated coolly, I have said I would raise Silver Bottle, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise. However, even if Silver Bottle is now your concubine, she must still heed my arrangements. Do not forget, I am still her mistress, as well as your legitimate wife. Li Xiaozhu fell silent, dejectedly collapsing onto the bed. Go on. Do not forget about Silver Bottle. Chapter 42. Dear son-in-law, is it possible that you are overthinking? Go on. Do not forget about the Silver Bottle. Upon hearing this, Yin Ping was deeply touched. Her son-in-law was indeed considerate of her, as he had mentioned her twice in a short span. Yuehua, on the other hand, responded with a hint of annoyance. How could I forget? She then muttered under her breath. It's not like you care about me this much. What did you say? Li Xiaozhu's sudden retort startled Yuehua, prompting her to coldly reply, Nothing, Yin Ping. Let's go. After watching the two depart, Li Xiaozhu found himself unable to sleep, so he decided to return to his silent book. Yuehua was right. At his age, without a fortunate encounter, it was nearly impossible to cultivate martial arts. Yet, he did possess a few extraordinary opportunities. Not only could the Yi Jing refine his bones and enhance his aptitude, but the Nining Manual could also aid him in his foundational training. Additionally, there was the remarkable Bei Ming divine skill. If this world truly had internal cultivation, then someone like Duan Yu, a mere scholar of his age, could rise through the ranks with the Bei Ming divine skill. There was no reason he could not as well. However, with martial arts manuals in hand, he pondered whether there might also be manuals for cultivating immortality. Li Xiaozhu was aware of a few techniques, including the Great Immortal Decision, the 8-9 Profound Arts, the 9 Transformations Profound Arts, and various other celestial methods. Beyond these, there were also techniques from other realms, such as the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique and the Grass Character Sword Technique. As he contemplated, the silent book indeed revealed celestial cultivation manuals, causing joy to illuminate Li Xiaozhu's countenance. That night, he hardly slept, engrossed in his study of these techniques. Yes, he had grown indifferent to martial arts. However, after organizing a series of celestial methods, disappointment quickly followed. All celestial techniques required one to enter a meditative state to absorb spiritual energy. While he could indeed enter such a state, he was utterly unable to perceive the spiritual essence of the world around him. If he could not sense the heavenly spiritual energy, what hope was there for cultivating immortality? Was this his own shortcoming, or was it a meticulous endeavor? Did it require a spiritual root, or was it a matter of prolonged practice to develop sensitivity? The inability to perceive spiritual energy left Li Xiaozhu disheartened. It seemed he could not achieve success overnight. Cultivating immortality could not be rushed. He would have to start with martial arts. The following morning, he appeared at breakfast with dark circles under his eyes, leaving Yuehua momentarily astonished. Did you not sleep at all last night? Li Xiaozhu rolled his eyes in response. Do you not have any inkling as to why I was awake all night? You took my precious Yin Ping. Do you know how I endured the night? Do you not understand the physical needs of an adult male? All right, you truly do not. Once that woman leaves, I shall snuggle with my dear Yin Ping for a few more hours of sleep. Despite his inner complaints, Li Xiaozhu proudly declared, I am not too tired. I was engrossed in reading. Yuehua's lips curled into a smile. Her spirits lifted. Clearly, after enduring her losses for so long, reclaiming a moment of triumph felt delightful. Read less fiction. It is better for your health. By the way, Yin Ping, there are some matters for you to hand over. You shall accompany Yuehua to transfer the previous responsibilities you managed. As she spoke words of concern, she simultaneously aimed barbs at Li Xiaozhu. Li Xiaozhu, is this old sixth targeting me, right? Must the handover really be done in the morning? Could it not wait until the afternoon? You have other matters then. Did you not wish to learn martial arts? I have asked Yin Ping to arrange a meeting with an expert for you. If all goes well, you can meet in the afternoon. What? Do you not wish to meet? Then forget it. Wait, I will go. Li Xiaozhu gritted his teeth, yet felt cornered. You shall wait, Yuehua. There will come a time when you need my assistance. Yuehua was again amused, glancing at the gloomy weather outside, which suddenly seemed a tad more vibrant. Li Xiaozhu, having gone without sleep for an entire night, still found himself alone on the pillow. Unfortunately, his body was in this state, hence his eagerness to cultivate martial arts. However, just before sleeping, he suddenly pondered a question. What did his afternoon affairs with Yin Ping have to do with anything? Damn it, he had been duped by that woman. By 2 in the afternoon, Yin Ping roused Li Xiaozhu from his slumber. Dear son-in-law, the young lady has asked me to take you to the peach garden. Peach garden? Where is that? Yin Ping explained. It is the garden of Princess Liang, the emperor's sister. Today, there is a poetry gathering, and the young lady wishes you to attend. A poetry gathering? Did not Yuehua say for Jean Ping to help me arrange a meeting with that martial arts expert? Yin Ping chuckled softly. She will also be attending. Oh, in that case, I shall go. Li Xiaozhu quickly washed his face and set off, the carriage still drawn by the old horse, which Yin Ping had remembered from before. Suddenly, as he gazed at the old horse pulling the carriage, a thought struck him. Old horse, are you concealing something from me? Ma Yin's heart tightened. Oh no. Could it be that the son-in-law had discovered his previous deceit about being all alone? Dear son-in-law, so you're skilled in martial arts, right? Are all your carriage drivers martial arts experts? Martial arts experts? Me? How would I know? Dear son-in-law, you see. Otherwise, it does not make sense. Why would there be no guards for such a prominent family? It is illogical. After a moment of silence, Ma Yin hesitantly replied, Dear son-in-law, is there a possibility that you might not be as important as you think? The female tears and male silence. Yin Ping, that little minx, was laughing to the point of tears. Dare to laugh at your husband? Just wait until tonight when I deal with you properly. At this moment, old Ma continued to throw daggers, piercing Li Xiaozhu's heart. Actually, I am aware of the young lady's outings. There are several hidden guards. Moreover, Wang Ji's martial skills are commendable. 7 or 8 robust men cannot approach. As for the master, besides his own secret guards, the emperor has also dispatched people to protect him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Old Ma, your words are well spoken, but please refrain from discussing such matters in the future. Understood, dear son-in-law. I shall remain silent. Yes, that is the intent. No sooner had Li Xiaozhu finished speaking than the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Old horse, why have we stopped? Old horse. A sudden sense of foreboding welled up within Li Xiaozhu. It was over. Someone was plotting against me. I knew it. Surely someone would target the family members of court officials. The Fu family truly. Am I not worthy of a few guards as the son-in-law of the Xiang residence? Does no one fear that I might be kidnapped and use a threatened Fu Yuehua? Chapter 43. The deceitful old horse online pitmaster, Silver Bottle, do not come out or make a sound. Be cautious of your safety. Influenced by Li Xiaozhu, Silver Bottle promptly nodded, refraining from uttering a single sound. Li Xiaozhu gazed at the curtain of the horse-drawn carriage and suddenly lifted it with great force. His actions decisive and swift. However, at that moment of unveiling, he was momentarily taken aback. The old horse stood before the carriage, gazing at him, seemingly lost in thought. Li Xiaozhu, perplexed, asked the old horse, What are you doing? Why didn't he respond when I called you? Old horse, speak up. Well, wasn't he at the young master who forbade me from speaking? Li Xiaozhu's expression darkened. What the hell is going on? Why have we stopped? This time, Ma Yin did not deliberately create trouble. He gestured ahead and replied, Young master, we have arrived at the peach garden. Damn it. This scoundrel deliberately played a trick on me just as we were nearing the destination. Was that look earlier meant to make me look foolish? Am I a monkey for your amusement? With a grim expression, Li Xiaozhu fixed his gaze on the old horse and earnestly instructed, Old horse, learn from me. Ma Yin, although Ma Yun was unaware of Li Xiaozhu's intentions, he understood it was not the time to provoke him, so he obediently began to repeat after him. Ma Yun, if I dare to play tricks on the young master again, may I bear children without a rear end and live my life as a perpetual bachelor. Ma Yun fell silent, his mouth agape, unable to voice a word. Observing Ma Yun's reaction, an idea suddenly sparked in Li Xiaozhu's mind as he gazed at him intently. Children? A boy? A girl? Although Li Xiaozhu posed it as a question, his tone was already affirming. This rascal, not a single truthful word from him. Ma Yun did not deny it but smiled and said, I have a son. During the chaos, I got separated from him and his mother. Dixutsu no did in acknowledgement. Regardless of belief, knowing it was a boy was sufficient. Good, next time, swear by your son. The old horse pondered for a moment and unexpectedly agreed, leaving Li Xiaozhu momentarily stunned. Well, it doesn't matter, after all. The child isn't mine. Wait, what do you mean not mine? Why are you hesitating? And why do you have a child who isn't your own? In just a few short sentences, it felt as if the information had overloaded. At this moment, sensing no danger, Silver Bottle cautiously peeked out. Phew, young master. You scared me. I thought we were truly in trouble. Is it too sensitive to say? Having read too many novels, he seemed to have developed a bit of paranoia. All of this was the fault of that damned old horse. If it weren't for him, would I have found myself in such an embarrassing situation? Before Li Xiaozhu could speak, Silver Bottle glanced at the peach garden and quickly suggested, "Young master, let's enter first. It's getting late. If we delay any longer, the poetry gathering will conclude." The gathering was divided into several segments: morning excursions, appreciation, poetry recitation, midday meals, and afternoon exchanges over tea, among others. They would proceed to the city before nightfall, and then everyone would return to their respective homes. The reason Fu Yuehua had sent someone to bring Li Xiaozhu at such a late hour was primarily to ascertain whether Princess Wenjie was present, the one she intended to introduce to him, as she was on the list of potential brides. Her late arrival was due to a meal, which is why Silver Bottle had brought him at this hour. Li Xiaozhu, upon hearing this, decided not to linger with the old horse, though he mentally noted to settle the score later. As the two approached the peach garden, the gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback, not expecting visitors at this hour. Without waiting for them to speak, the gatekeeper bowed and said, "Please present your invitation." Silver Bottle produced a large, crimson invitation embossed with gold and handed it over. After a brief inspection, the gatekeeper permitted them entry. "You may go in." Upon entering the peach garden, they were enveloped by a fragrant aroma. Not the scent of peaches, but the sweetness of honeyed peaches. The fragrant winds carry the scent of peaches through the greenery. Red-clad butterflies dance in harmony. What a picturesque peach garden. This place truly lived up to its name. Though Silver Bottle did not fully comprehend the verses Li Xiaozhu recited, admiration shone in his eyes. His young master was simply the best. Wandering through the peach orchards, inhaling the delightful fragrance of peaches, it felt as if they had stepped into a paradise. Moments latte. They exited the peach grove and entered the inner garden. Although devoid of peach trees, the garden was lush and vibrant, adorned with blossoms in a myriad of colors. Their sudden entrance drew the attention of those already present, as everyone was curious to see who had missed such an important poetry gathering. A lady seated at the head table smiled upon seeing the two. "Guests are welcome. Please feel free to find a seat." As they settled into a spot, a woman dressed in white, seated beside Fu Yuehua, turned to her and inquired, "Is this your ideal partner?" He seemed quite impressive, though disguised in male attire. The woman's beauty could not be concealed. Her delicate features resembled fine jade, her lips naturally rosy without makeup, and her white teeth complemented her starry eyes and sword-like brows. She exuded an aura of both valor and femininity. In contemporary terms, one might describe her as a captivating yet reserved woman. Fu Yuehua chuckled in response. "You know that I, Fu Yuehua, do not judge people solely by their appearance." No sooner had Fu Yuehua spoken than a scoff echoed from beside her, causing Fu Yuehua to frown. "Su Changqing, what do you mean by that?" Su Qingqing, seated opposite Fu Yuehua, exuded a charm that contrasted with Fu Yuehua's cool demeanor, making her appear more alluring and delicate. Their features were similar enough that it would be difficult to distinguish between them at a glance. However, Fu Yuehua's noble aura made her appear more distinguished. When standing side by side, they resembled the enchanting temptress of the demonic sect and the saintly maiden of the righteous order. It was precisely for this reason that Su Changchang harbored resentment towards Fu Yuehua, feeling that she was overly pretentious and hypocritical. Though their encounters did not result in open hostility, their interactions were far from cordial. At this moment, hearing Fu Yuehua's air of superiority, Su Changchang could no longer contain herself. "What do you mean? Some people are well aware of the truth. If you Fu Yuehua are to be married, wouldn't the capital be abuzz with excitement? Before you even wed, Li Xiaozhu's looks and character have already been thoroughly scrutinized. What vice does he not indulge in? I've heard that on the eve of your marriage, he even visited a brothel to entertain women. Now you claim that looks are not your primary consideration? Is it his character and talent that you admire?" Fu Yuehua found herself momentarily speechless, unable to refute it. That scoundrel had indeed left her with a mess to clean up. While she understood his motives were to withdraw from the engagement, others were unaware and certainly would not believe it. Suddenly, Fu Yuehua smiled. Chapter 44. Fu Yuehua's bold gamble to protect her husband before Fu Yuehua could utter a word. A murmur arose among the crowd. Upon learning of Li Xiuju's status as a son-in-law, many frowned in disapproval. How could such a humble consort dare to attend our poetry gathering? It is truly shameful to be associated with him. One wonders what Princess Liang was thinking, allowing him entry. This man is notorious for his lewdness and gambling. How can he sit among us? Had I known he would be here, I would have refrained from attending. The men were not the only ones gossiping. The women joined in as well. So, this is Fu's family's incompetent son-in-law. Although he is quite handsome, I would gladly accept him as my husband. Oh, you little girl, have you fallen for him? Indeed, he is good-looking. But what does that matter when he is merely an empty vessel? Li Xiuju heard the chatter, but was utterly unconcerned. Accustomed to online abuse, he found her words no more than a mere tickle. Yet, Silver Bottle, beside him, was visibly anxious, frowning at the disapproving crowd. Noticing her discomfort, Li Xiuju handed her a peach from the table. Here, have a peach, calm your mind, and all will be well. Silver Bottle, puzzled, wondered, will eating a peach really help? At that moment, Yuehua suddenly rose and approached Su Changsheng. Though unafraid, Su Changsheng frowned slightly. What do you intend to do? Surely you do not mean to confront me at this poetry gathering. Yuehua replied calmly, of course not. Since it is my husband's talent that has stirred controversy, let us settle it through poetry. Today, the discussions revolve around a poem titled Resentment by a certain Bujia. So let us use poetry as our measure. You may choose the topic, and everyone, except for myself and the two princesses, shall compose a poem. She turned to the assembled talents and declared, if Li Xiuju loses, I, Yuehua, shall bow an apology and never appear at a poetry gathering again. If you lose, each of you must apologize to my husband. My man can only be bullied by me. Is this little girl going too far? Did I agree to anything? Are you brave enough to accept this wager? If you refuse, you may side with the princess. If you accept, you stand with Su Changsheng. In that moment, many were indeed intimidated by Yuehua's boldness. But Su Changsheng suddenly smiled. Yuehua, I am not easily frightened. Very well, I accept the wager. Furthermore, should I lose, I shall call your husband brother and you sister when we meet. I will also ensure that I avoid any place you frequent. Yuehua laughed at this. There is no need for you to avoid me. If we win, I will claim your family's silk quota at a price 10% higher than last year. If I lose, all the silk from the Fu family will belong to your Su family instead. Su Changsheng paused, realizing the magnitude of Yuehua's demands. Although she did not directly involve herself in the family business, her father would certainly indulge her, and she could indeed make decisions regarding the silk quota. Considering the rumors surrounding Li Xiuju, her expression hardened. All right, I accept the wager. Words alone are not enough. Let us document this. At that moment, many of the talented individuals present became mere spectators. However, Li Xiuju was perplexed. What gives this girl such confidence in me? What does she know? But what about Silver Bottle? Why would she assume I would assist her? Could I use this to my advantage? Perhaps I could persuade her to accept you in our home? Yet, would that not be inappropriate? After all, she has stood up for me, albeit for her own calculations. Perhaps I should just write a normal poem and be done with it? Alas, the stakes are insufficient. Yuehua raised an eyebrow, initially expecting Li Xiuju to refuse outright. However, as she spoke, she began to formulate a plan to exploit his vulnerabilities. As Yuehua and Su Changsheng documented the wager, the talented individuals around them whispered amongst themselves. These two young women are indeed wagering quite heavily. The silk trade in the capital is divided among three families: the Fu, Su, and Yang families, representing a business worth no less than 5,000 won. We should not concern ourselves with this. I'm curious about which side you two intend to support. I stand with Su Changsheng. I have heard of Li Xiuju's reputation, known only for indulgence, and have yet to hear of him composing poetry. I too support Su Changsheng. I have long found that pretty boy displeasing. Yuehua marrying him is truly an act of folly. Ha, brother Zifong, surely you wish to take his place, do you not? I recall you are Yuehua's most ardent admirer. Zifong was immediately displeased. So what if I am? While some may argue that Yuehua is the most beautiful in the capital, surely no one can contest that she ranks among the top 3 virtuous women. Aside from the renowned Qin Lu and Chu Guan, Fu Yuehua, Su Changcheng, and Yu Xuanji are universally acknowledged as the three beauties of the capital. A graceful lady is sought after by a gentleman. What is wrong with pursuing her? I ask you, what is wrong? Having finalized the wager, Fu Yuehua turned to Su Changcheng and remarked lightly, "You may choose the topic. I need to speak with my husband for a moment." With that, Fu Yuehua walked away, seemingly unconcerned about the wager at all. Her demeanor left many astute observers in a state of uncertainty. Some even began to reconsider their participation. Losing is not the issue. The embarrassment of having to apologize to Li Xiuzhu would be too much to bear. At that moment, Su Changcheng glanced at those who were wavering and suddenly scoffed. "What? Are you scared now? Do not let me, Su Changcheng, look down upon you. Is this tolerable? Any man should find it intolerable. What is a mere apology? Besides, with so many of us, how could we possibly lose? Do we wager our heads?" In an instant, everyone rallied behind Su Changcheng. Only a few women close to Fu Yuehua hesitated, choosing instead to stand behind Princess Wenjie. Li Xiuzhu looked at Fu Yuehua, but before he could speak, she had already addressed him. "Speak, what are your conditions? As long as they are not excessive, I can accommodate you." Li Xiuzhu was taken aback, not immediately stating his conditions, but instead voicing his earlier confusion. "What gives you such confidence in me?" At this, Fu Yuehua smiled and looked at the gathered literati. "Can you guess what the primary topic of discussion has been today?" Li Xiuzhu was bewildered. He had only just arrived. "How would I know? I am no oracle." Fu Yuehua, no longer playing coy, revealed the answer. Last night, a poem titled Resentment was leaked from Shangling Garden. Upon its release, it sparked widespread debate, especially since today is the poetry gathering, where everyone has been discussing it. They claim it to be a poem of rare brilliance. Similarly, curiosity surrounds the author, Bujie, a name previously unknown to anyone, seemingly emerging from nowhere overnight. However, I happen to know. Chapter 45, The Confrontation, It Is You, the non-abstaining layman, a few days ago. My younger sister's kite flew away, and this morning, someone brought a paper kite to our home for a reward. This kite had been passed along and ultimately found its way into my hands. Li Xiuzhu suddenly understood that there had been an issue with the inscription on my younger cousin's kite, which explained why Fu Yuehua was so confident. "Are you not afraid that it was merely a stroke of luck on my part? One must understand that exquisite poetry is often a serendipitous encounter." Fu Yuehua glanced at Li Xiuzhu and, not wishing to say more, declared, "Let us negotiate terms." Li Xiuzhu smiled at her words, feeling unreserved, and directly proposed. "Allowing known Yuehua to enter the household? That is impossible. At most, you may treat her as a concubine." "Ah, a significant advancement. Alas, the price is too low. I could easily keep her as a concubine without your consent. The only difference lies in the secrecy of the arrangement." Although Fu Yuehua felt displeased upon hearing the sentiment, she could not deny the validity of Li Xiuzhu's reasoning. "In that case, let's raise the stakes." Without waiting for Li Xiuzhu to respond, Fu Yuehua stated the price she had previously contemplated, even adding a little extra. "I will not claim any rights over Yingping, as long as you desire. She will always warm your bed." Upon hearing this, Yingping's face flushed, and she dared not speak, casting a furtive glance at her husband, unable to suppress a smile. "Moreover, aside from the present situation, you share a portion of the responsibility. I have been compelled to this point to assist you." Li Xiuzhu paid little heed to Fu Yuehua's reminder, but smiled contentedly. "Thus, we have achieved half of marital freedom. Let us proceed slowly, without haste." "Very well. It is settled." Just as the two reached an agreement, Su Changcheng approached. "Have you come to terms?" "Alas, even if you were to provide him with a crash course now, it would be futile. I have already devised the prompt. You may begin once you are prepared." Fu Yuehua and Li Xiuzhu exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Li Xiuzhu nodded and gestured. "Please, present the topic." Su Changcheng smiled in response, inwardly lamenting. Li Xiuzhu truly possesses a striking appearance. Even a simple gesture is captivating. Since we find ourselves in a peach grove, let us use that as our theme. Be mindful. It is not about peaches, but rather the peach grove. You have the duration of a stick of incense. Let us commence. Li Xiuzhu was momentarily taken aback. The topic was indeed intriguing, yet he remained unperturbed, for he was a man with a treasury of poetic knowledge spanning thousands of years. He lifted the cup of wine from the table, took a sip, and his eyes brightened. It was peach-flavored wine, and it could not possibly be from this year's harvest. While this year's peaches had ripened, the fermentation required at least 21 days, which was insufficient time. Moreover, the presence of peach flavor indicated that the two elements must have combined over at least a year. Wine and peach grove? He had inspiration. However, Li Xiuzhu did not rush to write. Instead, he leisurely drank from the wine jug. Watching the others, who were quick-witted and already composing poetry, made Yingping anxious. Husband, do not drink so much. Silence. Do not disturb Xiuzhu. Yes, Mississippi Li Xiuzhu glanced at Yuehua, only to find her expression as calm as a still pond. He could not help but smile. She was indeed charming in many aspects. This unconditional trust she bestowed, even with her confidence, was not something just anyone could achieve. Before long, the first poet, Lu Shiqi, stood up. I am ready. Please enjoy. With that, Lu Shiqi unfurled his paper. The spring breeze stirs the water, gleaming green. 10,000 peach trees bloom anew. Do not blame the mountain man for frequent visits, for he must be evading the Qin people this year. Excellent. A fine poem. Upon hearing Lu Shiqi's composition, others conceded defeat. Indeed, we cannot compare. At that moment, Fu Yuehua's admirer, Duanzifang, also stepped forward. Though Lu Shiqi's work is commendable, mine is not to be dismissed. Let us see how it fares. As he spoke, he revealed his paper. I have a peach grove just beyond the southern gate. Beneath it flows a stream rushing eastward. Fish swim joyfully, birds chirp merrily. What is cherished in life is free from worldly ties. The way of the gentleman is beyond reproach. This poem surpassed the previous one significantly. Were it not for the grievances against the non-abstaining layman, it could easily be deemed this year's masterpiece. This poem exceeds Lu Shiqi's. The son-in-law is surely destined to lose. What could possibly compare to such artistry? Even Su Changchang smiled, as this composition met her expectations, indicating that Duanzifang had indeed excelled under pressure. Just then, another individual completed their verse. I may not be as skilled, but I believe I can present something worthy. Upon concluding, he unfurled his paper, and all eyes turned to him. 10 miles of fragrant winds caress the traveler's attire. Peach blossoms fall, and willow strands dangle low. Autumn light has waned 2/3. Swallows return, perched on 2 or 3 branches. Thick shadows of green trees, the oriole's song glides, the slender silhouette of mountains, butterflies linger late. If the East Lord understands the longing of the heart, let not the fleeting years squander our parting. Is this called inferior? Is this not presentable? This surpasses Duanzifang's work by a slight margin. While Duanzifang speaks of freedom, you speak of love. Does this not resonate more with the hearts of women? One must consider that today's judges are not solely men. Duanzifang's expression darkened. Had this scoundrel not flattered before criticizing? What a clear act of duplicity. Li Xiuzhu, observing the scene, could not help but admire. In truth, their levels of skill were quite comparable. Yet alas, he possessed an advantage. Gazing at the remaining half of the incense stick, Li Xiuzhu smiled gently, a hint of drunkenness in his eyes as he took up his brush. You have all had your moment. Now it is my turn to shine. Li Xiuzhu was the protagonist of this contest, drawing the gaze of all. As he began to write, many self-aware individuals drew closer. In the peach lies the peach grove. Within the grove dwell the peach immortals. The peach immortals cultivate the peach trees and exchange peaches for wine money. Awakened by wine, I sit in front. Yet drunk, I still find solace in sleep. Although he had yet to finish, the verses already exuded elegance, boldness, and beauty. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd, leaving Su Changcheng's group in awe. Old Li, what is happening? Should just watch. Half inebriated, half awakened, day after day, years pass, year after year. I only wish to grow old amidst the wine, and not bow before the carriages and horses. At this point, a crowd had gathered around Li Xiuzhu. Aside from those still immersed in writing, nearly everyone had drawn near. Even some poets, disturbed by the atmosphere, abandoned their verses and joined the gathering. Unbeknownst to them, A woman clad in male attire had already taken her place beside Li Xiuzhu. Chapter 46. Overfilled Cup. Tragedy unfolds at some unknown moment. The woman clad in male attire had approached Li Xiuzhu and softly recited the lines of the poem. Her voice, delicate yet clear, carried just enough for the assembly to hear without being intrusive. In stark contrast to her gentle tone, the quality of her voice rendered her gender ambiguous, captivating yet indistinguishable. Carriages and horses are the pursuits of the wealthy, while the cup of wine is the connection for the poor. If one were to compare wealth with poverty, one lies on solid ground, the other soars to the heavens. If one were to juxtapose poverty with carriages, one races forward while the other leisurely basks. Upon reaching this point, Li Xiuzhu made a decisive stroke, drawing two long horizontal lines that left everyone bewildered. What did this mean? Was it over? Were they to guess? Even the disguised woman was left flabbergasted, as if the task had been abruptly halted mid-creation, leaving her in discomfort. However, before anyone could pose a question, Li Xiuzhu had already turned to depart. As the crowd parted, he took a lengthy swig from the wine jug. At that moment, the woman in male disguise could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Sir, what do the final two lines signify?" Upon hearing her, Li Xiuzhu casually tossed aside the wine jug, walking away without looking back, and recited, "Others mock my madness, yet I chuckle at their inability to see through. Not seeing the tombs of the gallant at Wuling, nor do I wield a hoe to till the fields." In that instant, the disguised princess Wenjie gazed at Li Xiuzhu's retreating figure, entranced. No, it was not just her. The entire assembly of talented scholars and beautiful maidens were equally captivated. Su Changchang stared at the departing silhouette, lost in thought. Others mock my madness. I chuckle at their inability to see through. In his heart, he mused, they must find us quite laughable. That line of poetry struck like an arrow, piercing the hearts of all women present, save for Yuehua. She smiled, her laughter like a gentle spring breeze, exquisite and enchanting. In the past, I too was among those who could not see through you. Meanwhile, amidst the peach garden, Li Xiuzhu shukulat bitterly. What a futile trip this has been. Yet the atmosphere has been set. The performance cannot cease. What can be done? A cup once poured must be drained to the last drop, even if it is bittersweet. Dejected, Li Xiuzhu exited the peach garden, ignoring the astonished gaze of the old horseman, and climbed into the carriage, lying down in despair. Old horseman, homeward. Are we not waiting for Miss Yinping? Let her return with your young mistress. At this hour, if she had not caught up, she was likely still in a daze, unable to react. Just as the carriage began to move, a voice called out from outside. Old horseman, wait for me. Winded from her haste, Yinping climbed into the carriage, breathlessly chiding. Young master, why did you not wait for me? I thought you were with your young mistress. Old horseman, let us go. Meanwhile, within the peach garden, Yuehua regarded the assembly of scholars and remarked, though my husband has departed, as his wife, I see no harm in receiving a tribute on his behalf. Of course, with a quarter of an hour remaining, I can afford to wait for you all. With the emergence of this poem, the crowd exchanged glances, recognizing its potential to become a timeless masterpiece. Yet, the talented individuals were reluctant to concede defeat so easily. It was then that Su Changcheng stepped forward, smiling. Sister Yuehua has concealed her brilliance well. Such a prodigious talent has indeed found favor. Today I, Su Changcheng, admit my misstep. I will uphold my word. Tomorrow, Sister Yuehua, you shall come to the Su family to oversee this year's silk supply. Turning to her fellow scholars, she continued, from this day forth, Yuehua is my sister, and Li Xiuzhu is my brother. Do not let me hear any disparaging remarks about my brother again. With that, Su Changcheng turned to the two princesses, bidding farewell. Your Highnesses, I must return to arrange matters regarding the silk. Go ahead. Very well. Seeing their agreement, Su Changcheng looked back at Yuehua. Farewell, Sister Yuehua. As she departed, it was clear that her address of Yuehua as sister stemmed from their wager rather than admiration. Nevertheless, such a feat would earn her respect from anyone, including Yuehua herself. Yuehua surveyed the remaining guests. Duan Zifang glanced around and sighed before stepping forward to offer an apology. Duan has failed to recognize the greatness before him. I take my leave. With Su Changsheng and Duan Zifong paving the way, others soon followed suit, one by one expressing their regrets. Miss Fu, I, Yin Lu, have been blind. I take my leave. Miss Fu, I, Su Huaijin, have acted without virtue. I take my leave. Miss Fu, I, Zhao Qing, have been a frog at the bottom of the well. I take my leave. In light of these events, the poetry gathering dispersed, albeit not in haste, but rather half an hour earlier than usual. The men had mostly left, while the women who had admitted their faults remained behind. Not only did they linger, but they also gathered around Fu Yuehua, clearly intrigued by Li Xiuzhu. At that moment, Princess Wenjie held Li Xiuzhu's poem and turned to Fu Yuehua, asking Sister Yuehua, "May I keep this draft?" Fu Yuehua nodded with a smile, replying, "Princess, he seeks a favor from you. If you desire it, you may request he write you a complete version." Upon hearing this, Princess Wenjie chuckled and shook her head. "This is perfect as it stands. To rewrite, it would alter its essence. Only this piece can evoke the memory of the moment." Fu Yuehua smiled at her response, refraining from pressing the matter further. Just then, Princess Liang interjected, "Sister Yuehua, did you know from the beginning that he was so exceptional?" Fu Yuehua smiled once more. "Otherwise, Princess, why would I have married him despite knowing he visited a brothel before our union, all while enduring my father's pressure?" Princess Liang was taken aback, realizing that while she had only been aware of Li Xiuzhu's brothel visit, she had not grasped the extent of Fu Yuehua's resolve to marry against her father's wishes. There was indeed more to the story. Yet the princess found it hard to comprehend why he would deliberately tarnish his reputation or why he would visit a brothel before marriage. Surely, if he wished to indulge, he could have waited until after their union. Fu Yuehua, inwardly amused, thought to herself, "How could I explain that the fellow did it to avoid being a son-in-law? To annul the engagement? What does that make my own eagerness to marry?" Though she chuckled internally, her exterior remained radiant. His verses do not convey their meaning quite plainly. The others fell silent, and Princess Wenjie quickly comprehended, unwilling to bow before carriages and horses. Indeed, on that day, when he was conferred an official title, Xiuzhu had